A deluge of cards heralded the dawn of the card era for humanity. On the rooftop of a towering edifice, a young boy, cradling a crimson card in his hands, spread his arms wide to embrace the age of card masters. In the next moment, countless white and a handful of green cards cascaded from the heavens. A voice resounded through the sky. The card domain has officially launched on Earth Online, entering its public beta. Among the cards, the most formidable were known as Supreme cards. Supreme card, Emperor, requires the collection of the 9 Provinces Cauldron series cards and the completion of the Fengshan ceremony on Mount Tai. Supreme card, Demon, requires the collection of the Holy Master, Bazaar. Supreme card, Wealth, requires possession of 1/10 of all human wealth. Supreme card, Pantheon *** requires the collection of Poseidon, Hades. Chapter 1. The Card Domain and the Yin-Yang of the Tiger. On the rooftop of a certain building, a young man stood, allowing the wind to tousle his hair as he gazed contemplatively at the sky, seemingly awaiting a momentous event. Occasionally, he glanced down at the watch on the back of his hand, point 11:47. I wonder if the card domain's announcement of a real-world public beta is genuine, he murmured softly. If it is true, in 13 minutes, there should be a shower of cards. Perhaps standing at a higher vantage point would afford a slight advantage in competition. Su Huayin whispered to himself. He lowered his wrist and reached into his pocket. A card, approximately the size of his palm, half a millimeter thick and adorned with a dazzling red gem on its reverse, materialized in his hand. Yin-Yang of the Tiger. Quality, red. Type, equipment card. Attribute bonus, none. Passive, Yin-Yang balance. This card can stack all other Apocalypse series cards of evil dragons or one non-evil dragon Apocalypse series card on it. Active, can summon a puppet doppelganger equal to the number of card slots. Maximum of 6 slots. The doppelganger can be summoned again only 24 hours after its demise. Active, separation of good and evil. Inactive. Description, one of the powers extracted by ancient sorcerers after sealing the evil dragons. The existence of this card will attract more attention from dragons. Series, Apocalypse series of evil dragons. Acquisition method, Black-Hearted Merchant. System events, Little Cow Charge Dungeon. Dual mode effects, equipment card. Increases the equipped monster's attack by its star rating multiplied by 500, and the equipped monster is immune to effect from cards other than this one. When this card is in the graveyard, it can be banished to add one other Apocalypse series card of Evil Dragons or Shadow Legion series card from the deck to hand. Dual mode will activate after the second card slot is unlocked. Bound player. Mingjing Jishui. Cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. Cards of the red quality are all bound. Yes, Su Huayin admired the crimson card as grasp. Time quietly advanced to 11:50. Card domain. This was a game that had circulated among card enthusiasts and undergone internal testing. It amalgamated numerous gameplay elements, cards, MMO, RPG, and even RTS, remaining a closely held secret within the card-playing community. Just days prior, Card Domain had abruptly announced the completion of its internal testing, with a public launch set for Earth Online in 7 days. To express gratitude to all internal testers, each player was allowed to bring a card from their collection into the real world or opt for a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan. Initially, Su Huayin dismissed this as mere entertainment. He had little faith in the notion of cards being transported into reality, let alone the game rewarding players with money. However, driven by the instinct of a card player, he ultimately chose a card, his favorite and the highest quality within his deck. Yin-Yang of the Tiger. The passive effect of this card was nothing short of extraordinary. The Apocalypse series of Evil Dragons comprised 12 cards, all of which were red. Theoretically, this card occupied only 1 slot while allowing for the placement of up to 12 red cards. What concept? Yet, this was merely theoretical. He had merely been fortunate to win the championship in the dual mode organized by the system, with the reward being this coveted red card. Over the span of 3 years, the total number of red cards obtained by players in the national server through various means would not exceed 10. As for foreign servers, Su Huayin was uncertain. Stowing the Yin-Yang of the Tiger card carefully, Su Huayin glanced at the time once more. 11:55. Only 5 minutes remaining. The prophecy of Card Domain was set to unfold in 5 minutes. He remained skeptical that the official Card Domain would actually distribute cards or money to players. Yet, just yesterday afternoon, he had received a package. Within it lay the Yin-Yang of the Tiger card. Su Huayin was momentarily stunned. Could it truly be real? Moreover, he had received a call from one of his fellow card enthusiasts. Do you think I've been scammed? How did 1,000 yuan mysteriously appear in my bank account? Ma Zhendong complained to Su Huayin. If memory served correctly, Ma Zhendong was also a player of Card Domain. At the end of the internal test, you didn't choose the 1,000 yuan, did you? Su Huayin inquired. Are you referring to that game? You can't mean the official Card Domain sent me money, right? I've never even spent a dime on this game. Does the official have that much money? Ma Zhendong replied incredulously. Thus, today, he found himself atop this building. This edifice was unique, resembling a structure within card domain. Card rain. Let it come. Su Huayin struck a pose, arms outstretched to the heavens, as if welcoming a new era. In the opening card rain, each individual could receive up to 3 cards. Standing at a higher vantage point might afford him the opportunity to select cards of superior quality, perhaps. As the clock struck 11:57, Su Huayin suddenly heard footsteps echoing behind him. But. It sounded as though someone was sprinting up the stairwell, accompanied by ragged breaths. Clearly, the newcomer was not in the best of physical condition. Who could it be? Su Huayin turned to look behind him. The footsteps slowed, followed by a loud crash. The door, previously barricaded by a stone, was violently kicked open. With a startling display of force, a blade suddenly appeared before Su Huayin's eyes. It was a long knife, approximately 70 centimeters in length, gleaming ominously in the light. Then, before Su Huayin stood a young girl, her slender figure seemingly exhausted from the ascent up the stairs, panting heavily. Su Huayin's attention was primarily fixated on the knife she wielded. This knife, it must be merely ornamental, right? Moreover, the timing of her arrival here seemed too coincidental to be mere happenstance. Who are you? The girl's gaze met Su Huayin's, filled with surprise. Could it be that you're also? Without hesitation, she inquired. What do you mean? Su Huayin feigned ignorance. Nothing. Upon hearing this, the young girl refrained from uttering another word and cast a wary gaze upon Su Huayin, her peripheral vision drifting towards the heavens above. 2 minutes remain. Indeed, just 2 more minutes. Su Huayin absent-mindedly caressed a wrench nestled within his embrace. In light of such circumstances, he had indeed devised a plan. As a tender youth, it is often said that boys should safeguard themselves in the outside world. Is it not entirely reasonable for him to carry a wrench for self-defense? Chapter 2. The Gifted Token, Card Rain, Lingqiu. Time ticked away, second by second. Su Huayin remained vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the celestial expanse and the knife-wielding maiden. The clock struck 11:59, and the tension was palpable. He had only received the yin-yang of the tiger card the previous day, leaving him scant time for preparation. Had he been afforded more time, he would have donned a stab-resistant suit and acquired a blade. Such measures seemed within reach. I believe we ought to have a conversation, Su Huayin remarked, glancing at the long knife in the girl's grasp. Let us give knife brother some respect. Oh, what do you wish to discuss? The girl's eyes met his with a frosty indifference and wary alertness. Let us speak plainly. Should a card rain indeed occur, let this central line delineate our territories. What lies beyond is yours, while this side belongs to me. If the open beta mirrors the closed beta, the card rain at launch will consist predominantly of white and green cards, with the former vastly outnumbering the latter. There is no need for us to engage in a life-or-death struggle over such rudimentary cards. Su Huayin produced a wrench from his pocket. If there were higher-tier cards, perhaps we might contend for them, but barring unforeseen events, the reign of cards at launch will be merely transitional. Very well, the girl acknowledged, casting a brief glance at the wrench in Su Huayin's hand and nodding slightly. I'll grant you this courtesy. The atmosphere between them lightened, albeit only marginally. This detente was contingent upon Su Huayin's assertion that only a plethora of white cards and a scant number of green cards would be available. Suddenly, a delicate chime resonated, as if the world itself was vibrating. A voice echoed from the heavens. Ding! Card Realm is officially in open beta. The first card slot is now activated. The launch event, the Gifted Token, commences, allowing each player to acquire up to 3 cards from this event. What is this? Cards are falling from the sky. A man exclaimed, startled. Is it not a prank? What is this card realm? Another woman, pushing a small cart, echoed his bewilderment. Yet, amid the chaos, some astute individuals sprang into action. Hurry, seize them. The throngs of ordinary people erupted into a frenzy, displaying a spectrum of reactions, from confusion to sharp insight, and from ambition to sheer chaos. As the system's announcement concluded, Su Huayin looked skyward. Could it truly be that the open beta had commenced on Earth? Excitement and joy flickered in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Calm. The priority now was to navigate this situation and extract the maximum benefit from it. Above, brilliant lights flickered as countless cards cascaded down like raindrops, resembling snowflakes in their descent. Among the myriad of white cards, a limited number of green cards mingled. Indeed, the open beta bore no significant changes from the closed beta. The cards fluttered down gently. Panel, Su Huayin murmured. In the next moment, a system panel manifested before him. It displayed a total of 9 card slots, of which 8 remained dark and inactive, while only the first slot gleamed with potential. With practiced ease, Su Huayin embedded a red card into the slot. Yin-Yang of the Tiger, the core card of the Evil Dragon's Doomsday series. Clone. Su Huayin activated the card's cloning ability. This ability, while not exceedingly advanced, produced a clone that shared the same card slots as the original, rather than a mere shadow of lesser capability. This meant that if Su Huayin possessed several slots, so too would the clone, with a maximum limit of 6. After 3 years in closed beta, Su Huayin had just unlocked his 7th slot. Although limited to 6 slots, this constraint was negligible in the early stages. He could even assemble a dedicated deck for this clone. His ranking in the arena during the closed beta had been achieved largely due to this card. Why engage in one-on-one combat when one could unleash a group assault? Justice favors the 2-on-1. Of course, he had secured this card by winning the championship in duel mode during the anniversary celebration of the second year of closed beta, leveraging its power to ascend as a top player in the arena. The arena mode is RPG-based, with card effects applying to duel mode being unique to that context. In the prior 2 years, he had been merely a noteworthy player, not quite a standout. However, after acquiring this red card, he instantaneously ranked among the elite. Clone. The girl was momentarily taken aback, suddenly thinking of someone. Could it be mere coincidence? No, cloning abilities were commonplace. It could not be that fortuitous. Upon summoning the clone, Su Huayin turned his gaze toward the girl. In truth, his attention had never truly wavered from her. As the open beta officially commenced, the first card slot had opened for him, signifying the activation of her first slot as well. He summoned a clone, while the knife-wielding maiden donned a silver-white armor adorned with a red void engine at its chest. 0 series armament. Su Huayin instantly recognized the item on the girl. Was this not the core card of the 0 series? It was unmistakably iconic, identifiable at a glance. The 0 series cards were quite popular, centered around the 0 series armament card, which was essential for activating other weapons and magical techniques within the series. All 0 series cards required the 0 series armament to be present in the card slots to function. This particular card provided a modest boost to strength and constitution attributes, but possessed no inherent skills. However, the quality of this 0 series armament card determined the upper limit for the equipment quality of the 0 series cards. For instance, a green quality 0 series armament card would only suffice for green level 0 series cards. The acquisition of this 0 series armament card was exclusive to the 0 Guild. Only by joining the 0 Guild could one access the 0 Domain dungeon to obtain it. Such monopolistic practices naturally faced dissent. Yet all challengers were swiftly subdued by the 0 Guild, which subsequently ascended to become one of the premier guilds within the card realm. You cannot be Ling Qiao, can you? Su Huayin took a step back, recognizing her as the sole individual bearing a red card level 0 series armament. What of it? The girl replied noncommittally. That is merely a game construct. We now exist in a new era. Though she did not directly affirm it, her response effectively validated his suspicion. Do you think any of my former subordinates in the game would willingly bow to me now, willing to be my underlings? The card rain continued to descend, and Ling Qiao remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Su Huayin found himself at a loss for words. He had always been a solitary player, simply an earnest card enthusiast. Enough of this, Su Huayin shifted the topic. The card rain in the sky had almost reached a point where it could be touched. Chapter 3. Let us have a duel and unlock the second card slot. Here it comes. Cards fell like snowflakes, and Su Huayin's eyes caught sight of a green card nestled among a flurry of white cards. Su Huayin reached out and swiftly grasped a card from the flurry of cards falling like rain. The card rain came quickly and departed just as swiftly, leaving Su Huayin with only one card in his hand. As he opened the green card, he read, Strength Bracer. Quality, green. Card type, equipment card. Effect, Strength 20. Description, equipment crafted from black iron or for warriors. Acquisition method, monster drops, card pack draws, system events, and scrupulous merchants. Dual mode effect, equip card. Grants 500 attack to warrior-type monsters. It seemed rather inconsequential. Instinctively, Su Huayin contemplated discarding the card. However, just as he was about to do so, a system prompt chimed in his ear. Ding, you have 2 card draw opportunities remaining. Thus, his motion to discard the card faltered. He almost forgot that this was the public beta, not his previous account. Perhaps he should hold on to it for now. Furthermore, would merely touching it count as a selection? He accessed the equipment panel of his avatar and equipped the card onto it. A typical adult male has a strength attribute of 10 points, while someone like Su Huayin, who was somewhat reclusive, had around 8 or 9 points. With the added attribute from the Strength Bracer, his strength soared to nearly 30 points. Once he completed this, Su Huayin glanced around the rooftop. Scattered across the expansive surface were approximately 7 or 8 white cards, all facing downward. Chivalry first. Despite the circumstances, Su Huayin maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. After all, there were plenty of cards available. Zero Qiao did not hesitate and casually picked up 2 cards from the ground. It seemed she had also managed to catch something during the card rain. Su Huayin picked up 2 cards as well. However, when he attempted to grab a third, he found his fingers passing right through it. Perhaps he had been a tad greedy. Su Huayin scratched his head nonchalantly. He simply wished to test what would transpire if he acquired 3 cards and continued to collect more. Just as he prepared to examine the contents of the 2 cards he had obtained, another voice echoed from the sky. Ding! The second wave of card rain will descend in 10 minutes. This wave will be scarce, but all cards will be of blue quality. Defeating the Guardian Beast will yield rewards. Advanced marking is now available. A friendly reminder, the Guardian Beast is quite perilous. It is advisable to form a team of 5 for the endeavor. As the system's voice faded, Su Huayin noticed a blue light beam marking the location not far from him. This was likely the drop point for the upcoming blue cards mentioned by the system. He recalled that he had come to this building because it seemed familiar. Could this be a stroke of luck? He then turned to Zero Chio. What do you think? Su Huayin inquired. The system prompted that a 5-person team was recommended for the challenge. Your Zero-type armament, with only one card slot available, can offer minimal attribute enhancement. And you do not possess even a single Zero-type card in hand. Your current strength is not much greater than that of a novice. Oh, and Zero Chio replied. Are you interested in collaborating? Su Huayin proposed a partnership. Collaboration? That could work, but the condition is that you must answer one question first, Zero Chio stated. What question? The division of spoils? Su Huayin chuckled lightly. Surely it cannot be such a juvenile inquiry. Not at all. If I were to claim that I have no interest in that blue card, you wouldn't believe me. I simply wish to know your internal test ID, she replied. You know my ID, and I know yours. That seems fair enough, Zero Chio said casually. Want to know his ID? After a brief hesitation, Su Huayin uttered 4 words, Ming Jingji Shui. So it is you, Zero Chio remarked, somewhat surprised. The ability to summon an avatar has significant drawbacks. Either the avatar possesses very low health, with subpar avatar-related abilities, or it inherits few attributes and skills from the original. In the upper echelon, there is only one player who specializes in avatars, Ming Jingji Shui. Some speculate that he has acquired a red card, the soul-splitting gourd, which allows him to replicate an identical avatar of himself. However, that is clearly incorrect. The soul-splitting gourd directly replicates oneself, whereas this player, named Ming Jingji Shui, follows a different path for both his original and avatar, allowing for synergistic combat and professional positioning. It is I, Su Huayin nodded. Even if it is you. Our current combat power cannot compare to that of a 5-person team, Zero Chio remarked. The so-called 5-person team refers to a standard team with a well-rounded composition of professions. Regardless, Su Huayin and Zero Chio could not meet the 5-person team standard. Moreover, both lack practical combat experience in reality. Well, I think I have a strategy in mind. Su Huayin casually flipped open the 2 cards he had acquired from the first wave of card rain. Glancing at them, he tucked the 2 cards into his pocket. The system suggested that, under normal circumstances, a team of 5 with 1 card slot each would be ideal. What if we could unlock a second card slot? Su Huayin spoke confidently. He summoned his panel, revealing a total of 9 card slots, except for the first slot, which housed the Tiger Yin-Yang card. The remaining 8 slots were all in a locked state. If I recall correctly, unlocking the second slot requires merely completing a simple task. Su Huayin tapped on the second card slot. A system prompt resonated in his ears. Ding. You may choose to pay 1,000 points or complete the task to unlock the second card slot. Task name. Second card slot unlock task. Task content. Complete a battle or duel. Task reward. Unlock the second card slot. Unlocking the second card slot was quite simple. One could spend a little money to unlock it or casually complete a battle. Battles within the card domain are categorized into 2 types, one being the arena, where card effects are utilized for combat, and the other known as dueling, which also employs card effects but is based on duel-specific effects. Dueling was out of the question for now. Even a basic duel requires at least 20 cards in the deck, while Su Huayin currently possessed only 3 cards. Thus, engaging in a battle was the only option. Su Huayin turned to Zero Chio. Let us have a match to unlock the second card slot. Chapter 4, Ice Shield and Stealth. The second card slot. It does sound appealing. Zero Chio tightened her grip on the knife in her hand, pointing it at Su Huayin. In truth, this encounter was merely a formality. However, both parties evidently sought to gauge each other's capabilities through this spar. Please wait a moment. Su Huayin, eyeing the gleaming blade, felt a slight flutter of apprehension in his heart. If that knife were to strike him, he might not survive the encounter. Su Huayin activated his system panel and pulled out a white card, stacking it atop the Tiger Yin-Yang card. The passive effect of the Tiger Yin-Yang card allows for the stacking of all Doomsday cards of Evil Dragons or 1 non-Evil Dragon Doomsday card. Su Huayin stacked the freshly acquired white card with haste. Come on, hurry up. The second wave of card rain is about to commence. Ling Qiu gripped her blades tightly, exhibiting a hint of anxiety. After all, she had never truly experienced combat in the real world. However, her gaze soon turned resolute. She understood clearly. One must learn to fight if they wish to survive in the forthcoming era. Thus, let this battle mark the beginning of her journey. With a decisive thud, Su Huayin made his move. To be precise, it was his doppelganger, imbued with triple strength and wielding a wrench, that advanced swiftly towards Ling Qiu. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her blades down upon the head of Su Huayin's avatar. Was her mindset shifting this rapidly? Was she truly capable of attacking his doppelganger without a second thought? Despite being merely a projection, it appeared undeniably lifelike. Such decisiveness. Yet, just as Ling Qiu's blade was about to strike Su Huayin's doppelganger, an icy shield suddenly materialized above its head, intercepting her attack. An ice shield? Ling Qiu recognized the skill unleashed by Su Huayin. The shield, however, did not withstand the blow for long, shattering under her assault. A long blade fell upon Su Huayin's doppelganger's head, while simultaneously, the wrench halted mere inches from Ling Qiu's chest. Thanks to the ice shield's obstruction, Su Huayin's wrench had outpaced Ling Qiu's strike. I concede, Ling Qiu declared, casting a deep glance at Su Huayin's true form and exhaling audibly. At the moment she admitted defeat, a voice echoed in Su Huayin's ear. Ding! You have completed the task to unlock the second card slot. The second card slot is now activated. Accompanied by the system's notification, the second card slot on Su Huayin's panel illuminated. Congratulations on unlocking the second card slot. The daily task system has been initiated. Each morning at 4 a.m., a daily task will refresh. Completing tasks can yield resources or cards, with a maximum of 3 daily tasks existing simultaneously. The daily task system was also unlocked alongside the second card slot. Su Huayin glanced at it. There was but a single task listed. Task name, card slot exchange. Task content, complete a placement or removal of a card. Task reward, 1 random white card. Su Huayin directed his gaze toward Ling Qiu. Daily tasks were typically random, generally straightforward objectives that merely required some effort. Like this one, it simply necessitated a modification of the contents within a card slot. Naturally, the rewards were modest as well. Only the first completion of each daily task guaranteed a white card. Subsequent completions usually yielded trivial rewards. Ding! You have completed the daily task. Reward, white card stealth. Wait. Stealth. Though its level was not particularly high, it was an essential skill for the assassin class. Moreover, it was quite effective. Stealth. Quality white. Type, skill card. Attribute bonus, none. Passive, none. Active, pre-read for 3 seconds to enter a state of invisibility for 30 seconds. During the pre-read, and while invisible, any attack or being attacked will interrupt the skill, dispelling invisibility. The first strike while invisible deals an additional 20 damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description, a foundational skill for the assassin class. Restriction, the user's agility must be greater than or equal to 8. Dual mode rule, magic card. Designates one of your monsters, which cannot be attacked until your next turn. This ought to suffice in dealing with the guardian beast, Su Huayin mused. Placing the newly acquired stealth card into the second slot of his doppelganger. He also positioned another card in his second slot. His current card slot configuration was as follows. First slot, Tiger Inyang, stacked with Ice Shield. The Ice Shield had just previously blocked Ling Qiu's attack. As for the card in the second slot, it seemed rather lackluster. Wind Slime. Quality white. Card type, creature card. Effect, summons a wind slime, which is immune to wind element damage. Description, one of the lowest tier monsters. Acquisition method, monster drops, card packs, unscrupulous merchants, system events. Series, slime series. Dual mode effect, monster card, 2 stars, wind element, attack power 300, defense power 300. Effect, cannot be destroyed by wind attribute monsters and is not affected by wind attribute effects. This card, it pales in comparison to stealth. Even when juxtaposed with Ice Shield, it is exceedingly unimpressive. Essentially, it serves little purpose. However, Su Huayin currently possessed only 5 cards. Placing this card in a slot was preferable to leaving it empty. Oh! A sudden sound of delight emerged from Ling Qiu's direction. What is it? Su Huayin inquired casually. Nothing much. I completed my daily task and received something valuable. I feel quite confident about defeating the blue card guardian beast now, Ling Qiu replied, struggling to contain her excitement. Although she endeavored to suppress her emotions, it was evident that she was genuinely elated. Is a mere white card worth such exuberance? She is not some unsophisticated hick, after all. Ling Qiu is a top-tier player in the card domain game. What white card could possibly elate her so? Su Huayin found himself intrigued. Alright, there are 3 minutes left until the second wave of card rain rewards. My doppelganger and I will take the front, while you provide support from the rear with shields, Ling Qiu instructed, her voice robust and imbued with confidence. Understood, Su Huayin agreed, opting to let his doppelganger face the perilous task of confronting the boss. It was wiser for his true form to remain safe, for should the doppelganger perish, it would be inconsequential. However, if his true self were to be lost, it would be irrevocable. Chapter 5. Is this meant to guard against me? As the 10-minute mark arrived, the system's notification chimed punctually. Ding! The second wave of card rain has begun. Su Huayin looked up to see a sparse shower of blue cards cascading from the sky. The quantity was likely only 1% of the first wave, if not less. One of the cards fell directly towards the spot where Su Huayin and Ling Qiu stood, precisely at the location previously indicated by the system. As if detecting their presence, the blue card transformed mid-air into a towering, silver gorilla, approximately 2 meters tall. A silverback gorilla? Its weak point is its legs. It attacks from the lower ground. Su Huayin cautioned. Understood, Ling Qiu huffed, gripping her blades and charging towards the silverback gorilla. Su Huayin noticed a new item resembling a backpack on her back. Almost immediately, a thin layer of white light enveloped her body. A shield. A shield generator? It doesn't seem to be of the 0 series. What fortuitous luck. Though not from the 0 series, it was still technologically advanced equipment. It served as a commendable substitute in the absence of Zero series, gear and spells, significantly enhancing Ling Qiu's survivability. A shield is far superior to mere armor. Ling Qiu advanced. Under a fleeting thought, Su Huayin's doppelganger brandished a wrench and charged toward the lower limbs of the silverback gorilla. While the gorilla possessed formidable upper body strength, its lower limbs were comparatively weak. If he could incapacitate one of its legs, victory would be virtually assured. With a resounding clash, Ling Qiu's long blade descended. It was evident that, bolstered by the enhancements of the Zero-style armament and operating within the confines of 2 card slots, her strength likely surpassed that of an average adult male. The attribute augmentation provided by the Zero-style armament was directly proportional to the number of card slots utilized, strength raised to the power of the number of card slots. A white card could enhance strength by a maximum of 4 points, while a red card could amplify it up to 256 points. With 2 card slots engaged, the strength enhancement reached 4 points. Coupled with Ling Qiu's inherent strength of 67 points, she was indeed stronger than an average adult male. However, her strike was effortlessly deflected by the silverback gorilla, the blade clanging harmlessly against its forearm without breaking the skin. The defensive capabilities of its arms were astonishing, having successfully withstood the assault. With a swift motion, the gorilla swatted Ling Qiu's weapon aside, and a colossal fist descended toward her head. A flicker of panic crossed Ling Qiu's eyes as she instinctively shielded her head. Against such a formidable attack, any defense was utterly futile. Yet, in that critical moment, an ice shield materialized before her. Under the overwhelming force of the gorilla, the ice shield shattered in less than a second. By the time the residual force landed upon Ling Qiu, it had diminished to less than half its original strength. Still, she was sent sprawling backward with a cry of anguish. This anguished cry did not emanate from Ling Qiu. Rather, it was the silverback gorilla that let out a wail. Su Huayin's doppelganger had struck the gorilla's lower leg with the wrench, delivering damage that caused the beast to recoil in pain, momentarily neglecting Ling Qiu. The gorilla's fists came crashing down towards Su Huayin's doppelganger's head, but just then, another ice shield appeared above it. Boom. The ice shield was instantly obliterated. But it bought about half a second of reaction time. Although Su Huayin lacked combat experience, his doppelganger functioned like a summoned creature, granting him 2 perspectives, one through the doppelganger's eyes, which was of limited utility, and another from his own perspective, akin to a third-person view in a video game. He deftly maneuvered his character to roll out of the way of the gorilla's ground assault. The silverback gorilla, intent on pursuing Su Huayin's doppelganger, took a step forward but immediately collapsed, its other leg having been injured by the wrench. It could no longer support its massive frame. Up, Su Huayin shouted. His face pale. Casting spells consumed mental energy, and he had no cards to enhance his mental attributes, possessing only around 10 points of mental strength typical of an ordinary person. Each ice shield consumed 2 points, and after 3 uses, Su Huayin felt his eyelids growing heavy. A wave of drowsiness washing over him. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain alert, feeling as though he had pulled an all-nighter. He sensed that another spell would likely plunge him into instant slumber. In a swift moment, Ling Qiu, who had just been launched away, returned. Her long blade aimed at the silverback gorilla's other leg. Her strength was insufficient, but the sharp edge of her weapon bit into the gorilla's calf. Yet, it became lodged against its bone. The enraged gorilla swung its massive hand, striking Ling Qiu and shattering her shield, sending her sprawling aside. Fortunately, together they managed to cripple the gorilla's legs. Had it been able to leap at that moment, the outcome could have been fatal. With a thunderous roar, the silverback gorilla seemed to vent its fury, infuriated at being wounded by these 2 insignificant foes. If it had the capacity for rational thought, it would have noticed that the one who had struck its leg with the wrench had suddenly vanished. Alas, it lacked such intellect, sealing its own fate. When the wrench struck the back of its head with a resounding thud, the frenzied gorilla froze momentarily, as if time itself had halted. It then slowly crumpled to the ground, and upon making contact with the earth, its body dissipated into a card radiating a cerulean glow, hovering above the ground. At last, they had successfully vanquished it. Just as Su Huayin prepared to claim the blue card, he spotted Ling Qiu, who had been struck aside, rising once more, seemingly only lightly injured. Had that last strike inflicted minimal harm? Had she been concealing a stealth ability, deliberately guarding against him? Otherwise, she could have attempted a sneak attack on the gorilla from the outset. Ling Qiu retrieved her blade from the ground and remarked, Chapter 6, Deep Cooperation and the Capricious. Mutual Understanding, Su Huayin responded, his gaze sharpening. Was she truly only slightly injured? He had assumed that the gorilla's earlier strike would have shattered her white-quality shield generator. Could there be other cards at play? Yet that seemed improbable as Ling Qiu, like him, possessed 2 card slots and could not adjust her cards mid-battle. Even if she had additional cards, she lacked the slots to employ them. Could it be that the red Zero-style armament card allowed for card stacking? That appears to be the only plausible hypothesis, Su Huayin conjectured. Do you dare to guess? Ling Qiu replied with a light chuckle, clearly unwilling to divulge the answer. It seemed that the matter could not be resolved amicably. Su Huayin sighed. At this juncture, The blue card remained exceedingly valuable. Even if it were merely a standard blue card, he was grateful for her assistance in absorbing a blow during the preceding battle. Nonetheless, he was resolute about claiming that card. That card is mine, Ling Qiu asserted. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Both were in a precarious state. Su Huayin was nearly out of blue energy, and Ling Qiu bore wounds. Silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the sound of the wind rustling through the air. Suddenly, a rapid series of footsteps echoed from above. Someone was ascending the stairs, and there appeared to be a considerable number of them. When numbers swelled, matters could become troublesome. The two exchanged glances toward the staircase, then met each other's eyes. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner claims the prize, but the victor owes the loser a favor, needing to assist them once. Ling Qiu proposed, her words tumbling out swiftly. Su Huayin initially thought she was about to strike. However, this proposal seemed acceptable. All right, I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Su Huayin revealed scissors, while Ling Qiu displayed paper. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Huayin felt a surge of joy as he hastily approached the blue card before him, seizing it in his grasp. Meanwhile, Ling Qiu stepped forward, her gaze flickering momentarily, yet she refrained from taking any further action. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Su Huayin's doppelganger vanish, entering a state of stealth. At that moment, approximately 5 or 6 individuals surged forth from the stairwell. I knew there must be cards on the rooftop, exclaimed a bespectacled man, who swiftly lunged toward a white card lying a short distance away on the ground. No stealing. They are all mine, Su Huayin suddenly bellowed, his words igniting a fierce reaction akin to tossing a spark into a pile of dry gunpowder. Instantly, everyone who had rushed upstairs lunged toward the card on the ground. Su Huayin, however, dashed towards the stairwell, his maneuver not ensnaring everyone, as some were preoccupied with snatching the scattered white cards. A muscular man, his abs visible, positioned himself at the stairway's entrance. Hand over what you've collected, he commanded. Out of his peripheral vision, he spotted a glinting long knife as Ling Qiu charged toward him. Blade in hand, the muscular man was struck with terror. How could a mere mortal not flee from someone wielding a knife? Witnessing this, a shadowy figure beside him lowered a wrench in resignation. The muscular man turned to flee, only to be met with despair as a woman clad in armor and brandishing a knife pursued him relentlessly. His heart sank as he bolted down the stairwell, racing down several flights. Realizing that his pursuer remained steadfast, he pressed on until he had exited the building, running far beyond its confines. Only then hearing the sounds of pursuit fade away, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu soon found themselves downstairs. Until we meet again, Su Huayin said, bowing slightly, preparing to slip away, but Ling Qiu called out to him. Wait, are you interested in continuing our collaboration? Neither of us possesses the strength to face the blue card guardian alone, but together, we stand a chance, she proposed. Ling Qiu's words struck a chord within him. Though the quantity of blue cards was limited, merely a fraction of the initial deluge, their acquisition was not easily attained. Both he and Ling Qiu had unlocked a second card slot, requiring potent cards to vanquish the silverback gorilla. Others, however, would find it challenging to defeat the guardian of the blue cards. The system recommended a 5-person team. Yet assembling such a group was no simple feat. It was evident that numerous blue card guardians remained unchallenged. Su Huayin's thoughts were straightforward, to seize as many blue cards as possible while the opportunity presented itself. Agreed, Su Huayin replied without hesitation. Engaging with an astute individual was indeed a pleasure. A mere nod sufficed for him to grasp her intentions. Let us proceed with our partnership, he affirmed. Ling Qiu blinked, contemplating for a moment before stating, however, we must adjust the order of our spoils distribution. The card we acquired on the rooftop shall be the first. The second and third will belong to me, while the fourth and fifth shall be yours, and so forth. Of course, this means there will be no favors, she added. This method of distribution appeared similar to a singular card allocation, but only under the premise of a larger total. There exists a saying, 3 in the morning, 4 in the evening, which narrates an amusing tale of a monkey keeper who, one morning, offered his monkeys 3 acorns, promising 4 in the evening. The monkeys were displeased. However, when he reversed his offer to 4 in the morning and 3 in the evening, the monkeys were elated. The monkeys in this proverb were rather foolish. They merely changed the order of the acorns without altering the total. Yet, all acorns remained in the keeper's possession. Receiving them in the morning did not guarantee their availability in the evening. Thus, between 3 and 4, 4 was undeniably preferable. Much like the dynamic between Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, their alliance was not as steadfast as it appeared. They had only recently clashed. They were both adversaries and allies. Very well, you may have the second blue card, but let us decide the third through a game of chance. The victor claims the third card, while the loser takes the fourth, and we shall continue this for all odd-numbered cards, Su Huayin proposed. Chapter 7. The Useless, Forbidden Card. All right. Ling Qiu mused for a moment before agreeing. Let us go. I memorized the locations of several nearby blue card guardians while on the rooftop. With that, she gestured toward a direction. Very well, lead on, Su Huayin replied, glancing in the indicated direction. In truth, he had also noted the nearby landing sites while atop the building. not necessarily with intention, but merely to gather information. Knowledge was beneficial. See, it's already proving useful. The direction Ling Qiu pointed indeed led to a recent landing site, and Su Huayin could ascertain that she possessed a genuine willingness to collaborate. The two raced toward the site of the blue card. Su Huayin soon uncovered a card he had just acquired from defeating the silverback gorilla, Magic Sphere. Quality, blue. Card type, weapon card. Attribute, Spirit 20. Passive, automatically restore 1 point of spirit every 10 minutes. Passive, this card can stack one spell card of no greater quality than blue. Description, a universal piece of equipment for the mage class, capable of alleviating the spirit shortages often faced by novice mages. Dual mode effect, an everlasting magic card. When activated, it restores 500 health points. Equipment restriction, requires 10 points of spirit. Upon reviewing the card's effects, Su Huayin was elated. This was a blue-enhancing piece of mage equipment, with an automatic spirit restoration feature, and it was an extension card that allowed specific cards to stack upon it. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed this card into his second card slot and transferred the Ice Shield, card from the Tiger of Yin and Yang, card to stack upon the Magic Sphere. Although he currently possessed only 2 card slots, the Tiger of Yin and Yang card could accommodate another card, effectively enabling the activation of 4 cards. His primary configuration consisted of Tiger of Yin and Yang and Magic Sphere stacked with Ice Shield, while his doppelganger utilized Power Bracer and Stealth. Having not ventured far, they were soon met with the sounds of a chaotic battle and piercing screams ahead. Without hesitation, they quickened their pace. Turning a corner, they beheld a massive ice wolf wreaking havoc among the crowd, the street enveloped in turmoil. A vivid streak of blood splattered directly before them. Several corpses lay scattered on the ground, and the number continued to rise. According to the system's recommendation, a mere 5-member team with a single card slot could collaborate to vanquish the blue card guardian beast. Yet, the number of those fallen exceeded 5. A single blue card guardian beast was relentlessly pursuing dozens of individuals. Charge, Zero Chiu commanded. In another part of the city, a man wielding a bloodied steel pipe gasped for breath. Before him lay the head of a massive lizard, its lifeless body toppling over, transforming into a card. Brother, you're truly remarkable. You single-handedly defeated a blue card guardian beast? A girl, who stood not far behind the steel pipe man, expressed her admiration. Of course, I've trained for this, but I must primarily thank your blessing of power. Is this what tenfold strength feels like? The man appeared exhilarated. However, before he could relish the moment, he was suddenly besieged by intense pain throughout his body. Tenfold strength also demanded a physical toll. The buildup of lactic acid from anaerobic metabolism and the impact damage to his joints surged his blood pressure and overloaded his heart. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The burden of exerting tenfold strength was indeed overwhelming. At that moment, a beam of green light cascaded down upon him, transforming into twinkling starlight that enveloped him. Upon contact, the green specks instantly penetrated his body, alleviating his pain significantly. How marvelous! He marveled as he felt his body gradually recuperate. I never expected you were telling the truth. This card domain game has truly infiltrated reality. His gaze shifted towards his younger sister, who appeared sluggish, yawning as if she hadn't fully awakened. Xiaoying, what's wrong? He inquired. It's nothing, just a bit drained mentally. I need to quickly acquire some cards that boost mental attributes, Lanning replied with a yawn. You also require sufficient physical constitution to endure my power augmentation. Physical constitution? Isn't that just perfect? Lan Tian picked up a blue card from the ground. Upon inspecting its attributes, a radiant joy illuminated his face. Robust. Quality, blue. Card type, blessing. Attribute, Constitution 40. Description, a blessing obtained through a certain ritual. Acquisition methods, monster drops, card packs, unscrupulous merchants, system events. Restrictions, none. Dual mode effect, magic card, 1000 health points, draw a card. Xiaoying, look what I've obtained. Lan Tian exclaimed with delight. In a school, a boy gazed incredulously out the window. What Su Huayin said is actually true. This boy was none other than Ma Zhendong, who had spoken with Su Huayin previously. How could I be so foolish as to choose the 1000 yuan option? Su Huayin must have selected a card, a good one at that. I need to find him. In a shopping mall, a man wore a bitter expression as he clutched a golden card in his hand. Damn it, how did I end up choosing this card? He concealed himself, gripping the golden card tightly. Forbidden spell, Arctic Freeze. Quality, gold. Card type, spell card. Effect, consumes 100 mental points to indiscriminately freeze all living creatures within a 3-kilometer radius. Equipment restrictions, this card must be stacked upon a Frost Mage or Ice Elementalist class card. The card was undoubtedly a formidable one, a golden quality forbidden spell card. However, not only did it have equipment restrictions requiring stacking on specific class cards, the mental energy required to cast it was far from trivial. Chapter 8, Supreme Card Emperor. Charge. Clad in full armor and equipped with a shield generator, Zero Chiu surged forward. Su Huayin's mental attribute now soared to 30 points, allowing him to cast the Ice Shield spell without significant strain. As Zero Chio collided with the ice wolf, an ice shield positioned before him held firm, not shattering immediately, but withstanding for a brief moment before it finally broke. The ice shield, being of the ice attribute, possessed a certain degree of absorption against ice attacks. Just as Zero Chio braced for the ice wolf's assault, a figure wielding a wrench suddenly appeared behind the beast. This was Su Huayin's doppelganger. Having entered a stealth state, the wrench swung heavily toward the ice wolf's neck. With this blow, the creature would either face death or be gravely wounded. Yet, the ice wolf seemed to sense the impending danger. Its fur turned an icy blue, and a wave of frigid air erupted from its body. In an instant, a layer of frost enveloped both Su Huayin's doppelganger and Zero Chio, visibly slowing their movements. They swiftly dodged vital areas as the wrench struck the ice wolf's back. While it didn't hit a critical spot, the threefold strength of the blow, combined with additional damage from breaking stealth, elicited a pained howl from the ice wolf, as if its bones were cracking. With a swift motion, Zero Chio's blade pierced through the ice wolf's gaping maw, creating a gaping wound. The creature's life was extinguished with that strike, and its body collapsed to the ground. A blue glowing card emerged from the ice wolf's remains. Seeing this, Zero Chio felt a surge of joy, reaching out to claim the blue card. Got it. Let us go? She glanced at the card's details, satisfaction radiating from her features as an uncontrollable smile appeared. Let us move, Su Huayin urged. Wait, we can't run too slowly. Su Huayin's peripheral vision caught sight of a fallen motorcycle, its keys still in the ignition, the engine humming. He rushed over, propping the motorcycle upright and checking the brakes to find them intact. What are you dawdling for? Get on. Su Huayin called to Zero Chio. Understanding his intent, she complied, biting her lip nervously as she settled onto Su Huayin's back. Hold on, we're off, he said, adjusting the motorcycle. With her arms wrapped around his shoulders, they sped toward the vicinity where the blue card guardian beast was last remembered. In this moment, their collaboration had fostered a semblance of trust, at the very least. Their objectives aligned. Meanwhile, in a conference room somewhere, an urgent meeting was convened. Due to the pressing nature of the situation, it was conducted as a virtual conference. Virtual figures materialized within the online meeting space, where a large screen displayed the bold text, "Proposal to address the extraordinary invasion." Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware, the current situation has evolved significantly. The dynamics of our era have shifted. This moment presents both a crisis and an opportunity. Preliminary estimates indicate that the first wave of card rain has yielded approximately 100 million cards across the land of the dragon, while the second wave of blue card beasts amounts to around 1 million. The arrival of extraordinary powers has descended upon us, necessitating prompt countermeasures. While social upheaval in the short term is inevitable, we must strive to restore order swiftly. Following this briefing, the main course was finally served. The screen displayed two bold crimson characters, Card Domain. Let us first discuss the intelligence pertaining to Card Domain. This is an informal game circulating within the card-playing community. 7 days ago, it announced the conclusion of its beta testing and is set to launch its public release today at noon. All participants of the beta will receive either a designated card from their deck or a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan. The accounts for the financial transactions have been thoroughly scrutinized. They appear to be mere shells, and pursuing them further is futile. Moreover, the opposing entity possesses the ability to directly manifest and influence the real world, a force that is inherently unassailable. From rough calculations, it can be inferred that the beta player base comprises approximately 1 million individuals worldwide, with around 10%, roughly 100,000, residing domestically. Listening to this array of data, the esteemed figures present exhibited varied reactions. Some furrowed their brows, while others maintained a serene demeanor. At last, the reporting session concluded, leading us to the discussion segment. What is the upper limit of these extraordinary powers? Inquired the individual seated at the head of the table, an elderly gentleman exuding a gentle demeanor. It remains unknown. During the beta phase, the most elite players managed to unlock merely 7 card slots and possessed only 2 red cards. And what might be the estimated peak? Or, more accurately, who is recognized as the strongest known player during the beta? The most formidable player, according to the available data, could unleash a single skill of such magnitude that it rivals the power of a small nuclear weapon. Furthermore, the maximum number of card slots that can be activated is 9, and the highest card quality is not red, but rather an exalted card that is yet to be obtained by anyone, yet undeniably exists. As this information was conveyed, the content on the screen transformed once more. An ancient stone tablet materialized before the audience, a relic marred by severe weathering and erosion. Only about half of the inscriptions were discernible. As the tablet was manually scrolled, its contents became visible to all present. The screen now displayed, Supreme Card Emperor. Quality, Supreme. Effect, within the domain, words manifest as law, embodying the nation's fortune. Acquisition method, Heavenly Sacrifice Ceremony. Necessary conditions. 1. All cards from the 9 Provinces Cauldron series. 2. Establishment of a nation. 3. Locked. Completion of a national extermination war to unlock. 4. Locked. Receive a prompt after unlocking condition 3. 5. Locked. Receive a prompt after unlocking Condition 4. Condition 3 requires the completion of a national extermination war, with additional conditions 4 and 5 obscured from view. What is this? Where did it come from? Someone immediately inquired. You may find it hard to believe, but this artifact suddenly appeared atop Mount Tai today and is now heavily guarded. Chapter 9. Flame Slash. Thunderous roars echoed as the motorcycle came to a halt. Dismounting, the battle commenced. Su Huayin firmly gripped the brake lever. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Qiqiu, seated behind, leaped down instantly, charging towards a towering gray bear nearly 3 meters tall. Not far from Su Huayin's position, the bear was violently battering a car with its massive paws, clearly agitated. It was evident that this creature was also a blue card guardian. Defeating it would yield another blue card. This would be the third. According to prior agreement, odd-numbered cards would be allocated based on a game of rock, paper, scissors between them. The victor would claim the card, while the loser would receive the next one. With a shield and full body armor, Qiqiu boldly engaged. Su Huayin activated the tiger's yin and yang skill, summoning a doppelganger. After a 3-second countdown, the doppelganger entered a stealth state, poised to strike the bear from behind while Qiqiu drew its attention. However, it seemed that such tactics were unnecessary this time. A blue longsword materialized in Qiqiu's hand, emanating azure flames. Was this the blue card he had just acquired? Su Huayin's mind raced with this thought. Qiqiu's combat skills appeared somewhat lacking. Despite possessing a significant advantage, his strikes failed to target vital areas. One slash cleaved through the bear's arm, but the ethereal blue flame blade became lodged against its bone. Had he aimed for the neck or abdomen, given the knife's potency, it could have swiftly concluded the battle. Roaring in fury, the bear swung its paw at Qiqiu. Su Huayin swiftly cast Ice Shield. His mental energy abundant, allowing him to easily execute this low-cost spell. However, its effectiveness was woefully inadequate. Against a creature of such brute strength, the Ice Shield, merely of white card quality, offered no real defense and was shattered instantly, sending Qiqiu sprawling. Having encountered several battles, Qiqiu's combat skills had not seen much improvement, but his evasion techniques had advanced significantly. Avoiding the bear's retaliatory strike, he swiftly retreated. Just as the bear attacked, a slightly deformed wrench struck its skull. At that moment, when it was most vulnerable, the principle of the strongest is the weakest held true. The wrench collided with the bear's head, yielding remarkable results. The creature crumpled to the ground. Observing that no blue card had yet appeared, it was evident that this blue card guardian had not yet perished. Su Huayin commanded his doppelganger to deliver a series of blows with the already misshapen wrench to ensure the beast's demise. With several decisive strikes, Su Huayin finally extinguished the bear's life. A blue card materialized from the creature's corpse. However, Su Huayin refrained from reaching for it, as Qiqiu approached his side. This is the third blue card. Let us settle it with rock, paper, scissors, Qiqiu suggested. Certainly, Su Huayin replied, discarding the now nearly useless wrench. Rock, paper, scissors. They both revealed their choices simultaneously. Su Huayin chose paper, while Qiqiu revealed rock. My apologies, I win again. Su Huayin exclaimed joyfully. Humph, Qiqiu scoffed. Though his expression remained unchanged, clearly displeased. Despite his irritation, it was of little consequence to Su Huayin. He reached out to grasp the blue card, which revealed its contents before his eyes. Flame Slash. Quality, blue. Card type, skill card. Effect, consumes 5 stamina points, inflicts double slashing damage, and additionally inflicts 30 fire damage. Description, a violent offensive technique for melee combatants. Acquisition, monster drops, system rewards, black-hearted merchants, card pack draws. Restriction, must wield a dagger, sword, or axe as a weapon to utilize this skill. Dual mode effect, magic card, can only be activated when a warrior-type monster is present on the field. Destroys one opposing monster on the field. If successful, allows for the additional destruction of one magic or trap card. Su Huayin unconsciously turned her gaze towards Ling Qiu. What is it? Ling Qiu inquired. Her eyes suddenly flickered. Could this card be more suitable for me? She asked. I suppose so, Su Huayin shrugged. Flame Slash. It is a warrior skill. Ling Qiu, being a high-tech magical warrior herself, recalled her complete form. Energy shields, shoulder-mounted missiles, slashing swords, laser swords, void energy techniques, spatial corridors, and the radiant light of a warrior. Currently, however, Ling Qiu lacked such high-tier cards. The Flame Slash skill would serve as a decent lower-tier substitute. Once I acquire the next card, I'll trade with you, Su Huayin offered, showing the contents of the Flame Slash card to Ling Qiu. Flame Slash? It indeed suits me, Ling Qiu replied, a hint of joy lighting her expression. This card could directly enhance her offensive power. Had she utilized Flame Slash earlier, she would not have been thwarted by a mere bone, unable to sever even an arm. Lack of skill can be compensated for with sheer numbers, right? Or should that be termed as skill multiplier? She mused. Well, that is not important. What truly matters is the actual power. Under the Flame Slash, the bear's arm would certainly not remain intact. All right, let us not linger. I'll trade for this card, Ling Qiu agreed. Still a bit apprehensive about Su Huayin's potential regret. Let us go. Su Huayin mounted her motorcycle once more. This time, no further urging was needed. Ling Qiu hopped on as well. Just as they were about to continue their quest for other monsters, a voice called out to them. Hey, wait. Are you two looking for more of those monsters? There's one over there. My mother is on the bus. Please help. A middle-aged man, donning glasses, approached Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, visibly distressed. There's a lion engulfed in flames over there. I beg you, save my mother. The man suddenly knelt before them. Is he really kneeling? A voice chimed in. This was not Su Huayin but Ling Qiu, sitting behind her. However, I'm not interested in saving your mother. My focus lies solely on that creature. Thank you for the directions. Chapter 10. The Codex of Flames. The wind howled as a motorcycle weaved through the city. You're quite kind, Su Huayin remarked, initiating a conversation with Ling Qiu that transcended their usual combat discussions. Despite Ling Qiu's earlier harsh words, they had formed a bond through their shared battles, and she no longer appeared as guarded. Haha, just a casual remark. We've arrived. Su Huayin pressed the brake. The scene before them differed from their previous encounters. Surrounding the fiery lion were about 5 or 6 individuals, seemingly preparing to confront it. The group spread out across the street, forming an encirclement around the beast. The lion, noticing their presence, ceased its mindless destruction and rose slowly. Its molten mane cascading like lava. Its gaze locked onto the intruders. Attack! The leader shouted, brandishing a massive broadsword as he charged forward. Yet, the lion merely flicked its tail, unleashing a wave of fire. The man instinctively raised a defense, but before he could utter a scream, the lion's paw crushed his skull. To the left, a woman raised her hand, summoning frost towards the fiery lion. However, her ice evaporated into mist before even reaching the beast due to the intense heat. The lion let out a low growl, and a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing her and leaving only a few ashes behind. In mere moments, 2 out of the 5 had been eliminated. The system had previously advised engaging in teams of 5, emphasizing that teamwork was essential. Yet, this group's tactics were baffling. They had spread themselves too thin. Those 2 who fell paid the ultimate price for their folly. Witnessing the demise of their comrades, the remaining 3 hesitated, with one wavering while the other 2 fled. The hesitant one became the next target, while one of the fleeing individuals was pursued and slain by the fiery lion. In the end, only one survived. What a bunch of fools, Su Huayin lamented, struggling to find words to describe them. The only commendable trait among them was their audacity. Regardless of whether it stemmed from greed or another motive, the willingness to engage demonstrated courage. Let us go, Su Huayin decided, handing a blue card to Ling Qiu, the very flame/skill he had just obtained. He resolved to place his trust in her. Oh, Ling Qiu appeared somewhat taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Su Huayin's willingness to entrust her with the flame/skill card. Based on their previous interactions, he had always struck her as cautious, rational, and somewhat cunning. All right, this blue card is yours, Ling Qiu affirmed. She dismounted, wielding her azure-long sword as she charged towards the fiery lion. Presently, Ling Qiu possessed 1 red card and 2 blue cards. Although the red card was of little use, this configuration gave her a significant advantage in facing the lion. If additional support were to arrive, victory would be nearly assured. The strategy remained unchanged. Ling Qiu would draw the lion's attention, while Su Huayin's clone sought the opportunity to strike decisively or severely injure the beast. The approach, though not novel, had proven effective in their previous encounters. Yet this time, it appeared Su Huayin's clone would not even need to intervene, with the effect of double slashing damage. The fiery lion was severely wounded by a single strike. Su Huayin's only contribution was to shield Ling Qiu. Even the ice shield proved unnecessary. The fiery lion collapsed, and Ling Qiu gasped for breath, showing signs of significant fatigue. That strike had consumed nearly half of her stamina, which was already not at full capacity. Upon the lion's demise, a blue card slowly materialized above its corpse. This is yours, Ling Qiu declared, reclaiming her sword. The blue card floated up from the lion's remains. Thank you, she replied. Su Huayin approached the card, reaching out to grasp it in his hand. Upon inspecting its contents, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, the exchange had proven advantageous, resulting in a mutual benefit, though he felt he had gained a greater share. Codex of Flames. Quality, blue. Card type, weapon card. Effect, inflicts 10 fire attribute damage. Allows the stacking of 3 fire spell cards of no higher quality than blue. Description, a magical tome exclusive to flame mages. Restriction, this card must be stacked upon profession cards such as Flame Mage, Flame Swordsman, or Fire Elementalist. Acquisition methods, monster drops, system shop, and scrupulous merchants, card packs. Dual mode, magic card, adds a card from the Flame Sword Saint series to the hand. Though merely a blue tier card, it was no ordinary specimen. It was akin to a minor artifact in the early stages of the game. This card had the capacity to stack 3 fire spells, provided it was combined with a Flame Mage profession card. The Flame Mage card was the most attainable among the restrictions of the Codex of Flames. The alternatives were considerably stronger yet more elusive, particularly the Fire Elementalist, which belonged to a higher tier and was classified as a gold level card. something not easily acquired. Reflecting on this, Su Huayin recalled that the Flame Mage card could be found, albeit with a low drop rate, in the Flame Goblin dungeon. Beyond that, one could procure it from the shop within the Lava Demon dungeon, provided sufficient lava stones were available. Su Huayin contemplated the path ahead. He understood well that the closed beta and the open beta might not align entirely. The items from the closed beta served merely as a point of reference. Just like this recent card rain, the closed beta featured only the initial wave, whereas now there had been two. Uncertainty loomed over the possibility of a third wave. Chapter 11. The NPC of the Fishing Association. Shall we proceed? Su Huayin inquired. As soon as the words left his lips, a familiar sound echoed through the sky, a system notification. Ding. The second wave of card rain has been collected in excess of 80. The third wave will be released tomorrow at noon, with a quality of purple and a quantity amounting to 1% of the second wave. The Purple Card Guardian Beast recommends a 5-person team composed entirely of blue cards for the challenge. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Huayin halted. What was once speculation had become reality. A third wave of card rain was indeed forthcoming. Moreover, the quality had escalated once more to purple. He surmised this would likely be the final wave. Purple cards could be considered high-end, difficult to obtain in the early stages, and typically came with equipment restrictions. This was certainly the last wave. The prospect of a gold-tier card rain seemed implausible. Should we continue? Ling Qiu queried. With 80 already defeated, Su Huayin deemed it unnecessary to press on, suspecting that any remaining cards would be scant. After a moment's thought, he responded, let us find somewhere to hide. WeVE attracted quite a bit of attention today, and we're uncertain of the higher-up stance. It would be prudent to seek shelter. He gestured above, indicating the gravity of the situation. In the face of such extraordinary incursions, the best strategy would be to unite all possible forces. Surely, those in power wouldn't act foolishly by resorting to violent confiscation of cards. Such a course would be a gross miscalculation, one that any rational individual would avoid. However, he acknowledged that the world often resembled a chaotic farce, and the possibility of such reckless actions, while unlikely, could not be entirely dismissed. Ultimately, it was wise to remain concealed and observe the unfolding situation and the attitudes of those above. Hide. Above? Ling Qiu hesitated momentarily, grasping Su Huayin's intent. Surely not. That would be quite foolish, she remarked. Before she could elaborate, Su Huayin interrupted. Even if the higher-ups' policies are sound, there are many who abuse their power. Especially in these tumultuous times. Let us lie low for a while and gauge the prevailing winds. Even in times of peace, the misuse of authority, often disregarding public trust, was not uncommon. The current chaos only exacerbated the likelihood. Su Huayin harbored no illusions about the temptation of extraordinary power leading to ulterior motives. I merely offer this as a gesture of goodwill, a token of our collaboration thus far, he stated. Thus far, their partnership had been amicable, and he hoped it could continue. Very well, what do you propose we do next? Ling Qiu replied. Then, shall we take our leave? What do you mean by that? Su Huayin was momentarily taken aback. I mean, let us hide for a while. I'll follow your lead. Ling Qiu's response left Su Huayin momentarily stunned. Shifting his gaze towards her. Such decisiveness. He had merely intended to caution her to be wary. Her reaction, whether indifferent, vehemently opposed, or in agreement, had been within his expectations. But to follow him so readily? Did she truly place such trust in him? Or was it merely due to his charming appearance? He chuckled inwardly at the thought. Are you truly willing to accompany me? Su Huayin questioned, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Did she harbor ulterior motives? If her claims were accurate, the worst-case scenario would be a return home that could spell disaster for her family, as long as he remained alive. None would dare to harm them unless they wished to face his wrath. A glint of resolve flashed in Ling Qiu's gaze as she responded. I merely wish to remind you. This is a gesture of goodwill stemming from our collaboration thus far. Su Huayin felt a shift in his perception of Ling Qiu. Perhaps he had underestimated her. Her insight was quite beyond his expectations. This was indeed a formidable character. Moreover, their circumstances were likely similar. If that were the case, then they should indeed depart together. I shall proceed with utmost caution, anticipating the worst from those above. Of course, this is the most pessimistic scenario, and I hope it does not come to pass. Yet it is wise to take precautions, Su Huayin declared. Let us go. I have made preparations. Hop on. He instructed Ling Qiu. The motorcycle roared back to life, and they sped away from the city, eventually halting at a dilapidated house in the countryside. This small brick house, perched by a pond, had long been abandoned, its corners draped in cobwebs. Su Huayin had stumbled upon this place by chance and had no knowledge of its origin. After acquiring the Tiger Yin and Yang card the previous day, he had stocked up on ample food and water to store here. Ling Qiu dismounted from the motorcycle, both of their phones discarded. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, she remarked as she entered the dwelling. Aside from the provisions, there was even a relatively thin blanket. The house felt isolated, as if it belonged to another realm. Shoo, someone's here. Su Huayin suddenly gestured for silence, causing Ling Qiu's heart to race. Following Su Huayin's gaze, they spotted a figure sitting by the pond, engaged in fishing. This person's attire seems oddly familiar. Su Huayin murmured. Familiar? An acquaintance of yours? No way. It's not that easy to run into someone you know in such a desolate place. Yet, it does seem a bit recognizable, Ling Qiu initially dismissed. However, upon catching sight of the individual, her words shifted. I remember now. That appears to be the standard outfit of the Fishing Association NPC. Su Huayin realized. He understood why the person's attire felt so familiar. Just as Ling Qiu echoed the sentiment of familiarity, it dawned on him. The Fishing Association. This is a unique gameplay feature within Kanyu, akin to a specialized shop. The items within must be exchanged for fish caught from designated fishing spots. Let us go take a look, Su Huayin said, elated. Chapter 12. The disheveled Shenyang. The two approached the individual clad in the Fishing Association garb. As they drew near, a line of text appeared above the person's head. Fishing Association member Shenyang. This yellow name distinctly indicated his status as a neutral NPC. Indeed, he is an NPC. Come, let us see, Ling Qiu said, her impatience evident. They soon stood beside the Fishing Association NPC. Sensing their proximity, Shenyang turned slightly. Greetings, fellow anglers. Have you come to fish as well? He inquired. Certainly, Su Huayin replied. I simply forgot to bring my fishing gear. He blinked, revealing a clever trick to obtain a free fishing rod. During the internal testing phase, when encountering a member of the Fishing Association for the first time, claiming to have forgotten one's fishing rod would result in being gifted a white-quality fishing rod card by these amiable anglers. Is that so? I happen to have some extra gear. Allow me to gift you some, Shenyang said, his eyes lighting up. He produced 2 cards and handed them to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Fishing rod. Quality white. Card type. Tool card. Effect. Usable for fishing. Description. A common fishing rod found everywhere. An entry-level choice for anglers. Acquisition method. Fishing Association. Equipment restrictions. None. Dual mode effect. Randomly special summons 1-star fish from the deck. Effect negated. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu each took 1 card. After placing the cards into their slots, the fishing rods materialized. Here are a few bait cards for you as well, Shenyang added, handing them several disposable cards. Meat bait. Level 1. Quality white. Card type. Disposable consumption card. Effect. Attracts omnivorous and carnivorous fish. Description. A basic bait option. Acquisition method. Fishing Association, crafted from blueprints. In total, Shenyang provided 10 meat bait, disposable consumption cards to Su Huayin, 5 for each of them. Next, they only needed to catch a fish to unlock the fishing shop. Let us see who can catch one first, shall we? Su Huayin challenged Ling Qiu. Sure, but fishing in reality seems quite different from in the game. Are you certain you can actually fish? Ling Qiu observed her fishing rod, attaching one of the bait cards to the hook. Upon contact, the card vanished, transforming into a clump of bait hanging from the hook. And if I recall correctly, fishing also requires baiting the area and distinguishing between bottom and float fishing. Ling Qiu pondered aloud. Su Huayin's expression stiffened slightly at her words. Baiting, bottom fishing, float fishing. While I can grasp the general meaning of these terms, I had no idea there were so many intricacies involved in fishing. Isn't it just about having a fishing rod and bait? He remarked, blinking and scratching his head to ease his embarrassment. His understanding seemed to linger in the realm of the internal testing phase. Is fishing really that complicated now? He wondered. Oh well, let us just give it a try. He chuckled, placing his bait on the hook and casting the line into the water. Just as the hook splashed down, Su Huayin felt the rod dip, as if something had latched onto the hook. So soon? A fish already? Ling Qiu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Even Shenyang, standing nearby, wore an expression of astonishment and envy. Damn it, this new guy? Shenyang muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, whose minds were elsewhere. What to do? What to do? Su Huayin's excitement surged like a tidal wave as he fixated on the struggling fish beneath the water. He gripped the rod tightly, exerting all his strength to reel it in. However, the fish's power far exceeded his expectations. The rod bent into an alarming arc, threatening to snap under the strain at any moment. Clone. Su Huayin summoned his doppelganger. Together, they grasped the rod, the threefold strength of the clone aiding in holding onto the fishing rod, preventing the immense creature from escaping. What on earth kind of fish is this? How can it be so strong? Su Huayin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. His jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms from the exertion. Even the clone was straining to its limits, and he felt as though he might be dragged under. That would be utterly humiliating. Just as he sensed his strength waning, a powerful hand reached over, firmly grasping the fishing rod. Su Huayin's heart leaped with joy, and he turned to see Shenyang beside him, fervently pulling on the rod. With a sudden, forceful tug from Shenyang, the surface of the water erupted, revealing a massive black fish that shot out like a cannonball. This colossal creature was over half a person in length, its body covered in a tough layer of scales, glinting coldly in the sunlight, resembling impenetrable armor. Its mouth gaped open, revealing a row of sharp teeth, fierce and terrifying. In disbelief, Shenyang gasped. It's a black kingfish, at least 100 pounds. As the fish landed on the shore, it flailed violently, its robust tail whipping through the air like a whip, producing loud cracks, as if protesting its captured fate. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Shun Yang's eyes widened, mouth agape, unable to articulate a single word, merely stammering incoherently. His body trembled uncontrollably, pointing at the black fish, then at Su Huayin, and back to himself, like a compass lost its direction. Utterly unsure of where to point. It seemed as if Xinyang had malfunctioned entirely. The new episode is utterly outrageous. Xinyang, in a state of disarray, clutched his hair in frustration. Su Huayin, panting heavily, remarked, "I never imagined I would catch such a colossal creature on my first cast. It seems that fishing is far more exhilarating than I had anticipated." Su Huayin felt a tinge of apprehension towards the now erratic Xinyang, who appeared somewhat neurotic. Was it just a slightly larger fish? Chapter 13, Water Dragon Scale. The enormous black fish, towering at half a man's height, flopped a few times on the shore before transforming into a card. Black kingfish. Weight, 596 kilograms. Appearance time, noon, afternoon. Fishing spot, Daxingtang. Only one available. As Su Huayin grasped the card, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Xinyang's fishing shop has opened. You may use your catch to exchange for rewards. Immediately, a list of exchange options materialized before Su Huayin's eyes. The item at the top captivated his attention, particularly due to its exchange requirements. Water Dragon Scale. Exchange price, Black Kingfish, X1. Typically, the foremost item is the most precious, is it not? This implies that on my very first fishing trip, I have landed the most invaluable treasure? Su Huayin felt a bit incredulous. Surely, his luck could not be this extraordinary. At that moment, Xinyang finally regained his composure. Yet his gaze towards Su Huayin bore a complex intensity. Shall we proceed with the exchange? Xinyang inquired. Despite his calm tone, Su Huayin sensed an underlying resentment. Was it merely an illusion? Without hesitation, Su Huayin opted for the exchange, presenting the Black Kingfish card to Xinyang. Instantly, a glimmer of violet light appeared in Xinyang's hand. A purple card? Has he truly obtained a purple card? What distinguishes this from finding it for free? Although it felt surreal, Su Huayin swiftly seized the violet card. Water Dragon Scale. Quality, purple. Card type, oddity card. Attributes, Constitution 50, Magic Resistance 30. Effects, intermediate water control technique, and when in a water environment, grants an additional 10 points of strength and 10 points of agility. Series, 5 Elements Dragon Scale Series. Description, a fragment of a certain power divided into 5. Collecting all 5 elements of the Dragon Scale series cards allows for the synthesis of the Dragon's Blazing Flame card. Equipment restrictions, this card must be stacked atop a card related to dragons, with a quality superior to this card. Acquisition method, Fishing Association. Dueling mode effects, 1 star. Dragon-type monster, adjustment, attack 100, defense 100. This card cannot be normally summoned. Effect, when there are no monsters on your field. This card can be special summoned from your hand. Effect, during your main phase. You may activate to add a 5-star Dragon Scale series card or a water attribute Dragon-type monster to your hand. Effect, sacrifice this card to special summon a water attribute Dragon-type monster from your hand. Upon reviewing the card's effects, Su Huayin was thoroughly astonished. Although it seemed not to align with a fire mage's pathway, he was not strictly bound to that route, was he? This card bestows 50 points of constitution and 30 points of magic resistance. Such enhancements to his basic attributes would significantly bolster Su Huayin's defense, endurance, and carrying capacity. Moreover, it also provided an intermediate water control technique and an additional 10 points each in strength and agility. To be frank, the attributes conferred by this card seemed a tad excessive. However, the equipment restrictions were quite stringent. It must be stacked on a card of at least golden quality related to dragons. What a coincidence. Su Huayin summoned his system panel and stacked the Water Dragon Scale card atop the Tiger of Yin and Yang card. Although its name included Tiger, this card belonged to the Doom Dragon series. The compatibility of the Water Dragon Scale card with the Tiger of Yin and Yang was evident. Now, Su Huayin's card slots comprised: first slot, Tiger of Yin and Yang, stacked with Water Dragon Scale. Second slot, Magic Sphere, stacked with Ice Shield Technique. He also held a Flame Codex card, yet it did not currently meet the equipment requirements. Upon equipping the card, Su Huayin instantly felt his physique strengthen significantly. His power had increased considerably, and as he extended his hand, a stream of water surged from the nearby pond, coalescing into a water sphere. Is this the intermediate water control technique? Just as Su Huayin was familiarizing himself with his newfound abilities, he heard Xinyang's dry cough nearby. Ahem. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for today, Xinyang stated, clearing his throat. Was the grand prize being taken away? Yet. This NPC named Xinyang appeared remarkably intelligent. Please, proceed. Su Huayin made no effort to stop him. I shall return tomorrow if there are more catches, Xinyang remarked before departing with the Black Kingfish. Strangely, perhaps due to his excess energy, he effortlessly transformed the card into a weighty black fish, hoisting it with one hand as he strolled away. Does he not tire at all? Xinyang glided away, leaving Su Huayin and Ling Qiu behind. You truly are a master angler, aren't you? Ling Qiu said, uncertain. Su Huayin's actions hardly resembled those of a fishing expert. How could he have caught something that could be exchanged for a purple card? This defies logic. Indeed, Su Huayin replied, a hint of bashfulness in his voice. Yet he proudly lifted his chin. After all, he had just caught a fish weighing over 100 pounds. Although it was Xinyang who assisted in reeling it in, he was still the one who had hooked it, was he not? Enough of that. Why don't you try to catch one? Su Huayin quickly shifted the topic. All right, I'll give it a shot. Ling Qiu cast her line, and almost immediately, as if mirroring Su Huayin's experience, there was a commotion. There's a big one. Help me out. Her expression shifted, and she urgently sought Su Huayin's assistance. Another large catch. All right. Su Huayin quickly stepped forward to assist Ling Qiu in gripping the rod. Yet, the moment his hand made contact, he sensed an unusual force. This strength felt comparable to the previous catch. Wait a moment. Wasn't it said that the Black King fish was the only one? With a thought, Su Huayin summoned his triple-powered doppelganger to join the fray. Together, they firmly grasped the rod. This is bad. It feels like the rod might snap. Ling Qiu exclaimed in alarm. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared, gripping the fishing rod alongside them. It was Xinyang, returning once more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The rainbow spirit fish was caught with a single cast. Xinyang muttered as he wielded the fishing rod. Chapter 14 Zero Function Multifunctional Backpack. With a violent flick of the rod, a fish glimmering with iridescent scales, albeit only the size of 2 palms, was hoisted out of the water. Su Huayin thus beheld the entirety of this peculiar fish. What manner of strange creature is this? A sense of bewilderment enveloped his mind. The fish, with its unusual appearance, shimmered with scales that dazzled him to the point of vertigo. Let us see what this entity can be exchanged for. It feels as though it may be no lesser than my own, Su Huayin remarked with a hint of anticipation. Casting a glance towards the returning Xinyang. Hadn't this fellow departed? What brought him back? Yet, it was fortunate he did return, otherwise the task of hoisting this fish would undoubtedly prove rather challenging. Let me see. Ling Qiu approached the fish, reaching out to grasp it. A card materialized in Ling Qiu's hand. Colorful spirit fish. Weight, 496 kilograms. Active time, afternoon. Fishing spots. A total of 100 fish at all fishing locations each month. A nearly 100-pound colorful spirit fish. Xinyang's expression twitched, and within his gaze, a flicker of existential doubt emerged. What can we exchange it for? Su Huayin inquired with curiosity. Upon acquiring that colorful spirit fish card, Ling Qiu's fishing shop should have opened, allowing for the exchange of either a designated blue card or a random purple card. Do we even need to choose? It must be the designated blue card, of course. The randomness of the purple card is too great. One could end up with any sort of bizarre or malevolent entity. The worst-case scenario is obtaining a material card that bears no effect and must be paired with a schematic card to synthesize a higher-tier card. If we were to randomly draw a material card, it would simply be relegated to the bottom of the storage. In contrast, the designated blue card is decidedly more stable. Naturally, this was Ling Qiu's decision. The specifics of the selection ultimately rested with him. After a few moments, Su Huayin observed a tactical backpack-like item materializing behind Ling Qiu. The Zero Functionality Backpack? Su Huayin blinked in surprise, identifying the equipment. It was a blue card, positioned within the Zero series akin to the role of Flame Codex among fire mages. It could accommodate 3 weapons from the Zero series and also offered a degree of shielding functionality. It appeared that Ling Qiu intended to pursue the traditional route. Indeed. Ling Qiu nodded. I did not expect you to be quite so knowledgeable. It's primarily because the Zero series is immensely popular, Su Huayin replied with a shrug. It's a highly sought-after series, both stylish and powerful. I had contemplated acquiring a full set myself, but the core Zero armament card has been monopolized. Without that card, one cannot equip the advanced Zero cards, so I ultimately abandoned the idea. Both individuals had received a substantial enhancement. After completing their exchanges, Xinyang departed once more, this time with a Black King fish in one hand and a colorful spirit fish in the other. 2 sizable catches, each weighing around 100 pounds, swiftly darting away. Doesn't he tire of this? Su Huayin muttered in jest. Turning around, he noticed Ling Qiu casting his line once again. However, this time, fortune did not favor him as it had before. With nothing else to do, Su Huayin retrieved a bait and continued casting his line, awaiting the impending third wave of card rain. Beep. The number you have dialed is unavailable. The voice of the phone indicated it had been turned off. Now, may I have my phone back? Ma Zhendong addressed the 2 uniformed individuals seated across from him. These 2 claimed to be from the Public Security Bureau, seeking Su Huayin due to recent communications between Ma Zhendong and him. They wished to use Ma Zhendong's phone to contact Su Huayin. Please do not be overly wary. We harbor no ill intentions, one of the seasoned officers assured, returning the phone to Ma Zhendong. We merely wish to discuss a potential collaboration. Upon concluding, they escorted Ma Zhendong away. Once he departed, a hint of exasperation crossed the elder officer's face. I suspect they have tossed their phones aside, he mused. It was not difficult to surmise. Each of these individuals was more cunning than a monkey. Aside from a few inexperienced students, most had gone into hiding. They lack any sense of the bigger picture, the junior officer complained. Shouldn't we unite to face the potentially complex situations ahead? Unite? The elder officer responded, exhaling a puff of smoke, his murky eyes suddenly appearing remarkably clear. While the notion is commendable, the extraordinary beings are reluctant to trust those in power, and vice versa. In such an atmosphere of suspicion, how can we hope to unite? Sacrifice oneself to pave the way for others? He took another drag. We are amidst a great upheaval. Do not be so naive, my boy. Preserving oneself is paramount. I am rather relieved that the extraordinary individual named Su Huayin did not answer the call. Reporting today's events will suffice. Our involvement ends here. The elder officer continued. Moreover, given the nature of those in power, each seeks insurance. What does that mean? It signifies controlling others' lifelines, compelling them to comply. Of course, those who have recently acquired extraordinary powers are not paragons of virtue either. Ambition burgeons with newfound strength. And they all yearn for social status commensurate with their abilities. The problem is that these positions have long been occupied. Who would voluntarily relinquish them? Do you understand? As the elder officer's words came to an end, the cigarette in his hand extinguished. This conflict is inevitable, and the future society will emerge with a new order. The old rules are no longer suited to the new national conditions. In time, new rules and a new order will undoubtedly be established. The junior officer perceived a weighty wisdom in the elder officer, a testament to the experiences and life lessons accrued over the years. Master, what should we do next? He inquired humbly. Naturally, we must fulfill our duties, maintaining public order and upholding justice. These extraordinary individuals may not be unjust. They could very well embody more righteousness than those in power above them. We need not concern ourselves with the clash between old and new classes. We stand with the people and with justice. Upholding justice and serving the public, we must honor this uniform we wear. Let the wretched politics perish. It is as simple as that. Chapter 15. The conditions for unlocking the third slot. Where are the fish? Su Huayin appeared somewhat disheartened. Half an hour had elapsed without a single bite. He had believed himself quite the angler, even contemplating swapping a significant amount of supplies and cards from the fishing association. Yet, this half hour yielded no catch, shattering his dreams like a fist of iron. Fishing, it seemed, was not as simple as he had presumed. Casually, he opened his system panel, his gaze landing upon the locked third slot. He recalled that the activation of the third slot could occur through one of two methods, independently completing the hard-level cemetery dungeon or paying 100,000 pesos to unlock it. He extended a finger and tapped the currently unusable third slot. A system prompt resonated in Su Huayin's ear. Ding, you may select one of the following three options. Upon completion, the third slot will be unlocked. A new panel appeared before Su Huayin. Completing the challenging cemetery dungeon solo, independently defeating a player with 3 card slots or a standard wild boss, consumes 100,000 pesos to unlock. The first and third conditions remain largely unchanged since the beta testing phase, with the addition of an option to eliminate a 3-slot player following the official release. To clarify, an independent kill signifies that one has dealt 100% of the damage and control effects. This new requirement seems rather superfluous. Su Huayin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Independently defeating a wild boss, however, poses a significantly greater challenge than a dungeon boss, at least half a tier stronger. It feels as though the inclusion of this option does not substantially alter the situation. Su Huayin's gaze swept over the 3 options. Most players unlock the third slot by paying 100,000 pesos, the in-game currency that can be acquired through quests, battles, or dungeons with a little time investment. The difficulty of completing the cemetery dungeon solo is not trivial. Su Huayin recalled that he had initially unlocked his third slot through this very path. Furthermore, he distinctly remembered discovering a hidden boss within this dungeon, which promised a commendable card upon its defeat. However, the cemetery dungeon used to be a public dungeon in the game. Where could it be now? Su Huayin suddenly realized he did not know the location of the cemetery dungeon. As Su Huayin pondered the matter of the third slot, his fishing rod twitched in his hand. You've hooked a fish, reminded Ling Qiu from beside him. Su Huayin immediately seized the rod. This time, the fish he felt tugging in the water was not as strong as before, or rather, it felt exceedingly light. With a gentle yet firm pull, he reeled in a small, unidentified fish measuring only a few inches long. Little white strip. Weight, 0.1 kilogram. Active time, all time slots. Distribution, all water bodies. A little white strip? Although Su Huayin was not well versed in fishing, the information regarding its active time and distribution indicated that this fish, named Little White Strip, had no restrictions. He surmised that it likely belonged to a lower tier of fish. Even if it were not the absolute lowest, it certainly was not far from it. Moreover, this tiny fish weighed only 0.01 kilograms, merely 10 grams. Perhaps he could inquire with Xinyang when he returned tomorrow. Su Huayin stowed the card away. The fishing system, aside from its operational mechanics remaining consistent, had seen a complete overhaul in fish species and angling techniques. Previously, fish were simply categorized as level 1 or level 2. Easily understood. Now, with the integration into Earth's context, they had adopted a more localized nomenclature, which seemed reasonable enough. Ling Qiu, do you know where the cemetery dungeon is located? Is it still locked, or must we seek it out? Su Huayin asked as he cast his line once more. The cemetery dungeon? Are you contemplating the third slot? Upon hearing the term, Ling Qiu grasped Su Huayin's line of thought. The most significant aspect of the cemetery dungeon was indeed the ability to unlock the third slot. Right, the third slot, Su Huayin affirmed. Do you feel confident about going solo? Wait, your confidence seems well-founded for soloing. Your clone possesses an advantage in tasks requiring solo kills or independent defeats, Ling Qiu remarked. A touch of astonishment in her voice. Su Huayin's red card, carried over from the beta phase, conferred substantial advantages within the rules of the game. Although she had not seen the card's details, she could infer its effects, that it could create a clone, which even possessed an independent card slot. Though the upper limit of that slot remained uncertain. If time permits, I'll look into it. However, I recall the cemetery dungeon was a public dungeon. We'll assess the situation after the third wave of card rains tomorrow, Ling Qiu stated, her attitude resolute. Thus, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu spent nearly the entire afternoon fishing. Apart from the initial catch of a sizable fish, the entirety of the afternoon yielded merely that 10-gram little white strip. Cough, at least it counts for something, right? It's better than your 0 catches, Su Huayin teased. Noting that Ling Qiu had not caught anything at all. As evening fell, the temperature dropped. Ling Qiu returned from gathering some dead branches nearby and ignited a small fire. Su Huayin produced the provisions he had prepared in advance, instant noodles, sausages, and a dozen compressed biscuits. However, it was clear that they were not yet at the point of relying solely on the latter. They set water to boil over the fire, preparing 2 packets of instant noodles and 1 sausage each. To be frank, it was barely sufficient for 2, especially after a day filled with intense battles. They ultimately consumed 10 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages before feeling satiated, leaving only the compressed biscuits behind. My apologies for overindulging, Ling Qiu said, letting out a contented belch. It's fine, we have more endeavors ahead tomorrow. One must eat well to have the strength to fight. We'll procure more food tomorrow. Su Huayin replied nonchalantly. Food is meant to be consumed. How can one battle without being well fed? Once they finished their meal, it was time to rest. Yet, Su Huayin quickly realized a pressing issue. They had only 1 blanket prepared for the 2 of them. Chapter 16, the third wave of card rain. A gentlemanly demeanor? Yield the blanket to Ling Qiu? Absolutely not. Su Huayin was not the type to sacrifice himself for others and then feel self-satisfied. How about this? We'll take turns keeping watch tonight, with 1 person on guard, Su Huayin proposed. This woman was quite astute. Although she, like Su Huayin, was a novice in combat, it was evident her skills were rapidly improving. Is that so? Sure, that works for me, Ling Qiu agreed. You can sleep first. I'll wake you at 2 o'clock, Su Huayin instructed, pointing to his wristwatch. Ling Qiu had no objections to this arrangement. She entered the brick house and nestled into the bed Su Huayin had prepared, while he remained by the fire outside, though he felt confident nothing would occur. This system of alternating watches allowed for a more restful sleep. In a chaotic environment, having a trustworthy companion was indeed convenient. The crackle of the fire blazed brightly, sparks dancing like vibrant flowers blooming in the darkness. Su Huayin stood by the fire, feeling the chill of the night, and shivered slightly. He added some dry twigs to the flames to intensify the warmth, hoping to stave off the cold. The nighttime temperature was indeed rather low, he mused. Time ticked by, and eventually, the hour hand pointed to 2 o'clock. Su Huayin took a deep breath and approached Ling Qiu's bed, gently waking her. Time to rise. It's your turn to keep watch. Ling Qiu stirred, her eyes bleary as she murmured, Is it 2 o'clock already? All right. She stretched her arms widely, then slowly extricated herself from the covers. At that moment, she was clad only in a thin layer of undergarments, her zero-style gear having been stowed away. After all, donning heavy armor and equipment for slumber is hardly a comfortable endeavor. As Ling Qiu emerged from beneath the covers, her graceful form was momentarily revealed. However, she quickly averted her gaze. Leave the rest to me, she remarked, rubbing her sleep-laden eyes. The blanket had grown warm beneath her. Su Huayin soon succumbed to the embrace of slumber once more. The clock struck around 8 the following day. Oh no, to be precise. It was already the next day when he fell asleep. Time to rise. With Ling Qiu's call, Su Huayin slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his drowsy gaze and focused on Ling Qiu, his awareness gradually sharpening. A fire crackled nearby, sending sparks into the air. Prior to awakening Su Huayin, Ling Qiu had rekindled the flames. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of instant noodles, a breakfast prepared by Ling Qiu. Su Huayin inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. As his stomach began to grumble, "How delightful!" he exclaimed, stretching widely as if to release all the weariness from his body. "What are your plans for the morning?" Ling Qiu casually inquired over breakfast. "Fishing, since there's little else to do. Perhaps we can snag something good from the fishing shop," Su Huayin replied. "I was thinking the same," Ling Qiu said, cradling her bowl and sipping the noodle broth. "One must admit, fishing is not an ordinary challenge. Another morning passed, and Su Huayin had caught nothing. Conversely, Ling Qiu's hook had been nibbled, but the fish had wriggled free. By the end of the morning, Ling Qiu too had nothing to show for her efforts, having wasted a bait in the process. At 11:20 a.m., Su Huayin reeled in his fishing rod. It's almost time for the third wave of card rain. We should head back, he suggested. It was certainly not due to a lack of fish that he wished to leave. All right, let's go, Ling Qiu agreed, packing away her fishing rod. The third wave of card rain consisted entirely of purple cards. Any one of them would be a significant gain, should they prove useful. Let's agree that mage-type and assassin-type cards belong to me, while warrior skills and technological weapons are yours. Su Huayin proposed a new cooperative arrangement, dividing their spoils according to their respective paths. Is that so? That sounds fair enough, Ling Qiu considered before responding. After all, no one could predict the card contents. Thus, as long as the distribution guidelines were reasonably equitable, there would be no issue. At 11:30 a.m., with only half an hour remaining until the second wave of card rain at noon, the system's voice resonated from the heavens. Ding! The third wave of card rain will descend in 30 minutes. Approximate landing points have been marked. In the next moment, a colossal and radiant purple beam of light descended from the sky, as if projected from the depths of the cosmos, infused with boundless energy and mystery. This beam sliced through the heavens like a purple lightning bolt, crashing down to the ground and causing a violent upheaval in the surrounding air. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu stood stunned, their attention completely captivated by the imposing purple column. In their line of sight, everything besides that beam became a blur, as if the entire world had been reduced to this singular enigmatic light. Su Huayin took a deep breath, steadied himself, and without hesitation mounted the motorcycle he had procured. He revved the engine, which emitted a deep rumble, seemingly responding to the call of the purple beam. Let us go. Over there, Su Huayin shouted to Ling Qiu, his voice tinged with urgency and excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Qiu leaped onto the back seat of the motorcycle, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Huayin's waist. As he accelerated, the motorcycle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, the tires screeching against the ground in a jarring sound that echoed through the stillness. Yet, the two were oblivious to such trivialities, their minds solely fixated on the radiant purple beam. That was the location where the purple card guardian was soon to appear. Defeating the purple card guardian would grant them a purple level card. Hurry, Ling Qiu urged from behind. Hold on tight. Here we go. The motorcycle came to a halt at the edge of a 20-meter-long purple area. This was not merely a purple beam. From a distance, it appeared to be an exceedingly fine purple column. Disembark, Su Huayin instructed, securing the motorcycle. The two approached the purple expanse, glancing at their watches. It was 11:42. The ride had taken them a mere 10 minutes. Let us wait. It's still a few minutes until it begins. Su Huayin summoned his doppelganger. At present, its combat prowess was somewhat lacking. Power wristband stealth. It possessed only a white card and a green card, which seemed rather inadequate. Meanwhile, Su Huayin's original self was equipped with Tiger's Yin-Yang, enhanced with Water Dragon Scale and Magic Sphere, alongside Ice Shield Technique. A red, a purple, a blue, and a white card. The quality was undeniably splendid. Here, Ling Qiu said, extending a knife towards Su Huayin. This is the one I used before. I have a new one now. A long knife emanating a ghostly blue flame appeared in her other hand. This knife was one she had held during their first encounter, while Su Huayin had wielded a wrench then. However, that wrench had become unusable due to battle. Thank you. Su Huayin was not one to be finicky and readily accepted the weapon. The doppelganger was currently of little use. Conversely, Su Huayin's original form had gained considerable sturdiness with 50 points in physique and 30 points in magic resistance. How about this? Su Huayin adjusted his card slots, swapping Magic Sphere and Ice Shield from his second slot with the green card, Power Wristband, from his doppelganger's first slot. After the swap, Su Huayin felt a surge of strength. He now possessed six-fold physique, thrice the strength, and 30 points of magical resistance. The initial magic resistance for players is 0. It appeared he would need to learn some melee skills. He swung the long knife in his hand, clearly enamored with it. Men often find it hard to resist blades and swords. With everything set, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu now awaited the emergence of the purple card guardian. However, at 11:52 a.m., with approximately 8 minutes remaining until the third wave of card rain at noon, the sound of engines reached their ears. Someone else is coming, Su Huayin whispered, discerning that they were arriving in a vehicle. Let us hide and assess the situation, he advised. Okay, Ling Qiu nodded in agreement. Holding onto the motorcycle, they slipped into a thicket, concealing themselves and the motorcycle. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic decision to ascertain the newcomer's intentions. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. They both nestled into the underbrush, and not long after, a pickup truck came into view, halting before the purple area. Soon after, around 5 or 6 individuals disembarked from the truck. This group comprises both men and women, 4 men and 1 woman. It appears we have encountered adversaries, Su Huayin remarked. What should we do? Ling Qiu inquired. Let us not rush, since they are willing to take the lead. We shall allow them to engage the Zika Guardian Beast first, Su Huayin shrugged. Isn't this akin to a free suicide squad? Su Huayin was intrigued by the audacity of these individuals. Aren't they going to act immediately? Delays could lead to unforeseen complications, and others might arrive, eliminating this group entirely. Ling Xiao proposed a markedly different suggestion. Upon hearing her, Su Huayin involuntarily cast another glance at Ling Xiao. This woman is remarkably ruthless. In a certain sense, her resolve might surpass his own. Indeed, her disposition seems particularly suited for survival in such chaotic circumstances, albeit with a hint of extremity. Ahem, let us not waste time. We have yet to encounter the Zika Guardian Beast. Allowing this group to probe its capabilities and mechanisms may be the safer option, Su Huayin emphasized. Moreover, we must consider that their willingness to confront it suggests they might possess some form of assurance. It is wise to tread cautiously. This marked the first divergence of opinion between the two, though fortunately, the disagreement was not substantial. All right, you make a valid point, Ling Qiu conceded after a brief contemplation, achieving a semblance of consensus. As the clock struck noon, a system notification echoed in the sky. Ding! The third wave of card rain has arrived. Countless individuals looked up towards the heavens, as flecks of violet descended from above, landing at designated points. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, a figure entirely cloaked in darkness, with a distinct royal character emblazoned upon its head, materialized within the purple beam before Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. A bold title appeared above the Black Tiger's head, Black Demon Tiger Boss. Is this considered a world boss? Su Huayin instinctively asked upon sighting the creature. I'm not certain, but logically, it shouldn't be classified as a world boss, Ling Qiu replied, her own uncertainty evident. As the two conversed, the battle commenced. The first to strike was a pickup truck. The vehicle revved forward, colliding with the monster. However, this was a boss creature. The impact was effortlessly evaded. A clumsy vehicle like that would struggle to land a hit. Bang! The sound of a gunshot made both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu instinctively shudder. A gun. These individuals actually possess firearms. Despite now having 6 times the physical strength, Su Huayin would not dare to claim he could withstand gunfire. Thank goodness I listened to you, Ling Qiu remarked, somewhat relieved. Yet, at that moment, Su Huayin's focus was entirely consumed by a glaring miss emblazoned on the Black Demon Tiger Boss. What is happening? Su Huayin exclaimed, albeit his voice was barely above a whisper, restrained by conscious effort. Miss. In the realm of card domain, a miss typically implies 2 meanings. The first is that the target is too swift, with evasion so high that it cannot be hit. The bullet had clearly struck. That scenario was implausible. The second possibility is damage immunity. For instance, elemental creatures possess innate resistance to their own elemental damage. Attacking a fire elemental creature with fire would lead to damage immunity. Now I understand why these individuals dared to challenge this boss. One gunshot unraveled a mystery that had lingered in Su Huayin's mind. So, is it that boss creatures are immune to firearms? Or is it just this one? Chapter 18. Defeating the Black Tiger Boss. Firearms are ineffective. The pickup truck proved too cumbersome. The ensuing events unfolded with little suspense. Run! Shouted a buzzcut young man among the group. However, it was too late. Once firearms were rendered ineffective, the outcome was all but sealed. With a swift motion, the Black Tiger Boss easily dispatched the gun-wielding man with a single claw. Within less than 30 seconds, all 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, had been eliminated. Now it is our turn. Su Huayin brushed the grass clippings from his attire. What a letdown. Aside from confirming the creature's immunity to firearms, we have learned nothing. And it remains unclear whether it is just this creature or if all monsters share such immunity, Su Huayin remarked. Isn't that gun still available? We could test it later to find out, Ling Qiu suggested, drawing her blade through the air. The terrain where the Black Tiger Boss resided was open, leaving no opportunity for a stealthy approach. The two could only choose to confront it head-on. However, they decided to flank from 2 directions, maintaining a relatively close distance between them. There's no need for if. As Su Huayin and Ling Qiu emerged, the Black Tiger Boss charged towards Su Huayin. To be honest, Su Huayin felt a twinge of fear. Gripping his knife tightly quelled some of his anxiety. In the face of the Black Tiger Boss's assault, Su Huayin could only swing his blade with all his might. Yet the creature nimbly evaded his strike. How agile! After a quick recovery, the Black Tiger Boss lunged at Su Huayin once more. In this precarious situation, Su Huayin, with nearly 0 combat experience, felt utterly at a loss. Fortunately, he was not alone. He had allies, more than one. Ling Qiu, already positioned not far from Su Huayin, rushed to assist as soon as she noticed the Black Tiger Boss's intent to attack him. Her ethereal blue flame blade descended, forcing the creature to abandon its attack on Su Huayin in favor of evasion. Stop dawdling. Attack, Ling Qiu urged. Su Huayin's performance in close combat was decidedly lacking, though it was understandable. All right. Su Huayin quickly adjusted his mindset, feeling his heart race intensely, an experience he had never fully grasped when not engaged in melee. Die! Su Huayin shouted, continuing his assault on the Black Tiger Boss. Faced with the 2 attackers, the creature could only clumsily evade. Their essay saying, "Two fists cannot contend with four hands." Under the chaotic barrage from Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, the Black Tiger boss was left struggling to survive. Whenever it became entangled with one of them, the other's strikes would find their mark. Despite their lack of skill and poor coordination, sheer numbers provided a significant advantage. Ding! Su Huayin's blade struck the ground with excessive force. Yet, in that moment, the Black Tiger boss reacted. It crouched its hind legs and launched itself at Ling Qiu like a cannonball. It showed no trepidation even in the face of Ling Qiu's ethereal blue flame blade aimed at it. The target was clear: eliminate Ling Qiu first. She posed the greatest threat. The ethereal blue flames grazed the Black Tiger boss, marking its first injury. A pained roar reverberated as its hefty form bore down on Ling Qiu. However, Su Huayin would not allow it to succeed. An unseen figure leaped forward, colliding with the Black Tiger boss's body. Su Huayin himself also leapt, aiming to intercept the Black Tiger boss before it could reach Ling Qiu. Su Huayin's doppelganger collided with the Black Tiger boss, yet due to insufficient weight and speed, it failed to significantly displace the formidable creature. Nevertheless, coupled with the distance that Su Huayin's main body had propelled Ling Qiu, the Black Tiger boss ultimately soared past Su Huayin, narrowly brushing against him. Hiss! Su Huayin gasped in surprise, feeling a slight sting as 3 crimson gashes appeared on his waist. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds. Let us finish it off, damn it! Su Huayin exclaimed with a hint of indignation. The Black Tiger boss, now wounded by Ling Qiu, was in a precarious state. Seizing the opportunity to strike while it was down, especially after witnessing his doppelganger's head being shattered by a single blow, he raised his long blade and swung it down. His technique, however, was still too raw, merely grazing its body instead of severing its neck. Thankfully, the flaming blade descended and plunged into the nape of the Black Tiger boss, resulting in a colossal head soaring into the air. The Black Tiger boss was decapitated. A purple card materialized from its lifeless form. Panting heavily, Su Huayin collapsed to the ground, his calves trembling from the exertion. Feeling nauseated, he heaved. Not from the gruesome act of slaying the boss, but rather from the haunting image of his doppelganger, so eerily similar to himself, being obliterated. It was a disconcerting sensation, as though he had been the one to suffer such a fate. That was perilously close. Thank you. Ling Qiu suddenly expressed her gratitude. Had it not been for Su Huayin and his doppelganger's intervention, she might have succumbed to the Black Tiger boss, which, despite being unable to overpower them, had sought to exploit their momentary disarray. Su Huayin's doppelganger had sacrificed itself to save her. No need for thanks. Had you fallen, I would have been left alone to face it, and I fear I would not have fared well either, given my lack of combat experience, Su Huayin replied, shaking his head. His motivation for rescuing Ling Qiu stemmed from a desire to avoid battling the Black Tiger boss solo. Moreover, he found their teamwork quite agreeable. He was satisfied with her as a partner. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not hand over that purple card? Su Huayin suggested with a mischievous glint in his eye. Dream on. It's a matter of principle, Ling Qiu retorted without hesitation, though she noted this favor for future reference. How heartless, Su Huayin muttered in jest. The two approached the card, activating its attributes. Chapter 19. Cult Hideout. The card's details unfolded before them. Tiger Howl Forest Dungeon Card. Quality: purple. Card type: special dungeon card. Effect: up to 3 individuals can enter the Tiger Howl Forest Dungeon. Description: the son of the Black Tiger King has mysteriously vanished. It vows to exact vengeance on the throat of the murderer. Dungeon rewards: Black Tiger Sword, White Tiger Blade. A dungeon card? An unfamiliar one at that. Have you ever seen such a card? Ling Qiu inquired. I have not, Su Huayin replied. Moreover, the description is intriguing. The son of the Black Tiger King? Could it possibly refer to the one we just defeated? Su Huayin speculated. It is quite possible, Ling Qiu nodded in agreement. Who would have thought it would yield a dungeon card? There is no need for contention. Let us enter together later. A purple card dungeon is beyond our current capabilities. We should at least wait until we unlock the 3rd slot before considering it. Let us keep it for now, she concluded, motioning for Su Huayin to stow the card. He complied. He then approached a nearby corpse and retrieved a broken hunting rifle, its barrel bent and the trigger malfunctioning. What a pity. It would have been useful had it not been damaged, Su Huayin lamented. Is the one in the truck still playing dead? Su Huayin suddenly called out to the pickup. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. The truck door swung open, revealing a young man who emerged with his hands raised. What shall we do with him? Su Huayin asked Ling Qiu, feeling a bit vexed about the decision. He sought her counsel on how to handle the situation. Eliminate him to prevent future troubles, she replied, her decisiveness unwavering. No, I'm still useful. I can drive, and I know where Peng Hu and their secret base are. There is plenty of food and weapons there. The youth pleaded, desperately showcasing his worth upon hearing the death sentence. A secret base? Food and weapons? Su Huayin and Ling Qiu exchanged surprised glances. Could this be an unexpected boon? Ling Qiu winked at Su Huayin, and though she said nothing, he understood her implication and subtly nodded. In that case, lead us there, Su Huayin commanded. I'll keep an eye on him to prevent any tricks. You follow on the motorcycle, Ling Qiu suggested, opting for the passenger seat. The man had no objections. With only the purple card's presence in the vicinity, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu did not press for more. Soon, the pickup and motorcycle traversed the mountain roads, and before long, the man guided them to a courtyard nestled within the hills. However, as they neared, he abruptly flung open the pickup door and bolted outside, shouting, "Help! Help!" They've killed Bishop Peng, but he had not made it far when, thud, a blade pierced his back. "Thank you for leading the way. I was feeling a bit guilty. But now I'm completely unburdened," Ling Qiu remarked as she withdrew her knife and charged into the courtyard. Su Huayin followed suit, kicking open the courtyard door. There, he spotted a man and a woman, the former clad in white, wielding a crossbow. Where did all these weapons come from? Upon seeing the crossbow, Su Huayin instinctively ducked. Perhaps due to nerves, the bolt struck the wall instead. Even if Su Huayin had not dodged, it would have missed him. In a swift motion, he dispatched the individual with the crossbow. As for the last person, Su Huayin held off for the moment. "What is going on here?" he demanded, vigorously shaking off the blood from his blade. The woman, witnessing the ruthlessness of Su Huayin's strike against the white-clad figure, crumpled to the ground. "This is a gathering for the Eternal Life Society led by Father Bai. Anyone who harmonizes their life with Father Bai's can receive divine blessings. Yesterday was a day of blessings. Father Bai said the cards from above are gifts from the gods." Through her words, Su Huayin gleaned a clearer understanding of the situation. This place resembles a den of cultists. After gathering some information, Su Huayin eliminated the last remaining member of the cult. He then proceeded towards the building, known as the Eternal Life Gathering, which comprised approximately a dozen individuals. From this vantage point, two beams of light were visible. Father Bai, self-proclaimed as a divine messenger, divided his followers into two groups, dispatching them to the respective locations. The group that encountered Su Huayin consisted of some of these members. This cult had a total of 13 members, 10 men and 3 women. The so-called Great Harmony of Life was merely a guise for promiscuity. Clearly, 3 women were insufficient for the needs of the group, leading to the imprisonment of several young girls. When Su Huayin forcefully kicked open a door, he was confronted by the sight of 3 young girls confined within cages, adorned with collars around their necks. Outrage surged within Ling Qiu, who swiftly struck, effortlessly breaking the cage open and liberating the 3 women. "Obey, and you shall have food," she instructed. One of the girls, upon seeing Su Huayin, collapsed to her knees and reached for his belt. Su Huayin, taken aback by this unexpected display, hurriedly retreated. "I will obey. I will make you comfortable," the girl murmured in a dazed tone, persistently reaching for Su Huayin's belt. It was not difficult for him to surmise the horrors she had endured based on her current state and her repetitive utterances. The other 2 girls, while not as severely affected, exhibited a profound numbness, their eyes devoid of any spark, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. After a significant pause, one of the girls finally regained a flicker of hope in her gaze. "Are you here to rescue us?" she inquired, and upon receiving a nod from Ling Qiu, tears streamed down her face like rain. Chapter 20. The Green Wolf Spider Boss. What shall we do with these girls? Su Huayin pondered, sensing a predicament. He realized he could not treat these 3 young women as he had the previous cult members. But could he leave them behind? What is so difficult about this? Ling Qiu retorted. "Their backgrounds are clean. Are you suggesting we take the guild route?" Su Huayin quickly grasped Ling Qiu's meaning. "If I recall correctly, unlocking the 5th slot allows for the selection of the guild route, which should be the simplest path," Ling Qiu explained. Her words prompted Su Huayin to reminisce about unlocking the 5th slot. There were a total of 9 slots, and apart from the first, which was freely given, the difficulty of each subsequent slot increased exponentially. The unlocking of the 5th slot involved 2 criteria. The first required basic attributes to exceed 200 points, defined as the cumulative total of strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. The second required a choice between the guild route and individual route. The former necessitated a position of at least a legion leader, while the latter required passage through the 10th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Su Huayin had initially unlocked the 5th slot via the individual route. Indeed, the 10th floor of the Tower of Heaven is exceedingly difficult. Comparatively, establishing a guild is simpler. He noted that the 3rd slot had yet to be unlocked, while Ling Qiu was already preparing for the 5th. A level 1 guild has no legion leaders, only a president and a vice president. "We could collaborate, each taking one of the 2 available slots," Ling Qiu suggested. "That sounds feasible, but isn't it a bit too ambitious?" "Establishing a guild is no small feat," Su Huayin remarked. "Of course, it's not easy, but we can start with preliminary preparations." "All right, but how about we first investigate that purple beam over there?" Su Huayin proposed. The purple beam they had previously encountered vanished after defeating the Black Tiger boss. Yet another purple beam was still visible in the distance. This indicated that the boss carrying the purple card had not yet been defeated. That makes sense. Such bosses are rarely easily vanquished. "Indeed, let us attend to business first," Ling Qiu replied. Once again mounting Su Huayin's motorcycle, they set off towards the distant purple beam. After about half an hour, they arrived at a scene that made even the battle-hardened Su Huayin's scalp tingle. The area was almost indescribably brutal, with numerous corpses strewn about. Many charred as if scorched by fire. In the center lay a terrifyingly large spider, approximately 2 to 3 meters long, its greenish hue emanating a disturbing aura. Green wolf spider boss. Those cultists must be among these corpses, Su Huayin remarked. Let us go? Ling Xiao unsheathed her blade and approached the green wolf spider. Sensing their presence, the spider shifted, its body glowing with a sickly green light. From it emerged around 7 or 8 smaller spiders, each the size of a small dog. I remember this boss summons minions that possess high defense and magic resistance while they exist. We should eliminate the minions first, Ling Xiao recalled. Let us proceed with caution. They may not be identical, Su Huayin advised. Moreover, this boss has already taken down at least 2 waves of people. As he spoke, Su Huayin swung his long blade, cleaving one of the attacking minion spiders in 2. Under their coordinated efforts, the small creatures posed no significant threat and were swiftly dispatched. Something feels off. This seems too easy, Su Huayin cautioned, halting Ling Xiao, who was eager to charge directly at the green wolf spider. In mere seconds, a series of explosions erupted. The minion spiders they had defeated transformed into small bombs, detonating one after another. Corpse explosion? I now understand the source of the injuries on those bodies, Su Huayin deduced. Thanks to his vigilance, they narrowly avoided disaster. Otherwise, they might have been severely harmed or worse. Now that we understand the mechanics, we just need to clear away the remains of the small spiders, Ling Xiao agreed. Following the explosions, the green wolf spider summoned another batch of 7 or 8 minions. For the 2 of them, dispatching these small spiders required only a moderate effort. Ling Xiao swiftly eliminated 3 entangled spiders, then propelled herself towards the green wolf spider. However, as she approached within a meter, she noticed the creature's body turning a bright red. Not good. Ling Xiao quickly halted, crossing her arms defensively as a protective energy shield enveloped her. Boom. An explosion erupted from the green wolf spider, the tremendous force shattering her energy shield and sending her crashing to the ground. Certainly, the green wolf spider boss was not faring well either. It appeared to be in a state of utter lethargy. Die. Su Huayin arrived, swiftly delivering a fatal blow that severed the head of the green wolf spider boss, which offered little to no resistance. The creature's head fell away effortlessly. From the lifeless body of the green wolf spider boss, a purple card materialized. Chapter 21, Heaven and Earth Share the Same Life, and the Swordsmith. Are you alright? Su Huayin rushed to Zero Autumn's side, helping her to her feet, only to discover that she had already fainted. No way. He checked for her breath and found it to be steady, which brought him a measure of relief. Wake up. Wake up. Su Huayin gently patted her face, shaking her with some urgency. Slowly, Zero Autumn opened her eyes, having been momentarily dazed by the recent explosion. Stop shaking me. I survived the blast, but I might die from your shaking. Zero Autumn replied weakly. This place is not safe. We should leave at once, Su Huayin stated. Without waiting for her objection, he hoisted Zero Autumn onto his back. What card just dropped? Zero Autumn inquired. I don't know yet. I haven't checked. I hope it's a healing card, Su Huayin said as he cradled her and made his way toward the purple card. Upon reaching it, he extended his hand and tapped the card, causing its contents to materialize before both Su Huayin and Zero Autumn. Heaven and Earth share the same life. Quality, purple. Card type, spell card. Effect, at the cost of losing 99 in all attributes for the next hour, perform self-detonation. The damage and range of the explosion depend on the number of card slots occupied. Description, right or wrong. I have lost the heart to discern. Acquisition method, monster drops. System events, black market merchants. Dual mode effect, magic card. Inflicts 3,000 points of damage to oneself and skips the next turn, inflicting 4,000 points of damage to the opponent. Restriction, this card cannot be used in casual duels. This card is quite impressive. Su Huayin's eyes lit up upon reading its details. This spell card is exceptionally beneficial for his current system. Moreover, it is indeed a spell card. According to our previous agreement, this card belongs to me. The next one is yours. Su Huayin joyfully stored the card away. This is a type of ultimate skill, immensely powerful, yet it carries significant drawbacks. It also occupies a card slot. It sounds formidable, but its efficacy is not as overwhelming in the hands of others. However, for Su Huayin, the scenario is different. He had already devised a strategy for utilizing this card. Stealth. Heaven and Earth share the same life. Let us see how this works. It does slightly diminish the effectiveness of the clone. As long as it doesn't get obliterated, the enemy can easily finish it off with a single strike, resulting in its demise. Once the clone perishes, it cannot be summoned again for 24 hours. In truth, this is not the optimal way to maximize the clone's potential. It would be best to nurture one with combat power comparable to the original. Yet, it is evident that Su Huayin currently lacks sufficient quality cards to nurture a clone. Thus, this self-detonation skill serves as a commendable alternative. Let us go back. This new stronghold is far superior to the previous one. Su Huayin mounted his motorcycle, carrying the injured Zero Autumn, as they sped toward the secluded courtyard in the mountains. This stronghold is significantly better than the makeshift one Su Huayin had prepared earlier. However, much to his dismay, halfway through their journey, The motorcycle abruptly stalled. It ran out of fuel. Su Huayin glanced at the fuel gauge, cursing his misfortune. They would have to walk from here. And then, even more unfortunate, he realized he was lost. Which way should we go? Su Huayin asked Zero Autumn, who was still slung over his back. Yes, he was lost. He had no idea which direction would lead them to the mountain courtyard. How should I know? I'm not familiar with this place either. Zero Autumn retorted. This area is desolate and wild, devoid of any mobile signal. The sky gradually darkened, and it seemed they might have to spend the night outdoors. Su Huayin remarked. Just then, a flicker of light appeared ahead, catching Su Huayin's attention. Oh, it seems someone is nearby. He quickened his pace toward the source of the light, carrying Zero Autumn on his back. Pushing through the underbrush, Su Huayin cautiously surveyed the campsite ahead. He discovered a bonfire surrounded by a small tent. Beside the fire sat a man, warming himself, with a sword slung across his back. Above the man's head was a line of text, the swordsmith. This indicated a neutral character, the NPC known as the swordsmith. Upon seeing the words above the man's head, Su Huayin sighed in relief. This was a relatively well-known NPC, whose introduction stated that he was always in search of materials to forge a legendary sword. As long as one did not attack this NPC, there would be no issues. Of course, in the game, there were always players looking to stir up trouble, but generally, aside from being instantaneously defeated, nothing else would occur. Gradually, players stopped provoking this character. Nevertheless, some remained convinced that he harbored secrets. Rumor had it that one needed to present at least a red card-level sword before him to trigger a hidden quest. However, during 3 years of close testing, red cards were exceedingly rare, and not a single red weapon card was available. Moreover, these were merely speculations. Typically, he could be treated as an ordinary quest NPC. At the very least, they wouldn't have to sleep in the wilderness. Su Huayin thought with a sense of gratitude. The two approached the bonfire. The swordsmith glanced at them. Greetings, travelers, he said. We got lost nearby, and we're hoping to find shelter here. Su Huayin replied. Is that so? Please, make yourselves comfortable. The swordsmith responded, before falling silent. How do you trigger the quest again? Su Huayin turned to Zero Autumn, who was sitting beside him, her stomach rumbling. He couldn't recall how to activate the swordsmith's quest. I believe it's by displaying a sword or knife-type weapon in front of him, Zero Autumn pondered. This NPC is considered a chance encounter. Whether one meets him is purely a matter of luck. If one encounters him while holding a sword or knife and presents it, a quest will be triggered. After saying this, Zero Autumn revealed her glowing blue flame longsword. Indeed, this action caught the attention of the swordsmith NPC. Young lady, your sword is quite remarkable, he remarked. Did it really trigger the quest? However, the craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. If you could assist me with a task, I could help you upgrade it, the swordsmith NPC offered. The so-called upgrade naturally refers to enhancing the card's quality. What task? I am at your service. Zero Autumn eagerly responded. I need to find a thunderstone. It may be located at the mountain peak. I will wait here for 3 days. If you can retrieve a piece of thunderstone, I can assist you in upgrading your card, the swordsmith's voice echoed. Ding. You have triggered the quest. Find thunderstone. The task deadline is 3 days, and the reward is a blue sword-type weapon card. Do I get a share of this too? Although it pales in comparison to Zero Autumn's blue card upgrade to a purple card, it is still a noteworthy opportunity. Chapter 22. The End of Server Benefits. The following day, don't crowd, Su Huayin gasped as he pushed away the heavy leg clad in armor that was pressing down on him. Who would have thought that Ling Qiu would be so strikingly beautiful, with such an admirable demeanor, yet possess such an appalling sleeping posture? Last night, he had shared a tent with Ling Qiu. Her leg was weighted heavily, primarily due to the burden of her zero-style armor. The crux of the matter was that this weight was directly compressing him. It was excruciating. The swordsmith was unlike the previous NPCs from the Fishing Association, who were merely dull and lifeless. Instead, he had spent the entire night sitting by the campfire striking poses. Moreover, this was a neutral safe zone, where safety concerns were non-existent. Thus, the tent had been commandeered by Su Huayin. However, he never anticipated that Ling Qiu would join him. Wasn't it customary for men and women to maintain a certain distance? Su Huayin had initially refused her entry, asserting that the tent was too small and that their proximity was uncomfortable. Did she intend to monopolize him? Absolutely not. How could Ling Qiu allow Su Huayin to have his way? She stubbornly squeezed herself in. I mean, men and women should keep a respectful distance. Su Huayin declared with righteous indignation. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Su Huayin feigned considerable concern for Ling Qiu. I am willing to endure any discomfort. What of it? Ling Qiu retorted, her tone unyielding. With such resolve, Su Huayin found himself at a loss. Should he vacate the tent and leave Ling Qiu alone? On what grounds? Thus, the two of them spent the night crammed together in the small tent. Emerging from the tent, Su Huayin tidied his hair and clothes. Shortly thereafter, Ling Qiu also crawled out, stretching languidly. I still long for the comfort of my own bed. Sleeping like this is far too cramped, she lamented. No one forced you to squeeze in with me. Have a little modesty, will you? Su Huayin responded, a hint of irritation in his voice. As they became more acquainted, Su Huayin realized that while Ling Qiu was undeniably beautiful, she seemed to lack a certain femininity, or perhaps she was simply too rational. Her rationality was almost uncharacteristic of a woman. It was astonishing that she would engage in a tent-sharing dispute with him. Shouldn't a girl be a bit more demure? Modesty? You actually align with my taste. Frankly, if something were to happen between us, I would be perfectly amenable. Whether I gain or lose is for me to determine. Ling Qiu stated candidly. Cough, cough, cough. Su Huayin found himself at a loss for words, having been caught off guard. You are quite something, he admitted, raising his hands in surrender. Seeing Su Huayin's flustered expression, Ling Qiu chuckled softly, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. See, you look so much better when you smile, Su Huayin remarked, unable to resist a teasing comment. Oh, are you implying that you enjoy seeing me smile? Ling Qiu countered playfully. Stop, stop, stop. You've won. I concede. The atmosphere seems a tad off, Su Huayin hastily interrupted, sensing the conversation veering into uncomfortable territory. Let us proceed to the mountaintop, he suggested, steering the discussion back to business, the task from the swordsmith. If Ling Qiu completed this task, she could upgrade a blue card to a purple card, and he would also obtain a blue card, quite advantageous indeed. All right, let us set forth, Ling Qiu replied, following Su Huayin's gaze towards the summit. This was a time-sensitive mission. The sooner they completed it, the sooner they could conclude their business. Additionally, they hoped to locate that specific courtyard. If it proved elusive, they would simply have to let it go. How is your injury? Su Huayin inquired. It's nothing serious now, Ling Qiu responded. The two then embarked towards the mountaintop. Yet, they had scarcely begun their ascent when a system notification echoed in the air. Ding! The purple card guardian beast has been slain over 80 times. The server benefits distribution is complete. At noon today, wild monsters will begin respawning outside the main city, which will be under the control of NPCs. Public dungeons will be open. The system notification did not disrupt Su Huayin and Ling Qiu as they continued their climb. A new order is unfolding, Su Huayin mused. Outside the main city, monsters would now be spawning everywhere, indicating a significant societal shift. However, the most crucial part of the announcement was the final sentence. Public dungeons are now open. The cemetery dungeon was one such public dungeon. As long as one could clear the hard mode of the cemetery dungeon solo, they could unlock the third card slot. Su Huayin had been eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Once they completed this task, he intended to attempt unlocking the third card slot. I too wish to witness what happens when the city is taken over by NPCs. Ling Qiu added. As they conversed, they reached the halfway point of the mountain, where a courtyard came into view. Found it. It's right here? Su Huayin exclaimed. His heart steady, bolstered by his six-fold vitality. Knocking on the courtyard's door, it swung open to reveal a girl's face. Sister Ling Qiu, you're back, Zhu Hui exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she looked at Su Huayin beside Ling Qiu. How are the two of you recovering? Ling Qiu asked as she entered the courtyard. Upon hearing Ling Qiu inquire about the others, Zhu Hui's expression dimmed. Jing Tian is doing somewhat better, but Li Caifeng's condition is not ideal. She has been experiencing mental distress. However, she is much improved compared to before. With some rest, she should return to normal. Zhu Hui led Su Huayin and Ling Qiu to where Jing Tian and Li Caifeng were located. As Zhu Hui had mentioned, Jing Tian appeared somewhat withdrawn, but was otherwise similar to a typical person. Conversely, upon seeing Su Huayin, or rather, upon recognizing him, Li Caifeng trembled violently. Curling up in a corner, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu chose not to press her. Having endured such experiences, she needed time to heal. After sharing a meal, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu continued their ascent towards the mountaintop. Are you nurturing the dead? Su Huayin suddenly queried during their journey. Zhu Hui and the others held a deep sense of gratitude towards Ling Qiu. Although Su Huayin was also their savior, gender often played a significant role in such matters. Furthermore, the trio had undergone harrowing experiences together. Don't think so lowly of it. Ling Qiu shot Su Huayin a disapproving glance. I merely feel pity for them. There is far too much unfairness in this world. Since childhood, I have held a belief. Black is black, and white is white. With the sword in hand, I shall sever the distinctions of black and white. No personal sentiments should sway these truths. Justice transcends all. Ling Qiu's words took on a somewhat juvenile tone. Chapter 23. The Might of Water Manipulation. Distinguishing between black and white. There is no such thing as clear-cut definitions. The world exists in shades of gray. Although Ling Qiu's perspective was somewhat naive, Su Huayin found it endearing. And you? Do you have any dreams? Ling Qiu inquired, shifting the conversation to loftier realms. My dream? In truth, it mirrors yours in a way. I aspire to encounter a true embodiment of light, one who will pierce my heart with his long sword. Su Huayin replied with a hint of madness. A true embodiment of light. That's quite intriguing, Ling Qiu mused, a contemplative expression gracing her features. The two individuals ascended to the summit of the mountain. Upon reaching the peak, they beheld a scattering of roughly a dozen stones of various sizes, accompanied by a small pond. This appears to be a task involving stone hopping, Su Huayin remarked, observing the somewhat familiar scenery before him. In the realm of KY, it is not solely about combat. There are also elements of minor puzzles to decipher. This is where I excel. He approached the nearest stone. Ding. The beginner difficulty was activated. As Su Huayin's foot landed upon the stone, a radiant light flickered on a nearby stone. Without hesitation, he leapt to the second stone, and shortly thereafter, another luminous glow appeared on yet another stone. This entire endeavor lasted approximately 1 minute. Ding. Congratulations on completing the beginner difficulty. Reward. White card, Basic Leap. Advanced difficulty 1 unlocked. Would you like to continue? Basic Leap. Quality white. Card type. Action card. Effect. Enhances jumping ability. Description. A fundamental method of exerting force. Acquisition. Stone hopping game. Su Huayin glanced at the card's details before stowing it away. It bore little significance. A mere exclusive reward for the stone hopping game. Completing Advanced Difficulty 1 would yield a middle-level leap card, and completing Advanced Difficulty 2 would grant a high-level leap card. Beyond that, Su Huayin was uncertain. Even within the game, he had only ever managed to complete Advanced Difficulty 2. He had never succeeded in the Master Difficulty above that. As Su Huayin finished the puzzle, a flash of light illuminated the area ahead. A lightning sprite, radiating with electric energy, materialized before Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Enveloped within its aura was a fist-sized purple stone, which was undoubtedly the Thunder Stone. Su Huayin opted not to pursue a higher difficulty challenge. Instead, he drew his weapon, aiming it at the lightning sprite. The lightning sprite is immune to lightning-based attacks and physical damage. For now, you lack the means to inflict harm upon it. Provide me with support, Ling Qiu advised. Su Huayin readily acquiesced. All right, I shall assist you. He promptly prepared for battle, swapping out his cards. In the second card slot, he combined Magic Ball with Ice Shield. Although the Ice Shield was merely a white card and somewhat lagged behind the pace, it was still a viable option. All right. Let the battle commence. Su Huayin readied himself for the confrontation. Okay, let's begin. Ling Qiu also prepared for combat. Just then, Su Huayin called for a halt. His gaze had drifted to a small pond not far away. Let's lure this creature towards the pond. Being near the water will grant me an advantage. Su Huayin suggested. Sure, no problem, Ling Qiu replied without a moment's hesitation. The battle was on. Ling Qiu stepped into the range of the lightning sprite's aggro, immediately provoking its response. A massive lightning orb, the size of a human head, erupted from the sprite's mouth. Ling Qiu did not resist. She merely evaded the lightning ball and led the sprite towards the pond. The lightning sprite was swiftly drawn to her, pursuing her to the water's edge. Su Huayin awaited their arrival. With the presence of water, the intermediate water control technique of Water Dragon Scale could now come into play. Su Huayin attempted to condense a water projectile and launched it at the lightning sprite. Boom. The water projectile exploded upon impact, sending a surge of electric energy rippling outward. Well done, Ling Qiu exclaimed in applause. I shall provide you with support. Ling Qiu swiftly recalibrated her strategy. Initially, she had assumed Su Huayin lacked effective output capabilities against the lightning sprite, hence her decision to take on the primary offensive role. After all, her skill, Flame Slash, was also a commendable option for inflicting damage upon the lightning sprite. It was a pleasant surprise to discover Su Huayin's hidden talent. If that's the case, let Su Huayin take the lead. Is the power truly this formidable? Su Huayin mused, astonished by the might of his water control technique. In his recollection, fire, lightning, and metal attributes typically possessed stronger offensive capabilities, while water attributes were primarily associated with support and healing effects. Beyond its high damage output, the lightning sprite's movements were noticeably affected. It appeared to stutter with each action, as if hindered. The dynamic of the battle shifted. Ling Qiu proactively assumed the role of support. As the lightning sprite lunged towards Su Huayin, she boldly stepped forward. Flame Slash, the long blade, emanating a ghostly blue flame, struck the lightning sprite. Boom. The fiery blade collided with the sprite, resulting in an explosion upon contact between lightning and fire. A chunk of the sprite disintegrated, while Ling Qiu was thrown back by the ensuing blast. Su Huayin seized the opportunity to unleash his water control technique once more. This time, he concentrated on forming a larger water cannon. As Ling Qiu and the lightning sprite were both momentarily stunned by the explosion, the water cannon struck the lightning sprite. Following this assault, the lightning sprite quivered before vanishing. A stone fell from its form, transforming into a card. Thunderstone. Quality, blue. Card type, material card. Description, a material essential for the swordsmith's quest. I got it, Ling Qiu exclaimed, picking up the card from the ground. She turned to Su Huayin. I didn't expect you to possess such a skill. With the battle concluded, Ling Qiu's spirit soared. Not bad. It merely requires a water environment. For now, the water control technique is only effective in such conditions. Su Huayin snapped his fingers, conjuring a sphere of water in his hand. Currently, I can only manipulate the unclaimed waters of nature. If only I could directly control the water within the human body, that would be splendid, Su Huayin lamented, revealing his slight disappointment. It was evident that such feats were beyond the capabilities of the intermediate water control technique. Let's move on. It is time to claim our quest rewards. I, too, desire a purple card. Chapter 24, The Main City is Not a City? Rescue. Ding. Congratulations on completing the Swordsmith quest. Reward, blue card, long flow sword. A system notification resonated in Su Huayin's ears as he stood at the swordsmith camp. A blue card materialized in his hand. Long flow sword. Quality, blue. Card type, weapon card. Attribute, strength 40. Effect, increases the power of water-based skills by 20. Description, is this truly a sword? It resembles a staff more than anything else. Restrictions, strength greater than 20 points or constitution greater than 40 points. Acquisition, monster drops. System events, unscrupulous merchants. Dual mode effect, warrior type, 4 stars, adjustment, attack 1800, defense 200. Effect, during your main phase. You may special summon one, fine water sword, from your deck, graveyard, or hand to the field. It requires 40 points of constitution. I currently have 60 points. So I fully meet the conditions. Su Huayin promptly removed the strength bracelet from his second card slot and replaced it with the long flow sword. It appeared that there was also a card called Fine Water Sword, suggesting that these two cards formed a set, akin to a small combo. Having organized his cards, Su Huayin turned his attention to Ling Qiu. What about you? He inquired. Ling Qiu's reward was an enhancement in card level. Is it possible to upgrade this blade to a 0 series plasma cutter? Asked Ling Qiu. That would require a purple card. Surely it's not feasible? Clearly. This blade does not align with that type or path, Su Huayin interjected, but was promptly silenced by the NPC blacksmith. Indeed, it is possible, the blacksmith NPC replied succinctly. However, I must emphasize, we are in a card domain. Before long, a peculiar handle materialized in Ling Qiu's grasp. With a resonant hum, a sci-fi-inspired blade emerged in his hand. This weapon belongs to the 0 series and necessitates at least a purple tier 0 series armament card for it to be embedded in the slot, thereby enhancing its capabilities. Ling Qiu's spirits lifted. Let us return. The cemetery dungeon will soon open, likely within the main city. We should check it out this afternoon, he declared. Agreed. That aligns with my thoughts, Su Huayin responded. After acquiring the Changlu sword, he felt ready to tackle the challenging public dungeon solo. Moreover, the cooldown for his clone was almost complete. With his stealth and heaven and earth share life card setup, he could even attempt to solo the world boss. Albeit he referred to the most basic of normal bosses. Having departed from the blacksmith NPC, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu returned to their stronghold. Just as they settled down for lunch, a system notification echoed through the air. Ding! Wild monsters are beginning to respawn. The public dungeon is now open. The map system is active. As the system's voice faded, Su Huayin noticed on the nearby mountains and winding roads, a swarm of monkeys wielding sticks had appeared. It has begun. Monsters are everywhere now, Ling Qiu remarked. This signified the onset of a new order and set of rules. Yet, the old powers remained vast and formidable. Merely stripped of their absolute control, Su Huayin summoned a pitch-black map, shrouded in mist, revealing only a green dot representing himself and a symbol denoting the main city illuminated. Observing the direction and distance, he noted, the main city does not seem to be within the urban area. What does this imply? He pondered. It became evident that apart from the main city, the rest was a monster respawn zone. This is bad. My family is in danger. Ling Qiu's expression shifted gravely. Let us go. I have someone to save as well. Su Huayin could no longer remain idle. The misleading system notification from the previous day had led him to believe the current city would transform into a safe zone, merely under the control of system NPCs. Little did he know it appeared a new system, main city had been created. I'll drive, Su Huayin stated, heading towards the pickup truck parked outside. Ready to make his way to the city. Ling Qiu promptly joined him in the passenger seat. Just as they were about to depart, Zhu Hui rushed out, insisting on joining them. Don't leave without me. Stay here. The forthcoming operations will be perilous, Ling Qiu admonished. Though his tone revealed a semblance of concern for Zhu Hui, perhaps it stemmed from sympathy. My family is also in the city. Please help me bring them out. Zhu Hui implored. Where's your home? Ling Qiu inquired immediately. Huachong Park Community. I want to go with you. Zhu Hui insisted. Get in quickly. We don't have time to waste, Su Huayin urged, starting the vehicle and steering towards the city. By the way, Zhu Hui, could you make a call for me? Su Huayin requested. Due to the sudden monster respawn, the entire city had plunged into chaos. In a narrow alley, 3 individuals were being pursued by a monster wielding a pitchfork. At this point, why are you still following me? Ma Zhendong expressed his exasperation. The 2 law enforcement officers, an elder and a youth, seemed assigned to protect him, even amidst the monster chase. Doesn't the world order have changed? Must you be so diligent? Bang! A gunshot rang out as the young officer fired a bullet at the serpent-like creature, but it was utterly ineffective. A massive miss appeared above the monster's head. Fool! All monsters are immune to technological weapons, unless they are card-based. The trio fled in disarray. Upon escaping into a small alley, they temporarily evaded their pursuer. Just then, Ma Zhendong's phone rang unexpectedly. He opened it to find an unanswered call. Who would be calling him now? Nevertheless, he answered. Ma Zhendong, where are you now? Su Huayin's familiar voice resonated. It's you. Ma Zhendong exclaimed, elated. Find a safe place to hide, and keep your phone on. I'll come to rescue you. Chapter 25. Divided into 3 paths. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. The voice emanating from the phone was Ling Qiu attempting to reach her parents. But to no avail. Her mood sank with each failed attempt. Stop trying. Let us switch numbers. Ling Qiu inhaled deeply before slowly articulating, revealing another number. This time, the call connected. Xiaodong, how are you? Are you alright? Ling Qiu inquired anxiously. Sister, hurry and save me. There are so many monsters downstairs. A tearful voice emanated from the phone. Where are you? Ling Qiu maintained her composure, questioning. I'm at school, on the top floor of the teaching building. I survived thanks to a card I found a few days ago. Many have perished. Please hurry. The voice on the other end struggled to contain its emotions, weeping quietly, seemingly fearful that their sobs would attract the monsters. All right, stay hidden. I'm on my way, Ling Qiu assured. Soon after, Zhu Hui also attempted to contact her family. Yet, like before, no one answered. Currently, the only confirmed contacts alive were Ma Zhendong and Ling Qiu's sister. As for the others, while it couldn't be said with absolute certainty, their chances of survival appeared grim. The pickup truck navigated into the city, but the streets were now utterly congested with crashed vehicles, rendering further progress impossible. Let us split up, Ling Qiu proposed. Agreed, that is precisely what I intended. Su Huayin replied. Compared to the unfamiliar Ling Qiu's sister, Su Huayin preferred to rescue his own brother. As for Zhu Hui, she would have to fend for herself temporarily or go save her own family. Su Huayin retrieved a green card and handed it to Zhu Hui. Power wristband. Neither he nor Ling Qiu were her caretakers. Since she chose to accompany them and desired to rescue others, she would have to rely on herself. Bestowing the power wristband upon her was already a considerable gesture. Zhu Hui appeared taken aback, gazing at Su Huayin in confusion, then turned to Ling Qiu with a pleading look. Go. Zero Qiu's response was rather straightforward. Do you lack even this level of awareness? There are no heroes in this world, at least I am not one. If there are heroes, they are you yourself, Zero Qiu remarked. I comprehended his words. Zhu Hui paused for a moment, her gaze hardening with determination. Accepting the power wristband card from Su Huayin, she exited the vehicle. Farewell, Su Huayin waved towards Zero Qiu. Yes, farewell. Zero Qiu replied before departing. There was no time for melancholic reflections. Su Huayin swiftly made his way to the location mentioned by Ma Zhentong. A longsword manifested in Su Huayin's grasp. Within the city, serpent-like creatures roamed freely. Su Huayin soon encountered one. Upon seeing him, the serpent creature brandished its trident and lunged towards Su Huayin. While Su Huayin could not be deemed a battle-hardened warrior nor a master swordsman, dealing with such a minor foe was quite simple. Effortlessly evading the trident's thrust, the long flow sword pierced the serpent creature's chest with ease. As the creature perished, a card emerged from its lifeless form, which Su Huayin promptly collected. It was a card adorned with an image of gold coins. Piso card, 12. 12 pesos were dropped. After securing the card, Su Huayin pressed onward. These minor serpent creatures posed no significant challenge to him. The long flow sword could easily reap such trifling adversaries. At last, upon dispatching the 8th serpent creature, a green card appeared from the corpse of the one he had slain. Ah, a good find. Without hesitation, Su Huayin grasped the newly acquired serpent card. Serpent Warrior. Quality, green. Card type, dual mode exclusive card. Attack power, 1200. Defense power, 800. Warrior type, 3 stars, water attribute. Effect. This card's attack power increases by 200 for each serpent field monster present on the field. A dual mode exclusive card. Serpent series cards are typically of average strength, Su Huayin mused, though he tucked the card away regardless. At the very least, its stats were decent. With an attack power of 1200, combined with his own serpent field, that made for an attack power of 1400. It would suffice as a placeholder in the early game when cards were scarce. Continuing onward, suddenly, as Su Huayin neared Ma Zhentong's location, an arrow shot towards him. Instinctively, he raised his sword to deflect it, successfully blocking the projectile. Turning towards the source of the arrow, he spotted a serpent creature wielding a crossbow. A sneak attack? Seeking death. Su Huayin dashed towards the crossbow-wielding serpent. The creature, frightened, raised its weapon to defend, only to have its head and crossbow severed in one swift strike from Su Huayin. A green card materialized from the fallen serpent's corpse. Serpent Crossbowman. Quality, green. Card type, dual mode exclusive card. Attack power, 1600. Defense power, 800. Warrior type, 4 stars, water attribute. Effect. This card can be special summoned from your hand when there are serpent field monsters on the field, during your main phase. If there are 2 or more serpent monsters on the field, you may tribute one of them to inflict half of that monster's attack power to the opponent's tribute card. Another dual mode exclusive card. Su Huayin had expected something rarer. He added this card to his collection as well. Dual mode exclusive cards, as the name implies, can only appear in dual mode. Of course, even if he received excellent cards now, he might not be able to equip them, as he only had 2 card slots available. Hey, where are you? Su Huayin reconnected the call to Ma Zhentong. Let us not inquire about where he got the phone. He could only say he found it on the ground, not knowing who had discarded it. I see you. I see you. Ma Jintong shouted excitedly upon spotting Su Huayin alive. Su Huayin nodded slightly. However, in the next instant, whoosh, a magical projectile struck Ma Jintong. Chapter 26. The First Trial of Heaven and Earth. Damn. Su Huayin looked towards the direction of the magic projectile. There stood a serpent mage wielding an odd staff. Su Huayin swiftly approached the serpent mage, bringing down the long flow sword. A large serpent mage's head flew into the air, and along with it, a card materialized. Su Huayin effortlessly collected the card without examining it, running over to Ma Jintong's side. Alongside Ma Jintong were two men clad in law enforcement uniforms. Dongzi, are you alright? Su Huayin assessed Ma Jintong. Although injured, it seemed he was not gravely harmed. Who are you two? Su Huayin turned his gaze towards the two officers. You must be Su Huayin, right? This phone is for you. Someone is looking for you, the older officer said, extending a phone towards Su Huayin. However, Su Huayin declined to take it. No thanks, I prefer not to establish contact with them at the moment, and I suspect it might have a tracking device. Su Huayin moved closer to Ma Jintong, preparing to carry him away. Yet, the two officers did not relent. This is a way to contact us. Please believe that we mean no harm. The younger officer eagerly handed Su Huayin a note. I'm sorry, but I cannot place my trust in you. Especially since I am currently unable to do so, Su Huayin replied politely. Although the world's order had undergone a tremendous transformation, the previous authorities still held their positions. The disparity in power was too vast. Engaging with them now would make him an easy target. At the very least, please accept this. There is absolutely no tracking device or anything of the sort, the younger officer insisted once more, offering the note. I understand that you may not trust the contents, but that is merely a consequence of bureaucratic issues. The country has a very important mission underway, which, if successful, could benefit all ordinary citizens. This mission requires the participation of high-level players. Observing the genuine expression on the young officer's face, Su Huayin hesitated and took the note. I will consider it. But definitely not now, Su Huayin finally replied, then left with the injured Ma Jintong. As Su Huayin departed, the older officer remarked, I told you. These individuals are not villainous. They are far more endearing than those who hold power, yet do nothing. This card is rather decent. Su Huayin returned to the pickup truck, placing the injured Ma Jintong inside. He then examined the card obtained from the slain serpent mage. Serpent mage? Quality, green. Card type, dual mode exclusive card. Attack power, 1000. Defense power, 500. Warrior type, 3 stars, water attribute. Effect, when there is a Serpent Man card on the field. This card can be special summoned when there are 3 or more Serpent Man monsters you control. Once per turn, it can destroy 1 card on your opponent's field. This is yet another card exclusive to dual mode, but it appears to be part of a complete system, allowing one to summon an entire set. Both Ling Xiu and Zhu Hui have not returned. With nothing else to do, Su Huayin clearly does not wish to wait idly. He decides to shuffle some cards. Currently, he possesses the Serpent Man Warrior, Serpent Man Archer, and Serpent Man Mage. Only the Serpent Man Mage holds some utility, capable of destroying an opponent's card on the field. However, it requires at least 3 Serpent Man monsters on his side. After setting up Ma Jintong, Su Huayin begins to summon monsters. He recalls that Serpent Man creatures might drop a powerful stealth skill card with instantaneous invincibility frames, Shadow Escape. Su Huayin ponders. His subordinates are relentless. Essentially, no minor Serpent Man can withstand his sword. Soon enough, he has summoned more than 3 Serpent Man Warriors, Serpent Man Mages, and Serpent Man Archers. Beyond 3 of the same card is futile. A deck can only accommodate a maximum of 3 identical cards. Apart from these, there are also 2 non-dual mode exclusive white cards. One is a gem that grants an additional 10 spirit points, and the other is a warrior skill called Heavy Strike, which inflicts 150 damage. Neither holds any significance for Su Huayin, as he has no slots left to place these cards. Just as Su Huayin prepares to cease his endeavors, he suddenly spots a Serpent Man creature towering over 3 meters. This creature wields a knife and a shield. An unfamiliar beast. Upon seeing it, Su Huayin's eyes gleam with excitement. Undoubtedly, this is an elite monster. It resembles the previously encountered blue card guardian beast. Hey there, big fellow. Come here. Su Huayin exclaims with a smile, enthusiastically waving his arms. His actions draw the attention of the elite Serpent Man creature like a magnet. The Serpent Man, initially wandering aimlessly, halts abruptly and turns its gaze towards Su Huayin. Confirming its target, the elite Serpent Man strides decisively toward him, each step resonating heavily, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. Faced with the approaching elite Serpent Man, Su Huayin remains remarkably composed. A slight smile graces his lips as he whispers, "Let us see how this card performs." As the elite Serpent Man draws nearer, Su Huayin stands unwaveringly still, resembling a statue. However, just as the elite Serpent Man is within a mere 10 meters of him, a thunderous explosion erupts. Boom. The sound reverberates like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Accompanying this explosion, a powerful shockwave radiates outward like a tempest. An invisible figure detonates beside the elite Serpent Man. The purple skill, Heaven and Earth Coexistence. The elite Serpent Man, caught at the heart of the explosion, absorbs the full brunt of the skill's damage. As the explosive force dissipates, Su Huayin gazes intently and chuckles. The elite serpent man is now in a dire state. Its scales are charred, some even curling back to reveal gory wounds beneath, and its shield has been flung far away. Not to mention, its clone is gone, unfortunate enough to be pierced by a knife that must have been propelled by the blast. A blue card gradually materializes from the creature's remains. Quite impressive. The power of this skill is certainly commendable. Su Huayin is quite satisfied with its potency. Chapter 27, Serpent Man Commander. A single use of heaven and earth coexistence obliterated the elite creature. This is merely the effect of the skill with 2 card slots. The power of heaven and earth coexistence increases with the number of card slots available. At this current strength, it could likely pose a threat to boss-level entities. Albeit at the cost of its clone's existence, one can only be summoned every 24 hours. Su Huayin approaches the remains of the elite Serpent Man and bends down to collect the card. Serpent Man Commander. Quality, blue. Card type, monster card. Effect, consumes 100 spirit points to summon 1 Serpent Man Commander. Only one can exist at a time. Description, an elite of the Serpent Man clan. Acquisition, monster drop, black-hearted merchant. System event, dual mode effect, 6 stars, warrior type, attack 2100, defense 1500. Effect can destroy 1 Serpent Man monster on the field. This card can be special summoned from your hand or graveyard during the main phase. Once per turn, you may add 1 Serpent Man card from your deck to your hand. Limit, only one can exist in the deck. 100 spirit points to summon an elite monster? Is this a joke? Su Huayin scoffs. Though he anticipated this effect upon seeing the card's title, the only redeemable aspect is its effect in dual mode. Destroying a Serpent Man monster on the field allows for a special summon, boasting 2100 attack power, and one can also retrieve a Serpent Man card from the deck once per turn. It seems that with the current cards in hand, he can assemble a rudimentary deck. Su Huayin reviews his collection of cards. There are 2 types of dual modes, one with a deck of 20 to 30 cards and 4000 health, featuring only 3 monster slots and magic trap slots. The other with a deck of 40 to 60 cards and 8000 health, possessing 5 monster slots, an extra slot, and 5 magic trap slots for standard duels. Currently, he has 10 Serpent Man cards. Including others, he has already amassed 20 cards, fulfilling the criteria for a simple duel. Su Huayin obtained the Tiger's Yin and Yang card during the system's 2nd anniversary celebration duel competition for Card Domain, where he emerged victorious and earned the red card, Tiger's Yin and Yang. Although duel mode is merely a supplementary mode, the rewards are exceedingly generous. Now, with Card Domain, invading reality, in battles utilizing the card arena mode, Su Huayin could barely be considered a top-tier player. However, as the champion of duel mode, he is indeed a king in that realm. I knew it was you. A voice suddenly resounded from behind Su Huayin. Without turning around, he already knew who it was. He was all too familiar with that voice. So, did you manage to rescue them? Su Huayin turns to see 2 girls who bear an 8-point resemblance to each other. The one clad in armor, a maturely developed maiden, is naturally Ling Qiu. Beside her is a seemingly timid girl. This is my sister. You can call her Xiao Dong or Ling Dong, Ling Qiu introduces. Then, she introduces Su Huayin to Ling Dong. This is my teammate, Mingjing Shui. Just call him Minggu. His name is merely a code, much like how Ling Qiu is not actually surnamed Ling. But since we're familiar now, let us stick with it. Minggu, Zero Dong called out to Su Huayin. You must have just used the Earth and Heaven's longevity technique, right? How effective was it? Zero Qiu inquired curiously. It was decent. It can directly eliminate elite monsters, but I doubt it would fare well against a boss, Su Huayin replied. What about the person you saved? How are they doing? Injured, but it shouldn't be anything serious. Look, they're right here in the car. Su Huayin gestured with his chin. Injured? I can handle that. Zero Dong timidly raised her hand and remarked. Zero Qiu immediately added. While we were caught in the card rain earlier, I mentioned it to her. She got lucky and picked up 2 cards, one of which was a minor healing spell. Upon hearing Zero Qiu's words, Su Huayin's eyes lit up. A healer. A healer has arrived. Although, the healing might not be very substantial. Nevertheless, it's still a healer. Come on, let's go assist my brother. Su Huayin led the 2 to the pickup truck. Ma Zhendong was currently lying in the passenger seat. It's all up to you now, Zero Qiu nudged her sister. All right, Zero Dong responded, moving to Ma Zhendong's side. Minor healing spell. Zero Dong activated her skill. She extended her hand, and a gentle green light emanated from her palm, settling upon Ma Zhendong. As the verdant glow descended, it infused into him. The pallor of Ma Zhendong's face gradually regained color, and his wounds healed at a visibly accelerated pace, suggesting he might awaken at any moment. Su Huayin exclaimed. This minor healing spell is quite effective. Zero Dong smiled shyly, yet beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, clearly indicating that using the skill had drained her considerable mental energy. Just then, a low growl echoed in the distance, and a horde of snake people surged towards them. Su Huayin glanced into the distance and spotted a creature towering at least 2 men high, larger than the snake leader, he had previously defeated, approaching them. It was the Snake King boss. This was a bona fide wild map boss. If they could single-handedly take it down, they could immediately unlock the third card slot. However, it was evident that neither Su Huayin nor Zero Chio had any intention of doing so. Wild map bosses were significantly more formidable than the purple card guardians they had previously vanquished. Even the most ordinary wild map boss required a complete team of 3 card slots to tackle. This did not even account for the minions that accompanied wild map bosses. Unlike dungeon bosses, which stood idly waiting to be defeated, wild map bosses actively attacked players. In short, even the most basic wild map boss was beyond the capabilities of Su Huayin and his companions at this moment. "Buckle up, let us go," Su Huayin said as he drove away towards the outskirts of the city. The car's speed was adequate, and they quickly managed to shake off the pursuing Snake King boss. "What bad luck to encounter a wild map boss," Su Huayin remarked, feeling a slight sense of relief as they escaped danger and parked the car. Just then, a pair of eyes fluttered open. "Am I not dead?" Ma Zhendong awoke. "No, you are indeed dead," Su Huayin replied casually. Ma Zhendong blinked, his vision gradually clearing. He could see 2 beautiful women seated in the back. One was clad in a futuristic armor that exuded a cool demeanor, appearing to be in her early 20s. The other wore a school uniform, exuding an air of innocence, yet she bore visible injuries, and her clothing was tattered, as if she had just escaped a chase. She seemed quite flustered, unsure of where to place her hands. Meanwhile, Su Huayin occupied the driver's seat. "What happens next?" Su Huayin asked Zero Chio about their plans. "We can't go back. Zhu Hui will have to manage on her own. First, let us unlock our third card slot, then head to the main city," Zero Chio replied, sharing her thoughts. "All right, to the main city it is," Su Huayin affirmed. Hearing their conversation, Ma Zhendong slowly sat up. Where are we going?" he inquired, rubbing his forehead. "We are heading to the system's main city," Su Huayin answered. After about an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a massive city. "Ding! Welcome to the Qingmu City Safe Zone. You have been granted 24 hours of stay in Qingmu City. Those whose time expires will be expelled from the city." The system's notification chimed in their ears. Su Huayin quickly slammed the brakes and maneuvered the vehicle outside the safe zone. "Is there a time limit for staying in the safe zone?" Ma Zhendong asked incredulously. He was also an internal tester, albeit one who had chosen the unfortunate option of spending 1,000 yuan without bringing out a card. He possessed some knowledge from the internal testing phase. This must be a new addition for the public release. Many features in the public version differ from the internal testing, Su Huayin explained. "It makes sense though. If the safe zone allowed unlimited residents, everyone would just camp out there. I've seen quite a bit of this over the past 2 days. Internal testing knowledge is useful, but only as a reference. You two do as you wish. We're heading to challenge the cemetery dungeon," Su Huayin declared, exuding confidence about unlocking the third card slot. Even though his avatar had been defeated, he felt assured he could solo the cemetery dungeon. He was quite familiar with this dungeon and possessed knowledge about it that most others did not. Furthermore, if he could unlock the third card slot, he could set his next plan in motion. The floating chicken card was part of the Doomsday of the Evil Dragon series, which comprised a total of 12 red cards. Among them, Su Huayin's Tiger Yin and Yang was the core card, theoretically capable of stacking the other 11 cards. Su Huayin was undoubtedly eager to acquire the remaining cards from the Doomsday of the Evil Dragon series. Through his relentless efforts and searches, he had unearthed some clues. He had discovered information about a card called Floating Chicken in a book located in the game library. The Floating Chicken card might be hidden within the Iron Mountain Trial. All right, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Let us focus on unlocking the third card slot before addressing subsequent matters. Leaving Ma Zhendong and Zero Dong to keep watch over the vehicle, Su Huayin and Zero Chio entered Qingmu City. As they stepped into the safe zone, the countdown commenced. "Let us go see what this system main city has to offer," Zero Chio expressed her curiosity. Su Huayin shared her curiosity, albeit with less overt enthusiasm. At the city gate, 2 NPC soldiers stood guard. The soldiers merely glanced at Su Huayin and Zero Chio before allowing them entry. Despite its considerable enlargement, the city bore a striking resemblance to the city in the game. If memory served, the entrance to the public dungeon should be this way. Zero Chio pointed in a direction. "I too find this place familiar. It seems they simply scaled up the NPC main city from the game and placed it here, naming it Qingmu City to distinguish it from NPC cities." As they traversed through Qingmu City, they appeared quite at ease. Although it was their first visit, it felt as if they were wandering through the familiar halls of home. Shortly thereafter, the duo arrived before a massive stone surface, smooth as a mirror. "We have arrived. This is the entrance to the public dungeon," Zero Chio declared with certainty. They hastened towards the entrance, a distance of approximately 10 meters from the mirror-like stone. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in their ears. "Ding! Welcome to the public dungeon portal. You may choose to explore a public dungeon once each day. Currently available dungeons include Lumberyard Dungeon, Cemetery Dungeon, and Vampire Dungeon. Please note, once inside the dungeon, you cannot adjust the cards in your slots. Would you like to enter the dungeon immediately?" Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Huayin felt a sense of relief. The public dungeon aspect, thus far, bore no difference from the game. The 3 initial public dungeons were indeed the same. No changes were welcome. Yes, let us enter now, Su Huayin replied. Ding. Please select the dungeon, cemetery dungeon. Ding. Please select the number of participants for the dungeon, maximum of 5. 1. Su Huayin selected only himself. Ding. Please select the dungeon difficulty. You may choose from easy, normal, hard, or nightmare. Nightmare mode requires completion of hard mode to unlock. He tapped on hard mode. The condition to unlock the 3rd slot was to clear the hard level cemetery dungeon. Once Su Huayin finalized all selections, a warning-like system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Current clearance risk is high. Do you wish to proceed? Su Huayin's decision was undoubtedly to continue. However, he did not immediately click the confirm button. Instead, he glanced at Zero Chio beside him. Let me tell you something. Inside the dilapidated statue of the paladin in the northwest corner of the cemetery, there is a vial of holy water. You simply need to pour a scoop of water from the nearby pool onto it, Su Huayin said. Zero Chio was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression brightened with joy. If that is the case, the chances of success have increased significantly. Is that really true? Of course. It is, Su Huayin affirmed with confidence. Thank you very much. Zero Chio expressed his gratitude. Chapter 29. Holy Water and Skeleton Disguise. This was a desolate cemetery, where wild grasses grew unchecked, nearly obscuring the ancient tombstones. The gravestones leaned precariously, their inscriptions worn away by the ravages of time. Su Huayin blinked as the system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Welcome to the hard-level cemetery dungeon. You have received the following tasks. Task 1. Defeat the elite monster, the Undead Knight. Task reward. 1 random green card from the Undead series. Task 2. Defeat the boss, the Skeleton King. Task reward. 1 random blue card from the Undead series. Optional task. Collect King S Bones X3. Task reward. Bone King Shield, purple card. After hearing the system notification, Su Huayin was momentarily stunned. He had hoped for no changes in this dungeon. Ideally, it would remain identical to the beta test period. Yet, it seemed that fears had materialized. What was this optional task? A sense of foreboding washed over him. During the previous beta test, the cemetery dungeon had only the current Task 1 and Task 2. There had been no optional task. The emergence of this task likely indicated changes in the dungeon's content, which was not a favorable sign. Overthinking was futile. He should first seek that vial of holy water, hoping it remained. Su Huayin surveyed his surroundings. The cemetery walls were in ruins, with several bricks scattered about as if discarded by a giant's careless hand. The nearby trees were sparse, their leaves rustling ominously in the chilly breeze, painting a scene of decay. Recalling the details from his memory, Su Huayin made his way toward the dilapidated statue of the paladin. Perhaps it was intentionally crafted to evoke terror. Dusk was descending, casting a pall of gloom over the cemetery. Occasionally, a raven would fly overhead, cawing sharply, further enhancing the eerie ambience. The fallen leaves danced in the wind. Following his recollection, Su Huayin located the crumbling statue of the paladin. You may find it hard to believe, but his initial discovery of the vial of holy water was purely accidental. Who in their right mind would venture to the corner of this cemetery map, using water spells to attack a statue? This escapism setting should remain unchanged, Su Huayin mentally noted. He reached out, and a sphere of water began to coalesce rapidly in his hand. Then, he directed the small water sphere toward the damaged statue. Despite the statue's dilapidated state, the water sphere could not inflict any harm. Instead, it seemed to activate something. The statue emitted a series of cracking sounds. Subsequently, it pivoted open slightly. From an external viewpoint, nothing appeared different. However, upon approaching the statue, one could discern a test tube-like object concealed within it. Su Huayin hastily approached the statue and extracted the test tube-like item. Upon contact, the test tube transformed into a card. Holy water. Quality. Purple. Card type. One-time use card. Effect. Use on the Skeleton King boss to deal a severe blow to him. Description. An item formed from the full strength of a certain paladin after being gravely wounded by the Skeleton King. Restriction. This card cannot be taken out of the cemetery dungeon. Acquisition method. Cemetery dungeon. After reviewing the card's effects in his hand, Su Huayin's face lit up with delight. Excellent. This card had not changed at all, and as for the optional task, he would set it aside for the time being. Su Huayin grasped the card firmly in his hand. A one-time use card simply required fulfillment of its release conditions to be used immediately, without occupying a card slot. This was precisely the case now. One hand held the holy water, while the other gripped the Chonglu's sword. Su Huayin proceeded towards the central area of the cemetery dungeon. The Skeleton King boss slumbered within the grand tomb at the heart of the dungeon, while the elite monster, the Undead Knight, roamed throughout the cemetery. This required a stroke of luck. For instance, Su Huayin had yet to encounter it, leaving him uncertain whether to consider it good or bad fortune. Upon returning to the central region of the cemetery, Su Huayin had scarcely approached a gravestone when he heard a tremor. Then, a seemingly fragile and feeble little skeleton crawled up from the gravestone. The cemetery dungeon was not particularly challenging. Even in its hard level, it was essentially designed for novices. How much difficulty could there be? Even if there was difficulty, it was primarily with the dungeon's boss and elite monsters. The little skeleton had not yet steadied itself when Su Huayin stepped forward, and with a swift strike of the Chonglu sword, he effortlessly dispatched the little skeleton. A crack echoed as the bones fell to the ground, followed by the emergence of a white-level card from the corpse. Su Huayin reached out to seize it. He grasped the card in his hand. Skeleton Soldier. Quality white. Card type, creature card. Effect, consume 2 points of mental power to summon a skeleton soldier to assist in attacks. Description, the most basic type of minion. Series, Graveyard Series. Dual mode effect, monster card, undead type, 1 star, attack power 300, defense 200. This card, despite its lack of utility, serves as a quintessential asset for the commoners in dual mode, an indispensable component of any skeleton deck. The attack power of the Skeleton King is contingent upon the number of skeleton soldiers in the graveyard, increasing by 1,000 for each soldier present. If 3 skeleton soldiers are stacked in the graveyard, the Skeleton King's attack power reaches a formidable 3,000. Su Huayin toyed with the card briefly before proceeding onward. At that moment, dozens of small skeletons began to emerge from the graveyard. These minor creatures moved sluggishly and possessed low attack power, prompting Su Huayin to refrain from engaging them directly, instead dismantling them with ease. A green card materialized from one of the skeleton soldiers. After clearing the minions, Su Huayin picked up the card. Upon inspecting its contents, he was taken aback. Had he truly stumbled upon this card? Fortune had favored him. Skeleton Disguise. Quality, green. Card type, spell card. Effect, can disguise oneself as a skeleton, emanating an aura of the undead to deceive undead creatures. Description, a technique of thieves. Series, Graveyard Series. Dual mode effect, spell card. Allows 1 monster card on the field or in the graveyard to be treated as a skeleton soldier. The Skeleton Disguise. With this card, he could venture into the Whispering Map to pilfer treasure chests. Although it was merely a green card, its low drop rate rendered it nearly as valuable as a purple card. It was undoubtedly the most precious card within the entire graveyard dungeon. Chapter 30. How did the elite monster become a boss? After dispatching the minions, Su Huayin continued toward the colossal tombstone in the center. The Skeleton King boss awaited him there. Though the small skeletons were rather feeble, the Skeleton King was of course a boss-level adversary. Were it not for the holy water in his possession, facing it without a clone would have posed a significant challenge. Upon arriving at the massive tombstone, Su Huayin's presence triggered a tremor in the stone. Subsequently, a towering skeleton giant, over 2 meters tall, emerged from the earth. In the game, manipulating a character from a third-person perspective, a 5-meter-tall skeleton seemed inconsequential. However, viewed from a first-person perspective, the Skeleton King, towering above him, instinctively made Su Huayin take a step back. Cackling ominously, the Skeleton King boss advanced towards Su Huayin with heavy strides. Excellent. It had come to meet its demise. Su Huayin twisted the cap off the vial of holy water and charged toward the Skeleton King boss. Whoosh! A barrage of bone spikes, reminiscent of a machine gun, rained down upon Su Huayin. However, he was well acquainted with this boss's attack patterns. Recognizing the initiating gesture, he anticipated the bone spike assault. In the game, simply rushing toward the boss would allow him to evade all attacks successfully while closing the distance. Yet, life was precious. He refrained from placing blind faith in game mechanics and opted for a sidestep to evade the onslaught. A series of bone spikes embedded themselves into the ground as the Skeleton King boss loomed before Su Huayin. Boom! A massive fist descended upon Su Huayin's head. Aware he could not withstand the blow, he executed an awkward leap to evade the strike. Splash! A bottle of colorless liquid splattered against the Skeleton King boss's skull. The moment the holy water made contact, a sizzling sound erupted, as if it had been doused with potent acid. The skeletal flames flickered violently, as though a candle struggling against the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. The colossal form of the Skeleton King boss collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet, Su Huayin remained vigilant, for the holy water alone could not vanquish this boss. As noted in the text, it could at most inflict severe damage. Seizing the opportunity while the Skeleton King boss lay prone, Su Huayin rushed to its fallen form, brandishing his long flow sword toward the flickering soul fire. With a decisive strike, he disrupted the flame, causing it to dissipate completely. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in Su Huayin's ear. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Skeleton King boss. Task 2 completed. You have earned a random blue card from the Undead series. Would you like to draw it now? No. Su Huayin chose to delay claiming his dungeon task reward, instead approaching the heart of the fallen Skeleton King boss. As the boss breathed its last, a card materialized from its corpse. Bone of Kings. Quality, blue. Card type, material card. Acquisition method, graveyard dungeon. Restriction, this card cannot be taken out of the graveyard dungeon. The card's description was rather rudimentary. This must be one of the 3 Bones of Kings mentioned in the optional task, Su Huayin surmised. Given that this card could not be removed from the dungeon, it implied that there were 2 additional Bones of Kings hidden within this very map. Intriguing. Su Huayin stowed the Bone of Kings card and mentally prepared to draw his reward for completing task 2. Ding. Draw successful. You have obtained the card, Skeleton Transformation. A blue card appeared before Su Huayin's eyes. Skeleton Transformation. Quality, blue. Card type, spell card. Effect. Consume 1 point of mental power to transform a corpse into a skeleton. The strength of the skeleton is dependent on the corpse used and cannot be applied to boss creatures. Description. A commonly used technique among necromancers for creating skeleton armies. Restriction. Must possess either a necromancer class card or an advanced necromancer class card in other slots. Dual mode effect. Continuous spell card, once per turn. Allows a monster card in the graveyard to be transformed into a skeleton. While the card was decent, it belonged to the necromancer faction. Random cards were indeed unreliable. Nonetheless, it could be useful for future trades. Having collected his reward, Su Huayin felt no disappointment, as he had harbored no great expectations from the outset. Next, he set out to locate the elite monster, the Undead Knight. Su Huayin tidied the battlefield and began his search across the expansive map for the Undead Knight's whereabouts. The map was quite vast. After nearly 10 minutes of searching, he discovered the boss near the location where he had previously found holy water. I recall that it was not here before. It must have arrived after I left, he mused. Su Huayin muttered to himself before preparing to vanquish the monstrous creature. An elite foe that would allow him to complete this dungeon and unlock the 3rd slot. However, abruptly, his steps faltered. What was happening? Su Huayin cast a look of astonishment at the elite undead knight before swiftly taking refuge behind a tree. Was it not merely an elite monster? How had it transformed into a boss? Su Huayin's expression was one of utter shock, as he had never anticipated such a turn of events. At that moment, above the elite undead knight's head, the words, Undead Knight Boss, were starkly inscribed in black and white. This was no mere elite monster. It was indeed a boss. Yet, Su Huayin did not remain astonished for long. He surmised the cause of this transformation, likely linked to the newly added optional quest, the Bone of the King, introduced after the public beta. Furthermore, it had to do with the order of defeating monsters. Had Su Huayin chosen to confront the Skeleton King boss first instead of the elite monster, this situation might not have arisen. Wait a moment. Could the King and Bone of the King refer to a boss? And the required quantity was 3. Surely, there wouldn't be another boss lurking about. Would there? Su Huayin pondered this unsettling possibility. Chapter 31, Second Illustration, Bone of the King. As a seasoned player with 3 years of experience in closed beta testing, Su Huayin was well acquainted with the mechanics of the card domain. Even if there had been modifications in the public release, many fundamental principles remained unchanged. Given the information at his disposal, he deduced how to approach the optional Bone of the King quest. First and foremost, he must not engage the elite undead knight, but rather confront the Skeleton King boss. Upon vanquishing the Skeleton King boss, the elite undead knight would transform into the Undead Knight boss, which would then drop a Bone of the King. This would yield 2 Bones of the King. Analyzing the requirement of 3, it was likely that another boss awaited after defeating the Undead Knight boss. Su Huayin lamented, I merely wished to unlock a 3rd slot. Initially, he had no intention of completing that optional quest. He simply desired to access another slot. Yet, it seemed he had unwittingly navigated the entire quest line. So be it. He resolved. Completing this optional quest would also grant him a purple card. After observing the Undead Knight boss from behind the tree for a while, Su Huayin set forth. He felt a twinge of regret for having previously used the Heaven and Earth Coexist skill on the Serpent Commander merely to gauge its effects. Nevertheless, now was not the time for second-guessing. He was confident that he could defeat the boss even without a clone. As he watched the Undead Knight boss prepare to depart, he could no longer remain passive. It must not escape. Currently, he was near a pond, and the effects of his Water Dragon scale card were still active, allowing him to utilize the water control skill. If the boss moved away from this vicinity, it would complicate the fight. Thus, he charged forward. With the long flow sword in hand, Su Huayin dashed toward the departing Undead Knight boss. As if sensing Su Huayin's presence, the boss pivoted, turning to face him. Clang! Su Huayin's sword clashed against the boss's white bone spear. The two forces met, and Su Huayin felt a jolt of shock travel through his arm. It was noteworthy that the long flow sword boasted 40 points of strength, and with the Water Dragon scale active near the water, he gained an additional 10 points. Adding his initial strength of 10 points, though, truth be told, it was less than that. He possessed roughly 6 times the strength of an ordinary person, yet still found himself utterly outmatched by the Undead Knight boss. The boss seized the opportunity to shove his spear forward, and Su Huayin barely managed to evade, the spear grazing his clothing. Seizing the moment, he activated his skill, casting water control. The water from the nearby pond swiftly coalesced into a water serpent, lunging at the Undead Knight boss. The boss effortlessly swung his spear, shattering the water serpent and scattering droplets in every direction. Truly, it was a formidable boss, easily dispelling Su Huayin's assault. Nonetheless, Su Huayin did not falter. He seized the opportunity, lunging forward with the long flow sword aimed at the boss's chest. While the undead knight boss was still preoccupied with the remnants of the water serpent, Su Huayin executed a thrust. However, the boss reacted swiftly, blocking with his spear while simultaneously delivering a kick towards Su Huayin. With no choice but to abandon his attack, Su Huayin adeptly leaped back, creating distance between them. Indeed, without a clone, engaging a boss in one-on-one combat proved to be quite a challenge. Su Huayin sighed inwardly, acknowledging the difficulty of facing such a formidable creature solo. Nevertheless, he knew he had to press on. Although he had yet to inflict damage, he noticed that the undead knight boss's movements appeared to have slowed. Upon observing the residual water droplets left by the shattered water serpent on the boss, he had a sudden insight. Perhaps the water control skill had imparted a disruptive effect. Could it be the water? Su Huayin's mind raced with the possibility that this weakness was not mere coincidence. He once again summoned water elements, transforming them into blades of water that he hurled at the undead knight boss. Once more, the boss effortlessly shattered the water blades, yet the moisture on its body increased. This time, Su Huayin distinctly perceived the boss's movements lagging. This revelation filled him with elation, prompting him to intensify his assaults. At that moment, the undead knight boss found itself in a precarious position. Am I actually soloing a world boss? Well, not quite. This is merely a dungeon boss. One tier below a wild boss. After a fierce exchange and mutual weakening, the tide of battle began to shift. Su Huayin meticulously observed the undead knight boss, leaving no opportunity for attack unexploited. Suddenly, he keenly detected a fleeting opening as the bone spear displayed a momentary flaw after one of its attacks. Without hesitation, Su Huayin swung his long flow sword, the blade flashing with a fierce brilliance as it struck the bone spear with tremendous force. The sound of a resounding clang echoed as the spear was thrust back, and Su Huayin harnessed this recoil to propel himself forward, rapidly closing the distance to the undead knight boss. The boss, evidently caught off guard by Su Huayin's audacity, momentarily faltered. Seizing this chance, Su Huayin mercilessly struck again, delivering a blow of remarkable force directly to the boss's arm. With a sharp crack, the bone shattered, and the long spear fell from the boss's grasp. This strike not only disarmed the undead knight boss, but also left a significant gap in its defenses. Die! Su Huayin bellowed, refusing to grant the boss a moment's respite. In an instant, he closed the distance, thrusting the long flow sword toward the boss's soul flame. The weaponless undead knight boss now resembles a tiger stripped of its fangs. Though still fierce, it has lost its most lethal weapon and can only be seen as struggling in its final throes. After engaging in several rounds with Su Huayin, a moment of opportunity finally presents itself. With a swift thrust of his sword, Su Huayin strikes decisively. The undead knight boss is caught off guard and unable to evade. With a resounding sound, the long-stream sword pierces through the soul fire of the undead knight boss without hindrance. The system notification chimes promptly. Ding! You have slain the undead knight boss. A card emerges from the defeated foe, unmistakably the second Bone of Kings card. As Su Huayin retrieves the card, another system notification resonates. Ding! You have triggered the last wish of Paladin Shan. Chapter 32, Undead Mage Boss. Paladin Shan's last wish instructs, please proceed to the Great Cemetery and shatter the undead gem, the root cause of the cemetery's aberration. Upon acquiring the second Bone of Kings, the quest transforms, directing him to the Great Cemetery to destroy the undead gem. The Great Cemetery is none other than the location where the Skeleton King boss was vanquished previously. Su Huayin surmises confidently that the third Bone of Kings lies here. Upon returning to the Great Cemetery, it becomes evident that the area has changed following the defeat of the undead knight boss. A gray gem materializes upon the central gravestone, exuding tendrils of gray mist. This unexpected transformation is entirely beyond Su Huayin's anticipation. It seems that his prior experience from the closed beta is now rendered nearly useless. After scrutinizing his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he cautiously approaches the grand gravestone, his body tense and ready for any unforeseen events. However, to his surprise, nothing occurs even as he stands before the gravestone. This situation does not induce relaxation. Rather, it heightens his vigilance. Where there is unpredictability, there is surely a demon. He muses. Could it truly be so simple to destroy? Tentatively, Su Huayin swings the long-stream sword, striking the undead gem. Ding! The gem emits a sharp sound, and a resilient bar appears above it. With that strike, approximately 1/3 of the gem disappears. After executing the blow, Su Huayin swiftly retreats. Indeed, the grand gravestone reacts. The undead gem seems to deflate, a plume of gray gas erupting from it. The mist coalesces nearby, transforming into a zombie clad in armor and wielding a blade, an elite monster. Su Huayin tightens his grip on the long-stream sword. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Although he lacks formal swordsmanship, he feels capable of defeating two versions of himself who once knew nothing of combat. First, I must eliminate you, he declares as he charges at the zombie elite. The creature's defenses surpass those of skeletons, yet they are still finite. Brandishing a bronze sword, the two engage in a fierce clash. After 5 or 6 exchanges, Su Huayin delivers a horizontal slash, severing one of the zombie's arms. The battle nears its conclusion as the zombie elite struggles for a few more rounds before Su Huayin beheads it, sending its large head flying. Upon its demise, the zombie elite disintegrates into a cloud of mist. Panting, Su Huayin takes a moment to catch his breath. Even with a physique nearly 6 times that of an ordinary person, the intensity of the confrontation requires a brief respite. With the zombie elite dispatched, tranquility returns to the surroundings, save for the undead gem, which now bears a resilient bar reduced by 1/3, still embedded in the grand gravestone. It appears further action is necessary. Su Huayin steps closer to the undead gem and strikes it once more. Ding! The gem emits a sharp sound. And another plume of gray mist escapes, coalescing into yet another elite zombie identical to the previous one. Having grown somewhat accustomed to dealing with such foes, Su Huayin dispatches this elite monster in less than 8 rounds. The defeated zombie elite once again explodes into a cloud of gray mist. With 2 clouds hovering in the air, Su Huayin attempts to disperse them, but they seem insubstantial. His long-stream sword passes through the mist without encountering any tangible form. Something feels off, he murmurs. Yet, even with this realization, he finds himself at a loss. Approaching the gravestone once more, he strikes the undead gem for the 3rd time. The next moment, an explosive sound reverberates as the undead gem shatters, releasing a massive surge of gray mist. Following that, the 2 previously released clouds of mist rush toward the newly formed torrent. As the gray mist swirls, Su Huayin senses the impending arrival of something significant. Instinctively, he steps back. This must be the final boss. Should he defeat it, acquiring a purple card, the Bone King shield, would surely be a worthy endeavor. He observes the cinematic unfolding before him, patiently awaiting the arrival of the final boss. Approximately 3 seconds later, the mist converges, solidifying into a humanoid monster, the undead mage Leviathan boss. It seems this entity is the origin of all the disturbances. As the boss charges toward him, Su Huayin flees. Knowing he must engage near the water to maximize his combat potential, he must attempt to lure the boss toward the water's edge. If the boss can only operate near the grand gravestone, he would have no choice but to confront it head-on. Nonetheless, one must try, mustn't he? One? Come chase me. Fool, he taunts, raising a finger to the undead mage, signaling a universally recognized gesture of camaraderie as he attempts to draw its attention. Meanwhile, outside, a young girl awaits at the entrance of the public dungeon, astride a formidable skeletal warhorse that exudes an unsettling aura. Her gaze frequently drifts toward the entrance, clearly anticipating someone's emergence. Why haven't they come out yet? Zero Chio appears somewhat anxious, having waited for half an hour. Logically, Su Huayin had informed her of the location and method for acquiring the holy water. Unfamiliar with the area, she spent considerable time searching for the vial. Thus, it stands to reason that Su Huayin should have completed the dungeon before her. Yet upon her arrival, she found no sign of him. Could some unforeseen circumstance have delayed him? This thought lingers in Zero Chio's mind as she stands at the dungeon's entrance, the minutes slipping by. Once again, Su Huayin found himself waiting in vain for the emergence of his ally. A sense of foreboding gripped Ling Chio's heart. Something must have gone awry. Following the established protocol, she had first eliminated the elite monsters and had not triggered the Bone King quest. Could it be related to the newly introduced optional tasks? A sudden thought crossed her mind, leading her to speculate. Chapter 33, Bone King Shield. It could be summoned. As Su Huayin noticed the undead mage boss trailing closely behind him, following him to the water's edge, a surge of joy filled his heart. The bonus from drinking the water dragon scales by the poolside would undoubtedly be superior to going without. With the undead mage boss hot on his heels, Su Huayin halted by the pool, gestured with his hand, and conjured 2 water serpents that shot towards the undead mage boss. It was merely a prelude, a greeting of sorts. In response to Su Huayin's attack, the undead mage boss merely waved his staff, unleashing 2 arrows of dark energy that effortlessly obliterated the water serpents. Shortly thereafter, the undead mage waved his staff once more, and in a mere flick of his wrist, 4 skeletal soldiers emerged from the ground. These skeletal soldiers were evidently distinct from the previous skeletal minions. They were significantly taller, shrouded in a layer of dark energy, and their bones appeared more translucent. Under the command of the undead mage, the 4 skeletal soldiers lunged at Su Huayin. Humph! He brandished his sword to meet them head-on. Upon engaging, he immediately sensed a marked difference. Although he could still dispatch a skeletal soldier with a single strike, the sensation was distinctly off. Previously, slaying skeletal foes had felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Now, while he could still achieve a one-hit kill, it felt like he was cleaving through bone. Indeed, he was. Yet, as Su Huayin became entangled with the skeletal soldiers, the undead mage was not idle. He shook his staff, sending 2 arrows of dark energy hurtling towards Su Huayin. Damn it! Su Huayin quickly evaded, rolling to the side to avoid the attack. With the threat of the reinforced skeletal soldiers closing in on him, he realized he could not afford to remain on the defensive. Capture the leader first. Su Huayin was unwilling to be sucked into the rhythm dictated by the undead mage boss. The undead mage's strategy exemplified the classic summoning style, relying on minions for support, with his primary cards focusing more on control rather than damage output. How audacious for a fragile mage. With a decisive stroke, he severed the calf of the second skeletal soldier, causing it to lose its balance. Seizing the opportunity, as the other two skeletal soldiers swung wide, Su Huayin dashed through the gap, reaching the undead mage. The skeletal soldiers lacked any semblance of intelligence and merely attacked Su Huayin instinctively. As he drew near, the undead mage waved his hand once more, forming an unusual gesture. Recognizing it immediately, Su Huayin retreated swiftly, sheathing his sword and covering his ears. He was all too familiar with this initiation. It was the undead mage's signature self-preservation skill, Soul Scream. The piercing, shrill wail surged like a tempest towards him. Despite being prepared, Su Huayin felt as though his head had been struck with a blunt object, the pain causing stars to dance before his eyes. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and surged forward. Just as the scream subsided, he darted towards the undead mage like a gust of wind, wielding a sword he had somehow summoned, plunging it fiercely into the mage's chest. The undead mage seemed utterly unprepared for Su Huayin's ferocity. Or perhaps he was astonished by Su Huayin's adeptness in countering the soul scream. In a flurry, he raised his staff to block the impending blow. The clash echoed with a resounding clang as the long stream sword met the staff, sending sparks flying. Having finally reached the boss, Su Huayin capitalized on his advantage, delivering a series of relentless strikes. On the third swing, he knocked the undead mage's staff aside. Die! Su Huayin's long stream sword flashed as it cleaved through the undead mage's skull, severing it from the body. But that was not the end. In a swift motion, he moved to where the decapitated head lay and, with a powerful stomp of his foot, crushed the skull beneath his heel. Crack, crack, crack. Under Su Huayin's foot, the mage's head splintered into fragments. A card emerged from the remains of the undead mage's corpse. At last, he had triumphed. Su Huayin exhaled a sigh of relief. This boss had been vanquished through a combination of knowledge and experience. After catching his breath, he approached the corpse and retrieved the card dropped by the undead mage. Undoubtedly, this was the third Bone King card. As he turned the card over, it was indeed the third Bone King card. The system's notification chimed in promptly. Ding. Congratulations on completing the quest. You have received the card, Bone King Shield, purple card. As the system's voice faded, the two previously acquired Bone King cards automatically flew from his possession. The three Bone King cards converged into one another, and in the next instant, a card radiating a purple glow appeared before Su Huayin. Ding. You have completed all tasks in this dungeon and will be teleported away in 30 seconds. 29, 28. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the difficult level Graveyard Dungeon. The Nightmare level Graveyard Dungeon is now accessible to you. Paying no heed to the countdown or other notifications ringing in his ears, Su Huayin reached out and grasped the card glowing with purple light. This marked his third purple card. The first was Water Dragon Scale, and the second was Heaven and Earth Coexist. As the purple card settled into his hand, he scrutinized its contents. Bone King Shield. Quality, purple. Card type, equipment card. Attribute bonus, 20 Constitution. Passive, block. The shield provides a 50 reduction of physical damage within a certain limit and grants immunity to mid-level and lower intensity spells. Passive, Soul Devour. When killing enemies, souls can be collected. Every 10 souls collected grants 1 strength bonus, up to a maximum of 50 points. Description, composed of the most malevolent bones from 3 boss-level undead creatures. Restriction, the user must complete the Bone King quest. Limited, 100, a maximum of 100 cards may exist. Dual mode effect, magic card. This card can only be equipped on undead-type monsters, and each monster destroyed grants a 500 attack boost. Impressive indeed, with a 20 Constitution bonus. And if the passive ability is fully leveled, one could attain a maximum of 50 strength. Upon reviewing the card's details, Su Huayin felt that the effort he had put in was well worth it. However, the effects in dual mode were somewhat lackluster. They appeared formidable but were nearly impossible to stack, and furthermore, they were restricted to undead-type monsters. It could only be said that the potency of the dual mode bore little correlation to the quality of the card. Chapter 34, Lost Xinyang. When the 30-second countdown concluded, Su Huayin was teleported from the dungeon. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenging Graveyard Dungeon solo. Your third card slot has been unlocked. The system notification chimed. Su Huayin immediately summoned his interface. The third card slot was now available for use. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Huayin placed the newly acquired Bone King Shield card into the third slot. His current card slots consisted of Tiger's Yin and Yang, combined with Water Dragon Scale, Long Flowing Sword, and Bone King Shield. The basic attribute bonuses amounted to a strength increase of 40 points and a constitution increase of 80 points. This did not even account for the additional 10 points of strength and agility granted by Water Dragon Scale when near water, nor the potential 50 points of strength provided by Bone King Shield once its passive ability was fully activated. After admiring his current cards, Su Huayin casually clicked on the fourth card slot. Upon unlocking the third slot, he could now check the requirements for the fourth slot. The conditions for unlocking the fourth slot are as follows. Both Constitution and any other attribute must exceed 50, or the Constitution attribute must surpass 100. Once the fourth slot is unlocked, if these conditions are no longer met, the slot will temporarily close. Additionally, one must collect a series of cards that includes at least one purple card. Once the fourth slot is unlocked, this set of cards can only be used by the individual and cannot be utilized to unlock the fourth slot again. Upon reading the requirements for the fourth slot, Su Huayin felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite having witnessed numerous differences between the closed beta and open beta, he still felt overwhelmed by the new demands for unlocking the fourth slot. Why had the conditions changed so drastically? The need to collect a series containing at least one purple card felt like an insurmountable barrier. The difficulty of unlocking the fourth slot had skyrocketed. The fourth slot's unlocking requires two conditions. The first is to meet the basic attribute criteria. One must have a Constitution attribute and any other attribute, be it strength, spirit, or agility, exceeding 50 points, which is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in the second condition, which necessitates collecting a complete series that includes at least one purple card. Firstly, not all cards belong to a specific series. For instance, the Bone King Shield that Su Huayin just acquired does not belong to any series. Moreover, series can be categorized into major and minor series. The Zero series, for example, is a major or even super major series, likely comprising hundreds of cards. Even Zero Chio has not managed to collect them all. Thus, the prospect of gathering such a vast series seems bleak. It appears that unlocking the fourth slot will remain unattainable for the time being, unless... Su Huayin glanced at one of the cards in his slots, Water Dragon Scale. This series comprises only 5 cards, and it is known that the Water Dragon Scale card is indeed purple, perfectly aligning with the requirements to unlock the fourth slot. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Huayin's ear. It was Zero Chio. Su Huayin turned to the direction of her voice and immediately spotted a remarkably handsome skeletal warhorse, its entire body ablaze with blue flames. It appeared far more imposing than the skeletal knight he had encountered previously. Have you been waiting for me? Su Huayin asked Zero Chio, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Had he really kept her waiting for over 2 hours? If he had followed the standard procedure, it should have taken only about an hour. Apologies for the delay. There were some unexpected events inside, Su Huayin said. No worries. Were you completing the King's Bone quest? Zero Chio inquired, her tone suggesting certainty despite it being a question. Yes, Su Huayin nodded, admitting it without reservation. So, you completed it in the usual order of operations? In that case, you're missing out. The attributes of the Bone King Shield are quite impressive. You could farm another one tomorrow. Su Huayin shared the attributes of the Bone King Shield with Zero Chio. After reviewing the attributes, she appeared genuinely excited. That's fantastic. I must farm one tomorrow, Zero Chio exclaimed, swallowing hard at the thought. She was blissfully unaware that her efforts would ultimately be in vain, as the optional King's Bone quest could only be triggered by players with a 2-card slot. Now that she had 3 slots, she would no longer have access to this optional quest. Moreover, the Bone King Shield could only be used by those who had completed the King's Bone quest, meaning that Zero Chio would never be able to equip it. Let us head to the Adventurers Guild, Su Huayin suggested. The Adventurers Guild is a functional building in the main city where one can register as an adventurer, accepting quests to earn currency and cards. As previously mentioned, the 3rd card slot can be unlocked by paying 100,000 currency, making the Adventurers Guild an excellent location for earning money. Sounds good to me, Zero Chio nodded, indicating her agreement. Hop on, she said, patting her skeletal warhorse in a somewhat boastful manner. Damn luck, Su Huayin thought, feeling a twinge of irritation, but he climbed onto Zero Chio's skeletal warhorse, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. So this is what riding feels like, he mused, intrigued by the experience. The entire Qingmu city was relatively quiet, with only a few stray cats wandering about. During their journey to the Adventurers Guild, they passed a peculiar building. Zero Chio pulled the reins, bringing the skeletal warhorse to a halt. What's wrong? Su Huayin inquired, curious. I think I see someone I know, Zero Chio pointed ahead. The building bore the unusual name, Fishing Association. At that moment, outside the Fishing Guild, a man stood with a 100-pound fish in each hand. Excuse me, where's the Fishing Association? He asked, raising the 2 fish. Before the NPC from the Fishing Association could respond, the man began introducing himself. What? You want to know the weight of these fish? Look at this black king fish. It's a bit over 100 pounds. And this rainbow fish, also around 100 pounds. Both are rare fish weighing 100 pounds. He beamed with a bright smile, oblivious to the fact that the Fishing Association was right behind him. Yet, despite being so close, he could not seem to locate it. As soon as an NPC from the Fishing Association returned, he would immediately ask for directions and take the opportunity to introduce his fish. This fellow had been lost here for over a day. Chapter 35, Proof of Adventure. Hey, it's you two, Xinyang exclaimed upon spotting Su Huayin and Zero Chio, his eyes lighting up. Are you here to register at the Fishing Association? Register at the Fishing Association? Su Huayin and Zero Chio exchanged a glance instinctively. The influence of the fishing association rivaled, and perhaps even surpassed, that of the Adventurers Guild. As the saying goes, wherever there is water, there are fishermen. Come, come, come. Allow me to guide you to the registration. From this moment forth, you shall be known as fishermen under my name. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. The cards from the fishing association are often unique, with no alternative means of acquisition, such as this card. Xin Yang's gaze flickered as it swept over the two individuals. A card materialized in his hand, Fire Dragon Scale. And this card as well, he continued, producing another card, Zero Type Thunder Slash. In particular, I possess the entire series of the 5 Elemental Dragon Scale cards. Xin Yang smiled subtly, exuding an air of confidence, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of Su Huayin's descent. To be honest, Xin Yang's proposition left Su Huayin with no room to contemplate refusal. The complete collection of the 5 Elemental Dragon Scale cards would unlock the 4th card slot. Moreover, there was a point of great significance to him. Upon completing the collection of the 5 Elemental Dragon Scale cards, one could exchange them for a card named Dragon's Explosive Flame. He sensed that the nomenclature of this card bore a resemblance to Tiger's Yin Yang. Could it possibly be another card from the Evil Dragon's Doomsday series? Very well, I agree, Su Huayin replied. I too consent, Zero Chio stated. Her gaze fixed intently on the Zero-type Thunder Slash card held in Xun Yang's other hand. Though merely a purple card, it was a Zero-type series card that she had yet to acquire. That is splendid, Xin Yang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He led the two into the fishing association and registered Su Huayin and her companion into his fishing team. True to his word, after the registration, he presented a map to Su Huayin. This marks the fishing spot where the Red King fish resides. I believe in you. You shall surely reel in this behemoth. Xin Yang held high hopes for Su Huayin. Naturally, he was not biased in his expectations. At this fishing point, there is also a tricolored koi. If you manage to catch it, this card shall be yours, he tempted. Having said that, he switched to a different fishing gear. I shall begin baiting the waters. Come find me soon. With that, he departed. Is this the spirit of fishing? Su Huayin pondered as she watched Xun Yang's retreating figure. I can't shake the feeling that he fears we might reveal that we caught those 2 fish, Zero Chio remarked, displaying a sharp tongue. The 2 fish that Xin Yang boasted of were not caught by him, but rather by Su Huayin and Zero Chio themselves. Let us check the map, Zero Chio suggested, pointing at it. All right, Su Huayin replied as she unfurled the map. At its center lay a city, Qingmu City. The fishing point was to the northeast of this city. First, let us register as adventurers at the Adventurers Association and pick up a few tasks. Tomorrow, we shall seek out this fishing point, Su Huayin planned. Sure, sounds good. Zero Chio agreed after a moment of contemplation. Exiting the fishing association, they found themselves right beside the Adventurers Association. Welcome to the Adventurers Association, where stars meet the abyss. The NPC greeted them. Miss Catherine, we wish to register as adventurers, Su Huayin stated. No problem. You two have already completed your registration. However, all data from the internal test has been deleted, and you must start anew as 1-star adventurers. Here are your certificates of adventure, Catherine replied, handing over 2 small red booklets to Su Huayin and Zero Chio. The amount of information was quite overwhelming. We were registered before? Is she referring to our data from the internal test? Su Huayin pondered. Indeed, but that is of little consequence now. It merely expedites the process. Considering your previous abilities, these adventure certificates are specially crafted. You can view and accept tasks issued by the Adventurers Association remotely without needing to visit in person, and you can directly claim rewards through your certificates, Catherine explained. Upon hearing this, both Su Huayin and Zero Chio displayed expressions of delight. This is excellent. With this adventure certificate, we can remotely view and accept tasks. Thank you very much. Su Huayin expressed her gratitude to Catherine. With their adventurer identities secured, Zero Chio summoned her skeletal steed once more. Come on, let us head back, she beckoned to Su Huayin. We have a total of 24 hours of free time in the safe zone. Beyond that, we must pay. Let South leave this place for now. All right, Su Huayin replied, vaulting onto Zero Chio's back, wrapping her arms around her waist. The duo rode off on the skeletal steed, departing from Qingmu City and approaching the vicinity of the pickup truck. Wow, that horse is magnificent, Ma Zhendong exclaimed, bouncing over to the skeletal steed, visibly recovered. Zero Dong was also waiting there. Let us head back to the base, Zero Chio gestured, recalling the skeletal steed. The group made their way back to the base. Approximately an hour later, the sky had completely darkened by the time they returned. Ma Zhendong slowly opened the car door, stepping out to stand tall as he surveyed the spacious courtyard before him. This place used to be a cult hideout, he remarked, astonished, glancing at Su Huayin, seemingly taken aback by the revelation. Su Huayin had briefed him on this during the car ride. With a slight smile, she clarified, indeed, but we have successfully dismantled it. This place now belongs to us. Her tone was casual, as if this were of little significance. Zero Dong followed closely behind Ma Zhendong, stepping out of the car. Her expression appeared somewhat bewildered as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, a wave of unease swelling within her. Her steps faltered, and she instinctively moved closer to Zero Chio. Noticing her sister's action, Zero Chio hurried to her side, gently patting her head. Do not fear. This shall be our home from now on. Su Huayin witnessed the tender side of Zero Chio for the first time. Chapter 36, Lin Yuan, Damn. A new day dawned. Su Huayin, Zero Chio, Zero Dong, Ma Zhendong, as well as Jing Tian and Li Kaifeng, sat together in the living room for a meal. Among the four of you, who can drive? Su Huayin inquired after sipping her porridge. I can. Ma Zhendong raised his hand. Jing Tian also lifted her hand. You four will take that pickup truck and move together. It's safer. Zero Chio and I will be undertaking a task, so we want to be able to look after you. Exercise caution. I suggest you all farm public dungeons in Qingmu City, as they are not too difficult and will help hone your combat skills. Under Su Huayin's arrangement, the four set off in the pickup truck towards Qingmu City, with Ma Zhendong appointed as their captain. Though he lacked internal test cards, he was still an internal test player. Once they departed, Su Huayin turned to Zero Chio. You are quite ruthless, allowing your sister to venture out on her own, she remarked casually. Zero Chio appeared unfazed by Su Huayin's comment. It was bound to happen. While I will protect her, the times have changed. I cannot shield her forever. And I have my own matters to attend to. Besides, she is not entirely on her own. Her current role is still that of a healer, which isn't particularly dangerous. Zero Chio replied calmly. All right, let us not dwell on them. Let us discuss our plans for today. Should we go fishing or tackle that dungeon? Zero Chio inquired. This refers to the time spent alongside Su Huayin, during which they acquired the illustrious purple replica card amidst the card rain, the tiger roaring in the mountains dungeon. This is a 3-person dungeon. Let us first indulge in some fishing, for this is a purple card level dungeon, and we possess no intelligence regarding it. Furthermore, as it is a 3-person dungeon, 2 of us may find ourselves somewhat lacking. Su Huayin has always favored a cautious approach. After all, one's life is but a singular thread. Very well. Let us proceed. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging Su Huayin's perspective. Then let us embark on our fishing venture. With a graceful wave of her hand, Ling Xiao summoned a skeletal warhorse before her. Lightly, she leaped upon it, and the two of them advanced in the direction indicated by the map. By the way, what series of cards do you intend to collect for your 4th slot? Su Huayin inquired, wrapping his arm around Ling Xiao's slender waist from behind. The unlocking of this 4th slot was somewhat unfriendly to Ling Xiao, as she had been diligently collecting cards from the Zero series. Even after 3 years of internal testing within the game, she had yet to gather all the cards from that series. How did you manage to unlock your 4th slot back then? Su Huayin asked with curiosity. At that time, I managed to gather the necessary items. The skeletal warhorse galloped forth, the greatest advantage of the undead steed being its independence from sustenance. The minor creatures along the way were disregarded by the duo. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at a bubbling pool of water. Nearby, 2 individuals were engaged in fishing beside the steaming water. One of them was Xinyang, whom Su Huayin and Ling Xiao had encountered on 2 prior occasions. The other was a stranger entirely. Su Huayin glanced upwards at him. Fishing Association Lin Yuan. His attire closely resembled that of Xinyang. The two, each with a fishing rod, sat upon small stools they had brought, intently gazing at the water's surface. It was only when Su Huayin and Ling Xiao approached that Lin Yuan lifted his head. Ah, you have arrived. Xinyang welcomed them. Suddenly, the fishing float beside Lin Yuan stirred. I've got one, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. With a vigorous tug, he pulled out a large fish, approximately half a meter in length, a pale red elongated creature that arced through the air before landing in his grasp. Lin Yuan weighed it in his hands, appearing quite satisfied. Not bad, probably around 10 kilograms or so, he declared, raising his voice intentionally. Xinyang, upon hearing this, let out an annoyed grunt. Oh dear, such a sizable fish. It seems too much for a pot. Shall I borrow your pot? Lin Yuan continued, his expression brimming with smugness. No need. I can catch my own, Xinyang muttered, turning away to avoid Lin Yuan's gaze. Yet, turning his head would not resolve the matter at hand. Lin Yuan paraded the fish he had just caught, circling back to stand before Xinyang. Do not be upset. It's quite normal that they haven't taken the bait yet. The fish here are rather cunning. Only a master angler like myself can catch them, Lin Yuan consoled. Suddenly, Xinyang directed his gaze towards Su Huayin and Ling Xiao. These are my 2 apprentices. My sole objective is that red king fish. And perhaps the tricolor koi is worthy of my effort. The other trivial fish, weighing merely 10 kilograms, are hardly worth my time. Xinyang gritted through clenched teeth, particularly emphasizing the words 10 kilograms. Oh, is that so? Lin Yuan responded with amusement. The red kingfish? The koi? What are you dreaming of? There is but one red kingfish here, and it is exceedingly astute. It simply will not bite. As for the tricolor koi, it is even rarer. What delusion are you under? Lin Yuan's laughter grated on Xinyang's nerves. Come on, you two, Xinyang implored, his eyes filled with hope. However, under his gaze, Su Huayin felt somewhat cornered and reluctantly took out her fishing rod, attaching a portion of the leftover bait to the hook. Just as she completed this task, she heard another bout of laughter. My dear fishing companion, you seem mistaken. To catch a red kingfish requires blood jade bait, At the very least, fire crystal bait. Using such ordinary low-grade meat bait is virtually futile. Lin Yuan's words were still hanging in the air when his attention was suddenly drawn to a remarkable sight that would be etched in his memory forever, causing him to involuntarily exclaim a curse. Before him, Su Huayin stood at the water's edge, rod in hand, casting the bait into the water with a rather unorthodox and clumsy technique. It was evident that she was not well versed in the art of fishing. Yet, scarcely had Su Huayin cast her line when an unexpected event unfolded. Lin Yuan watched in disbelief as a dark shape beneath the water rapidly expanded like lightning, approaching at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, Su Huayin's fishing float was yanked violently beneath the surface, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the fishing line tightened, taut as a violin string. "She has got a bite," Xin Yang exclaimed joyously, rushing to assist, only to be halted by Su Huayin's firm command. "No need. I can manage this," she asserted, gripping the fishing rod with determination. Standing at the water's edge, she enjoyed a 10-point strength bonus, coupled with a 40-point strength bonus from Flowing Sword, as well as her inherent strength, granting her 6-fold power. She intended to attempt to haul the fish up using her own strength. However, the force of the fish was formidable. The pulling power was tremendous, and Su Huayin could merely maintain her grip. "Excellent. Tire it out," Xin Yang coached from the sidelines, embodying the role of a diligent mentor. "Steady now, tire it." Su Huayin was oblivious to such advice. She simply clung to the rod, determined not to let the fish escape. "Alas, your skills are lacking. Allow me to lend a hand," Xin Yang proclaimed gallantly. If he assisted Su Huayin in reeling in the fish, he could claim it as his own catch. Entirely justified. Was it not? Su Huayin realized her strength was somewhat insufficient. While she could hold on, lifting the fish seemed impossible. Up. Xin Yang grasped the rod and pulled with all his might. In the next moment, a massive fish, resplendent in crimson, emerged from the water. Its scales glimmered in the sunlight, and as it landed on the ground, it continued to thrash violently, seemingly desperate to return to the water. The Red Kingfish. Lin Yuan stepped back involuntarily at the sight of the colossal creature. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He felt as though his worldview was crumbling. A regular fishing rod? Common meat bait? And yet, they had managed to catch such a magnificent fish? Was there no sense of justice left in the world? Ahem, not bad at all. Probably around 120 gene, Xin Yang remarked, beaming with pride as he examined the fish in his hands, his demeanor akin to that of a lottery winner. He appeared invigorated. Still a bit light. It should be returned to the depths for further growth, Xin Yang declared boastfully. Such ostentatious remarks caused Lin Yuan's lips to twitch. "This is your reward," he stated. Xin Yang, filled with delight, produced a card and extended it towards Su Huayin. This was a card of a violet hue, adorned with the image of a crimson scale. Fire Dragon Scale. Quality, purple. Card type, oddity card. Attributes, Constitution 50, Magic Resistance 30. Effects, intermediate fire control technique. Additionally grants 10 points of strength and 10 points of agility when in a fiery environment. Series, 5 Elements Dragon Scale Series. Description, a fragment of power divided into 5. Collecting all cards of the 5 Elements Dragon Scale series allows the synthesis of the Dragon's Blaze card. Equipment restrictions, this card must be stacked upon another card related to dragons, with a quality superior to that of this card. Acquisition method, Fishing Association. Dual mode effect, 1 star, Dragon-type monster, adjust, attack 100, defense 100. This card cannot be normally summoned. Effect, when there are no monsters on your field. This card can be special summoned from your hand. Effect, during your main phase. You can activate this to add 1 card from the 5 Elements Dragon Scale series or a fire attribute Dragon-type monster to your hand. Effect, sacrifice this card to special summon 1 fire attribute Dragon-type monster from your hand. At last, the second card from the 5 Elements Dragon Scale series. How could it be obtained so effortlessly? Su Huayin appeared somewhat incredulous. The effects of this card were akin to those of the Water Dragon Scale, yet not entirely identical. This card lacked the water control technique, instead possessing the fire control technique. Furthermore, the effects in dual mode varied slightly, but other than that, there was little difference. The banter between the two NPCs had no bearing on Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu had also cast her line, but had yet to catch a fish. With the Fire Dragon Scale in hand, Su Huayin glanced at Ling Qiu, who was still waiting for a bite. "I shall take a stroll nearby," he declared. "Very well, go ahead," Ling Qiu replied. However, just as Su Huayin was about to depart to scour for cards, Ling Qiu's bobber began to dance. A fish had taken the bait. The bobber was swiftly pulled beneath the water. Subsequently, a force emanated from the fishing rod. Sensing the strength transmitted through the rod, Ling Qiu's expression immediately changed. "Mingjing Jiji. Lend me a hand." She called for assistance. Su Huayin, whose foot was already set to leave, halted abruptly and rushed to Ling Qiu's side. Together, they gripped the rod. The immense power coursing through Su Huayin's hands suggested that this fish was likely not inferior to the Red King fish he had previously caught. Indeed, it felt as though it weighed at least 100 pounds. Having gained experience, Su Huayin was now well acquainted with the sensation of such heft. A fish of 100 pounds? It seemed that the only one of such weight in this pond belonged to. Xin Yang's eyes brightened. Yet, just as he was poised to react, a figure darted in faster. It was Lin Yuan. This brazen fellow had approached Su Huayin and Ling Qiu's side, seizing the rod with one hand and pulling with great force. In the next moment, boom, a colossal tricolored koi leaped from the water. The tricolored koi. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he grasped the fish in his hands. Hey, you shameless rogue, release my fish, Xin Yang exclaimed, visibly flustered. But how could Lin Yuan relinquish what he had already claimed? This is your fishing reward. This fish now belongs to me, he retorted with remarkable swiftness, tossing a card to Ling Qiu before sprinting away with the tricolored koi. Xin Yang gave chase. Return my fish. What do you mean your fish? I clearly reeled it in. The two figures grew increasingly distant, soon vanishing from sight. Watching their departure, Su Huayin found the scene rather amusing. These two NPCs, or rather this group from the Fishing Association, behaved rather childishly. Do you believe it? Ling Qiu suddenly interjected. Huh, believe what? Su Huayin scratched his head, glancing at Ling Qiu, perplexed by her statement. What I mean is, do you believe that by this afternoon, or even tomorrow and the day after, the number of lost individuals at the Fishing Association's entrance will escalate from 1 to 2? Ling Qiu replied with a light chuckle, her voice ringing clear like the gentle tinkling of wind chimes. Ah, it indeed seems quite plausible, Su Huayin mused, already envisioning the scenario in his mind. Chapter 38, Run. This is the boss. Take a look at the card you just acquired, Su Huayin suggested, glancing at Ling Qiu's profile. Let me see, she replied, flipping open the card and presenting it before him. She had yet to examine the card's contents. Zero Style Thunder Slash. Quality, purple. Card type, skill card. Lightning affinity, passive adds paralysis effect to blade and sword type weapons. If the weapon's attribute is lightning, the paralysis effect is doubled. Thunder Slash, active detonates all paralysis effects affixed to the enemy, potentially inflicting up to 10-fold damage. Description, the core card for the Zero Style series of electric output. Affiliated series, Zero Style series. Acquisition method, Fishing Association. Dual mode effect, continuous magic card. Each time you activate a monster effect or magic card from the Zero Style series, it inflicts 200 points of damage to the opponent's health. Quite impressive, indeed, far superior to that. Flame Slash, Ling Qiu remarked after reviewing the card's details. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to replace the card in her slot, swapping out Flame Slash for the newly acquired Zero Style Thunder Slash. Now, can we venture into the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest instance? Ling Qiu inquired after completing the card swap. Not just yet. Let's wait for my clone's cooldown to conclude. Su Huayin replied, glancing at the time. A few hours remained before his clone would be ready again. Then what shall we do in the meantime? Ling Qiu pressed, curious about Su Huayin's intentions. Let's see if there are any tasks we can conveniently undertake, Su Huayin suggested, producing a small booklet-like item. It was the Adventure Certificate. The internal testing player version of the Adventure Certificate allowed direct viewing and acceptance of tasks. The standard version of the Adventure Certificate merely facilitated entry to the Adventurers Association and recorded adventuring feats. Upon opening the Adventure Certificate, Su Huayin immediately spotted a pinned task. Urgent task. Proceed to the designated location and rescue a specific individual. Task details. Go to the third middle school in the city and escort a girl named Xiaoying to the Adventurers Association. Task reward, 500 pesos. Blue card, War God's Blessing. Task acceptance restrictions, open to all. Upon reading the task details, Su Huayin paused momentarily. This seems to be a player-initiated task, doesn't it? He remarked. Tasks from the Adventurers Association could be issued by NPCs or players. Such missions to rescue specific individuals were typically player-generated. War God's Blessing. I recall this card is of the support type, Ling Qiu chimed in, continuing the conversation. She reached out to click on the War God's Blessing card's effects. War God's Blessing. Quality, blue. Card type, spell card. Effect, consumes 20 points of mental power to bless a target, granting them 20 strength and 20 constitution, while reducing the pain they experience, lasting for 300 seconds. Description, flesh is weak, but the will to fight endures. Acquisition, monster drops, card pack draws, black-hearted merchants. Dual mode effect, magic card, designates a monster with an attack power of 500 and launches an attack against all opponent's monsters. Very well, remarked Ling Qiu, expressing approval of the card's effect. Let us complete this task. As for the card we obtain, shall we deposit it in the guild's warehouse and consider it communal property? Ling Qiu proposed. The two regarded each other as entrepreneurial partners. Despite their amicable relationship, they maintained a clear distinction between personal and public matters. Agreed, no objections. Let us proceed, Su Huayin acquiesced. With a snap of his fingers, Ling Qiu summoned a skeletal warhorse. Indeed, having a mount was quite advantageous, significantly reducing travel time. Once again, they arrived in the city. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles. In such an environment, the skeletal warhorse seemed ill-suited. Ling Qiu replaced the skeletal warhorse card in the slot with a card that enhanced combat power. The streets were now teeming with serpent-like monsters, and not a soul was in sight. Perhaps many were hiding within the buildings on either side. I believe the third middle school is in this direction, Su Huayin indicated. Pray tell, what manner of person is this Xiaoing? Ling Qiu inquired casually, drawing forth his plasma blade. Someone is offering a blue card and 500 pesos for her release. I cannot say, but they must be either wealthy or noble. Oh, but wait. Wealth means little in this era. Past assets have largely been rendered worthless. It is likely that their status is of high nobility, Su Huayin responded. The two were reluctant to engage with the serpent minions, knowing they would yield little of value. However, their desire to avoid conflict did not prevent the minions from approaching. Eager to meet their demise at the hands of the duo, they had scarcely moved when the number of serpent minions felled by them approached double digits. After dispatching another serpent minion, tendrils of black smoke emanated from its form, swirling into the Bone King's shield. At that moment, the two suddenly heard the sounds of a struggle ahead. It appeared someone was fighting. Let us investigate. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu exchanged glances and rushed toward the source of the commotion. At the entrance of a shopping mall, a man and a woman were panting heavily, clutching weapons in their hands. The man wielded a spear, marked by two deep claw marks upon his body. The woman bore a green bow, her condition seemingly graver than her companions, with blood soaking her abdomen. Opposite them loomed a serpent boss, towering at least 5 meters high, the very same they had encountered previously. However, on that occasion, Ling Qiu and Su Huayin had felt their strength insufficient, just as they braced for the worst. They noticed the serpent boss was not delivering the final blow to the pair, but rather turning its gaze to the side, following its line of sight. They spotted a man and a woman hastening toward them. Run, that's the boss. The man, seemingly aware of his impending doom, shouted at Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Yet what was this? Instead of fleeing, those two were quickening their approach. They're courting death. Get away. This is a boss, not something an ordinary person can handle. The man yelled again. Perhaps due to his severe injuries or overwhelming excitement, he could not contain the blood that surged forth, collapsing weakly to the ground. Chapter 39. The Invisible Serpent Instance Card. Upon seeing the serpent boss, Su Huayin's eyes lit up. Previously, they had had no choice but to flee due to their insufficient strength. But this time was different. Not only had Ling Qiu grown significantly stronger, but he also now possessed the confidence to slay this boss. Here it comes. Ling Qiu charged from another direction. Wild map bosses were a half-tier above instance bosses. A fact Su Huayin had grasped the moment he engaged the Serpent King boss. Its power surpassed even his own, which was augmented sixfold. His long flowing sword struck the Serpent King's shield, failing to penetrate, as if he had struck an immovable boulder. Had it not been for Ling Qiu's support, compelling the Serpent King boss to block his attack, Su Huayin might have had to retreat immediately to evade further strikes. The creature, with its combination of blade and shield, typically employed a follow-up move after blocking with its shield. However, that was no longer the case. Its weapon was diverted to fend off Ling Qiu's assault. What formidable strength! After trading blows with the serpent boss, Ling Qiu found himself pushed back, despite initiating the attack. Su Huayin, now also in a blade and shield mode, recognized the lack of threat in using his sword. He raised the Bone King shield and struck at the serpent boss. The blow was similarly intercepted by the serpent boss, using the shield that bore numerous bloodstains. Meanwhile, although Ling Qiu had been knocked back, he merely adjusted his breath before launching another assault on the serpent boss. The creature was now compelled to face both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu simultaneously. Impressive. The serpent boss managed to withstand the onslaught of both attackers. Although not entirely at ease, it managed to hold its ground for 2 or 3 consecutive rounds without revealing any vulnerabilities. This was partly due to the lack of synergy between Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, but more so due to the immense strength of the boss itself. However, it could only maintain this for so long. During their third exchange, something remarkable occurred. This time, as Ling Qiu swung his blade, a layer of purple radiance enveloped it. The serpent boss, while clashing with Ling Qiu, found itself momentarily paralyzed by the electric current coursing through the blade. Despite its high constitution attribute, even the control effects of a purple card could only inflict minimal control. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Su Huayin seized the opportunity. With a powerful smash of his shield, he forced the serpent boss back a step. The ensuing moment revealed a brief opening in its defense. Ling Qiu, Su Huayin shouted. Strike with thunder. Ling Qiu's luminous blade descended. The serpent boss attempted to defend itself, but the residual electric arc ignited once more, causing it to stiffen. In that very interval, the lightsaber in Ling Qiu's grasp pierced deep into the thigh of the serpent boss. With a sickening squelch, the blade sank into flesh. In an instant, a horizontal slice followed, severing a portion of the appendage which fell to the ground between the boss's legs. The sight prompted Su Huayin to instinctively bring his own legs together, a wave of phantom pain coursing through him. How excruciating must that be? As anticipated, the serpent boss, who had previously emitted little more than a grunt despite having a gaping hole in its thigh, now let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, perhaps even more harrowing. Now, while it's weak, take its life, Ling Qiu urged. Seizing the moment as the serpent boss clutched its wounded loins in agony, she leaped into action. With a sweeping stroke of her lightsaber, she severed one of its arms. Su Huayin, not to be outdone, followed suit, thrusting his long loose sword directly into the boss's eye socket, granting it a merciful release. With a thunderous crash, the serpent boss's lifeless body thudded to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the formidable foe succumbed, a violet card materialized above its corpse. The last card, Heaven and Earth Coexist, was yours. This one is mine, Ling Qiu declared. Su Huayin nodded in agreement, remaining still as he watched her approach the fallen creature and retrieve the card. The manner of the boss's demise lingered in his mind, evoking a tinge of unease as he regarded Ling Qiu with newfound respect. How ruthless! Had it not been for her decisive strike, the battle might have continued. That blow was indeed brutal, instantly incapacitating the serpent boss. What a predicament! A voice called out from Ling Qiu, tinged with frustration. What's wrong? Su Huayin inquired curiously. How can this be? Why is it a dungeon card? A restricted access dungeon card at that? My luck is abysmal. Ling Qiu lamented, visibly displeased. As Su Huayin approached, she generously displayed the card in her hand. Invisible Serpent Dungeon Card. Quality, purple. Card type, dungeon card. Effect, grants access to the Invisible Serpent Dungeon upon use. Description, the Unseen Serpent. Acquisition, dropped by serpent bosses or higher entities, or from black-hearted merchants. Restriction, thief class or those possessing cards from the Doomsday series of the Evil Dragon. Clearly, this pertains to a dungeon for thieves. And what's this about the Doomsday series of the Evil Dragon? I've never heard of such a series, Ling Qiu mused. Compared to the widely known Zero series, the Doomsday series of the Evil Dragon was likely known only to Su Huayin, who had never been one to flaunt his cards on the forums. Unless others possessed cards from that series, it seemed he was the sole individual aware of its existence. Chapter 40. A Favor Ode, Parting Ways. Ahem, Ling Qiu. May I propose a matter for discussion? Su Huayin coughed lightly before continuing. He sensed that this dungeon might conceal something related to the Doomsday series of the Evil Dragon. Even if it didn't contain a card from that series, there would surely be clues. Oh, what do you desire? Ling Qiu inquired, twirling the dungeon card in her fingers, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. If you could part with that card. I understand you wish to complete this quest for the Blessing of the War God card, which you intend for your sister, Lingdong, correct? Upon completion, I will hand you that Blessing of the War God, as well as 500 pesos, Su Huayin proposed thoughtfully. However, Ling Qiu was far from satisfied. You certainly have a knack for calculations. That Blessing of the War God card is half mine, and the 500 pesos as well. Do you think to trade me half a blue card plus 250 pesos for a purple card? Surely, you're overreaching. True, it may be of no use to me. But in your hands, it would be quite different, wouldn't it? Ling Qiu remarked, batting her eyelashes at Su Huayin. Do not misunderstand. It's not that you are particularly handsome, she noted, scrutinizing his expression for any telltale signs. My intentions are merely to guide my avatar down the assassin route. Given that it has already acquired stealth capabilities, Su Huayin replied nonchalantly, his demeanor calm, as though discussing something utterly mundane. How convincingly you feign indifference. Ling Qiu chuckled, tossing the purple card towards Su Huayin. Though I suspect it's not as simple as you claim, here it is. Beyond this task's reward, this card shall not factor into our spoils division. The next purple card is still mine. Thank you, Su Huayin said, catching the card with gratitude. Bowing respectfully toward Ling Qiu. Had this card counted toward their spoils, Su Huayin would have desired it for himself. Especially since the next two purple cards in their collaborative endeavors would belong to her. Yet now, Ling Qiu only sought the Blessing of the War God card and the subsequent purple card, leaving Su Huayin with a considerable advantage. He felt no less than grateful. He would have gladly uttered his thanks 100-fold. As he grasped the card tightly, he remarked, seeing you like this, I suddenly feel quite at a loss. Ling Qiu's expression fell slightly, and she responded with annoyance. No, this card holds little value for you. That may be true, but you are correct. It could be immensely beneficial to me, and I shall remember this favor, Su Huayin stated earnestly. Once they had divided their spoils, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu approached the pair who had previously battled the serpent boss. They beheld a man and a woman, both bearing varying degrees of injury. A large gash marred the woman's back, leaving her bloodied and battered. The man was also wounded, and the woman cradled the unconscious figure against her. Su Huayin recalled how this man had shouted at them to stay away when he first spotted them rushing toward the scene, though it had proved futile. A debt of gratitude remained. What has happened to you? Su Huayin asked. Please, save him. I beg you, save him. The woman cried, her face streaked with tears, exuding helplessness. What should we do? Su Huayin turned to Ling Qiu for guidance. Here's the plan. You go to find help at school 3 while I ride back with them on my skeletal warhorse for treatment. Donger and the others should have returned by now. Whether they can hold on until then is uncertain, Ling Qiu concluded, her voice trailing off. The severity of their injuries suggested they might not endure much longer. Thank you. If he doesn't make it, it's our lives at stake. But if you manage to save him, our lives will belong to you from now on. The woman sobbed, her face a mask of despair. Time is of the essence. We must split up, Su Huayin declared resolutely. Ling Qiu summoned a skeletal warhorse, carrying 2 individuals as they hastened towards their stronghold. Su Huayin, however, ventured deeper into the city. Watching Ling Qiu's vanishing silhouette, Su Huayin exhaled, steeling himself to proceed. An ambush by a serpent man archer ensued, which he swiftly dispatched. And a wisp of dark energy infiltrated the Bone King's shield. Su Huayin suddenly sensed a slight enhancement in his strength. He glanced at the Bone King's shield, noting its passive ability, Soul Devour. For every 10 creatures he slayed, this equipment could augment his strength attribute by a fraction. The maximum enhancement via this means could reach up to 50 points of strength. It appeared that farming the Soul Devour on the Bone King's shield here would be rather advantageous, Su Huayin mused. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion. There was no need to deliberately pursue the Soul Devour, as the ceiling of 50 points would remain unaffected. First, he resolved to complete his task. Su Huayin arrived near the 3rd high school. Along the way, he refrained from intentionally hunting monsters. Nevertheless, he had inadvertently slain over 10 minor foes. The strength enhancement he derived from the Soul Devour skill had now reached 2 points. Upon nearing the 3rd high school, he was struck by a peculiar realization. The serpent men had seemingly vanished into thin air. Moreover, the entire school exuded an odd atmosphere. As darkness enveloped the sky, he peered inside but discerned nothing, an ominous pitch blackness that sent a chill down his spine. Su Huayin halted outside the school, his nature being one of utmost caution. Faced with such an eerie and clearly unsettling situation, he was resolute in avoiding reckless risks. This was precisely the moment his clone's utility came into play. The cooldown for his clone ability had reset earlier that afternoon. Now, it was time for it to shine. Su Huayin activated the clone skill of Yin Yang of the Tiger. In the next instant, a figure identical to him emerged. After a moment's contemplation, he adjusted the clone's card slots. As a player with 3 card slots, his clone possessed the same. Previously, the demise of the clone had prevented him from managing its slots. This stealth, AO, and heaven and earth coexistence cards had been trapped within those slots. Now that the clone had been restored, he could rearrange the slots. He chose to modify the 3rd slot, bringing the clone's page before him. He placed the 2 cards, Magic Sphere and Ice Shield Technique, into the 3rd slot. Although he possessed a purple card, Dragon Scale, it could not be inserted, as it needed to be stacked with at least a golden quality dragon-related card. Chapter 41, The Killer Monkey. Stealth. The clone activated the stealth skill, vanishing into the darkness. It vaulted over the wall and into the 3rd high school. Upon entering the campus, the eerie silence sent a wave of foreboding through Su Huayin. Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of danger. Cautiously, he traversed the campus, encountering neither monsters nor living souls. The profound stillness heightened his vigilance. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within a building. A crash resounded as a window in a nearby teaching block shattered. Su Huayin instinctively turned to the source of the noise, redirecting his path towards the location of the scream. Approaching the building, he discerned it to be a girl's dormitory. The name Xiaoing suggested it belonged to a girl. Stepping into the dormitory, he immediately heard faint sobs emanating from the closest room. Is someone there? Gently, Su Huayin pushed open the door to room 101. Lin Qian, stop crying. Be careful not to attract that thing. A girl cautioned within, urging the sobbing girl to cease her cries. Lin Qian, can you please stop? If that thing finds us, we're all doomed. Another girl, curled up on the top bunk, shouted. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open. The weeping of Lin Qian not only failed to diminish but intensified. Amidst the terror, the lights in the room flared to life, prompting Su Huayin to remain alert, ready to activate the heaven and earth coexistence skill. His clone lacked significant combat prowess, possessing only the abilities of stealth and ice shield, with a mere 30-point enhancement to its mental attribute, rendering its combat capability comparable to that of an ordinary person. Its greatest utility lay in executing heaven and earth coexistence. Su Huayin had initially anticipated encountering monsters here. However, upon seeing the 3 girls huddled beneath their blankets, trembling, he was momentarily taken aback. This was not what he had envisioned. Was this a case of an ostrich mentality? Did they believe that by burying their heads in the sand, they would remain unseen? Do you know someone named Xiaoing? Su Huayin emerged from stealth mode to inquire. After several seconds, one girl cautiously poked her head from under the blankets. Is she from class 3? A girl with long, dark hair seemed to recognize the name. Su Huayin's heart lifted at her response, and he promptly pressed on. Do you know where she is? Who are you? The girl asked, scrutinizing Su Huayin's identity. Me? I suppose I am an adventurer, tasked with bringing Xiaoing to safety. Su Huayin replied. An adventurer? The gentleness in Su Huayin's voice appeared to ease the tension, prompting the other 2 girls to peek out as well. Can you take us away from here? The first girl who had spoken implored. I'm afraid I cannot, Su Huayin replied bluntly. He was no savior. He would not engage in unbeneficial endeavors. His forthright and indifferent answer left the girls momentarily stunned. Why would you say that? However, Su Huayin added, if someone can guide me to Xiaoing, then I can take her with me. He was fair in his dealings. If they helped him locate Xiaoing, he would ensure their escape. No way. There are monsters in that place. The girl with the weeping voice protested once more, retreating under the covers. The other girl fell silent as well. Only the long-haired girl who had initially engaged with Su Huayin resolutely bit her lip and declared, "All right, I will go with you." The long-haired girl approached Su Huayin and explained, "Xiaoying is on the 3rd floor, but there are monsters in this building." "Oh, monsters? What kind of monsters?" Su Huayin inquired. "Invisible monsters," the long-haired girl began, but before she could finish, Su Huayin heard footsteps echoing behind him. He turned to glance down the dark corridor of the 1st floor, where nothing was visible. Only the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard. Was it an unseen monster? I seemed to have an inkling of what creature it might be. Su Huayin cast a glance at the dark corridor and activated the stealth skill, rendering his figure invisible. "Where are you?" The long-haired girl gazed incredulously at the vanishing Su Huayin. The footsteps in the corridor grew ever closer, seemingly just around the corner. "Ah!" The long-haired girl let out a piercing scream. She wished to hide, yet her feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to budge even an inch. The only recourse left to her was to shut her eyes and await her fate. She could already hear the footsteps rushing towards her. A chill enveloped her. But in the next moment, everything came to a sudden halt. The girl slowly opened her eyes to witness a scene that left her momentarily stunned. The youth who had previously claimed to be an adventurer reappeared before her, gripping a long sword. It seemed to have pierced something, as crimson blood flowed from the sword's center. Soon after, an unsightly monster made its presence known. I knew it, a killer monkey. Su Huayin withdrew his sword and pushed the killer monkey's lifeless body to the ground. A card materialized from the corpse of the slain creature. Surprisingly, a green tier card. Su Huayin reached out to grasp the card. Poison dagger. Quality, green. Card type, weapon card. Effect, strength 20, blade infused with poison. Applies a slowing toxin to enemies after penetrating skin defenses. Description, a creation forged with poison infused into the blade during its crafting. Acquisition, monster drops. Card pack draws, unscrupulous merchants. Dual mode effect, magic card. Equips to a monster attacking an enemy monster, if not destroyed in battle. Reduces attack power by 500 at the end of each turn. A dagger, how fitting. Su Huayin contemplated. Swapping out the magic orb with ice shield in his 3rd card slot, placing the poison dagger in its stead. Let us go find someone named Xiaoying. Su Huayin handed the long sword to the girl. Take it. Only with your own strength can you protect yourself, he instructed. Chapter 42, Finding Xiaoying. The killer monkey was merely capable of invisibility. Its true form was quite fragile, not much different from an ordinary person. Su Huayin pulled out a dagger and explained to the girl. By the way, what is your name? He began to ascend the stairs. His ears perked to listen for any surrounding sounds. There could not be just one killer monkey. My name is Shiryuru. Shiryuru tightened her grip on the long sword Su Huayin had given her, hastily following in his footsteps up to the 2nd floor. As for her 2 roommates, they were no concern of Su Huayin's. If they dared to follow him, he wouldn't bother to drive them away. Yet, they remained huddled in that room, which was of no consequence to him. Do you know where Xiaoying resides? Su Huayin's figure vanished once again. Though his voice provided a means to ascertain his location and direction, he was heading to the 2nd floor. I'm in Class 3. And the dorms for Class 3 range from 305 to 310, Shiryuru replied, casting anxious glances around her, clearly terrified. Nevertheless, she kept closely behind Su Huayin. Before they even reached the 2nd floor, Shiryuru heard a rapid series of footsteps behind them. The sound echoed like a drum, each step pounding against her heart, causing her face to turn pale. Now is the time, strike. A voice commanded. Instinctively, Shiryuru acted upon the voice's instruction, swinging the long sword in the direction of the sound. With a squelch, the blade met flesh, revealing an ugly, monkey-like creature as it emerged from its stealth. It's not dead yet. Finish it. The voice echoed again. Shiryuru, unsure of what to do, simply followed Su Huayin's commands. She stepped forward and struck down at the diminutive monkey-like monster, slashing wildly without knowledge of its weak points. However, she had already gained the upper hand. The killer monkey's greatest advantage was its invisibility, and once that was shattered, it was no longer a threat. After several strikes, the creature ceased its struggles. A white card emerged from its corpse. What is this? Shiryuru gazed curiously at the card that had appeared from the body. This is your loot. As you defeated it, Su Huayin replied, not sparing a glance at the white card as he ascended the stairs toward the 3rd floor. Wait for me. Shiryuru fumbled to collect the card before hurriedly chasing after Su Huayin. By the time she caught up, Su Huayin had already reached the 3rd floor. Upon arrival, he heard the complex sound of footsteps approaching from the stairwell. This was clearly more than one killer monkey. At least 2 were coming. Su Huayin's expression turned serious. The strength of this doppelganger was not particularly formidable. If 3 were to confront him, he might struggle. From here on, it's up to you. Follow my orders. Su Huayin instructed. After uttering these words, his voice fell silent, leaving Shiryuru standing alone, gripping her sword with both hands, aimed at the unseen threat ahead. Su Huayin felt a sense of relief, having just guided Shiryuru through her first battle. Now, she at least possessed the courage to wield a weapon. And she was turning out to be a decent ally. Although Shiryuru had no combat skills, her willingness to obey his commands was commendable. The footsteps drew nearer. Strike! Su Huayin commanded, launching into action himself. Whether or not Shiryuru heeded his instructions was inconsequential. He had never expected much from her. Yet, it was this very individual, whom he had low expectations of, who turned the tide of battle with a single swing. This was not due to Shiryuru's inherent strength, but rather the card she had just acquired. With a resounding crash, she unleashed a sword strike, releasing a wave of energy. The form of this energy attack depended on the wielder's strength. Shiryuru's physical power was likely only 8 points, perhaps even less. However, this feeble energy wave was sufficient to draw out the silhouettes of 3 killer monkeys from their invisible state. Any attack or being attacked would shatter their stealth. And now that they were visible, it was game over. Su Huayin exhaled softly as he sheathed his dagger, surveying the 3 fallen killer monkeys. A card emerged from one of the corpses, which Su Huayin promptly picked up. Killer monkey. Quality white. Card type. Dual mode exclusive card. Beast monster, 1 star. Attack power 500. Defense power 300. Effect. This card can directly attack the opponent's life. It holds little significance. Su Huayin glanced at the card's contents before stowing it away. The assassins, the monkey minions within this building, should be nearly eradicated. As he spoke, Su Huayin ceased to maintain his cloaking and approached room 305. He noticed the door had already been ajar. The unmistakable stench of blood permeated the air. Such a scene aroused an unsettling feeling within him. It wasn't that he felt an overwhelming desire to save the individual named Xiaoying, nor was it a fervent wish to complete his mission and acquire the God of War's blessing card. Rather, he had been preoccupied with this matter for some time now. Surely, he couldn't leave empty-handed, could he? That would be an egregious loss. Is there anyone alive? Su Huayin called into the room. However, no reply echoed back. He exited room 305 and proceeded to room 306 across the hall. This room mirrored the previous one. The grim news was that all occupants in both rooms were deceased. The silver lining, however, was that only these 2 doors had been left open. The strength of those monkey assassins was minimal. In fact, even an ordinary person could easily dispatch such creatures. Please, let there be no trouble, Su Huayin murmured as he approached room 307. He pushed forcefully, only to find the door locked and seemingly barricaded. It would not budge. A glimmer of hope sparked within him upon realizing this. Is anyone inside? Xiaoying. Su Huayin inquired. I am Xiaoying. Who are you? A voice emanated from behind the door. The content of the voice filled Su Huayin with joy. Chapter 43. Women are such a nuisance. He had found his target, the one named Xiaoying. I have received a commission to escort you to safety, Su Huayin stated. Oh, has my grandfather sent someone to rescue me? Xiaoying exclaimed, visibly agitated. Yet, she did not immediately open the door. Instead, she posed a question. How can you prove what you say? She seemed somewhat skeptical of Su Huayin. I cannot provide proof. I merely accepted a commission. I have no ulterior motive for risking my life to rescue you. I have already dealt with the creatures outside. Hurry, or more will come, Su Huayin retorted. The individual known as Xiaoying appeared to regard herself as someone of significance. Well, perhaps she truly was someone of importance, as she even brandished a blue card to reward her savior, a rather extravagant gesture. Just as Xiaoying was about to say something further, a shriek erupted from outside the window. All right, I'll follow you, Xiaoying declared. Shortly thereafter, Su Huayin heard the sound of heavy objects being moved within the room. The door swung open, revealing a young woman whose demeanor was markedly distinct from that of an ordinary person. It wasn't merely her beauty, given the dim light. Su Huayin could hardly discern her features, but rather the air of nobility that surrounded her. Her actions and comportment suggested she had received specialized training in etiquette. Well, that's of little consequence. Let us go, Su Huayin urged as he made his way downstairs, with Xiaoying hastily following suit. Upon exiting the dormitory building, Su Huayin suddenly heard a profoundly heavy set of footsteps. Only a creature of substantial size could produce such a sound. You too, hurry in that direction. My main body is en route to provide backup. The faster and further you run, the better, Su Huayin instructed, his expression turning serious. What? Xiaoying seemed bewildered. However, she was promptly tugged along by Shiryuru, racing in the direction Su Huayin indicated. Perhaps it was due to their previous encounters, having narrowly avoided death by following Su Huayin's guidance. Now, upon hearing his command, Shiryuru executed it almost instinctively, dragging Xiaoying along as they fled. They had not gotten far when Su Huayin felt an icy chill seep into his bones. He understood that they had reached a critical juncture. His recently restored clone was once again in jeopardy. A wry smile crossed Su Huayin's face as he resolutely activated his skill. Heaven and earth coexist. A terrifying force erupted from Su Huayin's body, radiating outward in all directions. An unseen figure was illuminated by the explosion, a nearly 2-meter-tall monkey assassin. A sharp blade was poised to pierce Su Huayin's throat, mere centimeters from his skin. Should he be slain, he would be unable to activate Heaven and earth coexist. Yet, in the very moment the skill was unleashed, the blade glided past his throat. Now possessing 3 card slots, the power of Heaven and earth coexist was significantly greater than during the 2-slot phase. Boom. The dreadful energy released obliterated the shadow that had been closing in on Su Huayin's clone. A blue card slowly emerged from the charred remains of the corpse. Picked up by a hand. What a pity, my clone, Su Huayin sighed. The retrieval from the tiger's roar in the forest dungeon would have to be postponed by another day. He held the acquired blue card before his eyes. Assassin class card. Quality, blue. Card type, class card. Effect, agility 20. This card can be stacked with a dagger weapon card. Description, all things are illusory. All matters are permissible. Acquisition method, monster drop, and scrupulous merchant. Restrictions, 40 points in constitution, 20 points in agility. It didn't seem too shabby. Su Huayin suddenly found himself less sorrowful over the loss of his clone. Wasn't he at just 24 hours? Acquiring this card felt like a substantial gain. After all, it was a class card. The only slight complication was that equipping this class card required 40 points in constitution and 20 points in agility. How did you survive? Xiaoying gasped as Su Huayin approached her. She had glanced back while running and saw that the person who had saved her seemed to have perished with a creature in an explosion. Do I seem like the type to sacrifice myself for a trivial task reward? Su Huayin scoffed. Surely, that was implausible. He wasn't that foolish. All right, let us go. I'll take you to a safe place. Su Huayin dismissed further introductions, simply urging Xiaoying to follow him. As for Shiru, she no longer held any value for collaboration. He had already located Xiaoying. You can leave now. You've developed the mindset and resources to survive in this world. Su Huayin remarked. May I accompany you? Shiru asked, her eyes wide with hope. Su Huayin had initially intended to refuse. However, upon contemplating the potential of a 5th card slot, he swallowed his words. The guild route for the 5th card slot required a minimum of 100 members to establish, which was the most basic condition. Very well, but it won't be as your follower. I intend to form a guild, and if you're interested, you can join ahead of time, Su Huayin announced. Yes, yes. Shiru's eyes sparkled, as if she had been reborn. With both of them in tow, Su Huayin found a drivable vehicle on the street and, after getting in, drove them to Qingmu City. Next, all that remains is to deliver Xiaoying to the Adventurers Association. Although internal testers can browse and accept quests through the Adventurer's Certificate, submitting a quest must be done in person at the Adventurers Association. By the way, Xiaoying, who might you be? Su Huayin glanced at Xiaoying through the rearview mirror, taking note of her beauty. Undoubtedly, she was a stunning woman. At least of campus belle caliber, with delicate skin, an alluring figure, and a visage that could rival Ling Qiu's. Moreover, she exuded an air of nobility, akin to that of a graceful swan. However, the player had no intention of pursuing romantic entanglements. He harbored lofty ambitions, and women would only serve as a distraction. Guess? Xiaoying retorted. She had come to a near certainty that Su Huayin's words were largely truthful. This person was indeed here to rescue her. Otherwise, given his capabilities, she would have been powerless to resist should he have any ulterior motives. Furthermore, he regarded her as if she were merely an object, showing no discernible change in demeanor due to her beauty. I have no interest in guessing. Your identity is of no consequence to me. Chapter 44, Qingpu Fishing Grounds Card, and the Dragon Clan Starter Pack. Accompanied by Shiru and Xiaoying, they arrived at the Adventurers Association, heading toward the stars and the abyss, ready to submit quests. Su Huayin had no time to indulge in Catherine's ramblings. All right. I have informed the quest issuer to come for verification, Catherine responded. Su Huayin nodded in acknowledgement. All that remained was to wait. Look over there at those 2 NPCs. They seem peculiar, Xiaoying remarked, her curiosity piqued as she scanned her surroundings. Throughout their journey, Su Huayin had already shared some contemporary knowledge with the duo. Upon seeing Qingmu City, they merely expressed mild intrigue. Those strange NPCs? Su Huayin followed the direction Xiaoying pointed. Upon recognizing the 2 figures she indicated, his eyelids twitched. They were at the entrance of the Fishing Association, where 2 familiar silhouettes were present, one holding a large fish. Su Huayin covered his forehead in exasperation. He had merely speculated previously, but he hadn't anticipated these 2 would truly get lost at the Fishing Association's entrance. Xinyang was proudly flaunting a red kingfish, while Lin Yuan showcased a tricolored koi. Old Shin, where did you catch that fish? How much does it weigh? Lin Yuan inquired. It's not too heavy, only about 120 pounds, Xinyang modestly replied, puffing out his chest like a proud rooster. This display left Lin Yuan in a state of urgency. Stop posing and ask me. Ask me, he implored, poking Xinyang several times before Xinyang reluctantly asked. Brother Lin, your fish must be hefty as well? Hearing Xinyang finally pose the question, Lin Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. It's nothing to write home about, just a mere 100-pound tricolored koi. The 2 engaged in a loud exchange at the entrance of the Fishing Association, drawing the attention of passers-by, their eyes glistening with envy. Su Huayin found himself at a loss for words to describe these fishing enthusiasts. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the 2 who had been singing back and forth at the entrance of the Fishing Association vanished. Su Huayin blinked in surprise as he noticed 2 individuals materializing on either side of him. When shall we go fishing again? Xinyang inquired with a hint of eagerness. Indeed, when will your girlfriend join us? Lin Yuan added. Girlfriend? Where did that come from? Ahem, this is the fishing spot for the Wood King fish. And the appearance time is set. I shall wait for you there, Xinyang declared, hastily handing 2 cards to Su Huayin before departing in a flurry. Don't forget to bring your girlfriend. Lin Yuan chimed in before disappearing just as abruptly. With only the 2 cards in Su Huayin's possession as evidence of their prior presence, he pondered, what kind of cards are these? He examined the cards in his hand. They were 2 identical cards. Qingpu Fishing Grounds card. Quality, blue. Card type, single-use consumption card. Effect, upon use. Grants entry to Qingpu Fishing Grounds. Valid for a maximum of 24 hours. Description: Qingpu Fishing Grounds is a fishing paradise, rumored to be home to the 3-star Dragon Ball fish. Acquisition method: Fishing Association. It appeared one was meant for Ling Qiu. Su Huayin tucked both cards away, planning to hand them to Ling Qiu upon his return that evening. He did not linger long at the Adventurers Association. Roughly 10 minutes later, he awaited the arrival of his contact. A vehicle halted before him. More accurately, it came to a stop in front of Xiaoying. A bespectacled gentleman, exuding an air of authority yet possessing a refined demeanor, emerged from the vehicle. Xiaoying, he exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing her. And he promptly ushered her into the car before turning his attention to Su Huayin. You must be the one who rescued Xiaoying. Here is your reward. The man handed Su Huayin a Blessing of the War God card along with 10 100 peso cards. Huh, why is there more? Su Huayin raised an eyebrow, noting that this reward exceeded their prior agreement by 500 pesos. Pesos were indeed useful. They could be used to unlock card slots, purchase card packs, extend the stay in the main city, and post-adventure quests. With 600 pesos, one could buy a basic card pack. Quite a generous gesture. This is but a small token of appreciation. Your prowess is remarkable. Perhaps we shall have opportunities for collaboration in the future, the middle-aged man stated. Despite his authoritative presence, his manner of speaking was neither aggressive nor overbearing, which made the exchange quite pleasant. Thank you kindly. One should never pass up a good deal, Su Huayin replied, pleased with the unexpected bounty, now equipped to purchase card packs. Farewell. Although he remained unaware of Xiao Ying's and the middle-aged man's true identities, he could make some educated guesses. Having seen Xiaoying off, Su Huayin turned his gaze toward Shi Yuru. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? He inquired. Absolutely. I am willing to follow your commands, Shi Yuru replied, her gaze filled with fervor. This intensity caused Su Huayin to suspect she might have a few screws loose. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Having an additional subordinate could prove advantageous. With money in hand, Su Huayin was in no rush to leave. Instead, he approached another establishment in Qingwu City. The sign read, Lulu's Shop. This was the card shop of the system's main city. The shop was devoid of any personnel. One merely needed to deposit 600 pesos into the money box to purchase a card pack. Su Huayin counted out the 600 pesos from his recent earnings and placed them into the box. An operational interface materialized before him. Ding. You may choose one card pack from the Basic Warrior Pack, Basic Mage Pack, or Basic Dragon Clan Pack. Ding. Each pack contains 13 cards. And as this is your first purchase, you are guaranteed at least one green quality card. The system's prompt resonated in Su Huayin's ears. 3 card packs, huh? Su Huayin mused, somewhat astonished. Am I truly about to draw a Dragon Clan pack? Although it was merely a basic Dragon Clan pack, one could only purchase basic packs for 600 pesos, making it a significant win. Undoubtedly, Su Huayin opted for the Dragon Tribe card pack. Who wouldn't choose this? Only a fool would. The Warrior Basic Pack and the Mage Basic Pack hold little value. The Dragon Tribe Basic Pack, priced at 6,000 pesos, has a random advancement card pack that people are eager to purchase. The 45th card, the Fire Dragon. The Dragon Tribe Basic Pack. Su Huayin clicked on the Dragon Tribe Basic Pack. In the next moment, a card pack materialized before him. Dragon Tribe Basic Pack, X1. To his astonishment, luck was on his side, as he had drawn a Dragon Tribe Basic Pack. Let us see what's inside. Su Huayin promptly tore open the card pack. Each time one purchases, they can only select one from 3 randomly drawn card packs. The pack was ripped open, revealing 2 cards. Only 2? Well, that is still somewhat decent. Su Huayin drew the first card from the pack. It was a white card. Dragon Biscuit. Quality white. Card type, food card. Effect, grants 30 strength for 5 minutes upon use, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Description, the biscuit most beloved by the dragon. Acquisition method, Dragon Tribe Basic Pack. Duelist mode effect, magic card. Allows the special summon of a dragon-type monster with an attack power of up to 500 from your hand. It seems rather useless. I'll give it to you. It occupies a card slot and can only be used once within 30 minutes, providing a mere 30-point strength boost. Utterly worthless. Su Huayin casually tossed this card to Shi Yuru, deeming it of no value. The pack is guaranteed to contain at least one green quality card, implying that the remaining card must be of at least green quality. Su Huayin slowly extracted the card from the pack and gently peeled back a corner. Blue. Su Huayin whispered in prayer. As he lifted the corner of the card, a flash of blue came into view. Is it really blue? Su Huayin internally rejoiced. The Dragon Tribe Basic Pack yields cards of a maximum blue quality. The odds of such luck seem improbable. Let us see what the card is. Su Huayin flipped his palm over, and the card's details unfolded before his eyes. Fire Dragon. Quality, blue. Card type, creature card. Effect, allows the summoning of a fire dragon upon use. This card is discarded upon the dragon's demise. Description, a member of the Fire Dragon clan. Restriction, there must be other fire-type dragon cards in the slot. Dual mode effect, 8 stars, fire attribute, dragon type, attack power 3000, defense power 2500. Can destroy one monster on the field once per turn. Is it truly the Fire Dragon? Su Huayin beamed with delight upon reading the card's details. Typically, such blue-level monsters are slightly weaker than elite monsters, yet they belong to the dragon tribe, albeit with only a hint of dragon lineage. Their combat prowess exceeds that of ordinary elite monsters. Moreover, the fire dragon can fly. It can serve as a mount. Su Huayin pondered for a moment before deciding to replace the water dragon scale, stacked on the tiger Inyang card with the fire dragon scale. The two cards bear minimal differences. One is associated with intermediate water control, while the other pertains to intermediate fire control. He then replaced the long flow sword in his second card slot with the fire dragon card. Now, Su Huayin's card slots contained Tiger Inyang, Fire Dragon Scale, Fire Dragon, and Bone King Shield. 1 red card, 2 purple cards, and 1 blue card. Truly extravagant. Let us go back, Su Huayin declared. Back where? Sure Yuro instinctively inquired. Of course, back to the base. Su Huayin waved his hand, summoning a creature resembling a large lizard with a pair of wings on its back. Let us ride. We'll fly home. Su Huayin mounted the fire dragon's back and beckoned to Sure Yuro. Huh. Oh. Sure Yuro hesitated momentarily before obediently taking her place behind Su Huayin. Off we go. The Eternal Life Base. Don't misunderstand. It's south, not some grandiose place. It is merely the cult base that Su Huayin and Ling Qiu previously dismantled. A man awakened, struggling to rise. You're awake? Lu Xiaozhu, sitting nearby, asked with surprise. Huh, Xiaozhu, I'm not dead. Li Ming surveyed his surroundings in disbelief, quickly inquiring, where's that Snake Man boss? No worries, that boss has been defeated, and we were rescued. Lu Xiaozhu informed Li Ming of the situation. Just then, a young girl entered, carrying some food. Oh, you're awake? Perfect timing. Ming Gu has just returned. After eating, let us attend the evening discussion together. Jing Tian placed the food on the table in the room. Having endured the battle, Jing Tian seemed to have nearly returned to normal. However, the past events had not vanished. They merely lay dormant. Ming Gu? He is one of the 2 leaders here, and also the one who saved you, Jing Tian explained. Li Ming's stomach growled with hunger. Upon seeing the food, he began to eat without hesitation, unconcerned about its safety. If it were problematic, there would be no need to save him. After the 2 finished their meal, they entered the hall, where they spotted the 2 individuals they had last seen during the day, seated at the side, accompanied by several others. You've arrived, take a seat. Su Huayin gestured toward 2 chairs. The 2 sat down, appearing somewhat reserved. All eyes turned toward them. Do you 2 have any plans moving forward? Ling Qiu inquired. Plans? We merely intend to gather some food. Our supplies at home have run out, Lu Xiaozhu replied honestly. I wonder if you 2 would be interested in joining us. If you're willing, you may stay. If not, you can rest here for the night and leave. Ling Qiu continued to inquire. There is no need for formalities. If you wish to stay, then stay. If not, then go. Establishing a guild requires at least 100 members. However, while the number of required individuals is substantial, they do not accept just anyone. Firstly, they must possess a certain level of strength, and their character must not be corrupt. Not to say they must be virtuous, but at the very least, they should not be of wicked disposition. Based on previous interactions, Li Ming and Lu Xiaozhu's characters seem quite commendable. Joining you? What does that mean? Li Ming's gaze flickered as he inquired. You can think of it as a game guild, collaborating to clear dungeons and complete quests. Alternatively, you could view us as a force in this chaotic world, which presents both a disaster and an opportunity. The golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. When encountering a storm, they transform into dragons. Ling Qiu unabashedly revealed her thoughts. In the past, she was merely part of the exploited lower class in society. Now, times have changed. Though it's still far from the notion of emperors taking turns on the throne, the opportunity for class ascension has arrived. What do you think? Are you interested? Chapter 46, the first dual mode. In response to Ling Qiu's inquiry, Li Ming and Lu Xiaozhu chose to join. Adding the 2 of you brings our number to 7. Let us split into 2 teams for our activities. Tomorrow, Ma Zhendong, Ling Dong, Li Ming, and Lu Xiaozhu will form a team of 4. The supplies at our base are dwindling, so I need you to procure more provisions from the city. As for Shi Yuru, Li Kaifeng, and Jing Tian, you 3 will work together. Your skills are still developing, so for the time being, focus on enhancing your abilities before I assign you any tasks. Su Huayin conveyed the assignments. The group accepted the directives without dissent and dispersed accordingly. Since Lu Xiaozhu and Li Ming are in a romantic relationship, it sufficed to allocate them a single room. After the meeting concluded, Su Huayin called out to Ling Qiu, who was preparing to rest. Here, this is for you. Su Huayin handed 2 blue cards and 500 pesos to Ling Qiu. Although the task offered 1,000 pesos, he had spent 600, leaving him with only 400. However, Su Huayin had also earned some pesos while battling the serpent men, bringing his total to over 100. What is this? Ling Xiao inquired as she accepted the 2 cards from Su Huayin. One of the cards was the prearranged God of War blessing, while the other was another blue card. Qingpu Fishing Grounds? This was given by Shen Yang, instructing us to go fishing, Su Huayin explained. Fishing? I sense our previous attempts were merely fortunate, Ling Xiao remarked. We'll see when the time comes. Su Huayin felt uncertain as well. Thank you. How is your doppelganger? Ling Xiao pondered and asked. It seems I'll need to postpone that for another day. My doppelganger has vanished again, Su Huayin admitted, somewhat embarrassed. His doppelganger had utilized the skill heaven and earth together for eternity. Then we must push that back. Coincidentally, when I brought them back yesterday, I encountered a duelist NPC. Aren't you a master of the duelist mode? Defeating this duelist NPC will earn us an invitation to Duel City. Let's challenge him tomorrow. Ling Xiao proposed. Is that so? No problem, Su Huayin replied. The duelist mode. With my current cards, I can certainly assemble a rudimentary dueling deck. It's been a while since I've engaged in duelist mode, Su Huayin mused quietly. It was during the 2nd anniversary celebration of Card Domain that he had claimed victory and obtained the core card, Yin and Yang of the Tiger, elevating him to the ranks of top players. Time swiftly passed to the following day, and Ma Zhendong and the others set out. Su Huayin and Ling Xiao also prepared to depart. Come up, Ling Xiao summoned her skeletal steed and waved to Su Huayin, beckoning him to join her. No need. Swap that mount card for this one and ride with me. With a flourish, Su Huayin summoned a fire-breathing dragon. Oh, a flying mount, Ling Xiao exclaimed, slightly astonished. We've only been apart for half a day. How did you acquire that? I got it while opening card packs at the card shop, Su Huayin chuckled in explanation. With a flying mount, of course, I'm choosing the flying one. Where do we find that NPC you mentioned? Su Huayin inquired. Just over there. Fly a bit lower. And you should spot him soon. Ling Xiao indicated a direction. Su Huayin promptly commanded the fire-breathing dragon to soar toward that point. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a small grove. Here we are. Su Huayin spotted an elderly man with a distinctive hairstyle, clearly adept at card games. However, as Su Huayin and Ling Xiao approached the NPC, they discovered that someone else was already engaged in a duel with him. They stepped aside to observe. The challenger was a young boy, seemingly just of age. My turn. The Tree King attacks the skeleton soldier. Due to the Tree King's piercing effect, you suffer 200 points of damage, leaving you with only 700 life points. I'm sorry, but you lose, the NPC declared, reducing the boy's life points to 0. Damn it. If only I had better cards, I wouldn't lose to a deck like yours. The boy appeared visibly frustrated. Unfortunately, the old man was not an intelligent NPC, but rather a soulless card-playing machine, rendering the boy's curses ineffective. The boy soon noticed Su Huayin and Ling Xiao, eyed them warily, and slowly began to retreat, seemingly reluctant to engage. Su Huayin and Ling Xiao had no intention of pursuing him. They approached the NPC. Elder, let us duel, Su Huayin stated. A panel suddenly illuminated before him. Simple mode or standard mode? In simple mode, the deck contained 20 to 30 cards, with only 3 spots each for monsters and magic trap cards, and a life point total of 4,000, beginning with 5 cards for the first player and 1 for the second. Standard mode required 40 to 60 cards, with 5 spots each for monsters and magic trap cards, plus an extra zone, 8,000 life points, and the hand size remained unchanged. I choose simple mode, Su Huayin decided. His current cards did not even meet the minimum requirement of 40 cards for standard mode. Let us duel. Su Huayin placed his prepared deck into the card box. This was the strongest deck he could currently assemble. Ding. Your card, Heaven and Earth Together for Eternity, cannot be used in simple mode. A prohibition symbol appeared before Su Huayin. However, that card was not included in his deck. Let us begin. Call it heads or tails. The NPC elder tossed a coin into the air, inquiring. Tails, Su Huayin guessed. Moments later, the coin descended from the sky. Unfortunately, it was not the tails Su had chosen, but rather heads. In that case, I won't hold back. I'll go first. I summoned the Treant Guardian. Set 2 magic trap cards, and in my turn, the NPC summoned a 4-star generic monster with 700 attack and 800 defense, placing it in attack mode while setting 2 cards. Su Huayin glanced at his hand, frowning slightly. This hand is rather poor. He held 2 serpent archers, 1 serpent warrior, 1 stealth, and a level 8 monster, a fire-breathing dragon, which required 2 sacrifices for a normal summon. To be frank, this hand could be deemed a complete disaster. With these cards, it seemed impossible to eliminate even that generic monster. He could only rely on stealth to survive for a turn. But he was concerned about the 2 set cards. Fortunately, it was now his turn, and he could draw a card. Give me something good. Su Huayin reached for the draw pile. Chapter 47, A Small Trial of Skill. Whether it was due to Su Huayin's prayers or mere chance, the card he drew this time was a purple card. Su Huayin possessed only 4 purple quality cards. Water Dragon Scale, Fire Dragon Scale, Bone King Shield, and Heaven and Earth Together for Eternity. Since Heaven and Earth Together for Eternity was banned in simple mode, and he had not included Bone King Shield in his deck, this purple card could only be one of two possibilities, either Water Dragon Scale or Fire Dragon Scale. Please let it be Fire Dragon Scale, Su Huayin silently prayed. However, as is often the case in life, what one wishes for rarely comes to fruition. The card he drew was Water Dragon Scale. Well, that's not too far off. Su Huayin thought to himself, my turn. As there are no monsters on the field, I activate the effect of Water Dragon Scale, which allows me to special summon this card when my field is devoid of monsters. Su Huayin summons Water Dragon Scale to the field. He then awaits a response from his opponent. The opponent does not activate any set cards, allowing Su Huayin to proceed with his turn. He activates the effect of Water Dragon Scale, permitting him to add one card from the 5-element Dragon Scale series or a Water Attribute Dragon monster to his hand. I choose to add Fire Dragon Scale to my hand. 1. Fire Dragon Scale is successfully retrieved by Su Huayin. The opponent remains inactive. Entering the battle phase, Water Dragon Scale launches an attack against the Treant Guardian. Su Huayin decides to sacrifice his Water Dragon Scale, which possesses a mere 100 attack points, to attack the Treant Guardian with a formidable attack power of 1700. Now in the second round, he is permitted to initiate an attack. Suddenly, he activates a quick play spell card, Fertilizer, sending one Treant monster on the field to the graveyard to special summon a Great Tree King from his deck in attack position. A Great Tree King with an attack power of 2,400 and a defense of 1,500 is summoned onto the field. Ding. The attack is reverted. Will he continue the attack? Yes. Su Huayin opts to allow Water Dragon Scale to persist in its sacrificial assault. His life points now dwindle to 1,700 after sustaining 2,300 damage. Water Dragon Scale is destroyed in battle and sent to the graveyard. This was precisely his intention. He aims to leave the field barren. The battle phase concludes, leading into the main phase 2, where Su Huayin continues his maneuvering. With no monsters on the field, he special summons Fire Dragon Scale. He activates the effect of Fire Dragon Scale, sacrificing it to special summon a Fire Attribute Dragon monster from his hand. Arise, Flame Dragon. An 8-star monster is summoned forth by Su Huayin, boasting an attack power of 3,000 and a defense of 2,500, with the ability to destroy one opposing monster once per turn. Since the battle phase has concluded, Su Huayin cannot initiate an attack. However, he may activate the effect of the Flame Dragon. He uses the Flame Dragon's effect to obliterate the Great Tree King. Boom. With a resounding crash, the Great Tree King is destroyed by the Flame Dragon's effect. The turn concludes as Su Huayin ends his round. My turn. The NPC Elder draws a card and summons a Treant Guardian once again. A 1,700 attack power monster is called forth. Subsequently, a spell card is played from his hand. He activates the preparatory spell card, Meteor Arrow, which reduces a monster's attack power by 500 and grants it the ability to directly attack the opponent's life points. Treant Guardian. Attack. 1,200. Su Huayin, already with a mere 1,700 life points, finds himself reduced to 500 after this onslaught. How does one phrase it? Your life is as a candle flickering in the wind. The turn concludes as the NPC Elder sets another card. Finally, it is once again Su Huayin's turn. He feels that if this round does not culminate in battle, he might be in dire straits. My turn, draw a card. Su Huayin retrieves a green card, Serpent Mage. He activates the Flame Dragon's effect to destroy the Treant Guardian. Su Huayin initiates the destruction effect of the Flame Dragon, designating the Treant Guardian as the target. In that very instant, the NPC Elder activates the Quick Play spell card, Fertilizer, destroying the Treant Guardian and special summoning the Great Tree King in defense position. Impressive. Su Huayin commends the NPC Elder. This is a classic dodge against destruction. The Flame Dragon's target is designated as the Treant Guardian. This specification differs from an attack and cannot be reverted or retargeted, effectively nullifying the Flame Dragon's destruction effect. Nevertheless, he summons the Serpent Warrior. A monster with an attack power of 1,200 is brought forth by Su Huayin. Due to the Serpent Warrior's effect, its attack power increases by 200 for each Serpent-type monster on the field. With only one present, its attack power rises to 1,400. He then activates the effect of the Serpent Archer. When there exists a Serpent monster on the field, this card can be special summoned. The Serpent Archer, boasting an attack power of 1,600, is summoned once again. Alas, the simplified duel format only allows for 3 slots. If not, Su Huayin could have also special summoned another Serpent Mage. With the Serpent Archer on the field, there are now 2 Serpent-type monsters, causing the Serpent Warrior's attack power to increase by another 200, reaching 1,600. In the battle phase, the Flame Dragon attacks the Great Tree King. Following Su Huayin's command, the Flame Dragon unleashes a torrent of flames upon the Great Tree King, successfully destroying it. As the Great Tree King is in defense position, and the Flame Dragon lacks piercing damage, no life point damage is inflicted. However, the battle phase is far from over. The Serpent Warrior attacks, and the Serpent Archer follows suit. 1600, 1600. The combined assaults of the Serpent Warrior and the Serpent Archer reduce the NPC Elder's life points to a mere 800. The battle phase concludes, transitioning into main phase 2. Finally, utilizing the effect of the Serpent Archer, when 2 or more serpent monsters exist on the field, one can be sacrificed to inflict damage equal to half the attack power of the sacrificed monster. He sacrifices the Serpent Warrior, inflicting 800 points of damage. 800. The NPC Elder's life points plummet to 0. Chapter 48. The Handkerchief of the Tide Spirit. Young man, you are quite formidable. The Dual City tournament will take place in a month. That shall be your stage. The NPC Elder hands a card to Su Huayin. Dual City admission ticket. Quality, blue. Card type, one-time use. Effect, upon use, grants entry to the special map of Dual City. Description, Dual City is a paradise for powerful duelists. Restriction, can only be used after 28 days. Dual City, the ticket for the anniversary duel competition can only be obtained from Dual City. Su Huayin carefully stows away the card and makes way. Your turn. This NPC's deck primarily revolves around utilizing fertilizer to summon the 2,400 attack power Great Tree King. A challenge not particularly daunting, Su Huayin remarks. However, his statement earns him a roll of the eyes. I currently lack any powerful cards, and each person only has one chance to challenge. I feel it might be wise to refrain from challenging for now. Lingqiu steps back. Unless I am exceptionally fortunate and draw a perfect hand. Having witnessed Su Huayin's battle, Lingqiu finds herself devoid of any desire to duel. Shall we return? Su Huayin scratches his head. I will grind in public dungeons to see if I can assemble a skeleton deck. We will tackle the tiger howling in the forest dungeon tomorrow. Lingqiu adds with a smirk, just don't let your clone perish again. Su Huayin has tragically lost his clone twice. Ha ha, I won't. Su Huayin waves his hand awkwardly. Lingqiu heads off to grind in the dungeon. Su Huayin ponders for a moment, then retrieves the adventurer's proof to check for any tasks. Soon, he spots a somewhat familiar task. The Tide Spirit's woes. Task content. Please protect the Tide Spirit on its journey to the river plain to harvest the golden silk mangosteen. Task reward. 5 affection points with shielding. 10 basic healing potions. This task, Su Huayin diligently pondered in his mind. The task felt remarkably familiar. Yet, he could not recall the specific details surrounding it. After several seconds, a flicker of inspiration ignited within Su Huayin's mind. Suddenly, he remembered the essence of this task. I've got it. Su Huayin exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Isn't this the sole means to acquire that card? His excitement surged as he finally recollected the matter at hand. It was the most fearsome monster in the annals of card domain history, without exception. Countless duelists aspired to obtain this card, yet it had remained elusive for nearly everyone. Shilling's Handkerchief. 3-star monster, water attribute, aqua type, ATK 0, def 1800. Effect, when an opponent adds a card from the deck to their hand, sends it to the graveyard, or special summons it, they must discard this card from their hand to negate that effect and destroy it. I recall. One must possess sufficient affection to obtain this card from this NPC, right? Su Huayin mused, stroking his chin. Those unfamiliar with the dueling mode might underestimate the card's strength. However, anyone acquainted with the dueling mode understands its terrifying potential. Let us go. Su Huayin, being a decisive individual, immediately accepted the task on the certificate of adventure. With a swift gesture, he summoned a large winged lizard. Mounted upon his fire-breathing dragon, he soared towards Qingmu City. Not long after taking flight, Su Huayin spotted Lingqiu, who was hastily riding towards Qingmu City on horseback. He promptly descended beside Lingqiu. Hop on. You're far too slow. I'm heading to Qingmu City as well, so let us go together. Su Huayin beckoned to Lingqiu. All right, thank you. Lingqiu felt no qualms about hitching a ride with Su Huayin. After bringing Lingqiu to the entrance of the public dungeon, Su Huayin prepared to depart. Where are you off to? Lingqiu inquired. I'm off to complete a task. Su Huayin replied vaguely as he bid Lingqiu farewell. A few minutes later, he arrived outside an NPC shop in Qingmu City, Shilling's Potion Store. This was a place where consumable potion cards were sold. However, at this stage, players were generally impoverished, with few possessing the means to purchase such cards. Hello. Su Huayin knocked on the door, producing a soft tapping sound. I'm here to take you to gather golden silk mangosteens. Su Huayin announced. No sooner had he spoken than a girl emerged from the inner room, dressed in a light blue dress cinched at the waist with a white belt. Her long hair, cascading gracefully over her shoulders. She emanated an ethereal, transcendent aura. Oh, you're the one who took the task? Let us go then. I'll rely on you along the way. Her voice was soft, imbued with an almost celestial quality. Of course, it had little to do with Su Huayin. His focus remained on finding her handkerchief, which was renowned as the most ferocious monster in the history of the card domain. Like the effect of Water Dragon Scale, searching for Fire Dragon Scale, discarding Shilling's handkerchief could negate and destroy Water Dragon Scale. What are you looking at? Shilling inquired softly. Nothing. Let us go, Su Huayin replied hastily, waving his hand. It was said that one needed to enhance their affection to obtain that card. Cough. He mustn't appear overly intent on his objective. This NPC seemed to possess wisdom akin to that of Xun Yang and Lin Yuan. Come on, ride with me. Su Huayin summoned his fire-breathing dragon, inviting Xiling to join him. Isn't this a bit dangerous? Xiling's eyes sparkled with curiosity and trepidation. Not at all. I'll fly slowly, Su Huayin assured her. If that's the case. Xiling bit her lip, cautiously approaching the fire-breathing dragon. Do you have a ladder? A ladder? Su Huayin chuckled, bemused. You just need to jump a little to get on. What do you need a ladder for? I can't jump, Xiling stammered, flustered. Su Huayin had no choice but to lower the dragon further. At last, the height was adequate. He then observed Xiling gracefully side-sitting on the dragoness back. Her poise undoubtedly exquisite. From their meeting until now, Xiling had maintained an air of elegance. Yet, would such a position not lead to a fall from the sky? Nevertheless, for the sake of the handkerchief, he endured. Chapter 49, Affection Level 15. This will do. Su Huayin reached out and effortlessly pulled Xiling to sit in front of him. Sit like this and hold onto the dragon's neck tightly. His sudden movement caused Xiling to tremble slightly, especially when she was directed to hold onto the dragon's neck. The fire-breathing dragon raised its head, prompting Xiling to cling tightly in fear. I'm going to fall. Let me down. Her voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears. This NPC seemed utterly devoid of combat prowess, akin to a life NPC. Don't be afraid. I'm right behind you, Su Huayin said. Not wishing to waste any more time, he wrapped his arms around Xiling from behind and guided the dragon onward. Having a flying mount certainly expedited their journey. Within less than an hour, they arrived at their destination. Let us dismount. We're here. The fire-breathing dragon landed atop a cliff. Su Huayin addressed Xiling, who was still clinging tightly to the dragon's neck. Are we there? Xiling finally dared to take a deep breath. With Su Huayin's assistance, she carefully dismounted from the dragon's back, visibly unsteady, her legs seeming to weaken. However, her eyes sparkled with excitement and novelty. All right, let us gather the herbs. Call me once you've finished. Su Huayin gestured towards a patch of golden silk mangosteens, then turned his attention away from Xiling. Okay, thank you, she replied, expressing her gratitude before setting off to collect the herbs. Su Huayin stayed behind, watching her retreating figure with a sense of regret. Oh no, I might have been a bit too brusque just now. I still hope to boost my affection and see if I can earn that, Xiling's handkerchief. He knocked his forehead in frustration. This is hindsight, isn't it? It seems I'm just not cut out for flattery. Su Huayin felt he had distanced himself further from acquiring the Xiling's handkerchief, the most fearsome monster in the history of the card domain. Just as he wallowed in his annoyance, a sudden commotion reached his ears. Help! There's a monster here. Ah, it was Xiling's voice. Upon hearing this, Su Huayin rushed forward. He soon encountered a small wolf-like creature, its body cloaked in a grayish-blue hue. As for Xiling, she appeared unharmed, albeit visibly startled. Why are there monsters at the gathering point? No, wait, this doesn't seem like a monster. Su Huayin promptly positioned himself in front of Xiling. The fire-breathing dragon soared in, ready to confront the grayish-blue wolf. Who goes there? Hearing the commotion, a man approached the scene. As he beheld Su Huayin alongside the fire-breathing dragon, a flicker of apprehension glimmered in his eyes. Xiao Hui Hui, return, the man called, gesturing to the azure wolf. Summoning it back to his side. I have no intention of provoking a conflict. What are your thoughts, esteemed sirs? He inquired, stepping back. Then please, proceed, Su Huayin responded, harboring no objections, for he too sought to avoid confrontation, recognizing the futility of such endeavors. However, given the circumstances, Su Huayin could only remain vigilantly by the side of Xiling from that point onward. 2 hours later, let us depart. I am grateful for your assistance today, Xiling remarked, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear while delicately wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her fair hand. Indeed. Let us be on our way, Su Huayin replied, taking her hand and helping her mount the dragon's back. Although it was not her first experience, Xiling still appeared remarkably anxious, clinging tightly to the dragon's neck throughout the journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Huayin escorted Xiling back to her apothecary. This time, Xiling mustered the courage to leap down unaided, rather than relying on Su Huayin's support. Here is your reward, she said, presenting him with a stack of cards. Basic healing potion. Quality white. Card type, consumable. Effect. Instantly heals minor wounds and alleviates light injuries. Description. One of the foundational potions in pharmacology. The total number of cards amounted to 10. Thank you. I had a delightful day. Xiling's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. Upon finishing her sentence, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward. Basic healing potion, X1. Xiling's affection level 15. I have enough materials for 3 more days. Can you return in 3 days? Xiling inquired. That should be feasible, Su Huayin replied. Then I shall await your return, she said before darting back into the store. Su Huayin prepared to depart as well. The cooldown for his clone was nearly over. He decided to postpone any further endeavors for the night and planned to embark on the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest dungeon with Ling Xiao the following day. As for the Xiling's handkerchief card, he could only resign himself to its unattainable nature, having evaded capture for 3 years during the internal testing phase. Furthermore, he had no intention of grinding for affection points. Suddenly, Su Huayin realized something. 15 points of affection. If memory serves me right, the affection reward was only supposed to be 5 points, correct? If I heard correctly just now, it seemed to have increased by 15 points. What could this mean? Is it due to my first task, an additional affection bonus? Or perhaps it is my handsome visage? Su Huayin mused with a touch of self-deprecation. Handsome or not, I cannot even compare to a plain white card. Onwards, homeward bound. He dismissed his distracting thoughts, having never expected to acquire the elusive Shiling's Handkerchief card so easily. Chapter 50. The Tiger Vanguard Boss Ahem. Ling Qiu, may I ask you something? Upon returning to the base, Su Huayin approached Ling Qiu, feeling somewhat bashful. When Su Huayin found Ling Qiu, she was seated at a table, pen in hand, scribbling in a notebook. What is it? She inquired, lifting her gaze to meet his. How does one raise a girl's affection? Su Huayin sought her counsel, eager to increase Shiling's favor but utterly clueless on how to proceed. Oh, raising a girl's affection? Ling Qiu's eyes flickered, her pen pausing momentarily. Well, it's quite simple. Be proactive, create opportunities for physical contact, and you might also consider catering to her interests by giving small gifts or tokens of affection. Is that so? Su Huayin pondered thoughtfully. Thank you kindly. With a wave, he took his leave, deep in contemplation as he departed. Upon returning to his room, Su Huayin continued to reflect on Ling Qiu's advice. Creating physical contact and giving gifts. I wonder what Shilling would appreciate. Perhaps something related to her profession as an apothecary? I should gather some pertinent cards. A night passed, and the following morning, after breakfast, Ma Zhendong announced that he had business to attend to in the fallen city. The others were indifferent, merely adjusting the composition of today's team. Once everyone had departed, Ling Qiu approached Su Huayin. Shall we go tackle the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest dungeon? Your clone should be ready by now, right? She asked. Indeed, it is ready. Let us set forth, Su Huayin replied, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Let us conduct a pre-battle check of our card slots. Once we enter the dungeon, we cannot make any changes, he cautioned, then began to inspect his cards. Main body, Tiger Yin Yang, stacked with dragon scales, fire-breathing dragon, and Bone King shield. Clone, stealth, heaven and earth coexistence, assassin class card, stacked with poison dagger. The clone was primarily intended for explosive utility, while also accumulating some assassin abilities. All set, let us depart, Ling Qiu affirmed. Then we shall, Su Huayin declared, producing a purple card. Tiger Roar Mountain Forest dungeon card. He chose to activate it. Ding. Please specify the individuals entering the dungeon. A system notification chimed in his ear. Mingjing Jiji, Ling Qiu, Su Huayin stated. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the purple card in Su Huayin's hand, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself standing in a desolate wilderness, the blazing sun hanging high above. Turning to his side, he noticed Ling Qiu standing right beside him. A system notification resonated once more. Ding. Welcome to the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest dungeon. You have received the following quests. Quest 1. Defeat the ordinary boss, Tiger Vanguard. Quest reward, Black Tiger Sword or White Tiger Blade, randomly awarded. Quest 2. Defeat the strengthened boss, Black Tiger King. Quest reward, Black Tiger Sword or White Tiger Blade, guaranteed to yield the other. Optional quest, find the Rage Fruit before challenging the Black Tiger King boss. Feed it the Rage Fruit and defeat the rampaging Black Tiger King boss. Quest reward, enhancements to both Black Tiger Sword and White Tiger Blade, akin to enchantments. Su Huayin listened intently to the system's announcement. The first two quests were straightforward enough. Eliminate a boss and a strengthened boss within the dungeon. Curiously, the optional quest seemed to offer the potential for additional enhancements to the two cards. What do you think? Su Huayin inquired, glancing at Ling Qiu's profile. What do you mean? She replied. Well, since neither of us has experienced this dungeon before, we'll just have to take it step by step, Ling Qiu suggested. Expressing her thoughts, I meant, how do we go about the optional quest? Su Huayin summoned the fire-breathing dragon and leapt onto its back, with Ling Qiu following suit, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. With the fire-breathing dragon, Ling Qiu no longer required the skeletal steed. As for the optional quest, if we can do it, we should, she continued. First, let us locate the Wrath Fruit, and then we shall consider our approach to battling the Black Tiger King boss. This adversary is classified as a fortified level boss, a tier above the ordinary dungeon bosses. If our combat prowess is formidable, we shall refrain from offering sustenance. However, should we find ourselves lacking in strength, then we shall proceed to feed. Agreed. Su Huayin fundamentally concurred with Ling Qiu's assessment. With urgency, they took flight. Su Huayin deftly maneuvered the fire-breathing dragon into the sky. The advantage of a flying mount cannot be overstated. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. Once the fire-breathing dragon ascended to a great altitude, it gazed downwards. Su Huayin soon spotted a creature standing on two legs, a colossal sword strapped to its back. There, that one. Dive towards it, Su Huayin commanded, directing the fire-breathing dragon as it swooped down towards the towering tiger boss, which stood upright, wielding the massive sword. Like a fighter jet, they approached. As they neared the boss, approximately 10 meters away, Su Huayin finally discerned the name hovering above the creature's head, Tiger Vanguard Boss. This was the foe designated for elimination in Task 1. Fire. Su Huayin issued the command. The fire-breathing dragon opened its maw wide, rapidly generating a torrent of flames. However, with a swift whoosh, a formidable wave of sword energy surged towards both the fire-breathing dragon and Su Huayin. The Tiger Vanguard boss was far from blind. As Su Huayin and his companion brazenly approached from above, the boss became acutely aware of their presence. Its keen eyes fixated on them. In an instant, the Tiger Vanguard boss grasped the enormous sword on its back, which glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Without hesitation, it raised the sword and swung it violently towards Su Huayin and his companion. In that fleeting moment, a powerful sword energy shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly at them. Su Huayin, startled, immediately focused his mind, steering the fire-breathing dragon into a sharp turn. The dragon let out a furious roar, flapping its wings forcefully, narrowly evading the Tiger Vanguard boss's attack. Jump! Su Huayin shouted. The fire-breathing dragon soared above the Tiger Vanguard boss's head, casting a fleeting shadow over the sun. In that instant, two dark figures descended from the sky with ferocity, plummeting towards the Tiger Vanguard boss's head. Chapter 51, Defeating the Tiger Vanguard. Bang! The Bone King shield collided with the massive sword. Su Huayin's body, along with the shield, was sent hurtling away. What tremendous force! Su Huayin tumbled to his feet, observing that Ling Qiu was now entangled with the Tiger Vanguard boss. After sending Su Huayin flying with a single slash, the Tiger Vanguard, slightly weakened, could only use its sword as a shield to defend against Ling Qiu's relentless assault. Given Su Huayin's current constitution, coupled with the defensive capabilities of the Bone King shield, he sustained minimal damage. He promptly rolled on the ground and charged once more at the Tiger Vanguard boss, remaining low to the ground as he aimed for its lower body. With the Bone King shield, he swung at the boss's calf, wielding his shield as a weapon. The Tiger Vanguard was indeed formidable. The great sword in its hand swung with a ferocious momentum. With a sweeping slash, it forced both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu to retreat. Is this really a standard boss? It seems excessively powerful. Ling Qiu gasped slightly. Its strength is overwhelming. Moreover, every move it makes is executed with precision. Fire! Su Huayin called out. The fire-breathing dragon darted past like a flash of lightning, soaring over the Tiger Vanguard. After passing over the boss, the dragon circled in the air like a fierce falcon, returning with a vengeance. Its mouth, having gathered fiery energy, was poised to unleash its fury. With a resounding roar, a searing flame erupted from the dragon, charging directly towards the Tiger Vanguard. The inferno surged with unbridled ferocity. Yet, the Tiger Vanguard boss remained undaunted, swinging its giant sword with a flourish, cleaving the fire in half, dispersing it to either side. Though it was an opponent, Su Huayin couldn't help but admire the display. Just then, Su Huayin sprang into action. His hands came together swiftly, as if performing a magic trick, and he exclaimed, "Converge!" Miraculously, the flames, once split apart, began to draw together once more, as if guided by an unseen force. They coiled around the Tiger Vanguard boss like two serpentine flames, moving with astonishing speed. Fire control technique. Now, Su Huayin urged, seizing the opportunity while the Tiger Vanguard boss struggled to extinguish the flames entwined around it. Su Huayin raised the Bone King shield high above his head and summoned all his strength to bring it crashing down upon the boss's head. This strike was akin to a thunderous bolt, absolutely unstoppable. Undoubtedly, this was Su Huayin's most powerful blow. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. However, unexpectedly, despite making contact, the Tiger Vanguard boss blocked the attack with its robust arm. In that instant, a sharp crack reverberated, reminiscent of bones fracturing. The Tiger Vanguard boss's arm twisted grotesquely under the force, clearly rendered useless. Yet, this was not the final blow. The true finishing move belonged to Ling Qiu. While the Tiger Vanguard boss devoted its full attention to fending off Su Huayin's attack, it neglected all else, concentrating solely on defense. At that moment, Ling Qiu seized the opportunity. Her laser sword, like a bolt of lightning, pierced directly towards the Tiger Vanguard boss's chest. With a swift thrust, the laser sword penetrated the boss's chest cavity effortlessly, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy within. The Tiger Vanguard boss's eyes dimmed, losing their final spark of life. Boom! The Tiger Vanguard boss's carcass collapsed to the ground. A purple card materialized above its lifeless form. A purple card. It seems reasonable for such a formidable adversary to yield one, Su Huayin remarked, slightly breathless. This Tiger Vanguard boss appears to possess strength surpassing that of typical wild bosses. Keep in mind, wild bosses are usually half a tier above dungeon bosses. Let us see what this card entails, Su Huayin suggested. Ling Qiu reached out and grasped the purple card. White Tiger Blade. Quality, purple. Card type, weapon card. Effect, strength 50, with intermediate demon breaking and intermediate blocking. Description, Master of the White Tiger, irresistibly sharp. Equipment restriction, Constitution 80, or Strength 40. Dual mode effect. When equipped, this card can only be affixed to monsters with an attack power of at least 3,000 points. The equipped monster's attack power is 500, granting it a piercing effect. And during attacks, the opponent cannot activate magic, traps, or monster effects. Is it necessary to possess 80 points of Constitution or 40 points of Strength to wield it? Ling Qiu furrowed her brow slightly. Isn't that requirement a bit excessive? After voicing her concern, she turned her gaze towards Su Huayin. Are you able to use it? Ling Qiu inquired. I can barely manage, Su Huayin responded. The Fire Dragon Scale grants an additional 50 points of Constitution, and the Bone King Shield adds 20 points, bringing my total to exactly 80 points. However, my initial Constitution is only 89 points, leaving me just short by a point or two. But those last few points can be easily acquired with a bit of training. Alternatively, there's another option. The soul-devouring effect of the Bone King Shield can provide a maximum boost of 50 points to Strength. I've been taking it as it comes, knowing that eventually I will max out that effect. If I'm willing, I could spend a few days fully activating the soul-devouring effect. I can also equip this weapon card. Here, take it. I desire that Black Tiger sword. Its equipment requirements should be significantly less than that of the dagger, Ling Qiu declared, tossing the purple card to Su Huayin. All right, the Black Tiger sword is yours, Su Huayin agreed. He was quite fond of the White Tiger dagger, its imposing aura appealing to him. After a brief respite, the two set forth again. The whereabouts of the Black Tiger King, a reinforced boss, no longer needed to be sought. After the Tiger Vanguard's defeat, they encountered a dense forest ahead. It appeared that this dungeon required the Tiger Vanguard to be eliminated before the Black Tiger King could be found. As an experienced player, Ling Qiu could deduce the situation with a fair degree of certainty. Let us venture inside. I have a feeling this dungeon will not be straightforward. Chapter 52. Tiger Jade and Furious Fruit. By the way, take this. Su Huayin reached into his pocket and produced 3 cards. All 3 were the most ordinary white cards. However, they were one-time use cards. A one-time use card is one that can be utilized without being placed in a card slot. Basic Healing Potion, X3. This will be useful for minor wounds and can alleviate light injuries. Keep it for self-defense, Su Huayin stated. Oh, thank you. Ling Qiu accepted the 3 cards. They're just white cards, no need for thanks. Let us go, Su Huayin said nonchalantly. The two walked toward the expanse of forest ahead. Shortly after entering, they encountered their first minor enemy. Big Spray attack. The fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, obliterating a tiger-like creature. Such minor foes were easily handled by Big Spray. Upon the demise of the tiger creature, a white card materialized from its corpse. Su Huayin approached and picked it up. Tiger Jade, 1/10. What do you think this means? Su Huayin mused, handing the card to Ling Qiu. It seems this card requires the collection of 10 Tiger Jades to reveal its purpose. Ling Qiu speculated. That appears to be the case. Su Huayin nodded, and they continued onward. Before long, they had defeated 3 more black tiger creatures that had approached them. However, only 1 Tiger Jade dropped, meaning they now possessed 2 Tiger Jades in total. Suddenly, Su Huayin's eyes brightened. I found it. What have you found? The boss? Ling Qiu immediately inquired. Yes, follow me. My doppelganger has located the boss's location, Su Huayin replied. He had dispatched a doppelganger to seek out the boss. What are we waiting for? Let us go now. Ling Qiu gestured eagerly. Not so fast, Su Huayin cautioned. I believe we should first try to collect the remaining Tiger Jades. That works for me. I'm also curious about what happens when we gather 10 Tiger Jades. Ling Qiu responded. Recognizing the potential significance, they resolved to proceed. Having learned the boss's approximate location through his doppelganger, they could now seek out isolated minor enemies without approaching the boss's area, slowly gathering the elusive Tiger Jades. They circled for some time, vanquishing approximately 30 minor creatures, and amassed 8 Tiger Jades. Just as they prepared to continue their search for the last 2, Su Huayin's expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, it seems we've triggered some mechanism. The boss is heading directly toward us, as if it knows our location. Su Huayin exclaimed. The Black Tiger King was now completely ignoring the game mechanics. What should we do? Ling Qiu did not appear flustered. We run. Su Huayin acted decisively. We collected 8 Tiger Jades, which must have triggered this situation, indicating that the Black Tiger King, or the system itself, does not want us to gather the last 2 Tiger Jades, Su Huayin analyzed. Following the principle that greater challenges yield more substantial rewards, he speculated that while the benefits of collecting 10 Tiger Jades remained unclear, they would undoubtedly be at least a purple card level, if not more. This prospect invigorated Su Huayin's spirit. This way, Su Huayin led Ling Qiu towards an unexplored area of the forest. Only this region remained uncharted on the entire map. The remaining 2 Tiger Jades must be located here. As they parted the underbrush, they indeed discovered 6 tiger creatures. These were distinctly different from the minor tigers previously dispatched by the fire dragon. These creatures were at least twice the size of their lesser counterparts. Tiger King Guards, elite monsters. This could be troublesome. 6 elite monsters. Su Huayin inhaled sharply. Typically, dealing with a single elite monster was already quite a challenge. The fire dragon was comparable to just one. But here, there were 6. Furthermore, the Black Tiger King was rapidly approaching. They were now caught in a pincer. Look, what is that among the elite monsters? Ling Qiu suddenly shouted, her voice tinged with surprise. Su Huayin quickly directed his gaze toward the elite Tiger King guards, and indeed, he realized that they appeared to be guarding something. Upon closer inspection, he finally discerned the object they were protecting, a sapling, standing at about half a person's height. This frail little tree seemed as though it could be toppled by a gentle breeze. However, what drew attention was the apple-sized fruit hanging from its branches. This solitary fruit contrasted starkly with the tree's frail appearance, as if all its nourishment had been devoted to sustaining this one fruit. At that moment, a name flashed in Su Huayin's mind, Furious Fruit. He instinctively exclaimed, uncertainty lacing his voice. This was mentioned in the optional quest upon entering the dungeon. If they could feed this fruit to the Black Tiger King and subsequently defeat him in his enraged state, they would complete the optional quest, enhancing the effects of the White Tiger Dagger and Black Tiger Sword. I suspect so, was Ling Qiu's final remark. Without further deliberation, they plunged forward into action. Immediately, they plunged into the fray. With a resounding thud, Su Huayin's Bone King shield came crashing down upon the head of an elite Tiger King guard. Fire Dragon and Ling Qiu joined the battle as well. As anticipated, the elite foes proved to be formidable adversaries. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, Su Huayin would have to exert considerable effort to vanquish one, let alone in this chaotic situation. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed. The Black Tiger King boss had arrived. Chapter 53, The Effect of Tiger Jade. With a powerful leap, the Black Tiger King boss lunged towards Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Suddenly, a hand materialized in front of the apple-sized frenzied fruit, snatching it away. The owner of that hand was none other than Su Huayin, more precisely, Su Huayin's doppelganger. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had attracted the attention of these elite Tiger King guards to create an opportunity for the doppelganger. Hey, over here! Su Huayin shouted at the Black Tiger King boss, hurling the frenzied fruit far into the distance. He was at least 80% certain that this item was of great importance to the Black Tiger King boss. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many guards stationed here to protect it. As predicted, after Su Huayin forcefully tossed the frenzied fruit, the Black Tiger King boss instantly shifted direction, pursuing the fruit's trajectory. Meanwhile, the remaining Tiger King guards all lunged towards Su Huayin's doppelganger, seemingly intent on tearing it to shreds. The elite Tiger King adversaries, who had been engaged with Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, also joined the fray. In response to this unfolding scenario, rather than intervening, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu allowed the elite Tiger King guards to attack the doppelganger, hastily retreating to distance themselves from the chaos. The 6 Tiger King guards pounced upon the doppelganger like famished beasts. Yet, the doppelganger stood motionless, as if awaiting its demise. In the next instant, a blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The doppelganger, equipped with 3 slots, unleashed a terrifying blast. The explosion sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Although Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had already retreated, and Su Huayin raised the Bone King shield in front of him at the moment of detonation, they still felt the impact. The shockwave reverberated against Su Huayin's shield, producing a resounding noise, while Ling Qiu cleverly sheltered behind him. Coughing from the smoke, Su Huayin lowered his shield and peered ahead, only to witness the 6 elite Tiger King guards disintegrating into ashes amid the explosion. 6 lifeless bodies lay on the ground, from which 2 cards emerged. Tiger Jade. These were the final 2 Tiger Jade cards. Su Huayin collected them, and as all 10 Tiger Jade cards converged, a radiant glow enveloped the scene, silencing the world around them. As the light faded, a purple card materialized in midair. Tiger Jade. Quality, purple. Card type, one-time consumable. Effect, upon use, generates a special area of 100m x 100m, reducing the attack power of feline monsters within by 50 for a duration of 6 minutes. Acquisition method, Tiger Jade Synthesis. Restriction, this card cannot be taken out of the Tiger Roar Forest dungeon. What is the effect of this card? Su Huayin pondered, momentarily taken aback by its implications. What does it do? The Black Tiger King boss is coming, Ling Qiu urged. Su Huayin looked up to see a fearsome black tiger, radiating a frenzied aura, steadily approaching them, its crimson eyes strikingly menacing. This was a fortified boss, now in a berserk state. The card's effect had better justify the immense cost they incurred. It seems this card isn't quite what you expected, Su Huayin replied. It likely serves as a means of escape from this dungeon. With that, he charged directly at the frenzied Black Tiger King boss. What do you mean? Ling Qiu inquired, keeping pace with him. As Su Huayin's Bone King shield was about to collide with the boss, he activated the effect of the Tiger Jade card at a precisely calculated moment to ensure the boss wouldn't flee. In an instant, a subtle wave of energy swept through, having little to no effect on Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, who had become acutely attuned to such fluctuations. A system notification chimed in Ling Qiu's ear. Ding. Tiger Jade effect activated. Within a 100m x 100m radius, the attack power of the Black Tiger King boss is reduced by 50 for a duration of 6 minutes. While the Tiger Jade card exerted minimal influence on Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, its impact on the Black Tiger King boss was considerable. As the power of the Tiger Jade enveloped the area, the ferocity of the frenzied Black Tiger King diminished, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing a raging fire. The boss was rendered a mere shadow of its former self. Now's our chance. Strike while it's weak, Ling Qiu exclaimed, her eyes alight with determination. If this card's effect was indeed as advantageous as it appeared, it could turn the tide in their favor. Both had long since shed their naivety as novice fighters. Seizing the opportunity presented by the weakened Black Tiger King boss, Ling Qiu lunged forward with her laser sword, aiming for its vital points, while Su Huayin took on the role of a disruptor. While the Fire Dragon was effective in clearing the path, it proved somewhat lackluster in direct combat against such a formidable boss. Each had its strengths and weaknesses. With a decisive thud, Su Huayin finally found the opportunity to bring the Bone King shield down upon the Black Tiger King boss's head, leaving the beast dazed and sluggish. In that moment, Ling Qiu landed a significant blow, severing one of the boss's hind legs with her sword. The pain jolted the Black Tiger King back to reality, unleashing a thunderous roar as its latent power surged forth. With a powerful swipe, it sent Su Huayin flying. In a split second, it turned to flee, as if the recent agony had awakened its instincts to escape the battle. Chapter 54, Black Tiger Sword and Guild Monsters. Don't let it escape. It'll be far more difficult to deal with once it's out of this area, Su Huayin shouted. Ling Qiu did not disappoint, unleashing a powerful strike that sent Su Huayin hurtling through the air. The impending period of decline is inevitable. Zero Autumn is an absolutely reliable teammate. As the Black Tiger King boss prepares to flee, Zero Autumn's movements are swift and decisive. Just as the Black Tiger King attempts to escape, a flash of the sword strikes, severing one of its hind legs. Originally, one of its hind legs was already broken, and now the other has met the same fate. With only 3 legs remaining, its mobility is still somewhat intact. However, now it is reduced to merely 2 legs, both of which are its front legs. Even if the Black Tiger King desires to flee, it is no longer capable of doing so. The outcome is all but assured. With a decisive slash from Zero Autumn, a massive, dark tiger's head soars into the air. Simultaneously, a purple card materializes from the corpse of the Black Tiger King. Ding! Congratulations on completing the optional quest. The cards, White Tiger Blade and Black Tiger Sword, now possess the combined effect of blade and sword fusion. Zero Autumn steps forward, bending down to retrieve the card. Black Tiger Sword. Quality, purple. Card type, weapon card. Effect, attack 40, attack speed 10, grants primary intimidation, intermediate shadow damage. Blade and sword fusion. When the holder of White Tiger Blade is within 50 meters, gain 20 strength and acquire primary life drain. Description, the Lonely King desires the blood of the Qilin. Restrictions, 60 points of constitution or 30 points of strength. Dual mode effect, equip card. Only beast-type monsters can equip monsters with attack power lower than that of the equipped monster. This card cannot be removed from the graveyard to activate effects. You may add one White Tiger Blade from your deck or graveyard to your hand. The secondary effect of this card cannot be activated in the turn it is sent to the graveyard. Primary intimidation, quite impressive, Zero Autumn remarked with evident satisfaction. With this effect, ordinary monsters will dare not approach her unless compelled by creatures of at least elite status. In certain situations, this could save a considerable amount of time. The blade and sword fusion effect provides an additional 20 points of strength, along with a primary life drain effect. Truly a worthy optional quest. Su Huayin also heard the system's notification. Upon retrieving the White Tiger Blade, he noticed that it had gained this additional effect. Let us depart. This instance is concluded. Zero Autumn declared as she stowed away the Black Tiger Sword card. Indeed, let us go. Su Huayin nodded in agreement. The two chose to exit the instance. In a flash of light, they returned to their base. Overall, this venture proved to be remarkably fruitful, yielding 2 purple cards, both of considerable strength. Do you remember what day after tomorrow is? Zero Autumn asked, stretching her body lazily. Day after tomorrow? Su Huayin paused momentarily before comprehending Zero Autumn's implication. It seems to be the Guild Monster event, right? He recalled. That would be the first event following the game's launch. The so-called Guild Monster refers to creatures that are guaranteed to drop guild tokens, which are essential for establishing a guild. Typically, guild tokens can only be dropped by epic world bosses, but this Guild Monster is merely a fortified boss elevated to elite status. This presents an excellent opportunity to acquire guild tokens. Should this chance be missed, one would have to challenge an epic world boss to obtain them, a daunting and seemingly impossible task. Yes, it is indeed the Guild Monster, Zero Autumn confirmed with a nod. Then added, if possible, we should stockpile a few. It could lead to a substantial windfall. She winked, calculating the potential profits. At this stage, very few possess the capability to vanquish fortified bosses. At that time, we can split up to gather more. Zero Autumn outlined her plan. However, Su Huayin hesitated at this notion. I fear my strength may be insufficient. I feel that I can barely take on a wild map boss now. To face a fortified boss, especially with a clone, would be quite a challenge. But we still have teammates, Zero Autumn countered. You are still clinging too much to the mindset of a lone wolf. She chuckled lightly. Even if our allies may not provide substantial assistance, they can still offer buffs and shields. If we each lead a team, it should be sufficient to tackle a fortified boss. Su Huayin was slightly taken aback, then smacked his forehead. Right. We do have teammates. Ma Zhendong and the others may not possess great power at the moment, but they can certainly assist with support. This is the advantage of having subordinates. Of course, we still have 2 days ahead of us. During this time, we should focus on strengthening ourselves. Our own power is undoubtedly more reliable than that of our teammates, Zero Autumn concluded. All right, that sounds good, Su Huayin replied. Before Zero Autumn could finish her thought, he had already devised a method to enhance his abilities. The Bone King Shield. The soul-devouring effect of the Bone King Shield can provide up to 50 points of strength. He can take advantage of the next 2 days to fully activate this effect. Very well, when Donger and the others return tonight, I'll announce this matter, Zero Autumn said. For now, let us set this topic aside. The day is still young. Are you heading to Qingwu City? We can clear a dungeon once a day. I'd like to farm a set of Skeleton King cards. The Skeleton King cards? Su Huayin's expression brightened at the mention. This is one of the early game's civilian warrior decks, whose core strategy revolves around continuously piling skeleton soldiers into the graveyard. The Skeleton King's attack power equals the number of skeleton soldiers in the graveyard multiplied by 1,000. The deck also includes skeleton princesses, skeleton princes, and skeleton knights, among others. All these cards share a common effect. When in the graveyard, they are treated as skeleton soldiers. If there are 10 skeleton soldiers in the graveyard, the Skeleton King's attack power will reach an impressive 10,000 points. Such high numbers indicate overwhelming strength. All right, I'll escort you there. I also need to clear the other 2 dungeons. I recall that there are quite a few monsters in the Blood Red Cathedral dungeon, and there's a card inside as well. Su Huayin said, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Chapter 55, Blood Red Cathedral Dungeon. We've arrived. You may disembark now. Su Huayin, controlling the fire-breathing dragon, descended into the plaza of Qingwu City. The city had gradually flourished, with an increasing number of people engaging in activities there. After the 24-hour free period, staying in the safe zone of Qingwu City now incurs a cost of 100 pesos per day. Therefore, aside from the daily free public dungeon, many frugal players generally do not linger in the city for long, finishing their dungeons before departing. At present, the plaza was bustling with activity. We lack 1 warrior for the graveyard dungeon. Join us if you have at least 40 points of constitution and a weapon. The Blood Red Cathedral dungeon is 3 levels too. We need a healer and someone who can purify. In the Lumberyard dungeon, you need to have at least 20 points of mental strength and no fire spells to join. As Su Huayin surveyed the lively scene before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. What a familiar feeling, he sighed. If it weren't for the clear knowledge that I am currently, in reality, he believed he had returned to the past, to the early days of playing King. When he was a novice embarking on his journey, it had only been 2 days since his last visit, which he recalled was the day before yesterday. Could such a transformation occur in just 2 days? Haha. When I arrived yesterday, it was similar, though not as bustling as it is now. He mused with a light chuckle. The presence of the fire dragon drew immediate attention to their arrival, igniting a flurry of eager gazes. Soon, someone approached, attempting to extend an invitation to them. Would you care to join our team? We currently have just 3 members. No, thank you, Su Huayin replied, politely declining. I see. My apologies for the intrusion. The one who had invited him scratched his head and retreated. After turning down 2 groups of people, the duo finally arrived at the entrance to the public dungeon. If you come out first, wait for me, Ling Qiu said, her tone familiar. She was clearly hoping to hitch a ride on Su Huayin's dragon. All right, but I suspect you will emerge before me, Su Huayin shrugged in agreement. His primary intention was to farm monsters in the Scarlet Monastery dungeon, which required him to exploit a bug-like mechanism to increase his kill count, a strategy tied to the dungeon boss mechanics. We can discuss it later. Also, I need to put in some effort for that card. Fine, I'll wait for you, Ling Qiu said nonchalantly. With that, she gestured a few times and vanished. Su Huayin then selected the dungeon. Ding. Do you wish to enter the 5-man hard mode of the Scarlet Monastery? The system prompt chimed in his ear. Yes, Su Huayin affirmed silently. In the next moment, he too disappeared from Qingwu Square. As Su Huayin blinked, he found himself in a transformed environment. A blood moon hung ominously in the sky, and before him stood a dilapidated church. Suddenly, a bat flitted out from a window, adding to the eerie atmosphere. At that moment, the system's prompt resounded again. Ding. Welcome to the Scarlet Church Dungeon. You have received the following quests. Task 1. Defeat the vampire boss, Dracula. Task Reward. Vampire Bloodline. Task 2. Find at least 3 ritual books. Task Reward. A random blue card from the Vampire series. Optional task. Investigate the cause of the church's anomalies. Task Reward. After hearing the system's announcement, Su Huayin's expression remained impassive. Tasks 1 and 2 were unchanged, but a new optional task had been added. Task 1 was the most standard monster hunting quest. Every dungeon inherently requires a combat element. Even in dungeons focused on clever strategy or puzzles, combat is unavoidable. albeit to a lesser extent. The Scarlet Monastery dungeon, in fact, features the least combat among the initial 3 dungeons. Tasks 2 and the newly added optional task seemed devoid of combat requirements, if memory served him right. There were 5 ritual books in total, 1 on a bookshelf on the first floor, 1 hidden in a wall crevice in the basement, 1 atop a light fixture, 1 in the fireplace, and 1 in Dracula's coffin. Collecting all 5 would grant him the Dark Enchantment Potion recipe. As Su Huayin strode toward the church, he murmured. Ling Qiu mentioned that to improve rapport, perhaps I could offer some gifts. As an NPC alchemist, Shi Ling might appreciate potion recipes, right? Next time I meet her, I could present the Dark Enchantment Potion recipe to her. It should enhance our rapport. As for the optional task, he had no clear direction and would decide based on circumstances. Creak. With a sound that grated on the nerves, Su Huayin pushed open the doors of the Scarlet Monastery. In the Old City District. Ouch, this is real? Ma Zhendong pinched his own face hard, struggling to believe his eyes. In his hand, he clutched a card shimmering with golden light. Are you certain you want to give me this card? Though he verbalized his uncertainty, he gripped the card tightly, harboring no intention of returning it. Once something was in his possession, how could he possibly relinquish it? Not even if his own father came to claim it. As he spoke, Ma Zhendong glanced once more at the card in his hand. Forbidden spell, Arctic freeze. Quality, gold. Card type, spell card. Effect, consume 100 mental points to indiscriminately freeze all creatures within a 3-kilometer radius. Equipment restriction, this card must be stacked on a Frost Mage or Ice Elementalist class card. Undoubtedly, it was a pure gold card, one that was nearly unattainable at this stage. The only explanation for its existence was that it had been brought over from the internal testing phase. Yes, it's yours, but I have a favor to ask, said the man before Ma Zhendong, whose chest appeared to be pierced and severely injured. What is it? Ma Zhendong inquired. Save me, the man uttered as his eyes closed, slipping into unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhendong's gaze flickered with desperation. Chapter 56. Let's begin. Ma Zhendong battled internally. A knife manifested in his hand, and he approached the man who had succumbed to his injuries. This golden card belonged to a mirage, powerful in appearance, yet practically useless at present and for the foreseeable future. Not to mention the restriction of needing to stack it on a Frost Mage or Ice Elementalist class. Though the injured man intended to gift him the card, it was more a desperate attempt to save his own life. If I save you, will you harbor a grudge against me later? Yet his conscience gnawed at him. Ma Zhendong's internal turmoil intensified as the knife hovered before the unconscious man's throat, then withdrew again, only to return to the same spot repeatedly. Ultimately, Ma Zhendong made a decision. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a coin. Brother, whether you live or die depends on your luck, Ma Zhendong whispered, tightly gripping the coin before tossing it skyward. Heads meant life, tails meant death. The outcome rested entirely on fate. The coin arced through the air, landing on the back of his hand. As he slowly opened his hand to reveal the coin's orientation, a bitter smile crept across his lips. Was this destiny? The fortunate one. Ma Zhendong hoisted the man onto his back. I promised to save you, but whether you can hold on until I find help depends on your fortune. Creak. Su Huayin pushed open the church's doors, his gaze immediately drawn to the hanging light fixture above. One of the 5 ritual books rested atop it. Invisible to the naked eye, Su Huayin picked up a stone and hurled it toward the chandelier. His aim was surprisingly good, and the stone struck the light fixture with precision. The fixture swayed slightly, and moments later, a book tumbled down from it. Su Huayin hastened to the side of the tome, extending his hand to caress its surface. Upon his touch, the book transformed into a card. The Book of Sacrifice, Part 2. He deftly stowed the card away and proceeded to the bookshelf, navigating its familiar terrain to locate the second tome of Sacrifice, the Book of Sacrifice, Part 3. Next, he sought the volume hidden in the basement. His hand continued to explore the shelves, seemingly in search of something. The basement was concealed, with its mechanism cleverly incorporated into the bookshelf. After a brief period of searching, a glimmer of understanding illuminated Su Huayin's eyes. He drew a book outward, and with a series of clicks, it seemed he had triggered something. The bookshelf began to rotate automatically. Stepping back, he beheld a passage concealed behind the shelves, an entrance to the basement. A sword materialized in Su Huayin's grasp. Aware of the specifics within the dungeon, he recognized that the fire dragon had little utility in this particular scenario. Thus, prior to entering the dungeon, he had swapped the card in his slot, replacing fire dragon with flowing sword. With sword in one hand and shield in the other, Su Huayin ventured into the basement, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast darkness. His demeanor remained relatively relaxed. Inside the basement lurked 2 elite monsters, blood slaves, elite monsters. The Book of Sacrifice, Part 4, lay upon a table within the basement, but obtaining it required vanquishing both blood slaves. These creatures had fully transformed into the minions of vampires. As Su Huayin officially set foot in the basement, a cacophony of chains clashing against the floor resounded. The 2 monsters lunged at him from either side. The basement was enveloped in utter darkness, a void where one could not see their own hand. This darkness posed the greatest challenge in combating the 2 elite monsters, Yet it was also their most significant flaw, a misguided confidence in their dominion over the shadows. With a swift thrust, the flowing sword plunged into the chest of one blood slave. The attack from the other was deftly deflected by his Bone King's shield. After dispatching one blood slave with a single strike, Su Huayin moved fluidly, drawing his sword and piercing the second blood slave with equal ease. Silence returned to the basement once more. He withdrew the flowing sword, shaking off the bloodstains. The basement contained a candle mechanism, yet Su Huayin, well versed in its layout, felt no need to activate it. He already had a fair notion of where the Book of Sacrifice, Part 4, was located. Nevertheless, exercising caution, he activated the candle mechanism, illuminating the entire basement. Before him stood a table upon which rested the tome, the Book of Sacrifice, Part 4. Su Huayin collected the card. With this, he had effectively completed Task 2. The remaining 2 tomes of the Book of Sacrifice were inconsequential. However, gathering all 5 would afford him the choice to avoid randomness, thus securing the formula for Dark Enchantment Potion for 100 points. Next, it was time to confront the boss. Su Huayin exited the basement and returned to the church. The vampire boss awaited on the second floor. He ascended swiftly towards the upper level, where a dark coffin lay at the center of the room. Ready for the kill count, Su Huayin stretched his limbs, aware of the mechanics involved in the vampire boss battle. After inflicting a fatal blow, Dracula would split into 10 smaller bats, which he needed to eliminate within 3 minutes to defeat the boss. Failing to do so by leaving one bat alive would allow Dracula to resurrect, albeit weakened. Each time Dracula was gravely injured, the bats counted towards the kill tally. Theoretically, he could resurrect up to 8 times, with the 9th death preventing further transformation into bats. This peculiar data was curious, yet fortuitous for Su Huayin. He approached the coffin. As he did, the lid creaked open, revealing the cloaked vampire boss leaping forth. The battle commenced. Chapter 57. The lowly bloodline card, not worth a dog's attention. Hey, it's time. Back at the stronghold, Ma Jintong placed the man slung over his back onto a chair. He waited, hoping Ling Dong would return swiftly. Suddenly, Ma Jintong sensed something amiss. He reached out to check the man's breath and discovered he had ceased to breathe. Dead, he mused. Well, brother, I did my best. It was simply bad luck on your part. Ma Jintong removed his hat and lamented softly. A golden card emerged from his possession, and he ran his fingers over it. Sighing at the unfortunate fate of the man. I gambled my conscience but lost to fate, he reflected, releasing a heavy breath as a bittersweet smile crossed his lips. Oh, you poor soul, he exclaimed, patting his own head. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Jintong carried the corpse out of the stronghold, dug a grave, and interred the body. He placed a stone atop the grave and inscribed 5 words upon it, Golden Misfortune. He also picked a flower and laid it at the foot of the stone marker. Though I do not know your name, I shall carry your strength with me on the path ahead. Clutching the golden card, Ma Jintong contemplated a future as an ice mage. Otherwise, he would be remiss in honoring the man's memory. It seems the Frost Mage class card can only be found in the Polar Wolf Pack dungeon at the very least. He strategized for the road ahead. In the dilapidated second floor of the church, the coffin lid was pushed aside, and a man emerged, a resurrection from the dead. Dracula, the boss, was back. You ought to remain as a corpse, Su Huayin declared, charging straight at the boss. He had fought this vampire too many times to count, and he was intimately familiar with its combat patterns. One was the ranged summon of blood bats, while the other was a close-quarters brawl, the latter being comparatively weaker. Lacking any ranged abilities himself, Su Huayin did not wish to be worn down from afar. He closed the distance, forcing Dracula to engage him in melee combat. With a resounding clash, his shield struck the boss atop its head. Dracula's arms crossed defensively over his skull, absorbing the impact of Su Huayin's assault. Su Huayin found himself increasingly fond of using the shield. It served not merely for defense, but also proved effective as an offensive weapon. With a resounding impact, Dracula was sent sprawling away. Do not misunderstand. It was not that Su Huayin possessed extraordinary strength. Instead, this vampire boss, taking advantage of Su Huayin's assault, created distance between them. With a swift motion of his hand, 2 blood-red beams, resembling bats, shot towards Su Huayin. Undeterred, Su Huayin wielded his twin swords, shattering the bat-like blood beams, and continued his relentless pursuit of the Dracula boss. Fully equipped and with attributes on par with the boss, he was prepared for a direct confrontation. The 2 blood bats posed no hindrance to Su Huayin's advance, forcing the vampire boss to turn and engage. As the boss opened his mouth, Su Huayin's heart raced with caution, raising the Bone King's shield before him. A splatter of blood struck the shield. I knew you would spit, he thought, determined to vanquish the foe. Without shifting his shield, he thrust the long flow sword, piercing the vampire boss's body. Boom. The vampire boss's form exploded, transforming into 10 diminutive bats that scattered in all directions. These tiny bats concealed themselves in various corners of the second floor. Typically, newcomers struggle to locate all 10 within 3 minutes, allowing the boss to revive, with some requiring 2 or 3 attempts. However, for Su Huayin, the hiding spots of the 10 bats were etched in his memory. Even with his eyes closed, finding them would pose little challenge. He accurately pinpointed the locations of 9 bats, eliminating them all, and then waited. After 3 minutes, the Dracula boss revived. With a flutter, the final bat emerged from its hiding spot, metamorphosing back into the Dracula boss. In his prime, the Dracula boss posed no threat to Su Huayin, let alone in this weakened state post-resurrection. Mere seconds later, with a single strike, Su Huayin severed the boss's head. The body once again transformed, reverting to 10 bats, a relentless cycle. Over an hour later, the Dracula boss had transformed into 10 bats for the 8th time, hiding away. This marked his final chance at resurrection. Should he revive again, he would not split into 10 bats. In essence, he would be extinguished. Su Huayin suspected that this limitation on infinite respawns was implemented to prevent situations akin to his own. This time, he resolved not to allow the Dracula boss to revive. It was time for him to perish. Su Huayin located the last bat and struck it down with his sword. As he did, a system prompt chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Dracula boss. Reward, Vampiric Bloodline. A card materialized before Su Huayin. Vampiric Bloodline. Quality, blue. Card type, Bloodline card. Effect, Constitution 40, Strength 20. Agility 20, damage from light attributes doubled, and cannot be exposed to sunlight. Description, I despise sunlight. Limitation, once this card is added to a slot, it cannot be removed. Acquisition methods, Blood Red Monastery Dungeon, Black-Hearted Merchant, System Events, Monster Drops. Duels Mode Effect, Magic card, a monster's attack increases by 500, but it is destroyed at the end of the turn. A low-tier Bloodline card, hardly worth a glance. Su Huayin took a brief look before stowing the card away. The basic attributes it provided were indeed generous, totaling 80 points, far beyond what a mere blue card could offer. At the very least, it would require a top-tier purple card to yield such attributes. Furthermore, there were no equipment restrictions, which was utterly absurd. However, the considerable benefits came at the cost of light vulnerabilities, the inability to operate under sunlight, and the unchangeable nature of the Bloodline card. A lowly Bloodline card was hardly desirable. Nevertheless, it did hold some utility. In duel mode, it could be equipped to an opponent's monster, only to be destroyed at the end of the turn. Chapter 58. Brother, lend me a hand. Having dealt with the Dracula boss, Su Huayin approached the coffin. Inside, he spotted a book resting atop the casket. Book of Sacrifice, Part 1. Observing the book's placement, he quipped, "Is this boss using it as a pillow?" He reached for the tome, acquiring the 4th, Book of Sacrifice. This final volume possessed a certain allure. Upon obtaining it, he realized it was precisely 1234. In reality, there was a 5th volume, Book of Sacrifice, Part 5. This particular book was hidden within a fireplace filled with ash. Su Huayin effortlessly located the last, Book of Sacrifice, Part 5. At that moment, a system prompt resonated. Ding! Congratulations on collecting all Books of Sacrifice. You may choose either a random blue card from the Undead series or Dark Enchantment Potion recipe. Such a question was utterly redundant. If he were to select a random blue card from the Undead series, he could have simply sought out 3 Books of Sacrifice. The additional 2 would have been a waste of time. Although he exerted much extra effort, this was primarily due to his status as a beta tester. For an ordinary player, the difference would be substantial. I'll exchange for the Dark Enchantment Potion recipe, Su Huayin decided. Instantly, a card appeared in his hand. Dark Enchantment Potion recipe. Quality, blue. Card type, recipe. Effect, can synthesize Dark Enchantment Potion. Limitation, this card must be stacked on an Alchemist card. Description, when damage is insufficient, enchantment comes to the rescue. Su Huayin mused, I wonder if this would enhance Shilling's favorability? With that, the dungeon's primary tasks were nearly complete. However, he recalled that upon entry, there had been an optional quest to investigate the church's anomalies. With no leads whatsoever, he shrugged it off. After contemplating, he decided to exit the dungeon. If he had even the slightest clue, he would have pursued the investigation. But with no hints, it would merely be a waste of time. With a flash of light, Su Huayin exited the dungeon, returning to the Qingmu Square. Amidst the crowd, he quickly spotted Ling Qiu, who appeared to be haggling with someone. Su Huayin hurried over. 1,000 pesos for this Skeleton King, Ling Qiu proposed. The Skeleton King card was the cornerstone of the entire Skeleton series. Every Skeleton deck required 3 of these cards. This card could only be obtained from the Skeleton King boss, with a rather low drop rate. That won't do. At least 1,200 pesos, countered the seller. A boy wearing a red and white cap. Beside him stood 4 teammates, all appearing unfamiliar with one another. It seemed they were temporary allies. This Skeleton King card was shared property among them, making it difficult to divide, hence their decision to sell it after exiting the dungeon and splitting the profits. I possess merely 1,000 pesos. Those capable of parting with such an amount are few and far between. Ling Qiu continued to press for a lower price. After all, this was the Skeleton King, and 1,200 pesos was already considered a bargain. The cap-wearing youth remained resolute, resulting in a stalemate. Both parties were correct. The price of the Skeleton King undoubtedly exceeded 1,200 pesos. However, the number of individuals willing to part with 1,000 pesos was equally scarce. Oh, you've emerged. Ling Qiu exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Just a slight delay due to kill counts. If he isn't selling, so be it. The cemetery dungeon is public, and with repeated attempts, I am certain it will drop eventually, Su Huayin remarked. Is that so? Very well, then, I shall forego it. Ling Qiu feigned an intent to depart. Her motion immediately set the cap-wearing youth into a flurry. Don't go. 1,000 it is. I will sell it to you, he conceded, albeit reluctantly. Excellent. Ling Qiu replied with alacrity, producing 1,000 pesos to purchase the Skeleton King card from the cap-wearing youth. Skeleton King. Quality, blue. Card type, dual mode exclusive card. Undead, 1 star, dark attribute, attack power 0, defense power 0. Effect. This card's attack power increases by 1,000 for each skeleton soldier in the graveyard. Effect. By banishing a skeleton soldier from the graveyard. This card can be special summoned from the graveyard. This effect can be activated a maximum of once per turn for monsters with this card name. This is the People's Warrior, the skeleton deck, with sufficient strength in the early game. Though lacking in resilience and healing, it would suffice. After securing their acquisition, the two mounted their Charizard and returned to their base. This time, they arrived last, while the others had already returned. Observing everyone present, Ling Qiu called for a gathering. Come forth for a meeting. We have a significant operation in 2 days. Our guild's first collective endeavor, Ling Qiu announced. After nurturing our forces for 1,000 days, the time has finally come to put them to use. What operation is planned for the day after tomorrow? Dong Er inquired with curiosity. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall initiate the Guild Beast event upon the opening of the server. Guild Beasts will spawn randomly across various maps, with the boss strength ranging from enhanced to elite levels, Ling Qiu elaborated. With the details laid out, the 6 members, all non-beta players, listened attentively to Ling Qiu's directives, save for Ma Zhendong, who appeared somewhat distracted. Now let us assign the teams. Dong Er, Lu Xiaozhu, Li Ming, you shall team with me. Ma Zhendong, Shi Yiru, and Jing Tian, you 3 will follow Ming Jing. Li Kaifeng, due to insufficient strength, will remain to guard, Ling Qiu instructed. Understood, came the collective response. Once the assembly dispersed, Ma Zhendong approached Su Huayin. Brother, I have a request, he said earnestly. Noticing Ma Zhendong's serious demeanor, Su Huayin also adopted a grave expression. What is it? Speak freely. Well, Ma Zhendong hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Speak your mind. Do not shy away, Su Huayin urged. Chapter 59, The Open World of Genshin Impact. It is like this, Ma Zhendong produced a golden card. Wait, didn't you select the 1,000 peso option during the beta? How did you acquire a golden card? Su Huayin asked incredulously. Aside from the cards obtained during the beta, he had only managed to acquire purple cards thus far. You might not believe it, but I stumbled upon a fellow unfortunate soul much like myself. Ma Zhendong recounted the tale. You dare to call yourself unfortunate? Su Huayin's eyes glimmered with disbelief. You find a golden card on a casual stroll and label that misfortune? Are you certain you are not here to boast? Su Huayin lamented, envious of such luck. Why can't I have a stroke of fortune like that? I too wish to wander about and stumble upon a golden card. However, this golden card does come with significant limitations, Su Huayin mused, stroking his chin, beginning to grasp Ma Zhendong's intentions. Indeed, I seek your assistance in keeping an eye out for the Frost Mage class card. The Ice Element Controller class card is a high-tier class and can be disregarded for now. Understood. I shall assist you without hesitation, Su Huayin affirmed. Thank you. My good friend, Ma Zhendong expressed his gratitude before departing. Su Huayin returned to his quarters to rest. A night passed, and following breakfast, everyone departed to attend to their respective tasks. The Guild Beast event commenced the following day, leaving an entire day for power enhancement. Su Huayin contemplated his objectives. He retrieved his adventure proof, aiming to maximize the Bone King Shield's soul-devouring effect. Currently, his kill count was slightly over 100, needing a bit more. To boost his kill count, he resolved to venture into the wild where monsters were plentiful. He intended to revisit the city, hoping to find tasks akin to the one that had led him to rescue Xiaoying. As fate would have it, upon opening the adventure proof, he discovered a familiar quest. This was not issued by players or NPCs, but rather by the Adventurers Association. Quest name, The Fate of Adventurers. Quest content, defeat the Pangolin Dragon boss, Rock Elemental boss, or Sand Scorpion boss, and return with the corpse to the Adventurers Association. Quest reward, exclusive card from the Adventurers Association, Open World of Genshin Impact. Open World of Genshin Impact. Quality, purple. Card type, dual mode exclusive card. Link 5, warrior type. Light attribute, attack power 3000. Effect, this card requires at least 4 effect monsters as tributes to be special summoned from the extra deck, when this card is link summoned. An opponent's effect monster on the field may also be used as a link material. Effect, when this card is successfully link summoned, all monster effects on the opponent's field are negated. Effect, this card cannot be targeted by the opponent. Effect, as long as this card remains on the field. 1 additional normal summon of a light attribute monster may occur per turn. Goodness, how remarkable! Su Huayin exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. This card is indeed a highly versatile extra monster. A Link 5 requires a total of 5 link materials for special summoning, necessitating at least 4 effect monsters. Typically, this card is employed to obliterate a formidable opponent's full resistance monster. Its effect allows for tribute summoning, meaning even a full resistance monster can serve as a tribute. Unless explicitly stated that it cannot be used as a tribute, any monster can be utilized. With that in mind, which of the Pangolin Dragon boss, Rock Elemental boss, or Sand Scorpion boss should I target? Su Huayin pondered, tapping a few times on the adventure proof. The adventure proof displayed the general locations of the target monsters. One was to the north of Qingmu City, another to the southwest, and the last in the northeast corner. The nearest to him was the Rock Elemental boss. Based on the approximate location shown on the adventure proof, Su Huayin ultimately decided to pursue the Rock Elemental boss as his target. I recall that this particular boss possesses a probability of dropping the Starfall spell, which consumes 30 points of mental energy and boasts formidable power, making it quite advantageous for use by clones. Having determined my objective, Su Huayin extended his hand and summoned the Great Spray, leaping onto its back. Onward, to the Old City District. Beneath a utility pole, a ragged woman was bound. 3 gashes marred her pale thighs, inflicted by a blade, with blood oozing from the wounds, emanating a pungent metallic scent. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps reached her ears. Struggling to open her eyes, she gazed forward to behold a bipedal lizard man striding toward her, its crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. However, as the lizard man approached, closing the distance to approximately 2 meters, it stumbled unexpectedly. In that instant, a sharpened steel rod shot forth from the side, piercing the body of the lizard man creature. The immense pain elicited a wretched howl from the lizard man, causing it to flail its weapon wildly. At that moment, 2 figures, concealed beneath a layer of sand, emerged. Each wielded a steel rod, lunging toward the lizard man creature. Unfortunately, due to the creature's erratic movements, their strikes failed to find their mark. One of the assailants was sent flying by a powerful swipe from the enraged lizard man, just as the other was about to be attacked. An ice arrow flew in from a distance, striking the lizardman's head and finally slaying the resilient boss. A pair of malevolent eyes, filled with anticipation, gazed upon the fallen form. Yet, to their dismay, no cards materialized from the corpse. This outcome ignited a fury within him, and he lamented the incompetence of the 2 lackeys. The corpulent man rubbed his temples, fatigue settling in from the spell's mental drain. Quickly conceal yourselves, you fools. Go and inflict further wounds upon that wretched woman. Suddenly, the corpulent man sensed something amiss. He turned sharply to see a young constable in a law enforcement uniform, coldly regarding him with an expression reminiscent of one gazing upon the dead. Police? The corpulent man instinctively recoiled in fear. However, upon noticing the absence of a firearm in the constable's hand, his bravado returned. What are you staring at, you filthy officer? Mind your own business, he retorted, his bravado thinly veiling his trepidation. Scum! The young constable vanished in an instant. This sudden turn of events sent the corpulent man into a panic once more. Almost immediately, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head before crashing heavily to the ground. From a third-person perspective, one could discern the sequence of events. The young constable reappeared behind the corpulent man the moment he vanished. Your actions are a grave affront to justice. While the law may not permit a death sentence, the current circumstances allow for no other form of punishment. I shall execute justice, the young constable pronounced. And with a swift motion, he severed the head of the corpulent man. Having fulfilled this grim duty, the constable turned his gaze upon the remaining 2 accomplices. Spare us, please, we were forced into this. One of them immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. The other, brandishing a steel rod, charged at the constable, shouting, "Kill him." As he ran, the pleading man hesitated, his expression morphing into one of malice. He too rushed at the young constable, steel rod in hand. Yet again, the young constable vanished, proving his prowess even without supernatural abilities. This is hopeless. With a swift motion, he seized a steel rod, plunging it into the chest of one of the thugs. After neutralizing the 3 men, the young constable hurried to the woman, disheveled and bound beneath the utility pole. He untied her ropes, offering gentle reassurances. You are safe now. At that moment, a series of applause resonated from behind him. Turning, the young constable beheld an NPC labeled Black-Hearted Merchant above his head. Your words are quite pleasing, the merchant remarked with a smile. What may I call you? Sun Jijun. Noticing that the NPC was neutral, Sun Jijun felt a slight easing of tension, though the merchant's title raised concerns. Black-Hearted Merchant? This does not bode well. What is it that you seek? Nothing of great consequence, merely a desire to propose a transaction, the merchant replied, maintaining a facade of amiability. A transaction? What sort of transaction? Sun Jijun countered warily. I can bestow upon you power, enabling you to enact the justice you hold dear. How does that sound? The merchant smiled, exuding an air of friendly shopkeeper charm. Grant me power? Sun Jijun faltered momentarily, yet remained vigilant. And what, pray tell, is the cost? He inquired with composure, fully aware of the underlying rules of society. There is no such thing as unconditional generosity, and this merchant NPC undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Oh, the price is minimal. Merely a trifling cost. The merchant gestured with 2 fingers, forming a sign that would surely provoke suspicion. Indeed, what must I sacrifice? Sun Jijun asked, his gaze steady. If you can steadfastly uphold your sense of justice, there shall be no cost at all. As he spoke, the merchant produced a card, extending it towards Sun Jijun. This is a gift for you. Justice, quality, white, card type, faith card, effect, strength, constitution, spirit, agility. All attributes to justice execution. Uphold acts of justice to earn justice points. When sufficient, this card may be upgraded. Description: the righteous shall prevail. Limitation: this card can only be equipped by a just one. Acquisition method: black-hearted merchant. Upon reviewing the contents of the card, Sun Jijun looked up only to find the black-hearted merchant had vanished, as if the encounter had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Holding the card, he felt a pang of hesitation. The merchant had implied that as long as he upheld justice, there would be no cost. Implicitly, however, failing to do so would incur a price. Furthermore, if he devoted himself entirely to justice, would he still remain himself? Would he become the very embodiment of justice? While the notion of embodying justice seemed enticing, it also posed profound implications. After a moment of complex contemplation, though it transpired in mere breaths, Sun Jijun's gaze grew increasingly profound. Even if he became a puppet of justice, perhaps it would not be so bad. He opened his interface and placed the card into the second slot. Snap! The Charizard precisely landed on a desolate slope. The mountain was barren, devoid of foliage. Return, Big Flame. Su Huayin summoned the Charizard back. Subsequently, he replaced the second card slot's Charizard with Eternal Flow Sword. The mountains were teeming with rock spirits, those minor creatures. If Su Huayin recalled correctly, a rock spirit boss did not exist. To articulate it with greater precision, the rock spirit boss is not a naturally occurring entity, but rather one that must be artificially created. What does this entail? It means that by vanquishing all the rock spirit minions, there exists a certain probability of obtaining the Stoneheart card. One simply needs to collect 8 Stoneheart cards and then find any corpse of a rock spirit minion. By placing all 8 Stoneheart cards upon that corpse, one can artificially summon a rock spirit boss. Naturally, since the corpse chosen for evolution into a rock spirit boss can be selected by the player. This introduces a level of strategy. The strength of the rock spirit boss remains constant. Under this premise, if a smaller rock spirit minion's corpse is selected as the base for evolution, the resulting boss will possess higher agility. Conversely, should a larger rock spirit minion's corpse be chosen, the evolved boss will exhibit greater strength, but will be somewhat slower. Commencing the endeavor, Su Huayin resolved to acquire 8 Stonehearts first. Chapter 61, Stoneheart. He found it. Su Huayin encountered the first rock spirit minion. This type of creature exhibited a strong desire to attack. Upon spotting Su Huayin from a distance, it actively summoned several flying stones, hurling them toward him. Having experienced countless battles, Su Huayin deftly evaded the assault with a swift sidestep and approached the rock spirit minion. He swung the Eternal Flow Sword towards the minion's forehead, only to hear a clang as the sword rebounded, inflicting negligible damage. How frustrating. Su Huayin frowned at this turn of events. For the rock spirit minion, a sword was less effective than a mere firewood stick. Blunt weapons would yield slightly better results. Suddenly, a massive fist swept in from the side. This rock spirit, with its stone body and 2 stone fists, struck Su Huayin's Bone King shield, causing him to stagger back a step. Its power was formidable. Su Huayin found himself regretting his choice of targeting the rock spirit boss. Aside from its cumbersome nature, the minion's quality was on par with that of an elite monster. After considerable effort, Su Huayin managed to crush the rock spirit minion to death using his Bone King shield, as the Eternal Flow Sword proved less effective than the shield. A card materialized from the corpse of the rock spirit minion. It was a white card, which Su Huayin casually collected. This approach was far too inefficient. Contemplating this, he modified the second card slot once more, replacing Eternal Flow Sword with Charizard. The application of Eternal Flow Sword in this scenario was inferior to that of Charizard. Come forth, Big Flame. Su Huayin summoned the Charizard again and began examining the card dropped by the rock spirit. Stone Petrification Ring. Quality white. Card type, accessory. Effect, luck 1. Attack has a 1 chance to petrify the enemy for 1 second, gaining 90 damage immunity while petrified. Description, an item cursed by Medusa. Dual mode effect, magic card, adds 1 1-star rock-type monster from the deck to the hand. A minor increase in luck, along with a chance to petrify the enemy, a trifling benefit. However, in dual mode, adding specific rock-type cards is not without merit. This was Su Huayin's assessment of the card. He stored it away and continued his monster-slaying journey. He utilized shield attacks while Charizard restrained the monsters, significantly enhancing the speed of his monster farming. The second rock spirit minion was swiftly dispatched. This time, he finally obtained a Stoneheart, suitable for summoning the rock spirit boss. This card had no description and bore similarities to the Tiger Jade, encountered previously by Su Huayin and Ling Qiu in a dungeon, yet it was distinct. The first stone heart was in hand. Su Huayin's monster farming pace quickened further, not for any other reason, but because the cooldown for his clone had finally expired. Now, he had 3 combatants: his main self, the clone, and Charizard. Though the rock spirit minions possessed considerable defense, they were merely capable of enduring more punishing blows. With a resounding smack, another rock spirit minion fell to Su Huayin's onslaught. A card emerged from its corpse. Stoneheart. At last, I have found you, he mused, fatigue creeping into his voice as he retrieved the 8th Stoneheart. After nearly 5 hours of battling, lunchtime had long passed. He had slain over 100 rock spirits, finally collecting 8 Stoneheart cards. However, Su Huayin did not immediately summon the rock spirit boss. He was waiting. What was he waiting for? Naturally, he awaited the enhancement of his strength attribute to meet the equipment requirements for the White Tiger Blade. Su Huayin accessed the soul-devouring effect interface of the Bone King Shield. Soul Devouring, 289, 500. This meant that the Bone King Shield currently provided him with 28 points of strength. Su Huayin estimated that his original strength attribute was approximately 9. Thus, he required an additional 31 points of strength to fulfill the equipment requirements for the White Tiger Blade. Though it was merely a blade, the White Tiger Blade augmented attack power by 50 points and possessed both anti-magic and blocking effects. Unlike the minions, the Rock Spirit boss bore an Earth attribute shield. The White Tiger Blade's anti-magic property was perfectly suited to counter the Rock Spirit boss's shield. Therefore, it was imperative to equip the White Tiger Blade. After all, sharpening the blade does not impede the chopping of wood. With every passing moment, Su Huayin continued to slay monsters. 290, 295, 300, 310. Upon reaching 310 kills, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. The soul-devouring effect of the Bone King's shield had activated, granting him the necessary 31 points. He immediately ceased his monster farming and approached a small tree to commence the card replacement. He swapped the Charizard in the second slot for the White Tiger Blade, transitioning from a blue card to a purple card. While it may not be a mere upgrade, the enhancement was substantial. His current configuration was as follows: main self, Tiger Yin and Yang, stacked with Dragon Scale, White Tiger Blade, and Bone King Shield. 1 red card and 3 purple cards presented a terrifying visage. His current attributes were equally formidable, boasting a 70-point constitution and an 81-point strength boost. The clone was somewhat less impressive by comparison, but this was relative to the main self. Fission, Heaven and Earth coexist, Stealth, Assassin Profession card, combined with Poisonous Dagger. 1 purple card, 1 blue card, 1 green card, and 1 white card. Just as Su Huayin was preparing to find a corpse to place the 8 stone hearts on, intending to artificially summon the rock elemental boss, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of helicopter rotors drawing near. A helicopter? Su Huayin gazed in astonishment at the aircraft as it flew overhead. Instinctively, he sought to take cover. It was no mystery to him who the helicopter belonged to. Unfortunately, there was nothing nearby to conceal him. The helicopter had spotted him. It seemed to deliberately circle around, heading straight for Su Huayin's position. As it passed overhead, a round object plummeted down. A grenade? Chapter 62. Human Form. Damn it. Su Huayin hurriedly sprinted forward, attempting to evade the grenade's explosion. Boom. An explosion reverberated through the air. A shockwave slammed against the shield Su Huayin had raised. Cough, cough, cough. He spluttered as he choked on the dust kicked up by the blast. But he was not the type to suffer in silence. Bastard. Su Huayin's gaze turned fierce as he glared at the retreating helicopter. It appeared to be heading towards the mountaintop. Gradually, his emotions settled. With his current physique, firearms and grenades posed little threat. Even if they struck him, they would hardly inflict significant damage. It wasn't cowardice. Rather, those wielding helicopters and grenades had backgrounds that would make them think they could escape after offending him. Su Huayin was incensed. Anyone would be angered by such unprovoked attacks, wouldn't they? Su Huayin swiftly adjusted his cards, placing the Fire-Breathing Dragon card into the second slot. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the dragon. He leaped onto its back. Breathe fire. Chase. You're unlucky. Who told you to see us? On the helicopter. A young man remarked. Just blame that guy for his misfortune. Woo-woo. Opposite the defiant youth sat a girl whose hands and feet were bound, her mouth taped shut. Miss Xiao, do not be afraid. If your father cooperates, we will not harm you, the brash youth said, reaching towards the girl's face. Suddenly, Kong Linghui noticed that the girl's gaze was fixed intently behind him, as if she had witnessed something astonishing. His hand froze mid-air as he turned around. What is going on? A dragon? Kong Linghui was horrified to see a massive dragon swiftly approaching from behind. Moreover, there was someone riding on its back. Damn it. Could it be someone sent by the mayor? No, it shouldn't be. It's impossible to arrive so quickly. Kong Linghui drew a rifle. Everyone die. He opened fire towards the approaching figure. However, hitting a target was no easy feat, especially since Su Huayin was already mentally prepared for gunfire. He deftly maneuvered the fire-breathing dragon to evade the bullets. Breathe fire, unleash the flames. Su Huayin commanded. Upon hearing his command, the dragon opened its maw wide. In the next moment, A torrent of flames erupted from its mouth, accurately striking the helicopter's rear wing. The explosion shattered the tail, causing the helicopter to lose its balance and spiral downwards. Realizing the precarious situation, Kong Linghui quickly grasped the card and leaped from the helicopter. Under the card's effect, he floated downwards like a weightless feather. He could not afford to think of anything else, not even that leaping out would place him right into Su Huayin's hands. As he saw a figure jump from the helicopter, Su Huayin immediately disregarded the helicopter and pursued the person who had leapt out, riding the fire-breathing dragon. He approached Kong Linghui, who was descending. "Was it you who dropped the grenade?" Su Huayin inquired. "You're the one from earlier?" "No, it wasn't me." Kong Linghui's eyes flickered with desperation and madness. He pointed a finger, and a fireball shot towards Su Huayin. "It seems you've admitted it." Su Huayin watched the fireball approach without flinching. When it reached him, it inexplicably halted midair before shooting back towards Kong Linghui's face. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of flames and a piercing scream, Su Huayin felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled. He chuckled. "You're really looking for death, aren't you?" Shifting his gaze, Su Huayin piloted the fire-breathing dragon towards the helicopter, which was still struggling to maintain its balance. Surely, there could be accomplices aboard. One must eradicate the roots of evil. However, upon reaching the helicopter, he discovered only a pilot desperately trying to stabilize the aircraft and a girl who looked somewhat familiar. Bound and gagged. "Oh, Xiaoying, what a coincidence to meet again," Su Huayin remarked, somewhat surprised. Woo-woo. Xiaoying could not speak, but the glimmer of tears in her eyes spoke volumes about her current emotional state. "Come here." Su Huayin reached out, pulling Xiaoying from the cockpit. To him, she had transformed into a human form. A delightful surprise. Initially, he only intended to eliminate the reckless individual, but now he found himself with an unexpected gain. Last time, after rescuing her from the city and handing her over to her father, he received a blue card and a reward of 1,000 pesos. This time, it wouldn't be too much to expect a similarly valued reward, would it? He tore away the tape from Xiaoying's mouth. "Hey, Miss Xiao, we meet again," Su Huayin said with a hint of jest. "Thank you." Xiaoying expressed her gratitude. "What is going on? Who was that thug earlier? And what about this pilot?" Su Huayin continued to inquire. "Kong Linghui. He was previously part of the local gang and is now colluding with some officials, intending to use me as leverage to coerce my father into cooperation," Xiaoying explained. Upon hearing this, Su Huayin felt a sense of foreboding. He realized he might have become entangled in affairs he should have steered clear of. Perhaps it was due to the relief of surviving that Xiaoying continued candidly. "Some individuals are attempting to directly target the extraordinary for their powers to arm their own people. My father believes such actions will only exacerbate conflicts. Instead of targeting the extraordinary, it would be wiser to farm monsters and strengthen their own forces." Stop. Su Huayin quickly interrupted Xiaoying. He had no interest in these matters. "Breathe fire. Destroy this helicopter," Su Huayin commanded. A torrent of flames erupted from the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon between his legs. This time, it was not merely the tail that was damaged. It appeared to ignite the fuel tank. The helicopter exploded in a dazzling display of sparks in midair, like a dazzling array of fireworks. Chapter 63. Petrified Jade. "Please wait a moment. I will escort you back afterwards." Su Huayin untied the ropes binding Xiaoying's hands and feet, gently lowering her to the ground. "What are you planning to do?" Xiaoying inquired with curiosity. It seemed that due to her previous experience of being rescued by Su Huayin, she felt no fear toward him. "Stand back a little. I am about to summon a boss," Su Huayin replied. He adjusted the contents of the card slots, replacing the fire-breathing dragon in the second slot with the white tiger blade. Grasping the white tiger blade with both hands, he wielded a massive two-handed sword, the size of a door panel. Although the Bone King's shield did not manifest, its attribute enhancement remained effective. "Summon a boss?" Xiaoying glanced around, noticing only a nearby rock elemental minion, with no sign of a boss in sight. "You'll see for yourself," Su Huayin said dismissively, walking toward the rock elemental minion. This two-handed sword, being a heavy weapon, was far more effective than using a shield. With minimal effort, Su Huayin cleaved the rock elemental minion in half. Equipped with the white tiger blade, his strength surged to 80 points, 8 times that of an ordinary person, while a certain captain had merely 5 times that. A green card materialized from the minion's corpse. It actually dropped something. Su Huayin picked up the green card. Initially, he regarded it nonchalantly. After all, it was merely a green card. However, as his gaze swept across the card, he became noticeably agitated. "Is it really this card?" Su Huayin clutched the card with excitement. Petrified Jade. Quality, green. Card type, one-time use. Effect, when a fatal attack is received, this card can be activated, putting the bearer into a petrified state for 3 seconds, during which they gain 90 damage immunity. Description, cemented heart. What luck to have found a life-saving card. Su Huayin appeared exceedingly pleased. Clearly, this card belonged to the category of life-preserving cards, and he would never turn down any number of them. Of course, the drop rate for such cards was notoriously low, and their price was exorbitant. Excellent, Su Huayin said, visibly satisfied. "Did you acquire something good?" Xiaoying, like a curious child, was intrigued by the unfolding events. "Something like that?" I'm about to fight the boss, so don't come near, Su Huayin admonished without turning back. This fellow is worth at least a blue card plus 1,000 pesos. I mustn't let it get harmed. 8 cards emerged from Su Huayin's grasp. Stoneheart, X8. He placed the 8 Stoneheart cards atop the rock elemental minion. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The 8 Stoneheart cards began to emit a blinding light. Both Su Huayin and Xiaoying were momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Once their vision returned, a rock elemental boss, approximately the size of a gazebo, measuring about 5 meters in length, width, and height, loomed before them. There really is a boss. Xiaoying blinked in surprise. At this moment, Su Huayin had already drawn his weapon. The rock elemental boss was enveloped in a layer of earthy light, a shield that mitigated damage. With a crunch, Su Huayin swung his blade at the rock elemental boss. The white tiger blade sliced through the shield effortlessly. The effect of breaking magic activated. The rock elemental boss had been deliberately chosen by Su Huayin for its larger size. Thus, the evolved rock elemental boss was correspondingly larger. While its strength attributes were enhanced, its agility would diminish. He preferred to battle such cumbersome creatures. Slow was fine, as long as it was safe. The white tiger blade struck the rock elemental boss, merely chipping away a few fist-sized stones from its body. A massive fist then descended from above, but as it fell, Su Huayin retreated step by step. Seizing the moment when the rock elemental boss attacked, he leaped into the air. I've been waiting for this. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Huayin's eyes. Cut. With both hands gripping the white tiger blade, he delivered a powerful strike to the focal point of the rock elemental boss's stone arm and body. With a resounding boom, the colossal rock arm was severed by Su Huayin's strike. The crucial point had been decisively cut. Impressive. Xiaoying observed the entire encounter between Su Huayin and the rock elemental boss, awestruck. This person was terrifyingly strong. He could actually engage a wild map boss one-on-one. Although Xiaoying was not well versed in such matters, she knew that none of the so-called internal testers recruited by her father possessed Su Huayin's level of skill. At best, they could only hold their own against an elite monster. This individual could directly confront a boss-level creature. No, not just confront. This person actually possessed the ability to single-handedly kill a wild map boss. Who is he? Just as Xiaoying was left speechless in her astonishment, Su Huayin seized the opportunity to chop off the other arm of the rock elemental boss. With both arms lost, the rock elemental boss could offer little resistance, succumbing to Su Huayin's onslaught. It must be said that this boss had an impressively thick health bar. After nearly an hour of combat, Su Huayin had whittled away at its massive body significantly. Finally, when the last stone, the size of a human head, was extracted, the boss was vanquished. Stoneheart. Quality, purple. Card type, material card. Acquisition method, rock elemental boss. This material card was precisely what the Adventurers Association sought. All 3 bosses for which the Adventurers Association had posted bounties could yield similar materials like Stoneheart. These 3 types of materials could be exchanged for a versatile extra card in dual mode. With a thunderous rumble, as Su Huayin grasped the Stoneheart material card, the rock elemental boss's body collapsed, transforming into a heap of rubble. A card radiating a purple glow emerged from the debris. Chapter 64. Rock Control. Rock Control. Quality, purple. Card type, skill card. Effect, freely manipulate any touched rock. Rockification, temporarily turn a portion into rock, but mobility is reduced. Description, pixel rock collapse. Dual mode effect, quick attack magic card. When there are rock-type monsters on the field, activate to destroy all monsters except rock types. Oh, is this the card? Su Huayin could hardly contain his inner joy. Rock Control. Although it did not provide any numerical values, it was indeed the core card of the rock element psychic warrior system. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Huayin opened the slot for his clone. Having vacated the 3rd slot for the avatar card, Su Huayin replaced it with the rock control card. The current slots for the avatar now read: Heaven and Earth coexist, Stealth, and Rock Control. Glancing at the Heaven and Earth coexist card, Su Huayin hesitated momentarily. He contemplated temporarily replacing this card, as it occupied a valuable slot. In the absence of activation, the avatar would essentially function as a player with merely 2 slots. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolved to set aside the Heaven and Earth coexist card, subsequently placing the Flowing Sword card into the slot instead. The new configuration thus became Flowing Sword, Stealth, and Rock Control. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Stealth could also be exchanged? After some contemplation, he decided to replace Stealth with the Assassin class card in conjunction with the Poison Dagger. Now, the avatar slots were filled with Flowing Sword, Assassin class card stacked with Poison Dagger, and Rock Control. This combination of 1 purple card, 2 blue cards, and 1 green card might pose a challenge against a boss. Yet it would likely suffice against elite monsters. Let us proceed to the safe zone, Su Huayin stated as he further altered the cards of his main body, summoning forth the fire-breathing dragon. He then beckoned to Xiaoying. Can I ride it as well? Upon hearing this, Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hurry up and get on. I'll take you home, Su Huayin remarked with a hint of impatience. I'm coming, Xiaoying exclaimed, eagerly mounting the dragon's back. As soon as she was settled, Su Huayin set off, directing the dragon toward the direction of Qingmu City. However, a disembodied voice crackled through his phone. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not reachable. Please try again later. The man, bearing a scar across his face and exuding an intimidating aura, grew increasingly agitated. Opposite him sat a man adorned with delicate golden-rimmed glasses. Boss Kong, is this indeed the person you claim to have apprehended? The bespectacled man scolded. It must be the poor signal from the mountains, Boss Kong replied, drenched in sweat. Then we shall wait for the signal to improve before you come to see me, the man with the glasses retorted, turning to leave without allowing Boss Kong a moment to explain. Secretary Liu, I will ensure this matter is handled properly, Boss Kong vowed. Yet, Secretary Liu showed no inclination to linger, striding away with purpose. As he watched Liu's retreating figure, Boss Kong's expression darkened. Humph, just a dog, he muttered. Though his demeanor swiftly shifted. Could it be that Ling Hui is in trouble? This matter may have been exposed. If we don't leave soon, we might not get the chance. Boss Kong was a man of resolve. Faced with the impending crisis, his instinct was to safeguard his own life. As for his son's fate, if it were to be lost, so be it. After all, he was still alive. In this world, are women not plentiful? As long as he remained, he need not worry about heirs. He could endure hardship if need be. Boss Kong, they fled. Meanwhile, a man paced anxiously in his study, seemingly awaiting news. Shortly after, a figure entered through the door. What is the situation? Have you found her? The man inquired with urgency. It's not good, Mayor Xiao. We can almost confirm that the young lady has been kidnapped. The circumstances suggest it was a deliberate abduction, with signs of extraordinary beings involved. Immediately post a mission at the Adventurers Association to locate and retrieve Xiaoying, with a reward of 3,000 pesos. A fire-breathing dragon soared through the skies as Su Huayin casually perused his adventurer's certificate. Suddenly, a task notification popped up, invigorating him. I knew there would be related tasks. He mused, a smile creeping upon his face. 3,000 pesos? That's enough to open 6 card packs, or perhaps I could scout the market for a bargain. You must be Xiaoying. Su Huayin's voice took on an unexpectedly gentle tone, akin to a soft spring breeze. Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion at his sudden tenderness. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? She replied, her voice tinged with bewilderment. Su Huayin's gentle demeanor felt peculiar, unsettling her as it contrasted sharply with his previous indifference, which had always made her feel like an object rather than a person. Despite her confidence in her appearance, charm, and background, having been surrounded by flattery throughout her life, she found herself unexpectedly pleased by Su Huayin's gentler words. It's nothing at all, ha ha ha. Su Huayin seemed to notice her confusion, laughing in a way that betrayed his concealed joy. As long as he could safely escort Xiaoying home, the generous reward of 3,000 pesos would be his. I shall take you home, and if fate allows, I hope we may meet again. Su Huayin expressed with a sense of longing. Hearing this, Xiaoying's fair complexion flushed slightly. What is your name? She asked softly. I don't believe I know your name. My name? I am Su Huayin. He hesitated before responding. The implications of his ID were vast. His true name was merely a name. Chapter 65. The invitation from Xiao Nantian. Welcome to the Starry Adventurers Association, Catherine greeted. Su Huayin presented a card to Catherine. This is the Stone Heart material card, required for the task published by the Adventurers Association. Here is your reward. Catherine accepted the Stone Heart material card and handed Su Huayin a purple card in return. Link 5 major monsters, the god of the underworld's wife. And regarding this task, I have located Miss Xiaoying, Su Huayin announced. Very well, the task publisher has been notified. Please wait a moment, Catherine replied. All that remained was to wait. You stay here. I have a matter to attend to, but I shall return shortly. Su Huayin suddenly remembered something and said to Xiaoying. All right, go ahead. Xiaoying replied, slightly taken aback. Su Huayin waved goodbye to Xiaoying as he made his way to another shop in the city. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Shilling Apothecary. He retrieved a card from his possession, the Dark Enchantment Potion Recipe card, which he had acquired previously from the Bloodied Monastery dungeon. Noticing a small crowd gathered to purchase potion cards, Su Huayin decided to join the end of the queue. The line moved slowly, and after a few minutes, it was finally Su Huayin's turn. Good day, what would you like? Came the gentle voice of Shilling. With only 3 beginner detox potions and 3 beginner stamina potions left, she noticed that Su Huayin remained silent and looked up slightly. Upon recognizing him, her clear, beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Oh, it's you. Cough. As I pass by here, I recently fortuitously acquired a potion recipe card. Do take a look and see if it holds any value for you. Su Huayin produced a card and extended it toward Shilling. A potion recipe? Shilling's spirit stirred slightly, and she swiftly accepted the card from Su Huayin's hand. A dark enchantment potion? It is a recipe I have yet to master. Are you truly willing to gift this to me? Shilling inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. Witnessing Shilling's reaction, Su Huayin felt reassured. Zero Chio is indeed reliable. I must express my gratitude to her upon my return. Yes, it is indeed intended for you, Su Huayin confirmed with a nod. Thank you so much. Shilling responded gratefully, and then handed Su Huayin several cards. Upon glancing down, Su Huayin found 3 cards of Beginner Detox Potion and 3 cards of Beginner Stamina Potion. No, that is unnecessary, Su Huayin promptly declined. What he desired was not these items. He craved affection points. Affection points. Though these items were decent as well. Are you not satisfied? Shilling's eyes dimmed slightly at his words. Then let me add these as well. As she spoke, Shilling turned to fetch something from inside, but was halted by Su Huayin's call. No need. I require nothing in return. It is simply a gift for you, Su Huayin stated firmly. If I accept a return gift, would that not constitute a trade? Would it not diminish the affection points acquired? No, absolutely no return gifts. Just a straightforward gift for me. Shilling bit her lip gently, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her azure gaze. Indeed, no return gifts, it is solely for you. Su Huayin nodded affirmatively. As long as you appreciate it, that is sufficient. I see. Then thank you, however. I must insist on gifting you these cards that remain unsold today. You must not refuse, Shilling said softly. As her words settled, a system notification sounded in Su Huayin's ear. Ding! Shilling's affection points increased by 10. Upon hearing this sound, Su Huayin hesitated for a moment before accepting the cards Shilling had offered. After documenting the affection points, Su Huayin prepared to take his leave. Until next time. He waved his hand. But just then, Shilling's voice rang out once more. Wait. Su Huayin turned back, tilting his head in curiosity. About that matter from last time. Could you take me out again the day after tomorrow? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Shilling's beautiful eyes. The day after tomorrow? No problem, Su Huayin replied. This must be another affection task. Until then, he waved goodbye. Yes, see you the day after tomorrow, Shilling replied with a soft hum. Before she could finish, Su Huayin's figure had already vanished. A few minutes later, Su Huayin returned to the vicinity of the Adventurers Association. Upon arrival, he spotted the man from before, radiating an air of authority, engaging in conversation with Xiaoying. When Xiaoying noticed Su Huayin's return, her eyes brightened. Dad, this is Su Huayin, capable of independently defeating wild boss monsters, she introduced. It seemed that Xiaoying had shared all that had transpired with this man. Hello, Xiaonantian. Xiaonantian extended a hand towards Su Huayin. After a moment's hesitation, Su Huayin chose to shake his hand. From Xiaoying's words, he had already discerned this man's identity. A month ago, no, just half a month ago, he wouldn't have even had the right to speak with this individual. Greetings, Su Huayin. Su Huayin introduced himself. You should already know my identity. I wish to reconstruct order in this era. Would you be willing to assist me? Xiaonantian earnestly invited. Is he viewing me as a passionate youth? Su Huayin felt a tad exasperated. Is he merely spouting slogans? Painting grand visions? I understand you may not trust me now. How about this? Tomorrow is the Guild Monster event. May I hire you to assist me in defeating the Guild Monster? Xiaonantian appeared quite approachable. Of course, this was under the premise of seeking Su Huayin's help. A person who has ascended to Xiaonanshan's current position must possess both high intelligence and emotional quotient. If he so desires, he can make those conversing with him feel utterly at ease. How would you know? Su Huayin began, only to stop himself, tapping his forehead. Isn't that quite normal? As a representative of the authorities, Xiaonantian, holding legitimacy, would undoubtedly attract followers. Furthermore, he could likely muster a team specifically for accruing resources. No, I have my own matters tomorrow, Su Huayin declined. He was still reluctant to engage too closely with the authorities. Chapter 66, Phantom Step. Let us not rush to refuse. How about listening to my conditions? Xiaonantian remained unfazed, continuing. Since you are unwilling to join, we could collaborate in another capacity. I could hire you to assist me. If you are willing to lend me your hand tomorrow, I can promise to help you with something within my capabilities. Xiaonantian earnestly proposed. Hearing this, Su Huayin found himself momentarily ensnared in indecision. Xiaonanshan's offer was rather substantial, although he lacked personal combat prowess. Many matters extend beyond individual strength. Power is merely a manifestation. Ultimately, all roads lead to the same destination. Observing Su Huayin deep in thought, Xiaonantian chose not to hasten him, but instead waited patiently. After several moments, Su Huayin exhaled slowly. Frankly, the offer is quite generous, but I must still decline. He stated with unwavering resolve. Accepting another's money to perform their tasks risks transforming oneself into their pawn. Still, I reiterate, I do not wish to forge any ties with the authorities. Is that so? Very well, I shall not press the issue. Here is my contact information. Should you ever consider collaboration, feel free to reach out, Xiaonantian said, handing Su Huayin a business card. Alongside the card were 3 cards of 1,000 resources each. This shall be your remuneration. I look forward to future collaboration, Xiaonantian added. It must be said, such a non-intrusive demeanor garnered Su Huayin some degree of goodwill. Su Huayin departed without a backward glance. For reasons unknown, as he watched Su Huayin's retreating figure, Xiaoying felt a pang of longing. What is the matter? Have you developed fondness for this lad? A voice suddenly chimed above her head. No. Xiaoying instinctively denied. Yet, Xiao Nantian seemed oblivious, continuing. This lad is quite impressive. Having acquired such formidable power, he remains humble, his mind clear, unwilling to engage too closely with me, clearly possessing his own plans, ambitious, capable, and astute. He is undoubtedly a person of potential. If you can win him over, it would be a strong alliance with my faction. Though the notion of an alliance may seem antiquated, it remains effective. It matters not if it is novel, utility is what counts. Of course, I do not refer to the immediate future. Not only does Su Huayin distrust him, but he also harbors his own reservations. Oh dear father, what are you saying? Xiaoying covered her ears, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's merely a slight fondness, nothing more. All right, I'm off. There will be plenty of time ahead. Even if there is no intersection this time, it is likely that our paths with this individual will cross many more times in the future. Opportunities abound. Yet acquiring a guild order card tomorrow may prove to be quite challenging, especially considering that those ruffians might resort to underhanded tactics. Xiao Nanshan's expression suddenly grew stern. Father? It's nothing. I'm merely contemplating that tomorrow may indeed present another opportunity. Achoo! Su Huayin sneezed, rubbing his nose. After departing from the Adventurers Guild, he did not rush back to the base. He had only completed over 300 layers of the Bone King Shield, S 500-layer soul-devouring effect. With a daily chance to challenge a public dungeon, Su Huayin revisited the Blood-Red Monastery dungeon, pushing the soul-devouring layers of the Bone King Shield close to 400 before preparing to leave. However, as Su Huayin finished the dungeon and returned to the Greenwood Plaza, he was drawn in by a cacophony of hawking voices. Phantom Step skill, a powerful stealth skill for assassins, grants a brief invincibility frame upon use. Exchange for a warrior weapon or 2,000 pesos. Su Huayin was intrigued. Phantom Step? If it is this card. He turned towards the source of the sound and noticed that the vendors were a man and a woman, the man being particularly vocal. The woman, holding a milky white staff with both hands, appeared somewhat timid. The man's shouts quickly attracted a crowd. He then revealed the details of the Phantom Step card. Phantom Step, quality, blue, card type, skill card, effect, enters a force stealth state, gaining 0.5 seconds of void state, cooldown, 60 seconds. Stealth enhancement. This card can be stacked with stealth skill cards. Description, one of the most classic survival skills of the assassin. Acquisition methods, dropped by ninja soldiers, black-hearted merchants, system events, card pack draws. Restrictions, must have an assassin profession card in other slots. Dual mode, quick attack magic, banishes a designated ninja-type monster on the field, destroys one card on the opponent's field, and special summons the banished monster at the end of the turn. Void state, an invincibility frame. I must say, this card is exceedingly powerful. If utilized correctly, invincibility frames can be incredibly advantageous. However, the restrictions on this card are rather significant. It is a component of the Assassin Profession set, necessitating the presence of an Assassin Profession card in order to be placed in a slot. Consequently, while many are drawn to it, no one dares to bid. Brother, this card is quite impressive, but the necessity of an Assassin Profession card severely limits its utility. And acquiring such a card is no easy feat. Thus, I will offer you 800 pesos as an investment. Will you sell it to me? A bald man approached, making his bid. Such an offer clearly lacked sincerity. The minimum price was already 2,000, take it or leave it, or perhaps a weapon of the sword type would suffice. The seller remained quite firm. The intrinsic value of this card exceeded at least 5,000 pesos, making 2,000 an exceedingly low offer. The girl with the staff interjected. The card's value is indeed high, but it depends on the context, right? As it stands, it is only worth this amount. The bald man continued to haggle. This is a fixed price, no negotiations. Just then, Su Huayin stepped forward. After contemplating, he produced a card from his possession. This was a card he had kept for a long time. How about I trade you this card? Su Huayin displayed the Long Flow Sword card. Having acquired the White Tiger Blade, the Long Flow Sword had become nearly obsolete, making it better suited for exchange for something more useful, like this, Phantom Step. Before Su Huayin could finish, the bald man appeared displeased. Brother, I have my eye on this. Your actions are rather inappropriate. The bald man glared at Su Huayin, exuding a blatant threat. Chapter 67, Guild Beast Activity, Departure. Oh, is that so? You won't buy it, yet you won't allow me to? Su Huayin replied indifferently. Just as the girl with the staff had stated, the strength of this card could easily justify a price of 5,000 pesos. In the hands of an assassin system player, its value could surpass that of typical purple cards. It is central to the assassin class, greatly enhancing survivability. If wielded skillfully, it could allow one to take down a commanding officer amidst a tide of enemies and retreat unscathed. Yes, this card certainly appeals to me. The seller glanced at the card Su Huayin presented, a flicker of delight appearing on their face. Then let us exchange. Good. The seller, being straightforward, promptly handed over the Phantom Step card to Su Huayin while receiving the Long Flow Sword in return. The transaction was completed swiftly, with both parties exchanging items and currency in rapid succession. Excellent, kid. I will remember you. The bald man growled, turning his gaze towards the two sellers. And you? What a fool. Su Huayin completely disregarded the bald man, finding the threat rather amusing. It was merely a normal market competition. To resort to threats was laughably juvenile. Have the courage to leave the safe zone with me, the bald man said, his ire rising. Such provocation resembled a challenge to a duel or a petty schoolyard taunt. Su Huayin found it childish. However, if someone were willing to test this new card with their body, that could be quite interesting. Are you certain? Su Huayin smiled slightly, countering. Have the guts to follow me. The bald man, sensing a flicker of uncertainty, still mustered the resolve to say, all right, let us go, out of the city. Su Huayin nodded. Seeing Su Huayin agree so readily, the bald man grew anxious, feeling an inexplicable fear, as if he were an insect ensnared in a spider's web. With the youth before him advancing like a monstrous spider, exuding a demonic aura. I didn't eat today, wait for me. With that, the bald man surprisingly fled. Such a conclusion was unexpected for Su Huayin. He had not anticipated the bald man would simply run away. Was he not previously lacking in wit? Why had his intelligence suddenly surged? What a pity, Su Huayin lamented. This was merely a minor interlude. Having acquired the phantom step, Su Huayin mounted his fire-breathing dragon and headed home. As he sat on the dragon's back, Su Huayin pondered and adjusted the card slots for his clone. He still felt that including heaven and earth coexist was preferable, as its power remained formidable. After adjustments, the card slots were filled with heaven and earth coexist. Stealth stacked with phantom step, assassin profession card stacked with poison dagger. In the 3 slots for the clone, he had a total of 5 cards, 1 purple, 2 blue, 1 green, and 1 white, surpassing even the cards in his main body S slots. Of course, quality remained paramount. In terms of card quality, the clone was utterly overwhelmed by the original. When Su Huayin returned to the stronghold, darkness had already enveloped the sky. After enjoying a hearty dinner, they retired for the night. Time swiftly passed, leading to the dawn of a new day. In the morning, Ling Dong and Shi Yuru prepared a lavish spread, and everyone gathered around the table to partake in the feast. If all went as planned, the Guild Beast event was set to commence at 10 a.m. today. This would mark a crucial period for everyone involved. After all, one must be well fed to work effectively, right? Thus, breakfast was particularly sumptuous. Everyone, Ling Qiu stood up, holding a glass of orange juice. As the leader of the group, her action immediately captured everyone's attention. Today was the Guild Beast event, and each Guild Beast would drop a guild token upon defeat. The guild token was essential for establishing a guild, which was also related to unlocking the 5th card slot. Therefore, the guild token was deemed a strategic resource of significant value. This is our Eternal Life Guild's inaugural operation. May we hunt as many guild beasts as possible. Cheers! Ling Qiu declared. The crowd rose in unison, draining their glasses. Ling Qiu, once a guild president, exuded an undeniable charisma. During her address, Su Huayin sensed a faint, yet commanding aura from her, reminiscent of the esteemed Xiao and Tian. Once everyone had settled, Ling Qiu cast a knowing glance at Su Huayin, who appeared somewhat perplexed. Then, beneath the table, Ling Qiu gave him a gentle nudge. You should say a few words too, she urged him. Su Huayin hesitated, feeling somewhat flustered. This is a collective endeavor, and you are one of the leaders. It's only natural that you familiarize yourself with such matters. Don't be afraid. I'll assist you, Ling Qiu whispered in his ear. What should I say? Su Huayin realized that Ling Qiu was correct. Public speaking was one of the fundamental qualities of a leader. A leader cannot simply acquiesce. Just be natural, inspire some morale, Ling Qiu advised. While Su Huayin pondered her words, Ling Qiu suddenly called out, Next, let us hear from Mingo. This immediately drew all eyes to Su Huayin, clearing his throat. He stood up, mimicking Ling Qiu's earlier gesture of raising his glass. Everyone, the future belongs to us. Today is merely the beginning. The first step for our Eternal Life Guild. Cheers! Su Huayin proclaimed. Cheers! Ling Qiu was the first to echo, followed swiftly by the others. Unexpectedly, you seem to possess quite the leadership talent, Ling Qiu remarked, somewhat astonished as they took their seats. Cough, cough, don't flatter me, Su Huayin replied awkwardly. I'm just trying to boost your confidence, Ling Qiu retorted playfully. As the clock struck 10 a.m., a system notification resonated through the air. Ding! The Guild Beast event has officially commenced. The Guild Beast boss has descended. Defeating the Guild Beast boss guarantees a guild token. Immediately following the announcement, countless purple beams of light cascaded from the heavens. As per our plan, we'll split into 2 teams. Let us move out, Su Huayin declared. Chapter 68. Arrived, disembark, and commence the mission. You lot, follow me, Su Huayin instructed, rising to his feet. His team consisted of Ma Zhandong, Shi Yuru, and Jing Tian. Ma Zhandong specialized in the Ice Mage path and currently had a 3-card slot. Shi Yuru followed the Warrior path and also possessed a 2-card slot. Jing Tian, on the other hand, was a Necromancer with a 2-card slot, primarily utilizing the Skeleton Summoning skill, although she had the Holy Water for stealth. She still needed to possess the ability to single-handedly defeat elite monsters and the severely wounded Skeleton King to unlock her third card slot. Among their ranks, only Ma Zhandong and Ling Dong had achieved the third card slot. Ma Zhandong had achieved this through his own efforts, despite lacking access to the closed beta cards. He was still a closed beta player. As for Ling Dong, her prowess was undoubtedly bolstered by Ling Qiu's support, which was significant. However, that was Ling Qiu's affair and did not concern him. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Ling Qiu intended to mold Ling Dong into a support role, enhancing her abilities. Let us head in that direction, Su Huayin pointed. The target location was a bit distant from the stronghold, approximately several kilometers away. The fire dragon could only carry 2 passengers, making it impractical for the entire group to travel together. Thus, they would have to rely on a vehicle for transportation. Ma Zhandong, being able to drive, took the wheel, transporting Su Huayin and the others toward their destination. Their objective was to hunt a reinforced boss or an elite boss. Should they encounter an elite boss, they would disregard it and proceed to the next location. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Huayin delegated tasks for this mission. What is a reinforced boss? Shi Yuru inquired, as both she and Jing Tian were not familiar with the nuances of these unfamiliar entities. A reinforced boss is a classification of bosses, or rather, a tier of bosses, Su Huayin explained. Bosses start from ordinary levels, progressing to reinforced bosses, elite bosses, epic bosses, and so forth. This guild beast event can be considered a boon. Guild tokens typically have a chance to drop only from epic bosses. Upon hearing Su Huayin's elucidation, Shi Yuru and Jing Tian nodded in comprehension. Su Huayin continued, I just checked the large map. There are 13 guild beasts surrounding Qingwu City. We might encounter other factions. So remain vigilant and ready for combat. Yes, Minggu. Shi Yuru responded promptly. Su Huayin had prepared for the worst-case scenario. As the vehicle continued its journey, Su Huayin pondered and retrieved a card. I'll lend you this card, he said, passing it to Jing Tian. Among the trio, only Ma Zhandong's ice skills could provide substantial support. Shi Yuru could at least help divert attention and absorb some damage. Jing Tian's summoning and strengthening of skeletons would be of little use. After considerable thought, Su Huayin decided to lend Jing Tian the rock control card. Is this a purple card? Jing Tian asked, her excitement palpable. Yes, your skeleton summoning build is currently of little utility. Primarily utilize this card for range support. Su Huayin instructed. Understood, Minggu. I'll ensure the task is completed, Jing Tian affirmed, accepting the card eagerly. Noticing Su Huayin lending out a purple card, Ma Zhandong felt a twinge of envy. He cleared his throat and asked, cough, Minggu, do you have any extra cards to lend me? None, Su Huayin shrugged. Cough. It's just that, magic orb, my mana isn't sufficient. If I had that card, my sustainability would greatly improve, Ma Zhandong explained. Were you eyeing that all along? Su Huayin chuckled. It's evident you had ulterior motives. All right, I'll lend it to you. But remember, clear accounts among close friends, no underhanded dealings, Su Huayin reminded him. Of course not. I am not that kind of person. This card is quite useful to me, so you may keep it. It is valued at approximately 2,000 pesos. I will purchase from you later or exchange it for cards you can utilize, Ma Zhandong articulated his thoughts. What I desire now is to enhance my combat strength for the forthcoming battles. Su Huayin seemed to acknowledge Ma Zhandong's statement. Furthermore, he had a fair understanding of Ma Zhandong, as he had mentioned himself. Between Su Huayin and Ma Zhandong, a simple drink or a few grilled sausages held no significance. Expensive items were not for free. After all, no one owed anyone anything. Additionally, once monetary interests arose among friends, their friendship would lose its purity. Here, I lend it to you, Su Huayin said, producing the magic sphere card and handing it to Ma Zhandong. Having already lent out 2 cards, Su Huayin's mindset began to shift. Yet unexpectedly, Shi Yuru refused. No need. Give this card to Jing Tian. She provides long-range support. I wish to fight alongside you. Her gaze was resolute. Su Huayin couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Shi Yuru's determined eyes. All right. He gave her a thumbs up. While cards were undoubtedly important, they were merely tools. The true essence lay in the person wielding them. Shi Yuru's character, if not destined for greatness, certainly held promise for a bright future. Then let us proceed as you suggest, Su Huayin agreed. After some arrangements, Jing Tian essentially transformed into Su Huayin's auxiliary operative. Of course, her combat prowess was not formidable, but she did not seem averse to this arrangement. Rather, she appeared quite pleased. Or to put it in her own words, she preferred to serve as a logistical support personnel. Ma Zhandong received a boost in blue bars from Su Huayin. The most extraordinary, however, was Shi Yuru. The girl he had rescued during an earlier incident was slowly beginning to shine in her own right. After approximately an hour of jolting, the vehicle finally came to a halt near a field. Through the window, they beheld a creature resembling a bipedal lobster standing amidst the farmland. We've arrived. Disembark and commence work. Chapter 69, surrounding the dark golden armored boss. We've arrived. Get ready for battle. Su Huayin pushed open the car door and stepped out from the passenger seat. Ma Zhandong and the others followed suit, descending from the vehicle. The dark golden-armored, enhanced level boss stood approximately 2 meters tall, resembling a small lobster on its hind legs, exuding a metallic sheen with sharp angles. Fortunately, it is merely an enhanced level boss. Otherwise, we would have to relocate, Su Huayin remarked, brandishing a blade nearly the size of a door, feeling a sense of relief. Even with the assistance of numerous allies, he felt almost no chance against an elite-level boss. Although he had detected the creature's presence, Su Huayin did not rush in. Instead, he first circled the area, ensuring no one was hiding nearby before preparing to engage the guild monster. The journey had taken nearly an hour, and it was entirely possible someone had arrived ahead of them. However, for now, that possibility seemed unlikely. I believe I have seen this monster before, Manhwaedit stated. The dark golden-armored boss has a weakness to ice. After sustaining heavy damage, it will enter a curled-up armored state, which can be broken with ice elemental attacks. Otherwise, it will recover some health. Su Huayin replied, then boldly strode toward the guild monster. The subsequent mechanism breaking is up to you. With the great sword in hand, Ma Zhendong, Shi Yuru, and Jing Tian were all prepared. Su Huayin's current strength, even with his doppelganger, was still insufficient to challenge an enhanced level boss alone. Yuru, just provide support from the side. You cannot withstand a blow from the boss. Su Huayin reminded Shi Yuru. Truth be told, he greatly admired her courage. She chose to forego logistical safety to confront the enhanced level boss alongside him, even if her role was merely to provide support and feigned attacks. I will. Shi Yuru replied. Then let us begin. A gleam ignited in Su Huayin's eyes as he strode forward to confront the dark golden-armored boss. The boss immediately detected Su Huayin, its arms flowing like liquid, transforming into two blade-like protrusions before dashing toward him. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as Su Huayin used the broad side of his white tiger blade as a shield, feeling the immense force push him back, nearly compromising his balance. Yet, at that moment, a stone mill flew in from the side, colliding with the dark golden-armored boss. The boss turned, one hand morphing into a long blade to swat the stone mill aside. But the onslaught was not over. A frost arrow shot in from a cunning angle, striking the dark golden-armored boss before it even noticed. Upon impact, the ice arrow shattered, enveloping the boss in a cloud of frost. Clearly, such an attack had little effect on it. The boss's constitution began at 120 points. However, despite inflicting no damage, Ma Zhendong had achieved his objective. The frost cloud clung to the dark golden-armored boss, leaving it with patches of icy blue. This was the slowing effect of the frost arrow, reducing attack and movement speed. With the interference of his two companions, Su Huayin caught his breath, gripping the white tiger blade tightly as he aimed for the boss's head. With a fierce shout, he unleashed all his might into the strike. The force of his blow was akin to splitting the heavens. The dark golden-armored boss, not one to be trifled with, swiftly transformed its arms into two shields, blocking the attack. At this moment, Shi Yuru surged from the side, attempting to strike at the boss's head. Unfortunately, her speed and strength fell short. The boss's tail lashed out like a whip, sending Shi Yuru flying several meters away. Su Huayin's white tiger blade finally struck against the twin shields formed by the dark golden-armored boss. True to its nature as an enhanced level boss, the feedback from the impact made it clear that his attack was entirely deflected. Nevertheless, a smirk crept onto Su Huayin's lips. He had never anticipated cleaving the boss in one blow. After all, this was not a minor creature, but an enhanced level boss with a strength exceeding 100. His attack was merely a means to create an opportunity. Suddenly, a dagger appeared at the dark golden-armored boss's throat, plunging deeply into its flesh. A dark green blood spurted forth. The dark golden-armored boss immediately entered a state of fury. With a swift motion of its shield-like hand, it unleashed a devastating blow, one capable of obliterating its nearly unenhanced clone in a single strike. Yet, just as the dark golden-armored boss was about to land its hit, the clone vanished once more. Phantom step. How dare you reveal yourself before me? Do you hold me in such contempt? The dark golden-armored boss instinctively initiated a defensive maneuver, akin to a mosquito that, after drawing blood, reflexively swats at its tormentor. However, the clone's power attributes were insufficient. Even when the poison dagger found its mark on the neck, it merely grazed the skin. Die! Su Huayin roared as he swung his white tiger blade down once more. The blade was indeed fierce, yet lacked agility. As he struck again, the dark golden-armored boss managed to react in time. Nevertheless, it still bore some impact. This time, the white tiger blade's slash was not perfectly defended against. The tremendous force sent the dark golden-armored boss staggering back a step. At that moment, the stone mill that had been flung away previously came crashing back down, accompanied by another icy arrow soaring towards it. Powerful. This boss was the most formidable Su Huayin had encountered thus far. Despite enduring numerous attacks, it remained resolute. Furthermore, after withstanding several rounds, the boss delivered a forceful cleave, separating Su Huayin from the entanglement and propelling itself towards Ma Zhendong, who had been the most troublesome, landing almost every hit and significantly hindering its movement. Be careful, Su Huayin shouted. This boss was truly ruthless, having forcibly pushed him back. Under the influence of inertia, Su Huayin stumbled back 2.5 steps before regaining his footing, while the dark golden armored boss charged towards Ma Zhendong. Besides the direct confrontation with Su Huayin, there was also the elusive clone that remained undetected. Ma Zhendong's distractions were of utmost significance. Crack! A wall of earth materialized before the dark golden armored boss, only to be shattered in an instant upon impact. Witnessing this, Ma Zhendong turned pale. All he could do now was cast another ice arrow. The icy projectile exploded upon hitting the dark golden armored boss. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the empty space. Get down. It was Su Huayin's voice. Without hesitation, Ma Zhendong obeyed the command and dropped to the ground. At that moment, a figure emerged from the side, colliding with the dark golden armored boss at a right angle. Who else could it be but Su Huayin's clone? The clone latched onto the boss like a vice, limbs securing it in place. With a sudden burst, countless barbs sprouted from the boss's body. This was its unique trait. Every part of its form could morph into a weapon. Within moments, Su Huayin's clone was transformed into a pincushion. Yet, the clone's mission was accomplished. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, sending a terrifying shockwave that toppled the only other standing figure nearby, Jing Tian. Su Huayin, rushing in, had to momentarily halt his advance, using his white tiger blade as a shield against the swirling dust and debris. After weathering the initial ferocious wave of impact, he pressed onward against the wind, heading towards the epicenter of the explosion. Despite the formidable might of the heaven and earth coexist skill, it was still insufficient to slay even a boss with 3 slots, let alone this enhanced version. Although the enhanced boss had sustained some prior injuries, this blow alone was not enough to claim its life, only to severely wound it. Thud! Su Huayin's white tiger blade came crashing down upon the dark golden armored boss, now battered and bloodied, yet still managing to intercept the strike. However, with a crack, the hand that had transformed into a shield was cleaved back into its original form. Su Huayin relentlessly swung his blade, aiming to prevent the boss from fleeing. Indeed, any creature aware of impending peril, barring a few mindless exceptions, would instinctively seek to escape. Su Huayin had no intention of allowing it to slip away after enduring such hardship. Spitting out a mouthful of blood-tainted dust, Ma Zhendong struggled to his feet. He slapped a card onto himself, from which a surge of green energy erupted, rejuvenating his pallid complexion. The epicenter of the recent explosion was still about 7 or 8 meters away, and since he was not within the core zone and had acted quickly to drop, he had narrowly escaped death. Recognizing Su Huayin's need for support, he gritted through the pain and rose, pointing his finger. This time, it was not an ice arrow but rather vines that erupted from the ground, ensnaring one of the dark golden armored boss's legs, though they were almost immediately broken free. On the other side, Yuru attempted to rise but found herself unable to stand. She could only manage to lift her head slightly, observing the fierce battle between Su Huayin and the dark golden armored boss. It was hard to fathom that Su Huayin was engaged in combat with such a terrifyingly powerful creature. The dark golden armored boss was being relentlessly pushed back by Su Huayin's continuous strikes, each blow delivered with fierce determination. Yet, every attack was still met with resistance. At that moment, the dark golden armored boss stumbled, tripping over a rock that had suddenly appeared beneath its feet. If Su Huayin failed to seize this opportunity, he might as well retire. Die! Su Huayin's white tiger blade plunged into the boss's defenses as it lost its balance. Crack! A massive gash was carved into the waist of the dark golden armored boss, nearly severing it in two. A spray of dark green blood arced through the air. Yet, even so, the dark golden armored boss did not perish. Its form rapidly coalesced, morphing into a spherical shape, triggering its death protection mechanism. In this state of near demise, it entered a hibernation-like slumber. Only sufficient ice-type attacks could awaken it from this slumber. Otherwise, the grievous wound would heal, though it would emerge significantly weakened. Now, Ma Zhendong had been waiting for this very moment. He extended his hand, unleashing a powerful strike. In an instant, 5 icy arrows were unleashed, all striking the dark golden armored boss. A chilling aura enveloped the creature, forcibly awakening it from its dormant state. Its curled form unfurled, and a stream of thick green blood gushed forth. Now, the only thing left for it was to lie there and await its demise. At last, the moment had come to vanquish it. Su Huayin approached the dark golden armored boss, raising his white tiger blade. With a decisive stroke, he cleaved the boss in two, finally bringing it down. A purple card materialized from the corpse of the dark golden armored boss, which Su Huayin grasped eagerly. Guild order. Quality. Purple. Card type. System item. Effect. One of the necessary conditions for establishing a guild. Acquisition method. Chance drop from epic level bosses or above, black-hearted merchants, system events. At last, it was in his possession. He wondered how things were faring for Ling Qiu. Chapter 71. Battles across the land. By a small pond, a young girl wielding a laser sword, enveloped in a radiant glow, inhaled the fresh air deeply. Opposite her stood a grotesque humanoid creature, its body covered in what appeared to be grotesque tumors. The creature bore numerous wounds, yet none seemed fatal. This environment was indeed more favorable for Su Huayin, given the nearby water that could enhance his combat prowess to some degree. Damn it, is this what a strengthened boss looks like? Ling Qiu slapped the card onto her body. A beam of yellow light burst forth from the card, penetrating her form and restoring some of her stamina. Just then, a green light flickered around her, alleviating some of the pain in her body. Bang! An arrow shot from behind, soaring like a meteor toward the tumor-laden humanoid monster. Ling Qiu immediately advanced, refusing to grant this strengthened boss a moment's respite. She had been entangled with the creature for nearly half an hour now, and its stamina was evidently waning. Now, it lacked the energy to evade the arrows. With a resounding thud, the creature was pushed back a step. Lu Xiaozhu's skill, repelling arrow. It dealt minimal damage but provided ample control. Seizing the opportunity created by the creature's momentary setback, Ling Qiu leapt forward. Residual, thunderous energy coursed through the monster's body. Now was the time. Thunder slash. Ling Qiu's laser sword descended, and the lingering thunderous energy seemed to be drawn to it, wreaking havoc upon the creature and causing its movements to become rigid. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, with a sharp crack, the creature's head was severed. Its massive head flew away, and a purple card emerged from the monster's corpse. She had done it. Ling Qiu, barely able to maintain her balance, knelt on the ground, struggling to keep herself upright. She had truly underestimated the strength of the strengthened boss. She wondered how that fellow was faring. Hopefully, all was well. At another abandoned factory, the scene was far more chaotic than that of Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Over 20 players were divided into several teams, engaging in combat with the boss. One player, clad in a large shield, was enveloped in layers of buffs. Empowered by these enhancements, he stood resolutely against the guild beast boss. With such an array of bonuses, even a novice could become formidable. Although it appeared that only 4 players were battling the boss, in reality, more than 20 were engaged in the fray. Not far off, 2 individuals were observing the commotion. Mayor Xiao, where did you procure such an abundance of auxiliary cards? A man inquired beside Xiao Nantian. Haha, just acquired them casually. Xiao Nantian replied vaguely. Such matters were not to be disclosed. If all went smoothly, this guild beast boss would be easily subdued. However, not every battlefield was so fortuitous. Near a highway, a guild beast boss, a wolf-like monster adorned with green crystal clusters, loomed, a protective shield shimmering around it. What the hell is going on with this boss? A man wielding an axe retreated a step. After paying a hefty price to shatter the shield, it reappeared almost instantly. We can't fight it. Retreat. Realizing the situation was dire, he issued the command to withdraw. But retreating was not as simple as it seemed. All around, battles raged on. In the vicinity of Qingmu City alone, there were 5 skirmishes against guild beasts, with even more yet to ignite. For instance, a 10-member squad spotted a spider-like grand boss from a distance, but chose not to engage, swiftly vacating the area instead. This was an elite-level boss. Whoever wished to fight could do so. They certainly had no intention of courting death. Drones circled around a total of 13 guild beast bosses, compiling all data into a single location. What's the status? A young girl inquired upon arriving at the monitoring base. Immediately, someone approached her. Miss, there are currently 13 guild beasts near Qingmu City, including 3 elite-level bosses and 10 strengthened bosses. 6 teams are currently engaging the 10 strengthened bosses, and 2 squads have successfully defeated guild beasts, the staff member reported, pulling up 2 video recordings. They showcased the moments when Su Huayin's and Ling Qiu's teams defeated their respective bosses. These 2 leaders exhibited exceptional prowess, easily identifiable as internal testers. Particularly the woman, Ling Qiu's image was magnified. Upon recognition, her identity was confirmed. One of the internal tester red card players and the leader of the Zero Guild, Ling Qiu. Only she could wield the red card level 0 arms. Her identity was rather unmistakable, given the red 0 arms emblazoned on her chest. What about Su Huayin? Can we identify him? Xiaoying inquired. Su Huayin. The staff member hesitated. He's the one who took down the guild beast boss, Xiaoying clarified. The staff member then retrieved the footage of Su Huayin's battle. Are you referring to him? His identity remains undetermined for now. According to intelligence from a group of internal testers, there are numerous characters who followed the warrior path during the testing phase. However, if we consider the aspect of his clones, and given that he is a top-tier player, there is an 80% chance he is Mingjing Zhishui, the champion of the duel mode during the 2-year internal testing anniversary, who consistently ranks in the top 10 of the arena mode. The staff member analyzed. While they could not be 100% certain, narrowing it down to the circle of top players, Su Huayin's distinctive clones had nearly revealed his identity. What about our team? Our team currently finds itself in a most favorable position, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The staff has activated another surveillance feed. However, upon witnessing the content displayed, a sudden wave of unease washed over him. A grave danger loomed not from the monstrous entities, but from rival players. A colossal fireball, surpassing 100 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens like a miniature sun, radiating heat so intense it felt as if it could roast a person alive. Retreat was no longer an option. This was an assault aimed at annihilating everyone present. Perched atop a nearby building, a man, having unleashed this formidable attack, instantly succumbed to exhaustion. Surrounding him was an entire team, cloaked in multiple layers of buffs. "Let us go," the group urged, dragging the exhausted man away. Yet, at that moment, a man and woman barred their path. These were the very individuals who had previously exchanged Phantom Step with Su Huayin. "At last, we awaited your move." The man addressed the girl beside him, who clutched a staff. "Ling, bestow me with buffs." The girl nodded in response, waving her staff to channel a milky white light into the man's body. "Be careful, brother," she cautioned as she waved her staff once more, conjuring the ethereal image of a tree adorned with multicolored fruits behind her. A radiant glow enveloped the man, forming a crimson shield around him. "Seven-colored tree. You are the seven-colored tree." Someone immediately recognized the girl's spectral companion, thus confirming her identity, a well-known player. As the immense fireball plummeted, the previously motionless Xiao Nantian finally sprang into action. A card materialized in his hand. "I've awaited this moment," he murmured. "The last time Xiaoying was abducted. It was orchestrated by that group using the Black Glove organization. The suddenness of it all took him by surprise. He had not anticipated their sheer ruthlessness. What added to the awkwardness was that before they could negotiate with him, Xiaoying had already been rescued. Though Xiaoying was safe, he had merely eliminated the fleeing leader of the Black Glove faction, leaving him without a valid reason to confront the others. It was uncertain whether to laugh or to cry in such a predicament. This operation aimed not only to acquire the guild token, but also to create an opportunity, two birds with one stone, to eliminate them all. Xiao Nantian vanished from his original position, only to reappear beneath the massive fireball. He gazed upward at the descending inferno and hurled a purple card into the sky. In an instant, a colossal rift in space materialized, resembling a black hole, swallowing the immense fireball whole. "Alas, we lack sufficient manpower. Had that Su Huayin been willing to assist, I would have possessed ample strength to raid their stronghold," Xiao Nantian mused, knowing that any attempt now would likely result in a mass exodus. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. In chaotic times, one must employ severe measures. This group, having forsaken their principles in pursuit of self-interest and status, must be eradicated entirely. Only then can I liberate myself from constraints and restore credibility. We are in a new era. The antiquated bureaucratic methods are no longer tenable. This is not a desire for dictatorship, but rather, it is the most suitable system for our current circumstances. There is no best system, only the most appropriate one. At this moment, a singular voice is the most fitting. Su Huayin remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Nantian had seized this opportunity to cleanse the house. After securing the guild token card, Su Huayin hurried to check on the condition of Ma Zhendong and the others. As he bore the brunt of the damage, they had suffered comparatively minor injuries. Ma Zhendong bore the most severe wounds, primarily from the explosive backlash of his own doppelganger. Jing Tian fared the best, sustaining only a glancing blow from the aftershock of heaven and earth sharing, while Shi Yuru was struck lightly by the boss's tail. Her injuries exacerbated due to her low stats. Let us return to the base. Su Huayin and Jing Tian assisted the injured Ma Zhendong and Shi Yuru into the vehicle. As Su Huayin started the engine, they departed, heading towards their stronghold. "Brother Ming, these are your cards." Jing Tian promptly returned 2 cards to Su Huayin. Although these cards were powerful, she recognized that she was not cut out for combat. Her desire was simply to remain with Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. As an early member of the team, should the team flourish, she would still be able to secure a leadership position in logistics, where combat prowess was less critical. After all, loyalty can sometimes outweigh ability. Approximately an hour later, Su Huayin and his companions returned to the base. At that moment, Ling Qiu and the others had yet to arrive. However, Su Huayin was not overly concerned. He had great faith in Ling Qiu's abilities. Roughly half an hour after their return, another vehicle pulled up to the base, indicating Ling Qiu's return. How did it go? Su Huayin tossed a bag of apple juice to Ling Qiu, her favorite beverage, which she had specifically requested during a previous supply run. "What else? With my intervention, how could anything have gone awry?" Ling Qiu replied, gulping down the juice and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "And you?" she countered. "Of course. I secured some as well," Su Huayin replied, producing a purple card to showcase before Ling Qiu. Upon seeing this, Ling Qiu revealed her own purple card, another guild token. Having collectively taken down 2 out of 13 guild beasts, it was time to celebrate. "However, I must admit, my judgment was slightly flawed," Ling Qiu conceded openly. "The strength of the enhanced boss exceeded my expectations. My initial plan was for us to each lead 2 teams, achieving a nearly flawless clear, doubling our efficiency. I never anticipated we would incur so many injuries during a single battle. It seems my gaming mindset led me astray." Ling Qiu lightly tapped her forehead in annoyance. Now, all teammates were living, breathing individuals who could sustain injuries, or worse. Previously, having partnered with Su Huayin, whose formidable defense and resilience had allowed her to overlook this reality. In response to Ling Qiu's apology and reflection, Su Huayin held an opposing view. "We are merely ordinary people in reality. Do not hold yourself to excessively high standards." Simply recognizing this is commendable, as awareness fosters improvement. Moreover, from the results, we have undeniably achieved a resounding victory, acquiring 2 guild tokens, while our teammates gained valuable experience battling the boss. Furthermore, the team activities serve to enhance the cohesion of our guild. All those who participated in today's battle will foster a sense of belonging to the guild we are constructing for our future. Moreover, I did not oppose this endeavor initially, which also implicates my responsibility. Overall, it has been a worthwhile experience. Chapter 73, Heart to Heart. The post-battle debriefing has concluded. Although the 2 individuals did not exhibit much maturity, the outcome was nonetheless commendable. Victory can obscure certain flaws. What shall we do next? Su Huayin inquired. The past is behind us. Regret is futile. What matters now is to look ahead. Henceforth, we shall act together. I glanced at the map and noted there are a total of 13 locations, currently, for have vanished, indicating that 4 guild monsters have been slain, leaving 9 remaining. If the 2 of us proceed together, we might secure 1 or 2 more guild tokens, proposed Ling Qiu. Very well. Do you wish to rest for a moment? After a brief respite, we shall set forth, Su Huayin concurred. Following the conclusion of this guild event, future opportunities to obtain guild tokens will hinge on our ability to confront epic bosses. It is evident that, for the foreseeable future, no one, or any faction, will possess the requisite strength to do so. Those who manage to acquire guild tokens during this event will be able to sell them for a substantial profit. No need. I am not injured, and my stamina has nearly replenished on the way back. We can depart now, Ling Qiu stated decisively. Seeing this, Su Huayin offered no objections. After advising the others to rest well, the 2 made their way outside the stronghold. Su Huayin swapped his cards and summoned the fire-breathing dragon. Let's go? Su Huayin waved to Ling Qiu. Naturally, Ling Qiu positioned herself behind Su Huayin, wrapping her arms around his waist. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Su Huayin. Previously, when collaborating with Ling Qiu, it had been much the same. However, now their steed was a dragon, rather than a motorcycle. Moreover, his level of trust in Ling Qiu seemed to parallel, if not surpass, that which he held for Ma Zhendong, especially after having shared so many experiences together. Let's go? Ling Qiu gently nudged Su Huayin, pulling him from his reverie. All right, let us depart. Su Huayin cast aside his disjointed thoughts and, with Ling Qiu, soared toward another location. By the way, haven't we seen any military presence? Su Huayin casually queried, feeling the wind rush around them. We are not in a significant area, at most. There are some security personnel and armed police, Ling Qiu responded. Is that so? I wondered why I had never encountered any military. Su Huayin remarked with newfound understanding. This is merely an ordinary small city, lacking any strategic value or transportation routes. Even if there were military forces, they would not be stationed here. Having broached this topic, Su Huayin suddenly recalled his encounter with Xiao Nantian from the previous day. Speaking of which, what is your opinion of the local authorities? Su Huayin asked somewhat tentatively, sensing the need for a deeper discussion with Ling Qiu. Authorities? Ling Qiu echoed, intrigued. Yes, the local authorities. What are your thoughts? Su Huayin reiterated. I have yet to interact with them, nor do I wish to. I need a force that belongs to me, or rather, to the 2 of us. Ling Qiu declared with ambition. Authorities? Righteousness? Nothing can be relied upon. Only the power we hold in our hands, only the influence we have, can be trusted. What? You don't aspire to be like Song Jiang, do you? Ling Qiu raised an eyebrow, questioning. How could that be? Su Huayin hastily denied. Everyone knows how that story ends. I merely believe that if the authorities are competent, perhaps we could explore some form of cooperation, Su Huayin suggested. A partnership of sorts. Cooperation? With their arrogance, they would only consider us as mere subservients. At least for now, we lack the capital for any collaboration. Such cooperation requires that the power disparity between both parties not be too vast, Ling Qiu asserted. It was clear that she held a significant wariness, if not outright hostility, toward the formidable entity of the authorities. How about you? What is your perspective? Ling Qiu countered. Me? Su Huayin was caught off guard by the question. Let me think. No rush. Take your time, Ling Qiu encouraged gently. After several moments, Su Huayin finally responded. It's a bit complicated, he said, his tone imbued with a dreamlike quality. Oh, complicated? How so? Ling Qiu inquired, intrigued. I wish for the authorities to be strong enough to suppress all, even to restore order to the world. However, I recognize that this is unattainable. Conversely, I hope for them to be weaker, allowing us the space to grow and thrive. Yet the mere thought of such a colossal entity is daunting. Upon hearing Su Huayin's words, Ling Qiu erupted into laughter. What is so amusing? Su Huayin asked, puzzled. I never imagined you to be so patriotic, Ling Qiu teased. Of course, I sincerely wish for my homeland to thrive, Su Huayin retorted, somewhat exasperated. At Ling Qiu's remark, her expression turned solemn. You see, we can perceive this descent of the card domain as both a crisis and an opportunity, as it grants us the chance to gain strength and eventually, with our own hands, to reshape and cultivate this beautiful land, Ling Qiu proclaimed with an almost reverent tone. Oh, do you mean? Su Huayin's eyes brightened as the fog before him dissipated. What I mean is that regardless of our ideals or aspirations, we must first possess the power to realize them. Chapter 74. This news comes free. In a dilapidated community near a fountain, a grotesque creature wielding a steel fork was wreaking havoc upon its surroundings. Trees as thick as wash basins snapped easily under its assault. Above the creature's head appeared a line of text, Black Fork Rakshasa, Elite Boss. As the monster meandered, a fire-breathing dragon descended upon it. Upon realizing that this creature was an elite boss, Su Huayin turned slightly to glance at Ling Qiu, who sat behind him. An elite monster. It seems we have virtually no chance of success. Upon identifying the boss below as an elite-level adversary, Su Huayin immediately dismissed any thoughts of confrontation. This is beyond our current capabilities. Even with Ling Qiu by his side, the odds did not appear favorable. Moreover, their objective was to secure guild tokens, not to engage in a futile battle with the monster. Let us depart. We shall mark this location and proceed to the next one, Ling Qiu replied without hesitation. Agreed. That was my thought as well. Elite bosses are best left until we have all 4 card slots or a few more allies. Su Huayin noted as he prepared to leave. However, suddenly, something caught his eye. What is this? Su Huayin noticed an object above him. Dragon, ascend. Su Huayin commanded. Responding to the command, the fire-breathing dragon immediately lifted Su Huayin and Ling Qiu into the sky. What is happening? Ling Qiu asked, puzzled. As they spoke, the object above rapidly grew larger in Su Huayin's line of sight. Is that a drone? Su Huayin exclaimed as he approached the drone. The drone's camera was fixated on the dark crossroads of the Rakshasa boss below. A drone? Should we obliterate it? Zero Qiu unsheathed his laser sword, ready to destroy the drone. Su Huayin, however, remained indifferent, lost in contemplation. As Zero Qiu's blade descended, the drone erupted into a brilliant explosion of flames. Do you think it's possible that this drone's presence here is not mere coincidence? Su Huayin speculated. What do you mean? Zero Qiu sheathed his weapon, a contemplative expression gracing his face. I wonder if there are surveillance systems set up near all the guild beast spawn points, Su Huayin conjectured. Are you suggesting that other factions have been monitoring the situation with these 13 guild beasts? That all our previous actions have been recorded? Zero Qiu, sharp-witted, quickly grasped Su Huayin's implication. It is likely the authorities, if it is indeed them. Su Huayin began to rummage through his belongings. Soon, he retrieved a business card given to him by Xiao Nantian, which bore a phone number. Now, with only 8 guild beasts remaining, perhaps half of them are elite bosses. If we delay, we might lose everything. Should I make a call? Su Huayin proposed. Just as they were about to locate this elite boss, another of the 9 remaining guild monsters was eliminated, leaving only 8. Su Huayin sought to ascertain the levels of the remaining guild beast bosses from Xiao Nantian and whether they were currently being targeted. Let me think. Zero Qiu began to ponder. In this situation, hesitating could mean losing everything. There are countless heroes out there. Although I prefer not to engage with the authorities, the value of the guild orders is exceedingly high. The officials are not benevolent. Acquiring this information might come at a steep price. Zero Qiu expressed her concerns. We can negotiate. However, if they demand exorbitant fees, then there is nothing left to discuss, Su Huayin replied. All right, let's proceed. Zero Qiu finally acquiesced. Conveniently, they were situated above a residential area, so they descended to find a phone. Su Huayin led Zero Qiu into the nearby residential building. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room, one of the screens suddenly flickered into static, immediately drawing attention. What happened? Xiaoying inquired. Her duty was to oversee the monitors and promptly relay any developments to Xiao Nantian. A drone has been destroyed, a staff member responded. Quickly, pull up the footage from before the explosion, Xiaoying commanded. She was no naive fool. Had this unforeseen incident not occurred, her intended trajectory was towards a political career. Yes, ma'am. The staff member swiftly operated the system, retrieving the previous recordings and beginning to rewind. Upon witnessing the moment before the drone was shot down, Xiaoying's pupils constricted slightly. Is it him? And is Zero Qiu embracing Su Huayin from behind? Xiaoying bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the monitor, particularly on Zero Qiu's arm encircling Su Huayin's waist. Just then, fortune smiled upon her. A phone rang from her pocket. Xiaoying pulled out the phone. It belonged to Xiao Nantian and was temporarily entrusted to her. As the midfield commander, she was the nexus of all communications. The screen displayed an unknown caller. Xiaoying pressed to answer. Instantly, a familiar voice resonated through the phone. Hello, is this Mayor Xiao? Why is it you? Xiaoying blurted out. That voice belonged to her. On the other end, hearing the voice from the phone, Su Huayin appeared somewhat taken aback. Why is it Xiaoying? Shouldn't it be Xiao Nantian? However, considering that Xiao Nantian's phone was in Xiaoying's possession, it wasn't entirely unexpected. I'm looking for your father. After initially recovering from the surprise, Su Huayin transitioned directly to the point. He is not here. I'm in charge now. Feel free to communicate any matters directly with me, Xiaoying replied, regaining her composure. Su Huayin hesitated, sensing that Xiaoying might not be reliable. After all, she had been kidnapped previously. You have drones stationed near every guild beast, correct? Su Huayin inquired. Yes. Xiaoying hesitated before confirming. I want information on the remaining living elite guild beast bosses. What conditions can you propose? Su Huayin expressed his sincerity. The situation regarding the remaining elite bosses, you say? Xiaoying instinctively glanced at the screen before her. Upon seeing a battlefield, a smile crept onto her lips. The guild beast located 30 degrees northeast of Qingmu City. You can head there. This information is complimentary, no reward needed. As she spoke, the screen zoomed in, revealing a group clad in starlight heavy industry attire besieging an elite boss. The guild beast located 30 degrees northeast. Su Huayin noted the system map and quickly pinpointed the location Xiao Ying had mentioned. It was indeed an elite boss. Hurry. The remaining 5 elite guild beasts are under siege. If we delay any longer, we might lose everything. Xiao Ying concluded and hung up the call, leaving Su Huayin and Zero Qiu in a state of confusion. The two were prepared for a potential trap. Information given for free. I sense a conspiracy. Su Huayin mused, stroking his chin. When things seem amiss, there's usually something lurking beneath. Zero Qiu, what do you think? Su Huayin solicited her opinion. Several conjectures formed in his mind, though lacking evidence to substantiate them. I suspect it's a case of using a knife to kill from the shadows. Zero Qiu shared her speculation. I too have considered that possibility, but let us investigate first. If we wait too long, we may lose everything, Su Huayin remarked. Let us go. We can at least confirm that the guild beast boss in that direction is of elite status. Zero Qiu urged Su Huayin to hasten their departure. Indeed. Let us move. Under Su Huayin's guidance, the fire-breathing dragon sped forth, given that the target location was not too distant. Su Huayin and Zero Qiu arrived in the vicinity within just over half an hour. From the sky, they beheld a magnificent scene below. The battle involved 2 towering giants, each approximately 5 meters high. One was undoubtedly the guild beast boss, the twin-blade battle mantis elite boss, while the other was a robot of comparable stature. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. It was evident that the robot's movements were rather rigid, almost entirely being overpowered by the twin-blade battle mantis boss. However, bolstering the robot from behind were dozens of individuals clad in starlight heavy industry uniforms, continuously employing low-level skills such as mechanical repair and mechanical enhancement. What should have been a swift defeat for the massive robot instead saw it enduring the assault, inflicting considerable damage upon the guild beast boss. Given the current dynamics, it was only a matter of time before the guild beast boss would be worn down. Strength in numbers indeed. In most instances, this statement holds true. It seems to reflect the strategy of utilizing war machines, does it not? As an internal tester, Ling Qiu possesses an intricate understanding of the various tactics employed during the beta phase. This particular style is quite prevalent, especially during guild wars, where war machine cards are deployed alongside a multitude of repairmen and enhancers, striving to maintain the war machines for as long as possible. Although war machines may be cumbersome, they offer a distinct advantage. Provided that the number of repairmen and enhancers is sufficient, they can function almost perpetually. Indeed, it is surprising to encounter a war machine here. Su Huayin did not approach the battlefield directly, but instead sought a nearby location to land. The fire-breathing dragon now merely served as a means of transportation. For the ensuing battle, wielding the white tiger blade would be more advantageous. Equip the black tiger sword, Su Huayin instructed Ling Qiu. The combination of sword and blade grants additional attributes, does it not? Certainly, Ling Qiu affirmed in response. Without this additional attribute, the black tiger sword would fall slightly short compared to her native card. However, with the sword blade combination attribute, the benefits of the black tiger sword would surpass those of her own card significantly. What is the plan? Ling Qiu inquired as she donned the black tiger sword. The moment both weapons materialized in the air, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu felt a surge of power coursing through them. No specific plan, we shall observe the developments. This guild beast boss will likely retreat once it sustains substantial damage, and that will be our cue to act. Su Huayin opted for the most prudent course of action. The war machine strategy lacks pursuit capabilities, making it suitable only for large-scale battles. Applying it in a boss fight is a reluctant necessity. Very well. We shall wait and see, Ling Qiu concurred. Remarkably, the two had cultivated an unspoken synergy that they were not even aware of. Whenever one proposed a strategy, if the other deemed it acceptable, there would be no objections. This mutual understanding is one of the key reasons for their pleasant collaboration thus far. Let us proceed in that direction. If it attempts to flee, that way is the optimal escape route, Su Huayin indicated. Together, they set off in that direction, prepared to lie in wait for their opportunity. Time passed, and Su Huayin's plan was, in fact, sound. However, there is a saying, plans cannot keep pace with changes. Too slow. In the blink of an eye, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had waited for nearly an hour. Yet, the guild beast boss merely exhibited slight signs of fatigue. Moreover, there was an even graver issue. Only 4 guild beast markers remained on the map. According to the intelligence gathered from Xiaoying, there were a total of 13 guild beast bosses near Qingmu City for this event. Among them were 3 elite bosses and 10 enhanced bosses. The elite bosses were not even a consideration at this point. With only 4 markers left, This meant there were merely 3 elite bosses remaining, along with the current guild beast boss. This won't do. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Su Huayin rose decisively. The guild beast boss before them was likely the last relatively manageable one. At this moment, other factions might be rushing here in droves. The greater the number of participants, the more chaotic the situation would become. No more waiting. We must act now, Su Huayin declared. Indeed, we have waited far too long. Ling Qiu nodded in agreement. The two immediately ceased their concealment and charged towards the battlefield where the formidable robot and mantis boss clashed. Su Huayin's intuition proved correct. At least 3 factions were converging towards them. The nearest group was less than 3 kilometers away. Had Su Huayin and Ling Qiu delayed their assault any longer, the complexity of the situation would have escalated beyond imagination, further compounded by the arrival of subsequent factions. Who goes there? Leave this place at once. If you draw closer, do not blame us for our hostility. The appearance of Su Huayin and Ling Qiu immediately triggered a defensive reaction from the Starlight Heavy Industries faction. Chapter 76. 3. Guild Orders. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Ling Qiu unleashed a slash with her Black Tiger sword. The minions released by the members of Starlight Heavy Industries, resembling slimes and goblins, began to tremble in fear. Utterly unwilling to impede the advance of Su Huayin and Ling Qiu, the effect of Tiger Might, Ling Qiu quickly realized what was occurring. This was the innate Tiger Might effect of the Black Tiger sword. Low-tier monsters such as goblins and slimes dared not approach. The two surged into the battlefield with an air of overwhelming dominance. This was not their first collaboration. Their coordination was not flawless, but it certainly achieved a synergy where the sum was greater than its parts. Their target was the guild beast boss. The members of Starlight Heavy Industries recognized Su Huayin and Ling Qiu's intentions. Upon witnessing their reckless charge, they immediately sought to withdraw the war robot from its battle with the dual-bladed mantis boss. However, disengaging from such combat was not a simple matter. A significant opening was exposed. Crack. The dual-bladed mantis boss, locked in a fierce struggle with the war robot, finally seized an opportunity. Its arms, resembling blades, crossed in a decisive maneuver. Crack, crack. The upper body of the war robot erupted into a shower of sparks, with the advantage finally in hand. A single misstep could spell doom. Hee. Having slain its opponent, the dual-bladed mantis boss emitted an ecstatic roar. Yet, its joy was short-lived. After the prolonged battle, not only was its body marred with numerous wounds, but its stamina was also barely half expended, which was quite remarkable. Before it could revel for even a second, a sword and a blade descended upon its legs. The leg-slicing tactic. This was the strategy Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had employed more than any other thus far. By incapacitating its mobility, the remainder of the fight would become manageable. Immersed in the thrill of finally vanquishing its foe, the dual-bladed mantis boss was about to face its own misfortune. Crack. The white tiger blade, as formidable as a door, effortlessly cleaved through one of its legs. On the other side, Ling Qiu's strength attribute proved insufficient, and her strike did not sever the leg entirely. However, it was nearly as effective. Her blade cut away a significant portion, leaving the weapon lodged within the muscle. Unlike Su Huayin's brutal severance, hers was more surgical. With both legs incapacitated, the dual-bladed mantis boss could no longer maintain its balance and collapsed heavily to the ground. Both of their reactions were instantaneous. Was this not the perfect moment to strike while it faltered? Su Huayin's blade struck the dual-bladed mantis boss's head, sending its diminutive skull flying. Meanwhile, Ling Qiu's black tiger sword pierced through the beast's chest, driving deep into it. It remained unclear who had delivered the fatal blow. However, this detail mattered little. Upon the boss's corpse, a purple card materialized, which the quick-witted Ling Qiu swiftly snatched up. Without even glancing, one can discern the attributes of this card. The guild beast solely drops the guild token. Defeated. A fortified-level boss, effortlessly vanquished. The entire process scarcely took 3 minutes. Such a breathtaking scene rendered everyone from Starlight Heavy Industries utterly dumbfounded. Who are these two extraordinary individuals? This is utterly preposterous. They, a multitude of dozens, took 2 hours to maintain the sustained combat against a single war machine and yet failed to bring down this boss. Now, in less than 3 minutes, it has been dispatched by this suddenly appearing man and woman. The disparity in combat prowess is staggering to a terrifying extent. With the capabilities of these two, it seems annihilating all present would not pose much of a challenge. Fortunately, after dispatching the guild beast boss, those two formidable beings, perhaps out of arrogance or some other motive, chose not to engage further with the members of Starlight Heavy Industries. Instead, they swiftly departed the scene, vanishing from sight at an astonishing speed. Thus, all 10 fortified-level guild beast bosses were slain, marking a temporary cessation of the guild beast event. Unless someone desired to continue the pursuit of the remaining 3 elite-level guild beasts, which halted not far from this location. Pantheon, listening to the voice emanating from his headset, commanded everyone to cease their advance. Return. There is no necessity to proceed further. Similar scenes unfolded among several other teams approaching this locale. However, These teams halted upon noticing the disappearance of the icon representing the guild beast boss from the system map, realizing that the prize had already been claimed. Given the opposing forces' demonstrated ability to eliminate the guild beast boss, proceeding would only result in mutual destruction, rendering such an endeavor unnecessary. 3 in total, haha. Holding the third guild token in her hand, Ling Qiu's demeanor radiated sheer delight, as evidenced by her melodious, bell-like laughter. Indeed, there was ample reason for celebration. During this guild beast event, the Aoki City region yielded a total of 10 guild tokens, and she and Ling Qiu directly acquired 30% of that bounty, an impressive haul by any measure, setting aside one for personal use. The remaining 2 are available for sale or exchange. Without a doubt, any attempt to barter with them would require gold card level cards. Let us return and host a celebration feast. Su Huayin could not contain his exuberance, summoning a fire-breathing dragon. After so many days of toil, a reprieve was warranted. Let us go home. Go, go, go. Su Huayin noticed that the excited Ling Qiu had pressed her entire body against his back, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Chapter 77, An Emperor and 8 Colors. Ling Emperor. Ding. You have triggered the optional quest, the cause of the church's anomaly. A voice resonated in Shi Yuru's ear. The system's prompt caused her to pause, her fingers halting in their perusal of the book. A crucifix-like object tumbled from the book's clasp. After receiving treatment from Ling Dong, Shi Yuru had long since recovered. Unwilling to wait idly at the base, she returned to grind public dungeons. She, Ma Zhendong, along with Ling Dong, Li Ming, and Lu Xiaozhu formed a small party. The daily public dungeon run could not be squandered, could it? This time, the quintet chose the blood-soaked monastery as their public dungeon. Shi Yuru speculated that the optional quest related to the numerous books scattered throughout the blood-soaked monastery dungeon. I found it, Shi Yuru exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhendong and the others hurried to her side. Shi Yuru bent down to retrieve the crucifix-shaped object. Upon her touch, it transformed into a card. Cursed Crucifix. Quality, blue. Card type, one-time use. Effect, upon use, it can transform a corpse into a mutated vampire boss. Description, everything began with Sister Celicia's bargain with the devil. Restriction, this card cannot be taken out of the blood-soaked monastery dungeon. It seems we require a corpse? Shi Yuru remarked after examining the card in her hand. A corpse? Ma Zhendong immediately looked up. In this dungeon, there is only one corpse. The vampire boss's remains on the second floor. Thus, does this mean we need to use this to initiate the boss's second phase? Or, Ma Zhendong felt a foreboding sense. The card merely specified a corpse, with no indication that it must be the boss's remains. Let us head up and see. We'll find out soon enough, Shi Yuru suggested. In a conference room, Xiao Nantian occupied the head seat. The long conference table was filled with people on either side. Inger, please summarize the details of this operation. Xiao Nantian gestured for Xiao Ying to begin her report. Understood, Xiao Ying replied, standing up. This time, in the Aoki City region, a total of 23 factions participated, with approximately 8 factions possessing the strength to eliminate fortified level bosses. Currently, this guild beast event has reached a temporary conclusion, with 3 elite level bosses remaining, which, as of now, should not attract any further attention. The whereabouts of the 10 guild tokens are all accounted for. As she spoke, Xiao Ying activated the projector, displaying an image. Among the 10 guild tokens, 3 were claimed by the Zero faction, marking them as the event's greatest victors. Following this, 2 photographs appeared, depicting the 2 leaders of Zero, Ling Qiu, adorned in red Zero armament, and a suspected top-tier beta player, Jingjing Zhishui. Xiao Ying directly associated Su Huayin and Ling Qiu with the Zero faction. Next, we obtained 2 guild tokens. A level 1 guild can provide 2 slots for opening the 5th card slot. Theoretically, we could allow up to 4 individuals to unlock the 5th slot if we meet the other guild establishment criteria. Of course, this is the most ideal scenario. The guild token is merely one of the essential requirements for establishing a guild, Xiao Ying elaborated. Once again, the content on the screen shifted, revealing 5 additional factions. Each of these factions secured 1 guild token. They include Lin Mining, Qinglong Society, Justice Alliance, Sunshine Electric, and 5-Star Fruits. Each of these factions boasts over 100 members, each possessing unique abilities, seemingly a collaboration of beta players and capital forces. It is particularly noteworthy that the Justice Alliance consists largely of law enforcement officers or veterans, making them amenable to recruitment or alliances. Undoubtedly, these 5 factions that acquired guild tokens warrant close scrutiny. The simplest and most straightforward calculation indicates that each guild token corresponds to 2 players with 5 slots. However, this cannot be taken as an absolute determination, as establishing a guild entails further requirements. Among the remaining 16 factions, there are also formidable entities, such as Starlight Heavy Industries, which possesses the capability to defeat fortified-level guild beasts and others. Certainly, this is merely a faction that has emerged during this guild monster event, alongside numerous other small to medium-sized organizations. Xiao Ying succinctly summarized the current situation, and all present listened intently. In simple terms, it can be encapsulated in 8 characters, a world of great contention where fish and dragons mingle. In other words, from a comprehensive strength standpoint, we still reign supreme. Does that not hold true? One person in attendance remarked. Indeed, we currently command a fighting force of over 1,000, with more than 20 players holding 3 card slots, the majority of whom are our loyal beta testers, Xiaoing replied. At this stage, those beta testers equipped with beta cards possess an overwhelming advantage, not only due to the powerful cards they have brought from the beta, but also their extensive knowledge of the beta. They have merely drawn these individuals in through the noble cause of the official faction. The notion of a noble cause is indeed quite effective. Beta testers burdened by ties, or those lacking grand ambitions, tend to lean towards the official side. Even we have only obtained 2 guild tokens. What sort of power is this zero-style faction that has managed to acquire 3? Another voice queried. Let us allow Miss Chitsai Shu to address this question. Xiaoing gestured towards the young lady seated in the first position on the left side of the conference table. The beta tester Chitsai Shu is among the most renowned players who have allied with the official faction. Interestingly, at the conference table, the left side was filled with vibrant youth, while the right was comprised of middle-aged individuals, the age distinction starkly apparent. Allow me to speak. Chitsai Shu stood up, somewhat shyly. She was reluctant to appear in such a setting, but had been chosen to represent. The Zero-Style Guild is a super guild within the card domain, teeming with experts. Nearly 1/10 of the top 100 players in the arena belong to it, with its leader, Ling Xiao, reigning at the pinnacle of the entire card domain, consistently lingering within the top 5, never having fallen below the top 10. The Zero-Style Guild boasts 9 members among the top 100, commonly referred to as 1 Emperor and 8 Color Bearers, with the red card Zero-Style Armament, held by Ling Xiao, the Zero Emperor, alongside 8 others wielding the golden card Zero-Style Armament. Chitsai Shu's words conveyed an air of solemnity regarding the Zero-Style Guild. The Zero-Style Guild is exceedingly domineering. Those who have not participated in the beta can hardly comprehend the immense intimidation the name Zero-Style Guild holds over beta testers. Chapter 78, Vampire's Lair. What of the other beta tester capable of nearly single-handedly defeating an enhanced level boss? This individual seems to demonstrate strength surpassing even Ling Xiao. Who might they be? Mingjing Zhishui? If I recall correctly? Another person inquired, seeking the identity of Su Huayin. As for Su Huayin's status as a beta tester, it remains uncertain for the time being, as he lacks the distinctive Zero-Style Armament emblem, and speculation suggests he might be the top-tier beta player Mingjing Zhishui. Xiaoing responded with utmost caution. A definitive conclusion cannot yet be drawn. No matter, could you please introduce this Mingjing Zhishui? Once more, I implore you, Miss Chitsai Shu. Xiaoing passed the ball to Chitsai Shu. Regarding Mingjing Zhishui, this individual was relatively obscure during the first 2 years among beta testers, only rising to prominence during the Dual Mode's 2nd anniversary celebration, where he secured victory using a uniquely personal style and an acceleration synchro deck that no one else employed. He subsequently received a red card as a champion reward, catapulting him into the ranks of the top 10 elite players in the arena. While he too is a top-tier player, his notoriety primarily stems from his unparalleled dueling prowess, characterized by his unprecedented acceleration synchro summoning method. As for personal combat strength, it largely hinges upon that champion reward card which allows him to create duplicates. Although he ranks within the top 10, he is arguably the weakest among the elite players. Chitsai Shu endeavored to convey as much detail as she could about Mingjing Zhishui, her demeanor appearing quite youthful and inexperienced. Seated at the head of the table, Xiao Nantian remained silent, his gaze periodically sweeping across both sides of the conference table. Very well, allow me to share a few words, Xiao Nantian spoke. As his voice fell, a profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated upon him. A new era has dawned, and a fresh order is gradually taking shape. We must not engage with these emerging factions in the same lofty manner of the past. Let us first extend a gesture of goodwill, testing the waters regarding their stances. Xiao Nantian concluded with a serious expression. Then, with a solemn countenance, he added, one last matter to address. The higher-ups have instructed us to cultivate good relations with the top-tier players, as an important task requires their assistance. Inger, you shall personally handle this with the Zero-Style Guild. After all, it has arrived. The fire-breathing dragon gracefully descended at the entrance of the stronghold. We are home. Let us disembark, Su Huayin stated. Finally arrived. Ling Xiao leaped down from the dragon's back, stretching widely. The two made their way into the stronghold, only to find it rather desolate. After some effort, they located Jing Tian and Li Kaifeng in the kitchen. Where are the others? Su Huayin inquired. They have gone to tackle a public dungeon. They should be back soon, Jing Tian replied. I see. Su Huayin's expression illuminated with understanding. These fellows are quite diligent. Ling Xiao remarked with a hint of satisfaction, especially since Ling Dong was among them. Ling Dong is her sister. While she is eager to care for Ling Dong, the assistance from others is limited. She wishes for Ling Dong to possess the ability to care for herself. Today, I am in high spirits. I shall cook personally. Ling Xiao donned an apron. You can cook? Su Huayin queried with a hint of surprise. Of course, Do not underestimate my culinary skills. By the way, could you tie the strings at the back for me? Ling Qiu turned around, requesting Su Huayin's assistance. You can't even tie your apron properly? How do you expect to cook? Su Huayin maintained a skeptical attitude. Nevertheless, he extended his hands to tie the strings behind Ling Qiu, forming a bow. Furthermore, it seems rather incongruous for you to wear zero-style armament while cooking, Su Huayin remarked. This image clashed entirely with his mental picture of a chef. He felt that Ling Qiu should wield a sword rather than kitchen utensils. Go on, do not hinder my performance. Ling Qiu shot Su Huayin an eye roll, shooing him away. She then firmly closed the kitchen door. As long as you do not blow up the kitchen, feel free to play around. Su Huayin hummed a slightly off-key tune as he departed the kitchen. Jing Tian was correct. Shortly after Su Huayin and Ling Qiu returned to the stronghold, Ma Zhendong and 4 others arrived in a vehicle. The faces of the 5 were all aglow with joy. What is it with you all? Did you strike gold? Su Huayin, reclining in a grand armchair and relishing a rare moment of leisure, glanced at the newcomers entering the stronghold and inquired. Much better than striking gold. Ma Zhendong could hardly contain his excitement, perhaps due to his close relationship with Su Huayin, which rendered him fearless in Su Huayin's presence. The others, to varying degrees, harbored some apprehension towards Su Huayin. Perhaps the term respect would be more fitting. In any case, it conveyed a similar sentiment. What do you mean? Su Huayin's interest was piqued by Ma Zhendong's words, and he removed his sunglasses to inquire further. Minggu, take a look. Shi Yuru stepped forward. He handed a card to Su Huayin. This is the bounty of our recent endeavor, Shi Yuru declared. Su Huayin accepted the card with a sense of anticipation. At first glance, the card's border was a striking purple, unmistakably indicating its rarity. Upon further inspection, as his gaze fell upon the card's details, he found himself momentarily captivated. No way, you have truly astonished me. Su Huayin exclaimed in disbelief as he scrutinized the card in his hand. Vampire Cottage. Quality, purple. Card type, dungeon building card. Effect, collect the following materials to construct the Vampire Cottage dungeon. Vampire Blood Source, golden rare material X1. Vampire Fangs, purple rare material X2. Description, the birthplace of vampires. If my memory serves me correctly, this belongs to a series of cards that contains only one purple card. With a total of just 5 cards in the Vampire Cottage series, all of which can be obtained from this particular dungeon. Do you realize what this signifies? Su Huayin's eyes gleamed, his heart racing with excitement. It implies that if we can successfully construct this dungeon, we will be able to produce players with 4 slots in bulk, Ma Zhendong commented, well aware of the conditions for unlocking the 4th slot. The prerequisites for the 4th slot are twofold. One must meet a certain base attribute requirement, and additionally, one must collect a complete set of cards that includes at least 1 purple card. For instance, Su Huayin's 5-element Dragon Scale series. Given these rules, it is most advantageous to choose a series with scarce cards that also boasts a purple card. The Vampire Cottage series almost perfectly fulfills this criterion. However, the cards from the Vampire Cottage series, aside from those from the Black-Hearted Merchant, can only be acquired from the Vampire Cottage dungeon. Now, in Su Huayin's hand, was the Vampire Cottage dungeon building card. Once the required materials are gathered, he could activate the card's effect, transforming it into the Vampire Cottage dungeon. Where did you acquire this card? Su Huayin inquired with curiosity. This card is extraordinarily precious. While it may not directly enhance combat power, it certainly bolsters the foundation of our guild. Of course, this item cannot be utilized just yet, as constructing this dungeon requires the golden rare material, Vampire Blood Source, which is not currently obtainable. Nonetheless, even so, this Vampire Cottage building card remains an invaluable treasure. We obtained it from the Blood Red Monastery dungeon, Shi Yuru replied softly. Such a response momentarily left Su Huayin in astonishment. The Blood Red Monastery dungeon? A public dungeon? How could such a thing possibly exist within it? Su Huayin instinctively refuted. According to his expectations, it would be far more reasonable for such an item to be in the possession of a black-hearted merchant. I assure you, it was indeed obtained from the Blood Red Monastery dungeon, Shi Yuru asserted, her clear eyes raised with unwavering conviction. Su Huayin turned his gaze to the others, noticing their expressions mirrored her own, and thus began to accept the truth. This card truly was acquired from the Blood Red Monastery dungeon. Yet, he had personally ventured there. Apart from that optional quest, he had. Wait, did you undertake the optional quest? Su Huayin speculated. Yes, Shi Yuru nodded. The final task reward was a random purple card related to vampires, and this card was the one I randomly received. Random? You received it randomly. Is this luck not somewhat extraordinary? Double happiness. Haha. Su Huayin leapt from his throne-like chair, exhilarated. Truly, luck has arrived, unstoppable. You might want to stay indoors for a few days. I'm afraid you might get hit by a car if you venture out, Su Huayin jested. As night fell, an abundance of food and drinks was brought forth. Su Huayin shared the news of the Vampire Cottage with Ling Qiu, who appeared even more exhilarated than he was. Wonderful. In my day, our Zero Guild never had such a promising start. Ling Qiu could hardly contain her joy. It is important to note that Ling Qiu is typically a rational individual, sometimes even a bit cold-hearted. Today's fortunate events were simply overwhelming. As the leader of the Zero Guild during the closed beta, she was acutely aware of how significant the Vampire Cottage dungeon is for a faction. She would not hesitate to exchange her guild token card for this Vampire Cottage building card. Nighttime enveloped the scene in a haze of indulgence. The atmosphere was rife with revelry, and even alcohol was brought out. While it may not have been high-end liquor, beer still carries its own potency. Su Huayin, who generally eschews alcohol, found himself persuaded by Ma Jindong to consume a bottle of beer. However, given his current physical condition, even a bottle of hard liquor would feel akin to drinking water. Feeling slightly stifled indoors, Su Huayin stepped outside. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. It seemed that tonight, the watchman role fell upon him. Amidst the raucous sounds of celebration and the clinking of glasses from within, Su Huayin suddenly felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. As he gazed up at the sky, a figure emerged from the room. "What brings you out here?" Ling Qiu stood beside Su Huayin, following his gaze skyward. The expanse above seemed devoid of anything remarkable. I'm just not quite accustomed to such a large gathering." Su Huayin pondered before responding. "I see, here, take this." Ling Qiu nudged Su Huayin's arm, offering him a cup. "We haven't had a toast yet. Let us raise a glass to our achievements today. Since you insist, how could I possibly refuse?" Su Huayin lifted his glass, clinking it against Ling Qiu's. The contents of his cup were not wine, but rather apple juice, Ling Qiu's favorite. "Is it to your liking?" she teased as she observed him drink the apple juice. What's wrong? Even if you poisoned it, it wouldn't affect me," Su Huayin replied nonchalantly. It wasn't arrogance. His current physical condition rendered him immune to most common toxins. "Who said I poisoned it?" Ling Qiu retorted. "Then what are you laughing about?" Su Huayin scrutinized the cup before him, detecting no anomalies. Half of the apple juice remained. "Ha ha ha, I was just teasing you. I specially prepared this apple juice. I soaked my foot in it while pouring it." Ling Qiu laughed heartily. "Didn't you notice?" "Ha ha, you." Just as Ling Qiu's laughter was about to continue, it abruptly ceased, for Su Huayin had thrown caution to the wind and leaned in to kiss her. "Oh, how sweet, wait." Ling Qiu quickly pushed Su Huayin away, her laughter transforming into surprise. "Ha ha ha, trying to trick me? How does your foot soak taste?" Chapter 80. Sangqi is a dog at the Qingpu fishing ground. "Sangqi is a dog." A resounding voice erupted from outside. Su Huayin awoke from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open. Who dares to disturb the tranquility of the early morning with such a cacophony? He stretched languidly and rose from his bed, peering outside. There, in the courtyard, he spotted Ma Jindong bellowing at the top of his lungs, flanked by Shi Yuro and others. It appeared they were preparing to embark on an adventure. Could this be the famed quest? Speaking of which, it seems I have already completed my daily tasks long ago. Su Huayin casually opened his task interface. He had only managed to fulfill the first day's daily task, as these tasks refreshed randomly each day, with rewards that were hardly substantial, typically around 10 to 20 pesos. They lacked significant value, though they were not overly challenging. Tasks like adding a friend, completing a dungeon run, or participating in a duel were all within the realm of the achievable. Yet among the multitude of daily tasks, there existed one particularly peculiar requirement. Sangqi is a dog. This task demanded that one shout the phrase Sangqi is a dog in the public chat to complete it. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of the developer's mischievous humor. With the daily task interface now open, Su Huayin noticed 3 neatly organized tasks. Daily tasks could accumulate to a maximum of 3. His gaze was soon drawn to one specific task. Sangqi is a dog, daily task. Task content. Shout aloud, Sangqi is a dog. Task reward, 10 pesos. Sangqi is a dog. Su Huayin yawned and then shouted. A splendid day begins with the proclamation of Sangqi is a dog. Outside the window, Ma Jindong and his companions had already driven away. Su Huayin made his way to the hall, where remnants of last night's meal still lay upon the table. As he munched on his food, he began to contemplate his plans for the day. After some thought, he brushed his hand against himself, and 2 cards materialized in his grasp, one blue and one purple. He first examined the blue card. Qingpu Fishing Ground card. Quality, blue. Card type, one-time consumable. Effect, grants access to the Qingpu Fishing Ground for a maximum of 24 hours. Description, the Qingpu Fishing Ground is a renowned angling paradise, rumored to be the habitat of the 3-star dragon pearl fish. Acquisition method, fishing association. Should I go fishing? Su Huayin hesitated slightly. Was it the Qingwang fish or the Muwang fish that Xinyang mentioned? This very spot could yield the opportunity to exchange for the Mulong scale card. Perhaps I should inquire if Ling Qiu wishes to join me. The Qingpu Fishing Ground is not, strictly speaking, a dungeon, but rather a permanent special area. Utilizing the Qingpu Fishing Ground card allows entry for 24 hours, after which one will be expelled. In a moment of indecision, Su Huayin's gaze fell upon the other purple card. This card was the one Ling Qiu had graciously given him last time. Snake's Invisible Dungeon Card. Quality, purple. Card type, dungeon card. Effect, grants access to the Snake's Invisible Dungeon. Description, the Invisible Snake. Acquisition method, dropped by snake-type bosses or higher-level creatures, black-hearted merchants. Requirement, thief class, or possession of cards from the Doom of the Evil Dragon series. Regarding this card, Su Huayin felt a twinge of conflict. It was not that he was torn about whether to use it, but rather concerned that employing it at this juncture might be premature, hindering his potential gains. After all, this card was explicitly linked to the Doom of the Evil Dragon series. He intended to wait until his strength had increased before tackling this dungeon. Yet he pondered. It was merely a purple-level dungeon card. The worst it could yield would be a gold card. The Doom of the Evil Dragon series, however, comprised entirely red cards. Just as Su Huayin found himself at an impasse, his peripheral vision caught sight of Ling Qiu, still yawning and bleary-eyed, as she entered the room. "Good morning, Ling Qiu." Su Huayin greeted her. "Morning," Ling Qiu replied casually and chose a seat to settle into. "Do you have any plans for today?" Su Huayin decided to inquire about her thoughts. "Plans? None. Why? Do you have something in mind?" Ling Qiu rubbed her eyes and responded with a question. "Well, I was thinking of checking out the Qingpu fishing ground today. Would you like to join me?" Su Huayin extended the invitation. The Snake's Invisible dungeon was currently off limits, as his clone had yet to recover. "The Qingpu fishing ground? You mean that card?" Ling Qiu recalled what Su Huayin had mentioned and pulled out a blue card from her pocket. It was indeed the Qingpu fishing ground card. "All right, let us go together." Ling Qiu agreed. "But first, I need to have breakfast." Approximately half an hour later, everything was prepared. The two of them, ready to embark, activated the Qingpu fishing ground card. A radiant light flashed before their eyes, obscuring their vision momentarily. When their sight returned, they found themselves beside a vast reservoir. A system notification echoed in their ears. "Ding. Welcome to the Qingpu fishing ground. You may stay here for a maximum of 24 hours. We've arrived." Su Huayin blinked. This place was enormous. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed numerous anglers, fully equipped, seated along the bank of the fishing ground. Meanwhile, upon their arrival, two anglers seated in a row at the Qingpu fishing ground sensed a disturbance and lifted their heads. "They're here," Xinyang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "They've finally arrived." Lin Yuan echoed, equally elated. Their exuberance caught the attention of a nearby man. "What has gotten into you two?" Xiao Shun Xiaolin, an elderly man, dressed in fishing association attire with a grizzled beard, inquired curiously. "Zhao Wenbing, the president of the Qingmu Fishing Association. My disciples have arrived, President Zhao. Please watch my fishing rod while I go greet them," Xinyang said, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "All right, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on it." President Zhao casually replied. "And I'll go too. President Zhao, please keep an eye on mine as well," Lin Yuan added eagerly. "Sure, go ahead," Zhao Wenbing said, growing increasingly curious. As he watched the two rush off, he couldn't help but wonder what had sparked their enthusiasm. What's with these two? They seem as if they've hooked a massive fish. Chapter 81. The Magnanimous Zhao Wenbing. "Hey, why are you following me?" he asked my disciple. Xinyang glared back at Lin Yuan, who was trailing behind him. "What do you mean your disciple? Don't think I'm unaware. Aside from giving them a fishing rod, you have no real connection," Lin Yuan retorted defiantly. Xinyang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Who said that? I also provided them with bait," he countered weakly. "How about this? Let us make a deal," Lin Yuan suggested, his eyes glinting. "You've been craving the jade bait, right? I'll give you 10. He held up 2 fingers, indicating the number 10. 10. That's not enough. I need at least 20, Xinyang replied, making a bold demand. Upon hearing the quantity mentioned by Xinyang, Lin Yuan immediately reacted as if a cat had its tail stepped on, becoming quite agitated. "What nonsense are you spouting? 20 pieces of jade bait. How dare you even suggest such a thing? 10 is all I will part with, not a piece more." Lin Yuan insisted with unwavering resolve. 19 is the lowest price, Xinyang countered firmly. "At most, I will concede to 11. 18. 12. Just as Xinyang was poised to continue raising his bid, Lin Yuan interrupted him. "Stop. 15 is surely your psychological price." Lin Yuan declared his final offer. "Fine. I'll agree to that, plus 10 pieces of fire crystal bait," Xinyang replied. "Only 2 more pieces of fire essence bait at most." "All right, let's add 3 pieces of fire essence bait. It's a deal." Xinyang extended a hand. "Deal." Lin Yuan, gritting his teeth, finally acquiesced to the transaction and shook hands with Xinyang. The two had finally reached an agreement. At that moment, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had just arrived at the Qingpu fishing grounds, surveying their surroundings. "So many people," Su Huayin remarked as he pulled out his fishing rod, his gaze sweeping over the group of anglers, seemingly searching for someone. Just then, 2 hurried figures appeared in Su Huayin and Ling Qiu's line of sight. "Isn't that Xinyang and Lin Yuan? You finally made it. The blue king fish has settled in. We were just waiting for you," Xinyang exclaimed, tugging Su Huayin in a particular direction. Xinyang possessed an astonishing strength. Even though Su Huayin had 10 times the usual strength, he found himself unable to resist and could only be pulled along. "Wait, I can walk on my own. Don't rush," Su Huayin said with an amused sigh. Upon hearing this, Xinyang finally loosened his grip, though he still appeared quite impatient. "The blue kingfish? Didn't you previously refer to it as the wood kingfish?" Su Huayin inquired, recalling that Xinyang had mentioned it as the wood kingfish last time. Blue kingfish is just another name for it. It means the same thing. All right, it's just ahead, Xinyang said, guiding Su Huayin to a fishing spot. Ling Qiu and Lin Yuan soon followed. Su Huayin looked in the direction Xinyang indicated and spotted an elderly man with graying hair, the president of the Qingmu Fishing Association, Zhao Wenbing. You've returned. Zhao Wenbing turned to glance at Su Huayin and the others, his gaze filled with curiosity as he scrutinized Su Huayin and Ling Qiu for some time. Clearly, his remarks were directed more at Xinyang and Lin Yuan than at Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Ahem, Mingjing Jishui, why not help me fish for a while? I'd like to see how much your skills have improved. Xinyang coughed lightly. Ling Qiu, you should join in as well, Lin Yuan encouraged. Who would have thought you were so keen on nurturing the younger generation? Quite commendable, Zhao Wenbing chuckled, stroking his beard. An opportunity to catch a big fish. To actually exhibit such a spirit of generosity, relinquishing the chance to catch a large fish in such a prime spot. This is truly rare. Upon hearing Zhao Wenbing's praise, even with their thicker skin, both Xinyang and Lin Yuan felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Indeed, Xinyang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Just then, Zhao Wenbing's voice suddenly sharpened. Wait, you two come to the Qingpu fishing grounds and only use the most basic meat bait. Zhao Wenbing exclaimed as he noticed Su Huayin and Ling Qiu preparing to attach the rudimentary meat bait to their hooks. This is the Qingpu fishing grounds. The lowest quality fish here are at least green grade. Using the most basic bait, which only attracts white grade carnivorous fish, is simply unacceptable. I have extra bait. Allow me to give you some. Zhao Wenbing rummaged through his belongings, producing around 20 cards, which he divided evenly between Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Thank you. Su Huayin said politely upon receiving the cards. These anglers are truly delightful. Not only do they provide fishing rods, but they also cover the bait. Su Huayin glanced at the cards Zhao Wenbing had given him. Fragrant meat bait. Quality, blue. Card type, one-time consumable card. Effect, offers considerable attraction to carnivorous fish. Description, a secret bait concocted by the Fishing Association. Acquisition method, Fishing Association. Blue quality bait. Su Huayin expressed mild astonishment. He possessed dozens of blue cards. And with a similar quantity in Ling Qiu's possession, it meant that 20 blue cards had been so effortlessly gifted. Such extravagance. You young man, what fish are you aiming to catch? Zhao Wenbing inquired with curiosity. The wood king fish, Su Huayin replied. Ha! Zhao Wenbing burst into laughter upon hearing Su Huayin's response, though he quickly suppressed it, realizing he might have overstepped. Very good, ambitious indeed. Yes, we anglers must possess such spirit, Zhao Wenbing encouraged. The wood king fish is unique to the entire Qingpu fishing grounds. It weighs 150 pounds, is omnivorous, and is best attracted by strong-smelling bait. The fragrant meat bait may not be suitable, and this fish tends to dwell near the bottom. Before Zhao Wenbing could finish his explanation, he saw Su Huayin cast his hook into the water. How impulsive! Fishing requires tranquility, and with the wrong bait choice, how could one expect to catch anything? Zhao Wenbing began to mutter. Suddenly, his gaze swept across to Xinyang and Lin Yuan, whose eyes were gleaming with anticipation. What could they possibly be expecting? Surely, they were not hoping that this seemingly novice would catch the wood king fish. Chapter 82. Take your card and leave my fish. I say. Zhao Wenbing intended to say more, but his attention was drawn as he noticed Su Huayin's bobber suddenly plunge into the water, the fishing line tautening instantly. Is he hooked? So soon. Truly, my fragrant meat bait is impressive. In the next moment, Zhao Wenbing saw Xinyang and Lin Yuan sprinting towards Su Huayin's location as if in a 100-meter dash. Yet it seemed too late. Su Huayin's arm muscles tensed. Veins bulging. A massive blue fish, weighing around 150 pounds, thrashed violently in the water, sending up enormous splashes and creating small whirlpools on the lake's surface. The fishing line was pulled taut, resembling a string on the verge of snapping, emitting a buzzing sound. Is this the wood king fish? Zhao Wenbing exclaimed in disbelief. How could it possibly be caught so easily? Although it has been lured to the spot, this creature is exceedingly cunning. I have fished for so long without it biting, despite using its favorite smelly worm bait. How could this be? Following Xinyang and Lin Yuan's reactions, Zhao Wenbing too began to question reality. However, experience prevailed. He quickly accepted the situation and focused intently on the magnificent arc traced by the wood king fish in the air. Get it for me. Su Huayin gritted his teeth, firmly anchoring his feet to the ground, his body slightly leaning back as he harnessed the strength of his waist and legs to engage in a stalemate with the massive fish. At this moment, he possessed tenfold strength. With a sudden explosive exertion, the azure fish was violently yanked from the water, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the shore. Splashing water in all directions, the wooden king fish flopped on the ground, its tail slapping the earth with a resounding thud. Ha ha, I knew it. I was right about you, Xinyang exclaimed, rushing to the side of the wooden king fish with remarkable speed. However, someone was even faster. President, what are you doing? Xinyang shouted. Zhao Wenbing, being the closest to Su Huayin, outpaced Xinyang. Indeed, President, how could you do this? This is outrageous. Lin Yuan chimed in, supporting Xin Yang's outcry. Of course, I'm claiming my fish, Zhao Wenbing replied, unperturbed. How can it be your fish? Xin Yang retorted defiantly. Damn it, you two have you no shame? Su Huayin thought, incredulous that they would dare to seize his catch. Ahem, this was caught using my bait. Zhao Wenbing declared childishly. It was often said that grown men could be like children, and in the presence of the large fish, Zhao Wenbing seemed to transform into a child once more. Although Su Huayin felt it might be inappropriate to interject at this moment, he couldn't help but remind them. Excuse me, gentlemen, but this is my fish. He gestured towards the wooden king fish that had fallen into the circle surrounding Zhao Wenbing. What fish of yours? Take your purple card and leave my fish alone. Zhao Wenbing retorted, tossing a card towards Su Huayin. It was a purple card. Su Huayin flipped it over. And as expected, it was that card he had longed for. Wooden dragon scale, quality, purple, card type, artifact card, attributes, physique 50. Magic resistance 30, effect, intermediate wood control technique, and when in a forest environment, gains an additional 10 points of strength and agility. Series, 5-element dragon scale series. Description, a fragment of power divided into 5. Collecting all 5-element dragon scale cards allows for the synthesis of the dragon's explosive flame card. Equipment restriction, this card must be stacked on top of a card related to dragons that is of higher quality. Acquisition method, fishing association, dual mode effect. 1-star, dragon type monster, adjust, attack 100, defense 100. This card cannot be normally summoned. Effect, when there are no monsters on your field, this card can be special summoned from your hand. Effect, during your main phase. You may activate to add a card from the 5-element dragon scale series or a wood attribute dragon type monster to your hand. Effect, sacrifice this card to special summon a wood attribute dragon type monster from your hand. After tossing the wooden dragon scale card to Su Huayin, the three began to bicker once more. Observing this scene, Su Huayin couldn't help but chuckle, often finding it hard to comprehend these fishing enthusiasts. Nevertheless, they were undeniably endearing. Zero Chio, how are you doing? Su Huayin called out, glancing towards Zero Chio. According to previous customs, she should have caught something substantial by now. No worries. I haven't caught anything yet, she replied, though it seemed she had not even felt a nibble. Was her luck perhaps exhausted? Su Huayin pondered. Having obtained the wooden dragon scale, he felt his purpose for this outing had been fulfilled. Yet, he couldn't quite fathom why it seemed that every time he cast his line, the black kingfish, red kingfish, and this azure fish were drawn to him, as if by some unseen force. Regardless of the reason, the outcome was undeniably favorable, and Su Huayin remained optimistic. After these experiences, he had come to realize that he seemed to possess a special affinity for this series of cards. After all, aside from these royal fish, the largest he had previously caught was a mere 10-centimeter whitebait. There should be no more royal fish now. I shall test my own strength, Su Huayin resolved, attaching a fragrant meat bait to his hook and casting his rod into the water. Then, something occurred. For the second time today, as soon as the hook was cast, it was immediately seized by a fish. What is going on? Could it be that my fishing talent is indeed extraordinary? Su Huayin mused, somewhat self-deprecatingly. From previous encounters, it seemed only the royal fish responded to that inexplicable sensation. There shouldn't be any left in this lake. This feeling. It must be at least 100-pound fish. Upon hearing Su Huayin's words, Zhao Wenbing and the others turned their gazes toward him in unison. Don't move. Let us assist you, they exclaimed in chorus. Chapter 83, 3-star dragon pearl fish. As yet another large fish was hooked. The trio immediately ceased their quarrel and rushed over to Su Huayin. Just a touch of the rod means it counts as our catch. Wait, what kind of monster is this? Could it weigh over 200 pounds? A tremendous force surged from beneath the water, nearly wrenching the rod from Su Huayin's grip. Now somewhat seasoned, Su Huayin could gauge the weight of the fish based on the sensation transmitted through the fishing rod. This level of pull was not something a mere 100-pound fish could exert. The immense force compelled Su Huayin to grit his teeth and endure. Fortunately, help arrived swiftly. Zhao Wenbing, true to his title as president, was the fastest, reaching Su Huayin's side in an instant. Gripping the fishing rod with one hand, he pulled with all his might, and Su Huayin soon beheld a dragon. A dragon? Su Huayin blinked in disbelief, finally discerning the appearance of the fish he had just reeled in. It was a carp, its body gleaming a brilliant gold red, with scales that were not the usual smoothness but rather sharp and defined. Is this a fish? Su Huayin exclaimed in astonishment. The carp's skull was elevated, with two distinct bony protrusions resembling the nascent horns of a young dragon. Delicate silver whiskers floated from its lower jaw, dancing gracefully in the water like strands of dragon whiskers. Most peculiar was its dorsal fin, which was not soft but a series of serrated bony spikes. Is it truly a dragon? At that moment, even Zhao Wenbing and the others were left speechless. Could it be? Is this the legendary dragon fish? Xinyang uttered incredulously. A dragon fish? Su Huayin recalled the description of the Qingpu fishing ground card. Qingpu fishing ground card. Quality, blue. Card type, one-time consumption card. Effect, after use, one may enter the Qingpu fishing ground, staying for a maximum of 24 hours. Description: the Qingpu fishing ground is a sacred place for fishing. It is said that the 3-star dragon pearl fish resides here. Acquisition method: Fishing Association 3-star dragon pearl fish? Is this it? Su Huayin speculated. Yes, without a doubt, this fish is the 3-star dragon pearl fish, Zhao Wenbing declared, his eyes wide with fervor as he fixated on the carp that exhibited 3 parts of draconic features, not once diverting his gaze. 3-star dragon pearl fish? Why is it named as such? Su Huayin inquired curiously. Just look at its eyes. Zhao Wenbing promptly pointed to the fish's eye. Look, does it not resemble a bead? And it bears 3 stars upon it? He elucidated. Su Huayin followed Zhao Wenbing's gesture and indeed spotted the eye of the koi, which bore a slight resemblance to a dragon, adorned with 3 stars. What can this fish be exchanged for? Su Huayin inquired, his face alight with anticipation. Observing the reactions of the group, particularly that of the president of the Aoki City Fishing Association, he mused that the value of this fish surely could not be less than the esteemed Qingwang fish he had previously caught. Well, Zhao Wenbing hesitated upon hearing this. Such a reaction made Su Huayin's heart flutter with anxiety. What is it? Is there something wrong with this fish? Su Huayin pressed urgently. It would be a shame if we finally caught a big fish, only to find it cannot be exchanged for something valuable. Well, it seems it wasn't too difficult. It's not that I don't wish to trade with you. It is simply that this item is far too precious for me to exchange. Zhao Wenbing said with a wistful expression. The item is indeed remarkable, yet he is unable to afford it. What does that mean? Su Huayin was taken aback. The Zhao Wenbing before him was the president of the Aoki City Fishing Association. If he could not afford it, who else could? You keep it, Zhao Wenbing said reluctantly. Su Huayin could only reach for the 3-star Dragon Ball fish. As his hand brushed against the fish, it instantly transformed into a crimson card. A red card. Su Huayin gasped, even his breathing growing heavy with astonishment. 3-star Dragon Ball fish. Quality: red. Type: oddity card. Effect: none. Description: when 7 Dragon Ball fish gather, perhaps an incredible transformation will occur. Acquisition method: fishing. Belonging series: Dragon Ball fish series. Dual mode effect: dragon type, water attribute, attack power 0, defense power 0. Effect: if you possess at least 5 Dragon Ball fish in your hand, you win instantly, disregarding any conditions. Only 1 3-star Dragon Ball fish may exist in a deck. Is this a special victory? After reviewing the card's effects, Su Huayin began to understand why Zhao Wenbing was hesitant to trade. To exchange for this card, one would need another red card of equal caliber. Moreover, the card's effect is somewhat enigmatic. Although it boasts a red card's quality, it essentially lacks any significant effect, seemingly requiring the collection of 7 to activate its potential. The dual mode's effect seems rather farcical, a special victory condition that necessitates having at least 5 Dragon Ball fish in hand to secure a win. This implies that the deck must contain a minimum of 5 Dragon Ball fish, and judging by this card's template, it appears all Dragon Ball fish are essentially useless. Does this not mean that at least 5 cards are merely dead weight? What a waste of the red card's quality, Su Huayin lamented. Since the Fishing Association members showed no interest, he decided to pocket the card for now. Suddenly, Lin Yuan shouted, "Not good." Su Huayin turned to Lin Yuan. Old Zhao took off with the Qingwang fish. Lin Yuan's words jolted Su Huayin into action as he scanned the area for Zhao Wenbing and the Qingwang fish. Indeed, the very next moment, both Zhao Wenbing and the fish that had been lying on the ground had vanished without a trace. He must have made off with the fish. This fellow is utterly shameless. Chase! Yelled both Lin Yuan and Xinyang. Yet, as seconds ticked by, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, neither Xinyang nor Lin Yuan moved. Their earlier shouts had merely been a ruse to mislead the other, prompting them to pursue instead. Zhao Wenbing had already fled, leaving them with no way to give chase. It would be more prudent to remain. Although they were embarrassed that Zhao Wenbing had absconded with the fish, the one capable of catching a 100-pound fish still remained. Why don't you go after him? Lin Yuan grumbled. Why don't you? Xinyang retorted, a hint of pride in his tone. Their gazes then fell squarely on Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Cast your lines. Keep casting. Chapter 84, Dead Fish Alert. Ahem, gentlemen. Do you think there exists a possibility that there are no fish left here? Su Huayin coughed lightly. Almost 5 to 6 hours had elapsed since Zhao Wenbing absconded with the Qingwang fish. During these hours, Su Huayin had been fishing, albeit with an increasing sense of awkwardness. It seemed as though his luck had run out, or perhaps, the waters had simply run dry, for he had yet to catch a single fish. The once eager gazes of Xinyang and Lin Yuan had begun to grow cold. You say there are no fish? Then what is that? Lin Yuan scoffed, pointing toward the water's surface. There, a fish was surfacing to breathe, and Su Huayin's line was nearby. Just as Su Huayin began to defend himself. Oh no, explain. Ling Qiu's line finally began to stir. This feels rather peculiar, Ling Qiu mused, straining to reel in the rod, only to find the sensation rather off. What's wrong? Su Huayin immediately inquired, genuinely concerned for Ling Qiu. This does not feel like a fish at all. Ling Qiu pulled with all her might, but the object below remained unyielding. Allow me, Su Huayin said, positioning himself beside Ling Qiu, grasping the rod. And together they exerted their strength. Su Huayin's physical prowess was quite formidable. Soon, they managed to haul up a fish weighing approximately 10 pounds. However, what was strange was that this fish showed no signs of struggle. What is going on? It is so small. Why did it require so much effort to reel it in? Ling Qiu exclaimed in confusion. Su Huayin gazed at the fish, noticing it lay motionless, as if deceased. Yet the hook was undeniably lodged in its mouth. Why does this situation feel so bizarre? Before Su Huayin could articulate his thoughts, he heard Xin Yang and Lin Yuan exclaim in unison, "Oh no, a dead fish alert. Turn back and run." The two exhibited an uncanny synchronization. "We must leave quickly. This place is no longer safe," Lin Yuan insisted. With that, his figure vanished. "Hurry, heed our advice. Let us vacate this place at once," Xin Yang urged, following suit. "What is happening? Why such a swift exit?" Su Huayin was taken aback by the actions of the two NPCs. Although he was unsure of their capabilities, it was evident they were far superior to him at present. Were they truly so frightened as to flee in panic? Is a dead fish truly that terrifying? Despite his lack of understanding regarding the matter, Su Huayin's resolve was unwavering. "Let us go. Now," he commanded. "Ling Qiu, we must leave immediately." Upon concluding, he silently repeated to himself, "Exit." A system notification chimed in his ear. "Ding, you have 17 hours and 45 minutes remaining in the Qingpu fishing grounds. Would you like to leave now? You cannot return once you depart." "Yes." Su Huayin wasted not a moment. Although nearly 18 hours remained, it was abundantly clear that his life was worth far more than the time left. Amidst a sudden flash of light, Su Huayin was teleported away from the Qingpu fishing grounds, returning to the familiar confines of his base. Observing the surroundings adorned with familiar furnishings, he exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering, "I'm back." However, it didn't take long for him to realize a grave matter. Where was Ling Qiu? Why hadn't she returned? A wave of panic washed over Su Huayin. Fortunately, mere seconds later, a graceful figure appeared not far from him. Ling Qiu had returned. "You scared me. I thought something had happened to you," Su Huayin chided with a smile. Those fleeting seconds felt as if he had lost something precious. "Look at this," Ling Qiu remarked. Her demeanor suddenly serious, ignoring his light-hearted banter as she handed him a card. "What's going on? Why so grave?" Su Huayin took the card, bringing it closer for inspection. Upon seeing its color, he instinctively adopted a serious expression. This was a gold card. Dead fish's bait. Quality, gold. Card type, dungeon card. Effect, upon use. Up to 3 individuals may enter the Qingpu battlefield dungeon. Description: the Qingpu fishing grounds has come under external attack. Please assist the Fishing Association in repelling the invaders. Participants will receive a designated gold card. Restriction: please engage in the battle and achieve victory. If you do not participate and complete the dungeon within a month, you will be afflicted with the Doom Aura, Luck -99, Fortune 1, until you finish the dungeon. Bound player, Ling Qiu, Mingjing Zhishui. Su Huayin found himself at a loss for words. This appeared to be both an opportunity and a peril. With merely a month's time to contend with a 3-person dungeon of gold card caliber, which seemed rather daunting. In the realm of cards, rewards are proportional to difficulty. Each participant receives a gold card, meaning up to 3 gold cards, which in some sense is akin to a red card. Such a level of reward suggests an epic boss as the final dungeon adversary. Perhaps even that may be inadequate. Should they fail to participate in a month, they would receive a negative buff, the Doom Aura. Unless they completed the dungeon, this curse would linger. The Doom Aura, colloquially known as the Cursed Aura, would bring misfortune in all endeavors. One might choke while eating, sputter while drinking, or even be struck by falling stones while walking. Of course, there's a sliver of hope. Amidst accumulated misfortune, extreme luck may occasionally arise. However, in most cases, one would simply be a wretched soul. "Will you accompany me after a month?" Ling Qiu implored, not wishing to be permanently burdened by this ill-fated buff. "Do I have a choice? This card binds us both. Cursed, cursed, cursed," Su Huayin lamented, feeling a mix of despair and resignation. This predicament, though it was Ling Qiu who had caught the fish, somehow ensnared him as well. Regardless of his inner turmoil, Su Huayin had no option but to accept it. "I must enhance my strength as quickly as possible. I refuse to be shackled by this curse," he resolved. Based on his estimates, dealing with an epic-level boss would necessitate at least 5 perfectly constructed card slots. Chapter 85, The Logging Site, Blood Trees. The Aoki City Logging Site Dungeon is one of the 3 foundational dungeons. The trio of public dungeons comprises the Graveyard Dungeon, the Blood-Colored Monastery Dungeon, and the Logging Site Dungeon. Nightmare Mode. A man opted for the Nightmare Mode of the Logging Site Dungeon. To unlock Nightmare Mode, one must complete the difficult mode solo. Beep, friendly reminder. Nightmare Mode is extremely perilous, with a significant increase in difficulty compared to difficult mode. Do you wish to proceed with the challenge? The system's notification echoed in Sun Jijun's ears. Yes, Sun Jijun replied. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a quaint wooden cabin. Before him lay a table with an axe atop it. Beep, welcome to the Logging Site Nightmare Mode. Chop down all the blood trees to complete the dungeon. Task reward, slaughter axe. Current progress, 012. Sun Jijun surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the axe before him, there was nothing else in sight. An increase in difficulty, is it? I wonder how it compares to difficult mode. He grasped the axe and stepped outside. At first glance, this map appeared no different from that of the difficult mode logging site. He recalled the locations of the 12 blood trees. In difficult mode, these 12 blood trees were equivalent to 10 elite monsters and 2 boss creatures. After defeating the 10 elite monsters, the remaining 2 would transform into bosses, guided by memory. Sun Jijun quickly approached the first blood tree. However, to his astonishment, it remained just a tree, not transforming into a boss. What is this? Sun Jijun was taken aback. Even if the original elite monsters had turned into bosses, he wouldn't have been as surprised. Yet here stood merely an ordinary tree, seemingly devoid of any capacity for retaliation. This oddity heightened Sun Jijun's vigilance. Were there an anomaly, there danger. Nevertheless, he still needed to proceed with the task. Sun Jijun swung the axe toward the tree. However, upon striking, a strange occurrence unfolded. A liquid resembling blood seeped from the tree, pooling on the ground and splattering onto Sun Jijun. It felt as if this wasn't a tree, but rather a person. What is happening? Sun Jijun struggled to quell the unease rising within him. This is merely a tree, it's just that its sap is red. He continued to swing the axe. With each chop, a thick, blood-scented sap sprayed over him. After several minutes, the blood tree fell heavily to the ground. A system notification chimed in his ears. Beep. You have chopped down blood tree X1. Current progress, 112. Please continue your efforts. Listening to the system's notification, Sun Jijun felt increasingly anxious. He regretted entering this information-less nightmare mode dungeon. Alas, there was no turning back. He could only search for the other blood trees based on his memories. This bizarre situation unsettled him. He would rather face a boss than endure this peculiar circumstance. Drawing from his experience in difficult mode, Sun Jijun quickly located the second blood tree. Like the first, it stood alone, unchanging. Approaching the blood tree, he raised his axe and struck. In the next instant, he was met with a sight of crimson. The blood tree twisted, sprouting arms and legs, appearing utterly horrific. Sun Jijun hastily stepped back, rubbing his eyes vigorously, only to find that the grotesque tree was merely an illusion. Before him stood a steadfast tree, awaiting his axe. An effective hallucination, perhaps? Sun Jijun mused, massaging his temples. Ding. You have felled 2 blood trees. Current progress, 212. Continue. You've already made your way in. Only by completing the task can you exit. Sun Jijun approached the vicinity of the third blood tree. As the first axe struck down, this particular blood tree astonishingly transformed into a humanoid creature, clawing and lunging at him. Nevertheless, with a few swift strikes, Sun Jijun dispatched it. Next came the 4th and 5th trees. Upon reaching the 8th, it appeared, from a distance, still merely a tree. However, as he drew near, it morphed into a human, a living, breathing person. Damnable illusion. Sun Jijun cursed, approaching the figure. He raised his axe and struck directly at the man. With a sickening thud, the axe sank into flesh, eliciting a harrowing scream. Blood gushed forth, and the man's eyes, filled with malice, bore into Sun Jijun as if questioning, "Why do you wish to kill me?" The only response was the resounding blows of the axe. The 9th tree took the form of a little girl holding a lollipop. By the 10th, the tree even moved, charging towards him. Finally, Sun Jijun stood before the last blood tree. This tree bore no resemblance to its counterparts, either from afar or up close. It appeared as an innocent young girl. Yet, Sun Jijun was utterly convinced. This was indeed the final blood tree. Do you take pleasure in killing? The girl seemed to have awaited him, inquiring upon his arrival. I am merely chopping trees, not killing, Sun Jijun replied. Oh, then what if I told you I am a human, not a blood tree? If you still wish to kill, do so. I shall not resist, the girl stated, closing her eyes as if awaiting death. You are the blood tree, Sun Jijun asserted with conviction. Oh, what then is your evidence? The girl retorted playfully. Is it merely your belief that renders me a blood tree? If so, does that mean you can slay anyone you deem a blood tree? Is that your sense of justice? Her words momentarily stunned Sun Jijun. A fallacious argument. The 12th blood tree lies here. Your rebuttals are futile. Sun Jijun's gaze flashed as he swung at the girl. She made no attempt to evade. Blood sprayed forth, yet her expression was filled with an eerie smile. As the girl collapsed, no system notification rang out to signal the completion of the task. Her lifeless body fell beneath a blood tree, leaving Sun Jijun in a state of shock. Chapter 86. Could you hold a little tighter? Beneath a blood tree, a girl with a peculiar smile underwent a sudden transformation. The dark-hearted merchant, Kanglin, observed Sun Jijun from a distance, his eyes slightly narrowed. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. Kanglin approached Sun Jijun, reaching out to grasp him. A card materialized in his hand, marked Justice. The card's image, previously blank, had transformed into a figure, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Jijun. The dazed Sun Jijun, who had been lying on the ground, vanished completely. Justice is not so easily wielded, Kanglin remarked, displaying a hint of disappointment. He had held high hopes for Sun Ji-jun. Yet regrettably, he could not pass such a simple test. What, indeed, constitutes justice? Kanglin pondered aloud, though no one was at his side. It seemed he was inquiring of himself, or perhaps of you. Justice, he mused as his figure faded away, leaving only an echoing resonance. Perhaps I should seek someone with a deeply entrenched obsession? A fire-breathing dragon soared through the skies, carrying a man and woman upon its back. Indeed, Ling Xiu had once again sought a ride on Su Huayin's dragon. It was somewhat amusing. Ever since Su Huayin had acquired this fire-breathing dragon, Ling Xiu had not once utilized the Bone Warhorse card. In comparison to the soaring dragon, the ground-bound warhorse felt rather lackluster. After delivering Ling Xiu to Qingmu City, Su Huayin and Ling Xiu parted ways. Soon after, Su Huayin arrived at the entrance of a potion shop, Shiling's store. From afar, he could see a young girl, cradling her face in her hands, listlessly twirling a strand of hair. Boss, 5 basic stamina potion cards. A passerby approached Shiling's sales window. We're out, Shiling replied, lacking any desire for conversation. Basic healing potions would do. I'll take 5. The passerby switched categories. Out of those 2, Shilling answered. Then what do you have? Nothing left. Come back in a few days. I've run out of materials. The passerby departed, visibly dissatisfied, grumbling to himself. Shilling, Su Huayin called out. In an instant, Shilling perked up, her previous listlessness vanishing, her entire demeanor suddenly radiant. You're here, she exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Apologies for being late. No worries. Your presence is what matters. Shilling waved her hands dismissively. Let us go. I've exhausted my current materials. Very well, Su Huayin nodded. With a swift gesture, he summoned the fire-breathing dragon. Hop on. Su Huayin stepped onto the dragon's back, extending a hand toward Shilling. Okay. Shiling's delicate face flushed a soft crimson as she placed her small hand in his. With a gentle tug, he pulled her onto the dragon's back. Hold on tight. We're ready to set off. Su Huayin firmly embraced Shilling, realizing that if she were to fall, all the rapport he had built up to this point would be for naught. Where are we headed? Back to the same place? Su Huayin inquired. Feeling the warm breeze against her ears, Shilling shivered slightly, her ears reddening. Yes, the same place as last time, she replied softly. All right, Su Huayin nodded in acknowledgement, expertly guiding the fire-breathing dragon towards the herb collection site. What's wrong? Su Huayin suddenly noticed Shilling shifting uneasily in front of him. It's nothing, she replied, fidgeting. It's just, could you hold me a bit tighter? I'm still a little scared, Shilling explained. All right, it's perfectly safe, Su Huayin chuckled, amused by her timidness. What is there to be afraid of? This isn't my first time. Though he jested, he remained respectful of her needs, securing her firmly in his grasp, ensuring there was no possibility of falling. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived. Su Huayin released his hold, safely landing. Thank you. After gathering the herbs, night had fallen. However, it made little difference. On the return journey, Shilling simply requested Su Huayin to fly a bit slower, and that was all. The needs of the customer are paramount. In pursuit of the Shilling's handkerchief card, Su Huayin unconditionally fulfilled her request, hoping to garner a bit more rapport. Returning with Shilling to her store, they parted ways. Su Huayin finally heard a melodious system notification. Ding! Shilling's favorability level is 5. Upon hearing this sound, a smile unconsciously crept across Su Huayin's face. At last, all the time he spent was not in vain. When will you gather herbs next? The gentle evening breeze caressed the air as Su Huayin called out to Shilling, who had just alighted from the dragon's back. Shilling turned around, her face aglow with excitement. Every 3 days, I must collect herbs, she replied. From now on, I will accompany you each time you gather herbs. How does that sound? Su Huayin requested. Yes, I am willing, exceedingly willing, Shilling nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with boundless enthusiasm. Ding! Shiling's favorability level is 5. As Shiling's words fell, another system notification resonated in Su Huayin's ears. Another 5 points of favorability. Su Huayin appeared overjoyed. Then, I shall see you in 3 days, he said. If he could increase favorability every 3 days, he would soon max it out. At that time, the card of the most fearsome monster in the history of the card domain, Shiling's handkerchief, would belong to him. This card's power could significantly enhance his dueling capabilities. Wait, I haven't given you your reward yet, Shilling called out to Su Huayin, who was preparing to leave. I don't have the potion cards right now. Come back tomorrow, and I will have them ready. Shiling's eyes flickered, revealing the telltale signs of a blatant lie. All right, I will find time to come by, Su Huayin nodded, not pursuing the matter further. Then, farewell. Yes, goodbye. Su Huayin piloted the fire dragon back to the base. Chapter 87. The Envoys of Starlight Heavy Industries and the Aoki Self-Discipline Society. Finally home. Upon returning to the base, Su Huayin leapt off the fire dragon, ready to rest. However, he was soon intercepted by Ma Jintong. Brother, I need to discuss something with you, Ma Jintong said. What is it? Su Huayin yawned and walked into the base. While I was in Aoki City today, a faction claiming to be Starlight Heavy Industries approached me. A key term in Ma Jintong's words piqued Su Huayin's interest. Starlight Heavy Industries? Isn't that the faction that seized the third guild order during the Guild Beast event with me and Ling Qiu? Su Huayin recalled that war machine with vivid clarity. Have they come to trouble you? Su Huayin's tone rose noticeably. Wait. Su Huayin suddenly realized another issue. How do they know you? He and Ling Qiu had encountered Starlight Heavy Industries personnel, but Ma Jintong and his group should not be known to them. Don't get excited. Let me finish, Ma Jintong hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. Then what is it? Su Huayin approached the refrigerator, opened its door, and pulled out a bottle of orange juice, taking large gulps to savor its icy flavor. Half of the refrigerator was filled with apple juice, Ling Qiu's favorite. The thing is, Starlight Heavy Industries wants to purchase this guild order from us, Ma Jintong stated. Is that so? Su Huayin replied, his expression revealing understanding. It seems there are internal testing players within Starlight Heavy Industries. Unless one's personal combat power is exceptionally strong and can clear the 10th layer of the Heavenly Tower, otherwise, the path to the 5th slot is unavoidable. Ma Jintong shrugged and added, not just Starlight Heavy Industries. Nearly all factions of a certain scale are composed of capital internal testing players. What about the price? What did Starlight Heavy Industries offer? Su Huayin asked, curious about their bid. Well, they haven't mentioned it yet. They said they would come by tomorrow to discuss it in detail, Ma Jintong replied. Today's meeting was merely a courtesy call to inform us about tomorrow. I see. Is Ling Qiu aware of this? Su Huayin closed the refrigerator door and sat down on the sofa. No, Sister Qiu hasn't returned yet. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have known who to tell. Ling Qiu hasn't returned? All right, I understand. Su Huayin nodded, considering the matter settled. Apart from Su Huayin, everyone at the base referred to Ling Qiu as Sister Qiu. She was the eldest sister there. Oh, but Ling Dong called her sister directly. Ling Qiu still hadn't come back. Su Huayin had never doubted her safety, unless she had ventured alone to challenge an elite guild beast. What else? How did Starlight Heavy Industries come to know you? Su Huayin continued to inquire. That was facilitated by the Aoki Self-Discipline Society, essentially the former officials, Ma Jintong elaborated. So, it was that group led by Xiao Nantian. They orchestrated this. A flicker of intrigue crossed Su Huayin's eyes. If his memory served him correctly, when he sought to seize the guild order from Starlight Heavy Industries, it was indeed Xiaoying who guided him to it. At the time, there were several other targets, but Xiaoying provided only this one. It was an obvious case of using others to do one's bidding. Attempting to thwart Starlight Heavy Industries from obtaining that guild order through Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Regardless of whom they targeted, it would offend someone. And since the information was free, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu had not begrudged Xiaoying's calculations. Why today, though, are Starlight Heavy Industries and the officials entangled again? Continue. Su Huayin stroked his chin, urging Ma Jintong to go on. The Aoki Self-Discipline Society will also send a representative to meet us tomorrow at 9 a.m., stating they have matters to discuss. Ma Jintong summarized the situation. All right, I understand. I will carefully consider this matter. Please inform Shi Yuru and the others to remain at the base tomorrow morning. Understood. After seeing Ma Jintong off, Su Huayin began to ponder deeply. The current information was too scant to make any effective judgments. However, since they sought to purchase the guild order, it seemed they chose to negotiate on his turf. They did not appear to be hostile guests. He would assess the situation tomorrow. For now, he would take one step at a time. Su Huayin rubbed his temples. Even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. With so little information, it would be odd if he could deduce anything. After a long day, Su Huayin quickly fell asleep upon returning to his bed. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Jing Tian and Li Kaifeng were now solely responsible for logistics. They harbored no ambitions. Their daily task was simply cooking. Su Huayin viewed this as their own choice. Hey, Ling Dong, where's your sister? Su Huayin glanced around and, not seeing Ling Qiu, tapped Ling Dong, who was having breakfast, and asked, Brother Ming, my sister is in her room. I don't know when she came back last night. The door is closed, and she probably hasn't woken up yet. Ling Dong replied obediently. Though she was Ling Qiu's sister, she seemed quite fearful of Su Huayin, which puzzled him. What was there to fear from a sunny, cheerful young man like him? All right. Su Huayin then bypassed the dining table, took a few steps, and arrived at the door of a room. This was Ling Qiu's room. Knock, knock, knock. Su Huayin rapped on the door. Who is it? A languid voice emerged from within the room. It's me. I have something to discuss with you, Su Huayin replied. Oh, then come in. The door isn't locked, Ling Qiu said, stifling a yawn. Upon hearing this, Su Huayin pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately spotting Ling Qiu, who had just risen from her bed, her eyes still heavy with sleep. At that moment, Ling Qiu was clad in a simple tank top, with one strap slipped down her alabaster shoulder, her long hair cascading casually down her back. What is it? Ling Qiu asked nonchalantly as she stretched lazily. It's a significant matter. Today, the representatives from Xinguang Heavy Industries and the Qingmu Discipline Society will be visiting us, Su Huayin stated. Ling Qiu's interest piqued at Su Huayin's words. Oh, do elaborate. Chapter 88, The Tower of Heaven. Here as the situation, Su Huayin recounted the information he had gathered from Ma Jindong, seeking Ling Qiu's assistance in analyzing the circumstances. How can I analyze this? With such scant information, It would be remarkable if I could draw any conclusions, Ling Qiu retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Su Huayin. Let's wait. We'll find out when we meet. Ling Qiu rose from the bed, and as she stood, the zero-style armor materialized around her, and she strode purposefully toward the exit. The agreed-upon meeting time was 9 o'clock, yet, in reality, a helicopter landed in the courtyard at 8:30. The thunderous roar of the engine was unmistakable. The guests have arrived. Ling Qiu and Su Huayin stepped outside. As the helicopter's door swung open, two figures descended. They were strikingly beautiful, one of whom was familiar to Su Huayin. Xiaoying, exclaimed a voice, one that did not belong to Su Huayin but to Shi Yuru. It's you. Xiaoying recognized Shi Yuru. Su Huayin, long time no see. Xiaoying greeted him with a radiant smile, her charming demeanor sharpening Ling Qiu's gaze significantly. Indeed, it has been a while, Su Huayin replied courteously. I'm here representing the Qingmu Discipline Society, and this is Feng Ling, representing Xinguang Heavy Industries. Xiaoying introduced the elegantly dressed girl beside her. Is this a beauty trap? It's certainly a classic tactic, Ma Zhendong whispered. In fact, had they approached him initially with a charming and sweet-voiced lady, he might have already joined the Qingmu Discipline Society. Ideally, to recruit extraordinary individuals. They should have employed a more appealing approach rather than resorting to coercive measures. Such tactics seem rather foolish, or perhaps indicative of an inherent arrogance. Now, with the nascent order of a new era taking shape, they seem to have slightly set aside this arrogance in favor of a more subtle approach. However, my friend here is a card player. Beauty traps would likely be of little use to him. Perhaps they would fare better with someone like me, who is not merely a card player. Ma Zhendong's internal monologue was rich and layered. Hello, please come in. Ling Qiu welcomed the two into their base. Despite being merely an impromptu assembly for today's meeting, Su Huayin and his companions had made some preparations. Seated around a table, Su Huayin and Ling Qiu took their places on the left, while Feng Ling and Xiaoying sat opposite them. Ma Zhendong and others stood nearby. Well, we seem to be well prepared. Let us get straight to the point. May I inquire what brings you both here today? Ling Qiu asked, her commanding presence unmistakable. Truly, she was once the president of a super guild within the game world. Although that was merely a digital realm, when Ling Qiu focused, she radiated an aura of authority that belied her youth. I'm in no rush. I'll wait until you've concluded your discussion before addressing my matters. Xiaoying said, narrowing her eyes and smiling. She passed the conversational ball to Feng Ling. Here's the thing. We at Xinguang Heavy Industries wish to purchase a guild token from you. Feng Ling took over. Su Huayin and Ling Qiu were already aware of Feng Ling's purpose. They remained silent, observing her closely, eager to discern what lay across the negotiating table. This is our sincerity from Xinguang Heavy Industries. Feng Ling produced a document and handed it to Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu accepted the document and began to peruse its contents, the only sound being the rustle of paper. After approximately 2 minutes, Ling Qiu handed the document to Su Huayin. The document consisted of merely 2 sheets, densely packed with conditions. However, it merely appeared overwhelming. In reality, the core stipulations were threefold. Firstly, 10,000 pesos. Secondly, a purple-grade entry card for the Zero Domain dungeon. Thirdly, a willingness to assist Su Huayin and others in establishing a bona fide base on this mountain, approximately 4 to 5 times the current size. This, Su Huayin, having perused the conditions set forth by Xinguang Heavy Industries, found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't that the terms were unfeasible, rather, they seemed excessively generous. Normally, a guild token would cost around 10,000 pesos, but that was when one could reliably obtain them, certainly not the price for the initial batch. As for the second stipulation, a dungeon entry card to the Zero Domain, if memory served Su Huayin correctly, the A0-style armor card could only be obtained from within the Zero Domain. There existed other cards in the Zero-style series within that domain. The purple-grade dungeon entry card was practically akin to a family heirloom for Ling Qiu. Then there was the third point, the offer to assist in expanding the base. To be frank, the current facilities were rather shabby. While they could accommodate the few residents now, future development necessitated expansion, though the subsequent costs were minor. They indicated that Xinguang Heavy Industries was genuinely earnest in their approach. The offer felt almost tailored to their needs. To be honest, Su Huayin was quite tempted. The value offered easily surpassed that of 3 purple cards, including a Zero-style series purple card, albeit requiring Ling Qiu to engage in dungeon runs herself. However, regarding the guild token, it is a matter of great significance, and we believe it necessitates internal discussion, Ling Qiu finally replied. That's entirely reasonable. Feng Ling smiled warmly. I shall step outside for a moment. The scenery on the mountain is quite lovely. With that, Feng Ling departed, leaving Xiaoying seated with the two. A shrewd negotiation. Indeed, you aim to buy time, inviting other forces to join the bidding in hopes of driving up the price, correct? A commendable strategy. However, this offer is already exceedingly generous, almost as if they are laying bare their resources. Other factions might not possess such resolve, Xiaoying assessed with a smile. Is that so? Thank you for the insight, Ling Qiu replied noncommittally. Then, Miss Xiaoying, What other objectives do you have for your visit? Ling Qiu inquired, her posture slightly more assertive. Quite simply, Xiaoying chuckled lightly, parting her crimson lips, and slowly uttered, "The Tower of Heaven." Chapter 89. The Overbearing Ling Qiu. The Tower of Heaven. Upon hearing this name, both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu felt their pupils constrict slightly. This is something that nearly everyone must confront, the Tower of Babel system. Starting from the 5th slot, each subsequent slot opened presents an option related to the Tower of Babel. Upon unlocking the 5th slot, one may choose either the guild route or the personal route to conquer the 10th level of the tower. The unlocking of the 6th slot requires, as one of its conditions, that the guild to which one belongs must dominate a fortress, or alternatively, that the personal route must conquer the 20th level of the tower. In any case, if one intends to pursue the path of independent players, the Tower of Babel is an unavoidable aspect. Su Huayin is exceedingly familiar with the Tower of Babel, having previously embarked on the independent route and successfully unlocked the 7th slot. What is it about the Tower of Babel? Su Huayin asked solemnly. Do you all remember how the Tower of Babel is unlocked? Xiaoying inquired. Upon hearing Xiaoying's words, both Su Huayin and Ling Qiu instinctively began to contemplate. If my memory serves me correctly, unlocking the Tower of Babel requires someone to complete the nightmare mode of 3 public dungeons. At that point, the main city promotion dungeon will appear, which is a dungeon for 100 players, necessitating 100 players with 3 slots to enter. Upon completing the main city promotion dungeon, that city will be upgraded to a level 2 main city, and the functionality of the Tower of Babel will be activated at that time. As the president of the Super Guild Zero, Ling Qiu is well acquainted with the process and content of upgrading the main city. Indeed, as expected of the president of Zero, Xiaoying nodded in agreement. Regarding the upgrade of the main city and the activation of the Tower of Babel, our Qingmu Discipline Society seeks to collaborate with you. Finally, Xiaoying articulated the purpose of their visit. Oh, you desire the benefits of the Tower of Babel? Ling Qiu's eyes twinkled as he immediately discerned Xiaoying's intent. The team that successfully completes the city upgrade dungeon will receive 5% of the revenues from the Tower of Babel. The challenges of the tower are not without cost. Apart from the first challenge being free, each subsequent attempt requires a fee of 100 pesos. Thus, a 5% share implies that for every challenge undertaken by a single individual, a profit of 5 pesos can be secured. Yes, President Ling Qiu is indeed perceptive. Xiaoying flattered, then continued, as you can see, I believe we can reach a collaborative agreement. Currently, there are probably no more than 200 players with 3 slots in all of Qingmu City, and their growth is exceedingly slow. Our Qingmu Discipline Society can issue a summons to gather all factions within Qingmu City to collectively strive to upgrade the main city and activate the Tower of Babel. With the background of our Qingmu Discipline Society, we are well suited to act as the conveners. At that point, with you, President Ling Qiu, as the team leader, how about we work together to complete the dungeon? Upon the conclusion of Xiaoying's proposal, a profound silence enveloped the air. This is not a trivial matter. Rather, it is a significant affair. It is no wonder that they sent a messenger. How will the benefits be distributed? Ling Qiu inquired, appearing remarkably composed. Upgrading the city is, of course, for the sake of the Tower of Babel's profits. That is the crux of the matter. 20%, Xiaoying extended 2 fingers, gesturing before Su Huayin and Ling Qiu. 20% of the profits will belong to your Zero Guild. What about the remaining 80%? Ling Qiu inquired patiently. Our Qingmu Discipline Society, as the organizer and provider of 30 players with 3 slots, will take 30%, while the remaining factions will share the remaining 50%. Xiaoying proposed a distribution plan. If that is the case, then there is no need for further discussion, Ling Qiu remarked nonchalantly. Though it may seem reasonable at first glance, such a distribution ratio is utterly ludicrous. Wait, is there any dissatisfaction? Feel free to express your concerns. We can negotiate. Xiaoying's eyes exhibited a hint of panic. There is nothing to negotiate. Our Zero Guild requires at least this amount, Ling Qiu stated, holding up 5 fingers. I have never been one to share what I covet, but I must admit that my current faction is indeed somewhat weak. In light of your contribution in convening, I am willing to offer you 20%, while the remaining 30% will go to others. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying, who had been maintaining her composure, unconsciously raised her voice. Impossible. Such a distribution ratio is absolutely unacceptable. Xiaoying stood up, the proposed division far exceeding her threshold of tolerance. Originally, Xiaoying had envisioned offering Zero Guild a maximum of 25%, akin to the share for Qingmu Discipline Society, while maintaining the remaining 50% unchanged. To demand half is simply too greedy. Well, then, so be it, Ling Qiu responded indifferently. This is my bottom line. You should be able to hear about my style from those internal testers who have allied with you. Xiaoying took several deep breaths to calm her emotions. Indeed, the internal testers' evaluation of Ling Qiu could be encapsulated in a single word, domineering, unparalleled in his dominance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one person, or rather one guild, to monopolize an entire series of cards. As Ling Qiu had stated, anything she desired would never be up for sharing, it must be hers alone. We cannot agree to such a ratio. 25% is the highest we can commit to you. Do not force it. As I have said, my minimum is 50%. You are merely a messenger, responsible for conveying my words back. Is there anything else? Ling Qiu remained unfazed, her expression betraying no excessive emotion. There is one more thing. Xiaoying adjusted her mindset and gradually articulated the second matter. Furthermore, regarding those 3 elite-level bosses, our team can provide you with a continuous buff of 50 points in strength, 50 points in constitution, and 20 points in agility, along with ongoing light injury healing effects to assist you in defeating the elite bosses. That sounds quite promising. If such substantial buffs are available, it would indeed be possible to challenge the elite-level bosses. Ling Qiu affirmed the combat plan, and then she fixed her clear gaze upon Xiaoying. In feasible combat scenarios, the pivotal aspect lies in the distribution of loot. Of course, gazing into Ling Qiu's emotionless eyes, Xiaoying swallowed her previously prepared speech. There are 3 guild orders. 1 for you, 1 for us, which can be sold at auction, and the proceeds will be split equally between our sides. Half is it? Ling Qiu did not agree outright, but instead fell into contemplation. Although she recognized that the 80% was a result of Ling Qiu's negotiation prowess, Xiao Ying's heart raced with anxiety with every subtle movement from Ling Qiu. It could be said that in the recent exchange, Xiaoying had been decisively bested by Ling Qiu. It seems acceptable, but I have 2 minor requests, Ling Qiu stated. Please, do tell, Xiaoying prompted. First, the first of the 3 guild orders will belong to us, the second to you, and as for the third, I do not insist on keeping it with us. It may be stored with a neutral NPC faction, such as the Adventurers Association or the Fishing Association, Ling Qiu articulated. Is that so? Very well. Xiaoying acquiesced to Ling Qiu's request. Finally, both parties reached an agreement, and the atmosphere began to ease. After concluding the discussions and leaving behind a satellite phone, Xiaoying departed, somewhat disheveled, accompanied by Feng Ling. What is it? Do I have something on my face? After bidding Xiaoying farewell, Ling Qiu noticed Su Huayin gazing at her face with a somewhat dazed expression. A fleeting blush crossed her fair visage as she inquired, It's nothing, President Ling Qiu. Su Huayin promptly waved his hand, inadvertently infusing his words with a tone of respect. Truly, as the president of a super guild, his presence was formidable. If he were in Su Huayin's position, he would not claim to be incapable of handling the situation. Yet he certainly could not exhibit the clarity and confidence that Ling Qiu displayed. It seemed as though everything was under control. Is this what it means to be the president of a super guild? Since we are so familiar now, just call me Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu rolled her eyes at Su Huayin. Oh, I almost forgot. Ling Qiu tapped her forehead. Such a situation would have been an excellent opportunity for training. It should have been you managing it. Ling Qiu appeared somewhat regretful. Aside from lacking experience, Su Huayin demonstrated considerable intelligence and adaptability. He was entirely capable of standing on his own. He merely required a bit of practical experience. After all, natural-born leaders are rare, and most leaders are cultivated through experience. How about this? You will be responsible for the subsequent negotiations with Starlight Heavy Industries. If you incur some losses, consider it a form of training, Ling Qiu declared. It was evident that she was dissatisfied with the conditions currently proposed by Starlight Heavy Industries. If she were to lead the negotiations, she could extract even more. All right, leave it to me, Su Huayin responded without hesitation. He was aware of his many shortcomings. After all, before the upheaval, he was merely an ordinary card player with a passion for gaming. The established order provided safety for ordinary individuals, but stifled the inherent nature of some. The helicopter took off. After sending Feng Ling away, Xiaoying made a phone call. Hello, Dad, I'm out. The discussion is over, Xiaoying said. A calm voice came from the other end. How did it go? Asked Xiaonantian. As you anticipated, they were exceedingly domineering, demanding at least half of the profits from the Sky Tower before they would consider making a move, Xiaoying replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. Prior to her arrival, Xiaonantian had already predicted this outcome. As for the negotiations with the elite-level bosses guild, they were settled. However, Xiaoying reported on the collaboration that had been established. That's good. Securing even one deal is sufficient. Return now. It's inconvenient to discuss everything over the phone. Once you're back, provide a detailed account of all the negotiation specifics. I've arranged for professionals here who can profile both Ling Qiu and Su Huayin's personalities and inclinations. Understood. Approximately half an hour later, Xiaoying returned to the base. Xiaonanshan's professional team was already in place. Let us hear the details from that moment. Xiaonantian inquired. It goes like this. During the half hour, Xiaoying had prepared adequately, making her account swift and comprehensive. She recounted every encounter from her outing, especially the nuances of negotiating with Ling Qiu, the tone and demeanor she exhibited, sharing all details as thoroughly as possible. Is there anything else to add? Xiaonantian asked. No. That's about it, Xiaoying replied, rubbing her forehead. Dr. Li, is the profile ready? Xiaonantian directed his question toward a man in a white coat, who had been quietly listening without interjecting. It's nearly complete, but I still need to ask Ms. Xiao a few questions, the man in the white coat responded. Please, speak freely, Xiaoying replied. Just a couple of minor inquiries. For instance, when Ling Qiu demanded 50%, did she gesture with her palm, facing herself, or towards you? Well, Xiaoying strained to recall. After some effort, the profiling was finally completed. All right, Mayor. Oh no, I mean President. Here is the personality profile. The man handed a paper report to Xiao Nantian. 1. Strong desire for control. She perceives the entrance to the zero domain, dungeon, as her personal domain, permitting no one to encroach, even disregarding rules and fairness. In her eyes, objectives must be firmly grasped in hand, with all obstacles eliminated. She relishes the thrill of absolute control, akin to a dictator establishing her own order through forceful means. 2. Arrogant and conceited. The domineering demeanor displayed during negotiations stems primarily from her power and self-perception. She firmly believes that she and her guild stand above others, considering the strength and demands of other players as insignificant, even treating her request for 50% as a matter of course. Utterly indifferent to the anger and dissatisfaction of others. 3. Decisive and ruthless. Decisions are made swiftly and without mercy. Once a target is identified, she acts with resolution. She does not waste time negotiating with opponents, but rather asserts her dominance through intimidation or forceful means, much like a blade drawn from its sheath. Fast, precise, and ruthless in achieving her goals, regardless of the potential for public outrage. 4. Ambitious. Occupying the dungeon entrance is merely a strategic move in her quest for expansion. She yearns to control more resources, her ambition akin to an insatiable black hole, driving her to continuously challenge boundaries and devour all accessible benefits. 5. Cold externally. Warm internally, possibly with hidden layers. Despite her overtly strong and domineering exterior, akin to an animal, the harder the shell, the softer the core it protects. However, this softness is reserved solely for those she trusts. Such a personality is quite formidable. Individuals with such traits, once empowered, could indeed transform into dragons amidst chaos. Chapter 91. Entering the Serpent's Veil Dungeon. After bidding farewell to Xiaoying, everyone resumed their respective activities. Su Huayin took out a card. Serpent's Veil Dungeon card. Quality, purple. Card type, dungeon card. Effect, grants entry into the Serpent's Veil Dungeon upon use. Description, the Unseen Serpent. Acquisition method, dropped by Serpent class bosses and above, or from unscrupulous merchants. This is the one. Su Huayin resolved to utilize this dungeon card today. Before entering the dungeon, Su Huayin organized the cards he possessed. Main body, Tiger's Yin and Yang, combined with Fire Dragon Scale, White Tiger Blade, and Bone King Shield. Clone, Assassin class card, combined with Poison Dagger, Heaven and Earth coexist. Stealth, combined with Phantom Step. Using the Serpent's Veil Dungeon card, Su Huayin activated the dungeon card. Ding. Once entered, card slots cannot be adjusted. Would you like to enter immediately? The system's map prompt echoed in Su Huayin's ears. Yes. Su Huayin silently affirmed once more. The next moment, a flash of light enveloped him. When Su Huayin opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dimly lit small room. Before him was a flickering oil lamp, and he was clad in a pitch-black night suit. Beside the oil lamp lay a mask. What is this? Am I playing a thief-like role? Su Huayin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Through the nearby window, he could see a towering castle in the distance. Before he could finish his thought, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Welcome to the Serpent's Veil Dungeon. Your identity in this dungeon is a member of the Serpent faction. You have received the following tasks. Task 1. Assassinate all guards. Task Reward. Random blue assassin skill card. Task 2. Assassinate the Lord. Task Reward. Random purple assassin weapon card. Optional task. Steal the scepter from the Lord without being detected to complete the dungeon. Task Reward. Serpent's Veil 2. Gold dungeon card. After listening to the system's prompt, Su Huayin took a moment to contemplate. The first two tasks were quite standard indeed. The title and content of the dungeon align quite well. However, the final optional task leaves one somewhat perplexed. What does it mean to steal the Lord's scepter without being discovered? The emphasis on without being discovered is particularly puzzling. Does it imply that I must stealthily infiltrate the castle and abscond with the scepter without anyone noticing? Su Huayin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Conventionally, this would indeed be the interpretation. Nevertheless, if I were to complete the dungeon in such a manner, it seems I would be unable to procure the previous two rewards. But then Su Huayin pondered, what if I could have it all? If I were to eliminate the guard without him seeing, would that not also satisfy the condition of remaining undetected while simultaneously dispatching a foe? Su Huayin speculated. He resolved to put this theory to the test. According to the text description, it appeared feasible. Off he went. Su Huayin donned his mask and equipped it on his doppelganger. The doppelganger activated its stealth ability, seemingly vanishing into thin air, and slipped out of the small room, making its way toward the distant castle. By the way, does being discovered refer solely to the original body? The nature of the doppelganger is akin to that of a summoned creature. If the doppelganger is detected, does that count as being discovered? Su Huayin's thoughts wandered. Primarily, this dungeon was one he had not encountered during the beta test. Now, everything had to be explored anew. To be cautious, it would be best if the doppelganger remained undetected while accomplishing the assassination task. Su Huayin tiptoed lightly, making his way to a point not far from the castle. He could easily see 2 armored soldiers stationed at the castle's entrance. The grand doors of the castle were closed. In addition to the 2 guards on duty, there were another 2 patrolling around the castle's exterior. Su Huayin refrained from acting rashly. Wait a moment. Based on my previous experience with castle maps, there typically exist hidden sentries, usually 1 or 2. Su Huayin surveyed the castle. After circling it, he marked several potential locations for hidden sentries. Furthermore, the surrounding area was comprised of soft sand. Aside from the 2 sentries, the entirety of the castle's perimeter was covered in yielding sand. A single footfall would undoubtedly leave a deep imprint. If one had functioning eyesight, it would be quite visible. Why does it seem like this is specifically designed to thwart assassins? Su Huayin remarked. Well, this dungeon is tailored for the assassin class. Naturally, it is designed to counter assassins. With such terrain, unless one could fly, it would be exceedingly easy to be discovered. However, it was not entirely impossible. The path Su Huayin circled around the castle was not traversed without purpose. At the back of the castle, there was a small stretch of sandy ground interspersed with a few stones. The distance between each pair of stones was roughly 2 meters, some slightly farther apart. Others a tad closer. If he could accurately leap onto the stones each time, it appeared he could navigate this stretch of sand flawlessly. Su Huayin surmised that this might have been deliberately left for players to traverse. Such elements are quite common in game dungeons. However, back then, one merely needed to control the game character, adjusting the jump strength by holding the screen for varying durations, akin to a simple jumping game. Yet, in reality, jumping is an entirely different affair. Let me give it a try. Su Huayin took a deep breath. Jump. The first stone was exceedingly simple, merely about a meter from the starting point, making it relatively easier to leap onto. Next came the second stone, which required considerable effort. Su Huayin successfully navigated the sandy area with some trepidation. He reached the back of the castle just as 2 armored soldiers were patrolling nearby. Observing the situation, a cold glint flashed in Su Huayin's eyes. The 2 soldiers unwittingly walked past him. Su Huayin lightly stepped forward, trailing the soldier in the rear. Launching a surprise attack from behind, he covered the soldier's mouth with one hand, while a green-hued dagger sliced through his neck, severing his trachea. The guard did not emit a single cry, expiring instantaneously. Su Huayin swiftly laid the corpse down before pouncing on the other guard. Chapter 92, Blindness. Su Huayin's movements were remarkably clean and efficient. After dispatching the guard behind, the soldier in front remained completely oblivious to the demise of his comrade. By the time he sensed something amiss, Su Huayin had already positioned himself behind him. With a gentle stroke, he slit the soldier's throat. The guard's body also collapsed slowly to the ground. 2 down, Su Huayin whispered. Not wasting a moment, he moved towards a nearby spot where the ground appeared distinctly different from the surroundings. Someone must be hiding underground. Based on his experience, sentries do not constantly monitor their surroundings, but only check intermittently. Su Huayin swiftly lifted the disguise, and in the stunned gaze of the hidden sentry, he delivered a lethal blow. It seemed that even if discovered, it mattered little. Perhaps the meaning of infiltrating was not being detected prior to encountering the boss. A thought flickered through Su Huayin's mind. Regardless of his musings, he did not slow his pace. With the sentry and 2 patrolling guards eliminated, although there had been no noise, the guards stationed at the entrance would undoubtedly notice any unusual delay from their comrades. Shadow step. There was no time to wait for the cooldown of stealth. Su Huayin activated his strong concealment skill and approached the 2 guards stationed at the castle entrance. Plop. A stone was tossed a short distance away, the sound prompting the 2 guards to instinctively glance in that direction. Seizing the opportunity, Su Huayin struck once more. The dagger pierced through the nape of one guard's neck, silencing him. The sound was slightly louder than intended. The guard, lured by the noise, immediately turned back to investigate. Yet, that motion seemed akin to offering his neck to the blade. Thud. The final guard was likewise dispatched, his body crumpling to the ground. Infiltration successful. The system's notification chimed right on cue in Su Huayin's ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing Task 1. You have been rewarded with the Blue Assassin skill, Blindness. A blue card materialized before him. Blindness. Quality, blue. Card type, skill card. Effect, causes the target enemy to lose sight and be unable to cast spells. The duration is linked to the target's physical attributes and the number of card slots. Description, the nemesis of mages. Restriction, must possess an assassin class card in the slots to equip. Series, Assassin Series. Dual mode effect, trap card, counterattack. Can be activated when monsters with assassin or ninja attributes are present, negating and banishing the effects of magic cards activated by the opponent. Oh, what a delightful card. This is undoubtedly the nemesis of mages. Su Huayin reached out to grasp the card. Though his current card slots were insufficient, the 4th one would eventually unlock. Moreover, even if it cannot be equipped now, it can still serve as a strategic card. A single blinding effect would render a mage unit essentially helpless, unless, of course, that unit possesses purification or a refrigerator. Quite impressive indeed. After waiting for several seconds, the cooldown for the skill was completed. Su Huayin kicked aside the corpses of 2 NPC guards and pushed the door to enter the castle. This was a castle of medieval architecture. Su Huayin treaded lightly as he entered. For an assassin, every step is of paramount importance. Ideally, one should walk without making a sound, leaving no impact on the surrounding environment. He walked upon a red carpet that extended directly from the entrance into the depths of the castle. The grand foyer was devoid of any presence. After surveying the surroundings, he continued along the red carpet deeper into the castle. Before long, Su Huayin halted in front of a corridor. Here, the red carpet came to an end temporarily, with a new stretch of it approximately 20 meters ahead. In between lay a corridor stretching 20 meters long. Su Huayin's gaze fell upon the ground. This corridor spanned about 25 meters in width. Its floor adorned with small squares measuring approximately 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters, with 5 in each row, totaling around 40 squares. Thus, there were a total of 200 small squares. This was reminiscent of familiar trial challenges. Although he had not encountered the invisible serpent dungeon before, he had experienced similar designs in other dungeons. An upgraded version of a jumping trial, Su Huayin summarized. The mechanism ahead resembled the jumping puzzle he had completed with Ling Qiu during the swordsmith quest. The moment one foot stepped into the corridor, the squares would illuminate sequentially. Each square existed for only a limited time. Failing to step on a lit square would result in failure. If he could reach the red carpet on the opposite end, the challenge would be deemed successful. Su Huayin suspected that a failure in this challenge would equate to a failure in infiltration. He hoped the difficulty would not be too high. If it were below master level, he believed he could manage it. Adjusting his mindset, Su Huayin stepped into the corridor. In the next moment, the squares on the ground began to illuminate one by one, their flickering light imbued with an inexplicable sense of urgency. Su Huayin's gaze fixated on the glowing squares as his mind raced, calculating the optimal jumping route. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, landing precisely on the first illuminated square. Immediately after, he leaped again toward the next target square. However, this mechanism proved to be more intricate than he had anticipated. The rhythm of the illuminated squares suddenly quickened, and their positions became increasingly erratic. Beads of cold sweat formed on Su Huayin's forehead. Each leap was fraught with peril. Just as he was mid-jump, a square that should have lit up abruptly extinguished. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, leveraging the strength of his left foot to twist his body sharply, propelling himself against the adjacent wall, landing on a newly illuminated square. The previous mishap was primarily due to the sudden acceleration of the rhythm, which had caught him off guard. After a brief adjustment to the new pace, Su Huayin surged through the entire corridor in one go. Huffing slightly, he found his eyes alight with exhilaration. Despite a minor misstep, he had successfully navigated through unscathed. Next, he should be facing the Lord, right? Su Huayin glanced ahead where the red carpet ended at a room. Chapter 93, Wicked and Sinister. Su Huayin arrived at the end of the red carpet, entering the innermost chamber of the castle. Here, he beheld a corpulent figure, towering at 4 to 5 meters. Adorned with gold and silver jewelry, weighing at least several thousand pounds, who was leisurely indulging in a feast with a napkin tied around his waist. Su Huayin's gaze darted about, searching for the staff among the optional tasks. Soon, he spotted a staff beside the gluttonous lord, casually discarded and not even held by the rotund figure. It seemed as if it were simply waiting for him to retrieve it. Yet something felt amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of foreboding. How could it be so simple? Su Huayin's caution heightened. There was certainly some trickery afoot. The fate of his doppelganger was inconsequential. His primary concern was the completion of the optional quest. Stealthily, Su Huayin approached the staff, which appeared within reach. Yet he refrained from touching it. There was definitely a problem. He just needed to discern what it was. Su Huayin observed the corpulent lord, who seemed oblivious to his presence. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The staff appeared to be connected to the ground. Could it be? A hypothesis formed in his mind. If that were the case, this staff might not be the one the system intended for him to find. It could very well be a trap. Su Huayin took a step back, continuing to scrutinize the lord. Could it be that? As he watched the lord nonchalantly pick up a toothpick from the table to clean his teeth, Su Huayin's gaze sharpened. The toothpick was about 10 centimeters long, one end adorned with a green gemstone. Once the lord finished cleaning his teeth and carelessly placed the toothpick back on the table, Su Huayin swiftly approached, snatching it up. It was indeed a staff. Success! Su Huayin exclaimed with exhilaration. Now, he merely needed to carry this staff out without being detected. Wasting no time, Su Huayin dashed toward the exit, silently urging himself, "Do not be discovered. Do not be discovered." With the staff in hand, Su Huayin gracefully exited the castle, which was now only inhabited by the corpulent lord. The system's prompt was timely, sounding almost the instant he stepped outside. Ding! Congratulations on completing the optional quest. Reward: Invisible Serpent 2. A golden card materialized before Su Huayin. A golden card. A golden dungeon card, no less. Theoretically, golden dungeon cards could yield red cards. Of course, that was merely theoretical. In most cases, golden dungeon cards would only produce gold cards. A figure awaited outside the castle. It was none other than Su Huayin's true self. He extended his hand, placing the golden card before his eyes. Invisible Serpent 2. Quality: Gold. Card type: Dungeon card. Effect. Grants entry to the Invisible Serpent 2 dungeon upon use. Description. The Invisible Serpent. Acquisition method. Clear the Invisible Serpent dungeon. Limitation. Clear the Invisible Serpent dungeon. Stowing the dungeon card away, Su Huayin gazed back at the castle. Next, all that remained was to eliminate this boss to achieve complete success, wasn't he it? In a fleeting thought, his doppelganger re-entered the castle, making his way to the deepest chamber once more. Upon returning, Su Huayin noticed a change in the Lord's behavior. No longer was he indulging in food. Instead, he stood up, seemingly searching for something. Was he looking for his toothpick? Su Huayin speculated that the individual likely believed their belongings were carelessly placed somewhere, still unaware that they had been stolen. This situation was nearly ideal, under such circumstances. It seemed he could even forego self-detonation. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Huayin's eyes, as the corpulent lord sprawled on the ground. Seemingly attempting to locate a toothpick that had fallen beneath the table, Su Huayin made his move. His strike was lethal. The dagger plunged towards the lord's neck. With a sickening squelch, the blade tore open a gaping wound, blood gushing forth. Was the battle over? Not at all. The lord's excessive chin fat thwarted a direct strike to the neck, resulting instead in a blow that mostly sank into the accumulated fat. Although it inflicted injury upon the corpulent lord, a wound to the neck and a mere scratch were of entirely different magnitudes. Enraged by the assault, the lord swiped at Su Huayin, who had emerged from stealth to attack. Su Huayin dared not endure such force. Phantom step. He vanished into thin air, activating an invulnerability frame that rendered him immune to the damage. Swiftly, he retreated, his form disappearing from the lord's sight once more. The corpulent lord, vexed by the mockery, let out a furious roar, seizing objects from the table and hurling them at Su Huayin's recent position. Alas, he struck nothing but air. The plate shattered against the wall, scattering into fragments. Su Huayin remained unperturbed, even exiting the room. He awaited the cooldown of his skills. Once Phantom Step was ready, he would re-enter the chamber and continue the battle with the boss. There was no rush. Safety was paramount. Ma Zhendong's assessment of Su Huayin was apt. Truly, a person named Huayin is both wicked and cunning. Naturally, at such moments, Su Huayin would typically raise a finger in response to Ma Zhendong, silently conveying his thoughts. What does it mean to be wicked and cunning? It is called strategy, called tactics. Do you understand? Returning to the matter at hand, once the cooldown ended, Su Huayin re-entered the room. The corpulent lord was still throwing items about, attempting to locate Su Huayin through the disturbance of objects on the ground. Observing the debris scattered across the floor, Su Huayin discerned the lord's intentions. He was setting the stage for battle, hoping to find Su Huayin by triggering items on the ground. As the available footholds diminished, Su Huayin realized that success was imperative this time. Otherwise, stealth would be rendered nearly useless in the future. Chapter 94, Spinning Sleeve Blade. A wretched scream pierced the air. The corpulent lord instinctively clutched at his groin. The agonized cry was enough to move listeners to tears. Blood flowed profusely. Even with both hands pressed, he could not stem the tide. Crimson liquid oozed between his fingers. Standing at an imposing height of 4 to 5 meters, had he not lowered his head while crawling beneath the table, Su Huayin would have been unable to reach his neck for an attack. His strikes could only target the lower regions of the lord's body. With such limitations, there was little else he could attack. Su Huayin's assault contorted the lord's expression into one of extreme agony. Unable to maintain his balance, the lord collapsed to the ground, his thighs brushing against a conspicuous staff. The impact triggered a mechanism. Suddenly, 3 powerful crossbows emerged from the walls. With a thrum, 3 arrows struck the corpulent lord's body. Though labeled arrows, they resembled spears, nearly 2 meters in length. One of them pierced the lord's form completely. Su Huayin felt a surge of relief upon witnessing this. He had been wise to tread carefully. Otherwise, he would have been the one impaled. The corpulent giant boss's vitality proved resilient, as he still clung to life despite the grievous wound. Of course, only a final blow was required to finish him off. Farewell. Su Huayin delivered the coup de grâce. Just as the corpulent lord breathed his last, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed task 2. Reward, Spinning Sleeve Blade. Ding. You have completed all tasks. You will be teleported away in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourself. 30, 29. The countdown began. Su Huayin grasped the card that appeared before him. Spinning Sleeve Blade. Quality, purple. Card type, weapon card. Effect, strength 40, agility 20. Description, a specially modified sleeve blade. When deployed, it can be used as a dagger. Restriction, this card must be stacked with the assassin class card. Dual mode effect, permanent trap card. All assassins or ninja-type monsters on the field gain 500 attack once per turn. If there are assassin or ninja monsters on the field, you can negate one opponent's magic or trap activation. Once the countdown concluded, Su Huayin returned to the stronghold. The place was eerily empty. Aside from Li Kaifeng and Jing Tian, who lacked ambition, everyone else was tirelessly engaged in their endeavors, either grinding dungeons or completing quests, with no idlers in sight. It was still early in the server's launch, and time was precious. After quenching his thirst, Su Huayin approached the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle, and settled onto the sofa. He needed a moment to rest. His recent haul was undoubtedly bountiful. 1 blue card, 1 purple card, and 1 gold card. He had nearly exhausted the value of this dungeon. Panel. Su Huayin summoned the system interface. The blind skill had no available slot. But the spinning sleeve blade could easily replace the poison dagger card without a second thought. Choosing between a purple card and a green card posed no challenge at all. Hey, buddy, you're out of a job. Su Huayin toyed with the poison dagger card. His clone's cards were becoming increasingly extravagant. Stealth, stacked with Phantom Step. Heaven and Earth Coexistence, Assassin class card, and Spinning Sleeve Blade. 2 purple cards, 2 blue cards, and 1 white card. His combat power was nearly on par with his original self. Su Huayin even contemplated using the blind skill to replace the Heaven and Earth Coexistence skill. In doing so, his clone would embody a complete assassin template, specifically designed to counter mages, albeit lacking a self-detonation method. After resting briefly in the stronghold, Su Huayin ventured outside and summoned the fire-breathing dragon, setting his course for Qingmu City. He had promised Shieling that he would find time to collect yesterday's reward. Would failing to follow through diminish goodwill? Taking advantage of the moment, Su Huayin resolved to pay her a visit. Starting tomorrow, serious matters awaited. Ling Xiao had agreed to collaborate with the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association to tackle 3 elite boss-level guild monsters. Even with the buffs provided by the Aoki Self-Discipline Society, it would be nothing short of a fantasy for Ling Xiao to confront an elite-level boss single-handedly. The odds would be more favorable if they acted in concert. Moreover, they would benefit from the resonance buffs of the White Tiger Blade and the Black Tiger Sword. Most importantly, there lies the collaboration with the Aoki Self-Discipline Society, akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. With Su Huayin accompanying him, safety would be considerably enhanced. In essence, starting tomorrow, he and Ling Xiao would join forces to collaborate with the Aoki Self-Discipline Society in tackling the remaining 3 elite-level guild beasts. The fire-breathing dragon brought Su Huayin to Aoki City, where he landed near Shiling's shop. Business at Shiling's was as bustling as ever. Su Huayin noticed that every time he visited, there were always customers purchasing items. After the previous customer departed, Su Huayin approached the counter. "Hello, Shiling," he greeted with a wave. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shiling looked up, her expression lighting up with surprise. "You've come," she exclaimed joyfully, instinctively tidying her bangs. For some reason, Su Huayin felt that Shiling always seemed genuinely happy to see him. Could it be due to an increase in their affinity? Indeed, that seemed to be the case. "I'm here to collect the reward you mentioned yesterday," Su Huayin inquired. Truth be told, he was indifferent about the reward. It was Shiling who insisted on giving it to him. Refusing it would have felt inappropriate. "Here you go. This is the first dark enchantment potion card I crafted using the formula you provided," Shiling said, biting her lip, a slight blush gracing her fair cheeks. "Thank you," Su Huayin replied without hesitation as he accepted the card. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding, Shiling's affinity level, 3 what? What is happening? Receiving a reward can also increase affinity. Chapter 95, The Dragon Tribe Card Pack Betting Game. Dark Enchantment Potion. Quality, green. Card type, one-time consumable. Effect, when applied to a weapon, it adds 30 minutes of dark attribute damage. This card is particularly effective against light attribute monsters. There is no notion of light countering darkness. Light and dark attributes counter each other. While numerous dark attribute monsters exist, light attribute ones, although not entirely absent, are rather scarce in comparison. After departing from Shiling's shop, Su Huayin prepared to venture into the Scarlet Monastery dungeon to complete the remaining layers of the Bone King Shield. However, just as he arrived at Aoki Square and was about to enter the dungeon, he heard a commotion. Duel. Just pay 1,000 pesos. And if you defeat the duel master, you will receive a Dragon Tribe Basic Pack. Come take a look, come see. Su Huayin's ears perked up. A Dragon Tribe Basic Pack? Such a thing could fetch as much as 6,000 pesos from a player obsessed with dragons. Even if it weren't traded with a dragon-obsessed player, it would still be worth 2,000 to 3,000 pesos. Anyone daring to list it for 2,000 pesos in the marketplace would be met with immediate purchase. The ruckus quickly drew a crowd, Su Huayin among them. He spotted a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sitting at a table, which was adorned with 3 Dragon Tribe Basic Packs. Opposite him sat a frail-looking boy, seemingly one gust of wind away from toppling over. This was the so-called duel master. My turn. I summon a 3-star monster, Gearbox. Since there are no machine-type monsters on the field, I activate Gearbox's effect, sending this card to the graveyard to special summon the Wolf Mecha from the graveyard. A Wolf Mecha with an attack power of 2,400 and defense of 1,500 was special summoned from the graveyard. I activate the Wolf Mecha's effect. When there is a machine-type monster in the graveyard, I can destroy a spell or trap card on the field. I will destroy the field card, Blessing Forest. The Wolf Mecha opened fire, obliterating the Blessing Forest. According to Blessing Forest's negative effect, all monsters on your field are destroyed. Entering the battle phase, the Wolf Mecha launched an attack. The frail boy's life points were reduced to a mere 1,800, and with the Wolf Mecha's assault, he was swiftly eliminated. So this is the so-called duel master? I will take this Dragon Tribe card pack, the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses declared triumphantly. Seizing one of the Dragon Tribe basic packs, he ostentatiously displayed the pack before the crowd, even tearing it open right then and there. He drew 3 cards from the pack, and whether it was good luck or bad, although he drew 3 cards, maximum from one pack, only one was a green card, while the other 2 were ordinary white cards. Damn it, I need to go again, the young man lamented. One person can only play once. A girl who had been banging a gong and calling people over chimed in. Indeed, that's rather excessive. How could you expect to monopolize the game? It has been stated that one can only challenge once. Clear the way. I want to challenge. Step aside, I was here first. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses was pushed aside as a slippery-looking middle-aged man took his place. Su Huayin quietly observed the unfolding events. This is a setup. Su Huayin mused internally. It was a classic scam, deliberately utilizing a plant to win a match, thereby enticing more participants to join the betting game. The subsequent matches would likely involve near defeats, creating the illusion of close calls to lure in more players. Cough, cough, cough. Do not question how Su Huayin knew this so clearly and in such detail. Such tactics require considerable strength. If faced with a stronger opponent, the ruse could easily collapse. As anticipated, the situation unfolded similarly to Su Huayin's predictions. The slippery middle-aged man almost claimed victory. Damn it, he exclaimed in frustration as he was compelled to leave. I'll take my turn. A second challenger stepped up. Su Huayin remained disinclined to intervene. He wanted to observe the layout of the schemer's deck. Knowledge of both oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Gaining insight into the opponent's deck composition allows for targeted adjustments. Sometimes, a single card can decisively counter an entire deck. Su Huayin continued to observe. After watching 3 matches, the seemingly frail boy won all 3 consecutively, pocketing 3,000 pesos. Though each victory appeared somewhat fortuitous, the onlookers were not oblivious and soon began to suspect foul play. After defeating 3 opponents in a row, while the crowd remained sizable, no one dared to challenge anymore. It's about time for me to step up, Su Huayin concluded, having gathered ample information. The opponent's strategy was a classic trap-heavy build. What is a trap-heavy build? It consists of a deck laden with numerous trap cards. Su Huayin speculated that the opponent's deck likely contained 3 copies of Pitfall. Trap card, Pitfall, activates when the opponent summons or special summons a monster with an attack power of 1,000 or more, negating the summon and destroying it. Additionally, there were probably 2 or 3 copies of Explosive Armor. Trap card, Explosive Armor, destroys the attacking monster when the opponent's monster attacks. As for the monster cards, the narrative revolves around a monster from the Elf series, with the primary focus being the card, Elf Archer. Elf Archer, a 4-star creature with an attack power of 1,800 and a defense power of 400. Effect, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. Additionally, if there is no Blessing Forest on the field, this card cannot attack. However, if Blessing Forest is present, this card can launch a direct attack on the opponent. Allow me to take the lead, shall I? Su Huayin seated himself across from the frail youth. Please, the youth's expression brightened as he quickly responded. 1,000 pesos will suffice. He extended a hand. Let us not be hasty. I propose we wager 2,000 pesos instead, Su Huayin suggested with a smile. I noticed you still have 2 packs of Dragon Tribe base cards remaining. I am willing to double the stakes. The frail youth's expression shifted, and his gaze towards Su Huayin transformed. It seemed the newcomer was not to be underestimated. Chapter 96. Su Huayin takes action very well. Let us gamble. The frail youth involuntarily glanced towards the girl wielding the gong and the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. After receiving a slight nod from the latter, he acquiesced to Su Huayin's wager. Then let the duel commence. After signing the duel contract, Su Huayin sat opposite the frail youth. Rock, paper, scissors, they chimed in unison. Su Huayin chose paper, while the frail youth selected scissors. Alas, misfortune struck. Su Huayin retracted his hand, recalling his previous defeat against that old man. He had not anticipated another loss today. Please proceed, Su Huayin stated as the duel began. The system automatically randomized both players' decks. My turn. The frail youth, of course, opted to attack first, as initiating with a heavy trap deck is crucial. The disadvantage of going second in such a deck is formidable. The frail youth's eyes scanned the 5 cards in his hand before slapping one onto the table. I summoned the 4-star monster, Elf Archer. Next, he activated the equipped magic card, Elf Bow, which can only be equipped to Elf-type monsters, increasing the equipped monster's attack power by 1,000 and rendering it immune to trap cards. He then set 2 magic trap cards and concluded his turn. Turn ended. Now it is Su Huayin's turn. My turn. Su Huayin drew a card from his deck, and a smile graced his lips upon seeing its contents. Here we go. His hand now consisted of 1 Fire Dragon Scale, 1 Serpent Warrior, 1 Serpent Archer, 1 Serpent Commander, and the newly drawn Tiger Yin Yang. After a moment's contemplation, Su Huayin commenced his actions. As there are no monsters on the field, I activate the effect of Fire Dragon Scale to special summon this card. He cast a glance at his opponent, primarily scrutinizing the 2 face-down cards in the opponent's back row. Trap Hole can only destroy monsters with an attack power of at least 1000, while Blast Armor can only destroy attacking monsters, both of which cannot affect the 100 attack power of Fire Dragon Scale. Subsequently, he activated Fire Dragon Scale S effect to add a card from the 5 Elements Dragon Scale series or a Fire Attribute Dragon-type monster to his hand, choosing to add Fire Dragon to his hand. Fire Dragon. The frail youth appeared taken aback, seemingly aware of the card's effect. Following this, Su Huayin normal summoned Serpent Warrior. He placed the Serpent Warrior card into the monster zone and awaited his opponent's response. Yet, the frail youth remained motionless, clearly anticipating the arrival of Su Huayin's Fire Dragon. Su Huayin smiled slightly. Since you are not taking action, I shall continue. With a serpent-type monster present on the field, Serpent Mage could be special summoned from his hand. Activating the effect of Fire Dragon Scale, he sent it to the graveyard to special summon Fire Dragon. With a resounding clap, he summoned the 8-star behemoth, Fire Dragon. A magnificent fire dragon soared into the air. This was the moment the frail youth had been waiting for. He activated the trap card, Trap Hole, destroying the Fire Dragon. Before the Fire Dragon could fully establish its presence, a vast pit opened beneath it, causing it to plummet with a cry of despair. The Fire Dragon was destroyed. However, Su Huayin's expression remained unchanged. The Fire Dragon had been special summoned merely to bait out that Trap Hole. Based on previous observations, it was easy to surmise that the other face-down card was likely Blast Armor. If there were 2 Trap Holes, they would have certainly destroyed the Serpent Warrior, occupying the normal summon slot. I activate the effect of Serpent Commander to destroy 1 Serpent-type card on the field, special summoning this card from my hand. This Serpent Commander emerged, a 6-star creature boasting an attack power of 2,200 and a defense power of 800, significantly larger than the Serpent Warrior. Next, I activated the effect of Serpent Commander to add a Serpent-type monster card from my deck to my hand, selecting Serpent Mage. With a Serpent-type monster present on the field, Serpent Mage was special summoned. Now, Su Huayin had 3 monsters on the field, Serpent Mage, Serpent Commander, and 1 Serpent Archer. With 3 Serpent-type monsters on the field, I activated the effect of Serpent Mage to destroy your Elf Archer. Su Huayin unleashed the effect of Serpent Mage, who waved his staff, sending a fireball hurtling towards the Elf Archer. Not so fast. The frail youth flipped over his face-down card. I activate the trap card, Elf's Power, negating and destroying the effect of any magic trap targeting my Elf-type monster on the field. A mirror appeared before the Elf Archer, absorbing the incoming fireball and reflecting it back. With a resounding crash, Serpent Mage was obliterated. I expected Blast Armor, but now you have exhausted your back row, haven't you? Su Huayin placed a card down. Tiger Yin Yang. I activate the equipped magic card Tiger Yin Yang, equipping it to Serpent Commander, increasing the attack power of Serpent Commander by 500 for each star, and it is not affected by any effects other than this card. The attack power of Serpent Commander soared to 5,200. An ethereal tiger manifested around Serpent Commander, amplifying its size significantly. Entering the battle phase, Su Huayin waved his hand. Serpent Commander, attack the Elf Archer. With a command from Su Huayin, the blade of Serpent Commander struck the youthful Elf Archer. The Elf Archer raised her bow in defense, but was still sent flying. My Elf Archer cannot be destroyed by battle, the frail youth replied, his face paling. I am aware, yet you must still endure the damage, which amounts to 3,300 points, Su Huayin stated. This was a simplified duel, with both players starting at 4,000 life points. Now, the frail youth was left with a mere 700 life points. The Serpent Archer, with an attack power of only 1,600, was clearly unable to continue the assault. End of battle phase. Do not be hasty. In the main phase 2, I activate the effect of Serpent Archer, sacrificing itself to inflict 800 points of damage upon you. Su Huayin took his final step. The Serpent Archer transformed into an arrow, the longbow automatically drawn back, aimed at the frail youth. Chapter 97, Opening Card Packs. You have lost. Su Huayin reached out and grasped 2 Dragon Race Basic Packs. What a delightful surprise. He had unexpectedly acquired 2 Dragon Race Basic Packs. You. The girl holding a gong furrowed her brow, seemingly agitated. They merely intended to use bait for fishing, not to have the bait devoured by the fish. What? Do you still wish to renege? Su Huayin jested. Return the card packs, and we will offer you 2,000 pesos. The girl retorted loudly. Enough, Lu Jia. We have encountered a formidable opponent this time. In this line of work, one must stand firm when faced with setbacks. The frail youth exhaled. However, may I inquire who you are, esteemed sir? The frail youth gazed intently into Su Huayin's eyes and asked, What? Do you wish to seek revenge? You are always welcome. My name is Su Huayin, he replied. He understood that the frail youth was inquiring about his game ID, but there was no way he would divulge that information. Su Huayin, is it? My name is Chu Mu. We shall meet again, Chu Mu stated. Then I look forward to our next encounter. Su Huayin waved to Chu Mu and proceeded towards the entrance of the public dungeon. This could be considered a nice side profit. Wait, Chu Mu called out to Su Huayin once more. Is there something else? Su Huayin turned back, somewhat displeased. I have a way to obtain Dragon Race Advance packs. I wonder if you might be interested? Chu Mu asked. Su Huayin conceded that he was intrigued. The Dragon Race Advance pack is a tier above the basic pack, capable of yielding blue cards at a minimum and purple cards at a maximum. Each pack typically only reveals 1 to 2 cards, with 2 cards being a stroke of extraordinary luck. How so? Su Huayin inquired. If there is an opportunity to acquire Dragon Race Advance packs, he would certainly be willing to participate. If you are amenable, please leave a contact method. And we will reach out to you later, Chu Mu said mysteriously. Is that so? Su Huayin pondered for a moment. Very well, he agreed. He was entirely unfazed by any tricks Chu Mu and his companions might attempt. After providing a phone number, Su Huayin bid them farewell. It must be said, Su Huayin truly possessed a remarkable patience. Once he entered the blood-colored monastery dungeon and fully stacked the Bone King's shield, soul-devouring passive ability. He planned to open the card packs. Summoning a fire dragon, Su Huayin rode atop it, heading towards the stronghold. On the back of the fire dragon, Su Huayin retrieved the 2 Dragon Race basic packs he had won. How delightful, how delightful. Su Huayin rubbed his hands together, then began to open the card packs. First, he tore open the first pack. 3 cards emerged as he opened the pack. Not bad. It was the best scenario with 3 cards. A hint of joy surfaced on Su Huayin's face. However, his happiness was short-lived. Although there were 3 cards, they were all mundane white cards. What a stroke of misfortune. Such poor luck. Opening packs carries risk. Su Huayin glanced over the 3 cards. The first was Treasure Dragon, which had a slight utility. Treasure Dragon. Quality white. Card type, creature card. Effect. Upon use, summons a Treasure Dragon. Once the Treasure Dragon dies, this card is discarded. Description. The dragon instinctively seeks shiny objects. Acquisition method. Dragon Race Basic Pack. Dual mode effect. 2 stars. Attack power. 500. Defense power. 300. In certain special circumstances, this Treasure Dragon might be useful for locating minerals. The second card was a dual mode exclusive card. Dragon's Pearl. An equipment magic card that can enhance Dragon Race monsters' attack power by 300 points. Essentially a useless card. No one would choose to include this in their deck. And then there was the last card, another dual mode exclusive card. Dragon's Reverse Scale. A perpetual magic card. As long as this card remains on the field, all allied Dragon Race monsters gain the piercing effect. Yet another card of little use. Such is the nature of opening card packs. Most cards are utterly worthless. I hope this next pack yields something better, Su Huayin earnestly prayed. Opening packs can impoverish one for 3 years. The act of opening packs tends to lead one deeper into poverty. Frequently, a substantial portion of one's pesos is spent with nothing to show for it. May the great Guan Yu bless me, Su Huayin muttered in conclusion. Speaking of which, Guan Yu seems indifferent to the matter of opening card packs. Whatever, it is what it is. Su Huayin tore open the second Dragon Race basic pack. The outcome this time left Su Huayin feeling slightly disheartened. Only 1 card. The second pack contained merely a single card. A guaranteed minimum. What bad luck. As Su Huayin peeled back the corner of the card, he let out a gasp of surprise. A blue border. This turned out to be a blue card. A welcome sight. Su Huayin slowly revealed the card. The image depicted yet another dragon. Riding dragon. Quality, blue. Card type, creature card. Effect. Upon use, summons a riding dragon. Once the riding dragon dies, this card is discarded. Description. A member of the Water Dragon clan. Limitations. There must be other water attribute dragon race cards in the slots. Dual mode effect. 8 stars, water attribute, dragon race, attack power, 3000, defense power, 2500, once per turn, can destroy 1 magic trap card on the field. A water attribute fire dragon, Su Huayin remarked after examining the card. For him at present, this, riding dragon, with combat power comparable to an elite monster, was essentially of little use. However, in dual mode, the riding dragon had its merits. It could destroy 1 magic trap card per turn. It could be maneuvered using the 5 elements dragon scale. Why do I feel as though I am assembling a dragon race deck? Su Huayin stored the riding dragon. He was tempted to replace the serpent axis in his deck with a complete dragon race deck. Utilizing the serpent axis was merely a substitute due to the lack of better cards. As the sky gradually darkened, by the time Su Huayin returned to the stronghold, night had already fallen. It felt as though he had accomplished nothing throughout the day. An entire day had slipped away. Perhaps it is best to retire early. For tomorrow he was to collaborate with the Aoki Self-Discipline Society. Ling Qiu sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book, Thick Black Theory. She casually handed a glass of water to Su Huayin. However, Su Huayin hesitated to drink. You haven tea, once again, slipped something into it, have you? Su Huayin glanced at Ling Qiu's slipper-clad feet. Chapter 98, Antimatter Engine. If you're not going to drink, then forget it. I only offered it because you looked parched upon your return, Ling Qiu rolled her eyes and said. With that, she reclaimed the water. Thank you. Su Huayin stepped forward, accepted the water, and gulped it down. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and placed the glass back on the coffee table. Are we going to proceed directly tomorrow? Do you have any plans? Su Huayin inquired. One must remain cautious around the Aoki Self-Discipline Society. Leave that boss to me. You merely need to stay beside that President Xiao Nantian, Ling Qiu replied. As she spoke, she shifted into a position with her legs crossed, her snow-white thighs intertwining gracefully. The left leg, once resting upon the right, now yielded to the right leg's dominance. You're alone? Su Huayin expressed a hint of surprise. Although it could enhance her attributes by over 100 points and provide continuous minor healing, it remained an arduous task to challenge an elite-level boss solo. I had a minor stroke of luck, Ling Qiu remarked with a hint of restraint. What sort of luck? Su Huayin's curiosity was piqued by Ling Qiu's words. Anything that Ling Qiu deemed a stroke of luck, despite being described as minor, was likely to be extraordinary, as evidenced by the barely contained smile at the corners of her mouth. Come over and massage my shoulders, and I'll tell you, Ling Qiu said, stretching her neck. If not, then forget it, Su Huayin retorted, making her way toward the room. Hey, don't go. I'll tell you, all right? Ling Qiu quickly called out to Su Huayin, rising abruptly from the sofa, no longer crossing her legs. I want to listen, Su Huayin smirked, quickening her pace to depart. Stop, I'll massage you. Ling Qiu relented, a hint of defeat in her voice. Now we're getting somewhere, Su Huayin conceded, returning to the sofa. Now you can speak, she indicated her shoulders. Oh, you think you can show off in front of me? Not listening to you will surely frustrate you, Ling Qiu playfully chided. You truly live up to your name. Devious and shadowy, she added, placing her hands upon Su Huayin's shoulders and applying pressure, causing her to grimace. However, Su Huayin resolutely bore the discomfort in silence. Following a retaliatory pinch, Ling Qiu indeed began to massage her. Today, while I was picking up a quest from the Adventurers Guild, I encountered a special boss, a mechanical dog. After defeating it, I received a card. Antimatter Engine, Ling Qiu revealed, presenting a card before Su Huayin's eyes. Antimatter Engine. Quality, purple. Card type, technology card. Attribute bonus, strength 30, constitution 30. Add-on, Antimatter Annihilation initiates overload, strength 50, lasts 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, power overload, strength 100. Overload lasts 24 hours. During overload, this card cannot be removed from the slot. Description, power derived from matter antimatter annihilation. Acquisition method, dropped by Antimatter Drive Boss, Black Market Merchant. Series, Antimatter Series. Dual mode effect, continuous magic card. All mechanical and warrior type monsters on your field cannot be targeted during your turn. And the attack power of your mechanical monsters doubles. During the opponent's turn, the attack power of your mechanical monsters is halved. Oh. This card seems to be a lower tier substitute for Zero Space, doesn't he? Su Huayin immediately recognized the card in Ling Qiu's hand. This card is indeed a frequent participant in dual mode. Many enthusiasts of the Zero series, lacking the golden card Zero Space, opt for this as a substitute. Zero Space is also a continuous magic card with similar effects. As long as it remains on the field, all Zero monsters cannot be targeted and are not destroyed in battle once per turn. Once per turn, a Zero series monster can be added to the hand. In the absence of the original Zero Space, this Antimatter Engine serves as a commendable substitute. All right, I'm done, Ling Qiu declared, giving Su Huayin's shoulder a firm pat that resonated with a sharp sound, indicating the force of her strike. Very well, you can attempt the challenge solo. I shall converse with Mayor Xiao. Su Huayin agreed to Ling Qiu's suggestion. Upon returning to her room, Su Huayin shed her clothing, revealing a vivid crimson handprint upon her shoulder. Ouch, she really does hit hard, Su Huayin grumbled. Nonetheless, he had triumphed. This mark was a badge of victory, a testament to the frustrations that only the defeated could express through such impotent rage. The headquarters of the Justice League was formerly the Public Security Bureau. A helicopter was stationed at the entrance. As it landed, a striking figure descended from the aircraft, Xiao Ying, an old acquaintance of Su Huayin. At the entrance of the Justice League, 2 members awaited her arrival. Welcome, Miss Xiao, an elder member greeted. No need for formality, Uncle Li, Xiao Ying responded, a warm smile gracing her features. After exchanging pleasantries, she was invited inside. Uncle Li, I've come to invite you to join the Aoki Autonomous Association, Xiao Ying stated, lowering her demeanor and addressing the elder with the respect befitting a junior. However, after hearing her words, Uncle Li's expression remained largely unchanged, a revelation that left Xiao Ying feeling somewhat uneasy. Little Ying, I am aware of your intention, but I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce. In the past, under the constraints of an orderly society, we in the Justice League faced too many restrictions, including procedural justice, Uncle Li articulated. Moreover, what your Aoki Autonomous Association seeks is order, not justice. In the past, we had no choice. Now, we wish to pursue our own desires, Li Zheng asserted. Order does not equate to justice. While the distinction may seem negligible in many matters, the underlying purposes differ significantly, Xiao Ying countered. All right, let us cease this discussion. I can leave you with this thought. Should your Aoki Autonomous Association engage in just actions, we are willing to offer our assistance. However, if your endeavors are solely for the sake of order at the expense of justice, Li Zheng left the sentence hanging. both parties knowing well the implications of his unfinished thought. Understood, Uncle Lee. I will relay your message back, Xiaoying said, slightly disheartened. Though the outcome remained within acceptable bounds,